In the realm where the virtual intertwines with reality, the male protagonist is initially a lovesick antagonist, utterly devoted to the female lead. Time and again, he traverses the treacherous landscapes of the game for her, embodying the role of a devoted admirer, yet he remains bereft of her sincere affection. One day, however, he experiences an epiphany, choosing to abandon his subservient ways and embark upon a path of self-redemption. Yet, at this pivotal moment, the female lead suddenly perceives his change of heart, becoming persistently entangled in his life, reproaching him for no longer yielding to her every whim as he once did. Upon shedding the identity of a mere admirer, the male protagonist rapidly enhances his prowess. How will he confront the female lead's unexpected transformation? Amidst this exhilarating and fantastical gaming adventure, will he succeed in breaking free from the shackles of a predetermined narrative to rewrite the chapters of his own destiny? Will he continue to be ensnared in her web, or will he encounter new and thrilling experiences on his fresh journey? All of this unfolds within this tumultuous legend of online gaming. Chapter 2, A Departure from Convention. Before long, the pair found themselves in a study. In the study, the elders of the Tang and Su families were gathered, engaged in discussions regarding a potential union. Upon entering, they greeted the elders one by one. Tang Yu, you have arrived at an opportune moment. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Just now, I conferred with your uncle Su and the others, and we believe you and Mu Yu are quite well suited for each other. We are considering formalizing your marriage. What are your thoughts on this? A middle-aged man with a square face, who is none other than Tang Ye's father, Tang Gangcheng, addressed her. I find it unsuitable, Tang Yu decisively replied. The expressions of those present in the room were peculiar and inappropriate. Who in Suzhou and Hangzhou doesn't know that you have pursued her for 3 long years? Tang Yu cleared his throat and spoke up. Esteemed elders, there is a saying that a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. I have recently reflected on this and realized that my personality does not quite align with Mu Yu's. Marriage is a lifelong commitment, and it would be best for both parties to have the decision-making power. Thank you for your concern. After uttering these words, Tang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Now I won't be in for a beating. The elders from the Tang and Su families were taken aback. After a moment of exchanging glances, Su Mu Yu's father, Su Chongshan, suddenly spoke. Xiao Yu, uncle knows what you're thinking. Did that girl Mu Yu press you to say this? Don't worry, they'll handle this matter for you today. Tang Yu was momentarily stunned. Uncle, are you hoping I get beaten up? No. Su uncle, I truly doubt before Tang Yu could finish his explanation. Su Chongshan waved his hand dismissively. No need to say more, uncle understands you. Then, turning to his daughter, he exclaimed in frustration, Mu Yu, tell me, how has Xiao Yu treated you over the years? He has cared for you deeply and tenderly when you were ill and hospitalized. He watched over you for as long as you were admitted. In terms of conditions and appearance, where does Xiao Yu fall short? And yet you pressure him to say such things? You're truly driving me to exasperation. Su Mu Yu, drenched in her father's spittle, was left speechless. What does it mean to compel him? This fellow is secretly overjoyed, you know? Hurry up and retort. Why are you just standing there? Have a quarrel with your father, and we can conspire to ruin this affair, allowing everyone to go their separate ways. I, too, shall seek out a few companions for some joyful escapades. If you don't respond soon, I may truly find myself in dire straits. Do you still wish to elope with your Dragon King? Yi Chen? Meanwhile, the voice of sarcasm resounded once more, as Tang Yu continued to make faces at her. Su Mu Yu is instantly incensed. What an impertinent scoundrel. He calls Yi Chen as if he knows him well. Who does he think he is? Why should I elope with a mere bodyguard? What significance does he hold? Moreover, hearing that he intends to seek out a multitude of other companions only fueled her anger further. You pursued me for 3 years, and now you speak of a change of heart so easily? Dad, I didn't prompt him to say that I support the union. Su Zhongshan, who was in the midst of a furious tirade, suddenly halted, his expression one of astonishment. You're not deceiving me? No. Su Mu Yu shook her head. A hint of color returned to her cheeks as she bit her lip. He has indeed treated me well, and I am touched by his affections. However, may I start slowly with dating? Of course, that is entirely acceptable. One should savor a meal bite by bite, there's no rush. Upon hearing this, Su Zhongshan's face broke into a comforting smile. It turned out that it was not his daughter who opposed this marriage, but rather little Yu, who was concerned about her daughter's well-being, that had proactively suggested abandon. Ing the union. What a thoughtful son-in-law he is. The elders in the room also began to smile, sharing the same sentiment as Su Chongshan. Just moments ago, Tang Yu, who had been wearing a bright smile, now bore a countenance more wretched than one who had tasted excrement. He approached Su Muyu, forcing a smile more grotesque than tears, and said, "Muyu, you need not pressure yourself like this. I understand your feelings." Su Muyu gently bit her crimson lip and murmured, "But my intention is to start by trying out a romance. Xiao Yu, this child Muyu, is simply a bit reserved and not adept at expressing herself. Do not assume she harbors no affection for you young ladies, often possess delicate sensibilities." Su Chongshan encouraged, his expression warm and amiable as he patted Tang Yes's older. Tang Yes's face twitched in response. Meanwhile, Su Muyu's ears were bombarded with a flurry of exasperated thoughts. "Are you out of your mind? We agreed to break off the engagement together. Who in the world wants to date you? You ought to follow the narrative of someone. The Dragon King's harem is your rightful place. For pity's sake, snap out of it and stop this madness." Upon hearing these inner musings, Su Muyu's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes glinting with amusement. She found it rather entertaining to witness his flustered state. He was far more engaging now than when he had been the epitome of a lovesick fool. "All right, since they have found mutual affection, we need not worry further. Let us go out and announce this matter," suddenly interjected old Master Tang. Everyone then left the study with smiles adorning their faces. Tang Yu, however, trailed behind Su Muyu, and upon seeing the hint of a smile on her face, he felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a barrage of martial arts upon her. "Do we not agree to avoid marriage?" he muttered through clenched teeth. "Yet, I found myself moved by your sincerity." Su Muyu's smile radiated with fervor. This was the first instance Tang Yu had witnessed such a smile directed towards him, rendering him momentarily entranced. He instinctively reached out to touch Su Muyu's forehead, pondering whether she had lost her senses. "If you are unwell, we should visit a hospital for an examination. Marriage is not a trifling matter, so please contemplate this thoroughly," Tang Yu implored earnestly. "Dear, if you're ill, seek treatment promptly. If you neglect to consult a physician, I shall have to consult a coroner later. It's nothing. I've made up my mind, and besides, we are not yet wed," Su Muyu replied nonchalantly. "I am unwilling. A forcibly twisted fruit lacks sweetness. That's all right. It suffices to quench my thirst." Su Muyu's laughter grew ever brighter. Witnessing his discomfiture brought her immense joy within. With a serious expression, she looked at Tang Yu and said, "Moreover, your sudden shift in attitude, could it be that you have received a dire diagnosis and fear burdening me?" Tang Yes's face fell into despair, leaving him utterly speechless. Why was this woman deviating from the anticipated narrative? She must surely have lost her mind. This could genuinely lead to my demise. In a moment, Yichen will undoubtedly emerge in a rage. After all, I've only just begun to embody the role of a wealthy and handsome antagonist. Must I really be stripped of it? Oh, the irony of such a narrative. As Tang Yes's inner thoughts echoed once more, Su Muyu grew increasingly curious. Would events truly unfold in accordance with this fellow's sentiments? Chapter 1. Annulling the engagement, is it? Let's proceed swiftly. In the picturesque cities of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the grand celebration of the patriarch's birthday was underway, drawing the esteemed families of the region together. Amidst the festivities, a strikingly handsome young man with sharp brows and captivating eyes suddenly shuddered, exclaiming an expletive in surprise. After swiftly acclimating to the memories flooding his mind, Tang Yu found himself in a state of utter dismay. He was an avid enthusiast of online literature, having perused no fewer than 800 urban fantasy novels. Yet, without fail, each of his narrative beginnings was akin to a descent into hell. For instance, during his 8th reincarnation, he had found himself in the unfortunate role of a security guard tasked with preventing the protagonist from entering the company. It is widely acknowledged that security personnel and bodyguards occupy perilous positions within urban fantasy tales. His fate was sealed when the male lead, Long Shuai, sent him crashing through a glass window with a single blow, resulting in his untimely demise. In a previous iteration, the absurdity reached new heights, for the protagonist was none other than the revered Bei Xiantianzun. As a villain, he had not even been granted the opportunity to utter a word before being effortlessly vanquished with a single slap. The adage, "a master leads you to the door, but it is up to you to enter," aptly described the capricious nature of this infernal system. "System? Which damn novel is this?" Tang Yu silently lamented. In response, the system's frigid voice resonated in his mind. Upon receiving the system's prompt, Tang Yu rapidly recalled the plot of this particular story. It was yet another common trope in the realm of urban fantasy, featuring a protagonist named Yi Chun. Hailing from a prestigious family in Yanjing, he had suffered a tragic fate when his family was annihilated when he was merely 5 years old. After being taken abroad by an elderly man, he was molded into an elite assassin of unparalleled skill. He also founded the world's foremost mercenary organization, known as Dragon Soul, earning him the moniker of Dragon King. Beyond this, his medical expertise was renowned, and he possessed an uncanny talent for discerning precious stones and treasures with ease. By the way, indulging in a harem of beautiful women, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of life. Tang Ye's identity is that of the eldest son of the Tang family, which stands at the pinnacle of the four prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, with assets soaring into the Lions. To find oneself in such a role should be quite exhilarating. However, no matter how noble the identity of the antagonist, one is merely a stepping stone for the protagonist. According to the narrative of this tale, today marks the birthday celebration of his grandfather. At this grand event, he is to become engaged to the primary heroine, Su Muyu. The Su family, while also one of the four illustrious families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, ranks at the bottom. Tang Yu has been Su Muyu's devoted admirer, exhausting various family resources to assist her, yet after 3 years, he still fails to garner her attention. Unable to bear witnessing this any longer, the elders of the Tang family decide to arrange a union with the Su family, facilitating the connection between the two. Upon learning of this, Yi Chun, the Dragon King, intervenes at the birthday banquet and forcibly takes away Su Muyu. In the ensuing chaos, Tang Yu, the loyal admirer, is left in a vegetative state after a violent confrontation, and it is not long before he meets his demise. How absurd! Reflecting upon the plot, Tang Yu cannot help but curse inwardly. This antagonist characterization is utterly foolish. A Yale University graduate, handsome and possessing a fortune in the trillions, would one truly serve as a sycophant for a woman who constantly wears a disdainful expression for years? Were he a high-flying rich man worth millions, he would have long since driven off in a Cadillac to enjoy life at a lavish venue. This won't do, I must devise a plan. Tang Ye's gaze swept across the hall. Today is his grandfather's birthday banquet, and numerous guests have gathered. Before long, his gaze fixed upon the visage of a young man. This man was Yi Chun, who sat quietly in the corner, cradling a glass of red wine. His current role was that of Su Muyu's bodyguard. The intricacies of such a position were well understood by those in the know. "I suppose I need not be engaged," Tang Yu muttered silently to himself when a striking young woman in a blue gown approached him. The girl possessed an extraordinary elegance and stunning beauty, yet her gaze was as cold as steel. She regarded Tang Yu with a hint of disdain. She was none other than the story's leading lady, Su Muyu. As she stood before Tang Yu, Su Muyu spoke with an air of indifference. "Tang Xiao, I kindly ask that you cease your pursuit of me. Let us dissolve this engagement. I shall not acquiesce." Tang Yu had already grasped the situation and found her words to be most agreeable. Nodding in affirmation, he replied, "I consent." Perhaps due to the swiftness of his agreement, Su Muyu appeared momentarily taken aback. She widened her eyes in astonishment, struggling to believe her ears. Had she misheard? Simultaneously, a cacophony of mocking voices echoed in her mind. "We must not proceed with the engagement. I owe gratitude to your ancestors. Any great favor shall be repaid in another life. Hurry and elope with your Yi Chun. How amusing. His harem awaits you." Upon hearing these words, she furrowed her brow and surveyed her surroundings. Who was speaking? The voice seemed akin to Tang Yes, yet he had not uttered a sound. Had she misinterpreted? What? Did you not wish to dissolve the engagement? Come, let's inform our elders together. Tang Yu smiled calmly and urged, "As long as there is no marriage alliance, Yi Chun has no reason to trouble me, right? As a mere antagonist, all I can do is refrain from provoking him and happily exist as a wealthy and handsome figure until the story reaches its conclusion. What bliss! All right, Su Muyu agreed with a nod, following Tang Yu as they prepare to discuss matters with their elders. Walking ahead, Tang Yu maintained a serene expression, yet her heart was brimming with joy. Finally, I can sever ties with this foolish woman this way. Yi Chen will have no means to create trouble for me. I must survive until the end of the narrative. It's a pity, though, the illustrious beauty of Su Hang, reduced to a member of Yi Chen's harem, while also dragging the Su family to ruin. Truly, a tale fit for a mindless fantasy. As the voice of sarcasm echoed once more, Su Muyu was certain it belonged to Tang Yu, for they were alone in the corridor. Renowned as the most beautiful woman in Su Hang, her appeal was not solely based on her looks, it was also her extraordinary intelligence and talent that set her apart. As she swiftly processed this realization, a shadow of displeasure crossed her face. Yi Chen, when she was beset by several ruffians, he had intervened to save her. Impressed by his skills, she had invited him to serve as a bodyguard for the Su family as a gesture of gratitude. After becoming her bodyguard, Yi Chen had assisted her in numerous ways, and they had developed a solid friendship. Yet, at that moment, she felt a surge of resentment towards Yi Chen. How could she, a paragon of excellence, ever consider a mere bodyguard as a member of her harem? Chapter 3. The emergence of the Dragon King. He summoned Tang Yu and Su Muyu before him, addressing the assembly with a flourish. Esteemed friends and family, I have delightful news to share. The Tang family has decided to unite with the Su family through marriage. From this day forth, Su Muyu shall be regarded as half a granddaughter-in-law of our Tang family. Upon the conclusion of the elder Tang's announcement, the guests present at the banquet erupted into applause, with the Su family members beaming with unrestrained joy. However, in a dim corner, Yi Chen, savoring his red wine, suddenly darkened in countenance. His expression was one of fierce wrath as he strode purposefully toward Tang Yu. Su Muyu was the woman he coveted, and he would not tolerate any interference. Goodness, he is coming. He's coming with a murderous intent. Why is it always like this? Am I destined to be beaten today? Tang Yu's sarcastic remarks echoed once more. Su Muyu glanced over upon hearing this, and was indeed taken aback to see Yi Chen advancing with an aura of menace. The guests from the Su family had come to enjoy the festivities, and naturally, they had not brought bodyguards. Yet, Yi Chen's presence here was uncanny, aligning precisely with what had been foretold. I do not consent to this union, Yi Chen declared, stopping 3 meters away and glaring with indignation. All eyes turned toward him, captivated by his boldness. The guests were primarily esteemed nobles from Su Hang, and aside from a few familiar faces from the Su family, none recognized Yi Chen. Su Zhongshan, however, recalled the newcomer who served as a bodyguard, and, upon witnessing his insolence, darkened his expression and stepped forward, rebuking, "Who do you think you are? A mere bodyguard? Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Su family?" A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Were it not for the fact that the speaker was Su Muyu's father, he would have already taken action. He, the esteemed Dragon King, commanding respect across foreign lands. Not even the aristocrats of Europe would dare to address him with such insolence. He glared at the members of the Su family, pointing his finger at each one, declaring, "Such a prestigious lineage, a renowned family, willing to sacrifice the happiness of a young woman for the sake of familial prosperity, do you not possess a shred of shame? Ah, here it comes. The classic verbal sparring begins. Meddling in others' affairs is one thing, but to resort to violence and then play the hero rescuing the damsel, only for the Su family to bear the brunt of the consequences? But then again, as the protagonist of a thrilling tale, one must tread over countless bodies to achieve greatness. After all, everyone is merely a stepping stone in your path." Tang Yu's sarcastic remarks echoed once more. According to the narrative, Su Muyu was coerced by her family into an unwanted union. In her moment of utmost despair, the Dragon King Yi Chen intervened and whisked her away. After shattering the shackles of her heart, he became her sole refuge. Thus, she fell in love with Yi Chen, becoming his foremost consort. Yet, at this moment, Su Muyu merely furrowed her brow, devoid of any feelings of gratitude or surprise. After listening to Tang Yu's candid thoughts, her perspective had drastically shifted. Enough is enough. How dare this insignificant bodyguard overstep his bounds? Expel him at once, roared Su Zhongshan in a fit of rage. Soon, a tall man clad in a suit rushed in, none other than He Jin, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguard team. He Jin is a retired Special Forces soldier, serving as the captain of the bodyguard team for the Tang family, showcasing remarkable skills and unwavering loyalty. According to the original narrative, he is the first to strike, and tragically, the first to perish. Following his demise, misfortune swiftly befalls Tang Yu. Do not act impulsively, Tang Yu urgently interjects, rushing to restrain He-jin. Let us converse amicably. Today marks my grandfather's birthday, and resorting to violence would only mar the festivities. Upon hearing the young master's plea, He-jin halts. See, it is Tang Xiao's grace that prevails. He chooses not to stoop to the level of such brutes. Were it up to me, I would have long since dragged him out to meet a grim fate. It seems he covets the affections of Tang Xiao as well, yet with his disheveled appearance. Does he truly believe himself worthy? Tang Xiao, swiftly deliver a decisive blow to him. The onlookers begin to extol Tang Yu's composure while simultaneously deriding Yi Chun. This follows the conventional trope found in exhilarating novels, where bystanders amplify the protagonist's ire, the antagonist flaunts their bravado, and subsequently meets their end with a single strike. Tang Yu, upon hearing such remarks, feels a surge of panic. Why are you all shouting so loudly? Can we not maintain a modicum of decorum? Your momentary satisfaction and insult risks my very life. As anticipated, upon hearing the crowd's words, Yu Chen's expression darkens, his gaze fixated on Tang Yu. It is this very instigator. Had he not pursued Su Mu Yu, how could matters have escalated to this point? What the hell are you staring at me for? I did not insult you, he retorts. I have not even incited anyone to act, so what more do you want? If you seek to claim your prize, do so swiftly, but do not direct your ire towards me, you foolish buffoon. Tang Yu felt a tightening in her heart as she was scrutinized by him, silently lamenting her predicament. This man, as the Dragon King, was more than a match for the entire entourage of the Tang family combined. If he truly became enraged, it would not be long before everyone would be feasting on their own miseries at the Tang household. On the side, Su Mu Yu, unable to contain herself after listening for quite some time, let out a soft laugh. Upon witnessing her smile, Yu Chen's expression softened slightly, mistakenly believing that her laughter was a response to his defense of her. Thus, he flashed a charming grin at Su Mu Yu, his lips curving into a striking arc, and approached her, proclaiming, Mu Yu, no one can sacrifice your freedom for their own gain. With me here, you may go wherever you wish. Whoever dares to obstruct you shall face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Tang Yu discreetly stepped back, creating some distance, her emotions stirred. In the original plot, she would have already summoned the bodyguards to intervene. Now, however, she had restrained them, realizing that if this man could take Su Mu Yu away, the ensuing events would no longer concern her. As Yi Chun moved to grasp Su Mu Yu's hand, intending to lead her away from the Tang residence, his fingers had yet to make contact when she retreated 2 steps, her face cold as she confronted him. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? When have I ever been deprived of my freedom? After listening to her inner thoughts, she had come to understand the nature of her current situation. It appeared she was ensnared within the confines of a fictional world. According to the narrative, she should have been eloping with this man by now. The mere thought of becoming a part of his harem filled her with profound distaste. Yi Chen's face was a portrait of shock, a flicker of anger glinting in his eyes. How dare this woman refuse him? Did she not comprehend that amidst a world that had forsaken her, he was the sole individual willing to betray the world for her sake? Soon, however, he regained his composure and, with a smile directed at Su Mu Yu, said, Mu Yu, I understand your fears. Rest assured, I am here. The Tang family would not dare to harm you. With that, he fixed a frosty gaze upon Tang Yu. The reason Su Mu Yu hesitated to accompany him must be due to this scoundrel's coercion. What was the Tang family's young master, after all? Merely a trifling matter. If it were abroad, with a mere command, 100 mercenaries could obliterate the Tang family in an instant. Are you out of your mind? Why do I care about your trivialities? I've already dismissed my bodyguards. And you, Su Mu Yu, are rather ruthless. Is this dramatic charade truly necessary to protect him? Tang Yu thought to himself, wishing desperately for an escape from the madness. I will offer you 1,000,000. Just leave and spare me this torment. At that moment, Tang Yu felt an urge to end it all. These two were utterly deranged. You are merely a bodyguard for the Su family, and effective immediately, you are dismissed. Please leave at once. Su Mu Yu's exquisite visage was marred by anger as she pointed toward the door. Yet, her ire was not directed solely at Yi Chun, but also at Tang Yu. How dare this scoundrel still mutter on, as if he had any claim over Yi Chun? The more she spoke, the sweeter Yi Chun felt in his heart. Look, she is defending me by playing the villain. She harbors feelings for me. Truly, she is the woman favored by the Dragon King, possessing both knowledge and grace, understanding and empathy. Thus, his gaze towards Su Muyu softened with a touch of tender affection. The smile that graced his lips grew increasingly charming and self-assured as he spoke. Muyu, I shall not abandon you. With me by your side, you need not worry excessively. The Tang family is but a trifling matter. Chapter 4, Captain, do not act impulsively. I fear you may be overcome upon hearing these words. The members of the Tang family displayed their indignation. Su Muyu felt a wave of revulsion, nearly expelling her breakfast in response. How dare he wield such a gaze, akin to a devil incarnate? I will ask you one last time, will you leave? She exclaimed in fury. If you do not leave, then neither shall I. Yi Chen's resolve was unwavering. He refused to depart. As the Dragon King, his possessiveness was intense, and he would not permit his woman to remain in the perilous clutches of the Tang family. Damn it, I can no longer endure this. At that moment, He Jin, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards, could no longer contain his frustration. Clenching his fists, he was about to charge forward, but Tang Yu intervened once more, urging him. Captain He, do not act rashly. Today is my grandfather's birthday, and it would not be fitting for there to be a death. Rest assured, young master. I will not kill him, He Jin vowed, his eyes ablaze. I fear, you may be the one to suffer. This young man is quite skilled. Tang Yu whispered. He Jin stood momentarily stunned, touched by the young master's concern. Thank you for your care, young master. For so many years, I have received the Tang family's kindness. If I must fall, so be it. I cannot allow the Tang family to be humiliated any longer. Damn it, if you fall, that wretched fellow will be the next to come for me. Today, are these individuals all afflicted with some madness? Why must they provoke him so? Tang Yu was utterly disheartened. Is it truly so difficult to play the role of a villain? The members of the Su family were now seething with rage. A mere bodyguard from their ranks had audaciously overstepped, jeopardizing the entire Su family. In a fit of fury, Su Zhongshan charged forward and forcefully shoved Yi Chen. Yet, Yi Chun remained immovable, steadfast as a mountain, rendering Su Zhongshan's efforts futile. In a fit of exasperation, Su Zhongshan struck Yi Chen's face, bellowing, You wretched creature, get lost. Do not entangle yourself with my daughter again. I have but one son-in-law in my life, and that is Tang Yu. Should you persist, my family shall not show you mercy. The blow, though not physically damaging, was laden with humiliation. A flicker of intense murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Yet, out of respect for Su Zhongshan as his father-in-law, he silently uttered two words in his heart. Endure. Indeed, as the Dragon King, it is paramount to master the art of patience. With a cold expression, he declared, If I am unwelcome here, then I shall take my leave. Upon saying this, he cast a venomous glare at Tang Yu. This scoundrel had deliberately chosen not to intervene, allowing the Su family to confront him. What a cunning scheme. Clearly, he intended to use the Su family to coerce Su Muyu into submission. The humiliation he endured today would be repaid in kind, with blood from both him and the Tang family in the future. Muyu, remember this. No matter what transpires, whenever you require aid, I shall be by your side to protect you. With that final proclamation, Yi Chen strode away. You are truly deranged, and why should I be concerned? Is this your way of confronting me? I understand the profound bond between the two of you, but this is not how one should play around. I implore you, Su Muyu, swiftly depart with your husband, as if you were carrying the high-speed train along with you. Witnessing Yi Chen's departing gaze, Tang Yu inwardly fumed. Beside him, Su Muyu was equally incensed. She had endured this fellow's incessant murmurs for most of the day, incessantly referring to him as your husband. Unable to contain her frustration, she approached Tang Yu and planted a kiss on his cheek, treating him as one would a dog. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick-witted, swiftly shielding his face with his hand, resulting in Su Muyu's kiss landing on the back of his hand instead. Good grief, is your malice so profound? You dare to attempt to kiss on me? He exclaimed. Fortunately, my skills are superior. Do you truly believe you can get away with this today? The two exchanged fierce glances, and the guests erupted in laughter at this comedic spectacle. The thought that his own woman had dared to kiss another man, albeit merely on the back of his hand, was enough to aggravate his nerves. He understood that this act was Su Muyu's desperate attempt to appease the situation, a protective measure against the Tang family. After all, she remained oblivious to his identity and power as the Dragon King. However, the time for revealing his true self was not yet ripe. He needed to continue his subterfuge and gradually uncover the truth behind the massacre of years past. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun departed the Tang residence, harboring a sense of resentment. The Tang family had become obsolete. As the banquet concluded, the members of the Su family approached the Tang family to extend their apologies. Tang Yu, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment, sat on the sofa pondering the absurdity of life. Dog system, are you truly toying with me? Why does today's narrative diverge so drastically from what was promised? He muttered to himself in frustration. In the original narrative, Sumu would undoubtedly regard that sycophant with disdain. However, today she evidently exhibited a remarkable increase in intelligence. To protect her Dragon King, she was willing to make such tremendous sacrifices. Observing Yi Chen's shocked and furious expression as he departed, Tang Yu realized that he would certainly not let her off the hook. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect resulting from the host's alteration of the plot. What are you laughing at? I recalled something joyful. Joyful, my foot. Hand over the rewards. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This insufferable system was becoming increasingly toxic. Following the system's announcement, a car key materialized in Tang Yu's pocket. He glanced at the key, instantly feeling a wave of exasperation. For heaven's sake, all I have at home is money. What use is this trinket to me? Speak up. Has the plot already collapsed? If you insist on asking, I can only say that I am unable to disclose anything. Tang Yu decided to abandon any further communication with this wretched system. This cursed thing was simply out to ensnare him. Just as he began to contemplate his next steps, his mother, Xia Hongying, approached. What are you standing here for? Mu Yu is leaving. Aren't you going to see her off? Let her go, Tang Yu retorted, eager for this woman to depart. If she hadn't deviated from the script today, he would have been able to enjoy a peaceful life by now. And still, he was upset with the Su family. They had indeed mishandled the situation today by allowing a mere bodyguard to cause chaos. Tang Yu's mother frowned. Indeed, it is not merely impolite, it is utterly disrespectful. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he promptly grasped his mother's arm, urging, Mother, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. In my opinion, we must annul this marriage. Otherwise, where shall we place the honor of the Tang family? He secretly reveled in his thoughts. Truly, a mother knows her child well. The Tang clan, with its century-old prestige, would never yield easily. Tang Mu playfully tapped Tang Yu's forehead, chuckling, I am well aware of your feelings for Mu Yu. Our family does not prioritize such trivial matters. Your happiness is of utmost importance. Mu Yu is indeed a commendable young lady. Together, she will surely be a supportive partner. Noticing that Tang Yu was about to protest further, Tang Mu stood up decisively and said, Enough of this pretense. I understand your intentions. I wish you both happiness. And do not forget to visit old Master Wang this afternoon. With that, she strode away, leaving Tang Yu in a state of bewilderment. Such is life, truly a trial, increasingly resembling a sentence. Chapter 5. The Loyal Accomplice. Just as Tang Mu departed, the captain of the bodyguards, He Jin, hurried over, holding a finely crafted redwood box. He placed the box on the table with reverence and stated, Young Master Tang, this is a gift from Madam for old Master Wang. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Yu responded with a nod. The old Master Wang mentioned by his mother referred to the Wang family, one of the 4 prominent families in Suang. The Tang family leads the quartet with unparalleled strength, followed by the Wang family, the Qin family, and finally, the Su family. The Wang and Tang families share a long-standing friendship, with close ties between them. The elder Wang has always held a favorable view of Tang Yu since childhood. Tang Yu suddenly felt a jolt of realization. According to the original storyline, the elder Wang had been afflicted with a debilitating illness that no doctor could cure, prompting the Wang family to seek renowned physicians for his treatment. As the protagonist of an uplifting narrative, Yi Chen possesses remarkable medical skills, effortlessly wielding miraculous abilities such as the Tai Divine Needle. By showcasing his medical prowess, he would undoubtedly heal the elder Wang and secure the Wang family's friendship, thereby laying the groundwork for his conquest of Su and Hangzhou. Alas, must I once again find myself in a position to endure punishment? Tang Yu felt momentarily bewildered, contemplating whether his role as a mere stepping stone had become inadequate. After some reflection, he recalled that in the original plot, he had already met his demise by this point. It would be prudent to let a skilled individual take the lead, should they falter. The Dragon King could then emerge in a display of superiority, thereby emphasizing his extraordinary prowess. This thought offered Tang Yu a modicum of relief. As long as he was not the one to be trampled upon, matters could be negotiated. He had previously attempted to evade the storyline, only to find himself facing a dead end. The rules of the system were clear. One could seek to survive, but evading the narrative was utterly forbidden. Beside him, He noticed the fluctuating expressions on Tang Yu's face and couldn't help but inquire, Tang Xiao, are you all right? I'm fine, Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. That's good to hear, He said with a sigh of relief, then added with a smirk of self-satisfaction, Tang Xiao, I know you're still upset about today's events. Rest assured, I've already sent someone to give that fellow named Yi some trouble. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at He. You sent someone to cause trouble for whom? For that little bodyguard, He replied, brimming with pride. Young Master Tang, did you not claim he was a master? I just summoned over 30 individuals, and this time I will ensure he pays the price. Tang Yu gasped in surprise. Goodness, are you truly afraid I might live to see the conclusion? He gritted his teeth. Very well. That's good. Tang Yu finally exhaled in relief. Damn it. I almost fell for another trick. He scrutinized He closely. The man appeared to be a staunch and loyal traitor from every angle. This fellow cannot remain. Captain He said, it is said that a strong wind reveals the sturdy grass, and tumult distinguishes the faithful minister. I am quite pleased with your performance today. Tang Yu spoke warmly as he embraced He. However, I believe your talents are too grand for the role of a bodyguard captain. How about this? Our Tang family has a mining company in South Africa. Would you assist me in overseeing it? Me? He felt immensely touched. Young Master Tang is indeed magnanimous. Yes, depart tomorrow. I shall make arrangements shortly. Once you arrive, your salary and bonuses will triple. Work diligently for a few years, and we shall see what follows. Tang Yu patted He shoulder firmly. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your trust. I will certainly strive to work hard. Once He departed, Tang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. One traitor has been dealt with. Sent off to Africa. He surely cannot emerge to incite hatred against himself, can he? He glanced at the Rolex on his wrist. The life of the wealthy is so unadorned and monotonous. With the gift placed on the table, Tang Yu headed toward the garage. Soon, a silver Lamborghini Veneno roared out of the Tang residence. The Wang family residence is situated in the suburbs, and it took Tang Yu nearly an hour to arrive at the Wang household. As one of the 4 prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou, the old residence was originally a royal mansion. Over the past century, this estate has undergone several renovations. The last time Tang Yu visited was quite some time ago. After parking his car behind the grand entrance, the bodyguard stationed there immediately recognized him and respectfully greeted. Good day, young Master Tang. May I assist you with parking? Tang Yu casually tossed the car keys to the bodyguard and strode into the Wang family estate, carrying gifts. The interior of the mansion is adorned in the quintessential Suzhou garden style, featuring pavilions, terraces, and serene ponds, creating a breathtakingly beautiful landscape at every glance. As he approached the doorway of the living room, a tall beauty in a qipao emerged just at that moment, and they collided quite unexpectedly. Fortunately, the well-endowed nature of the qipao-clad woman provided a cushioning effect, sparing them both from injury. Upon feeling the remarkable elasticity against his chest, Tang Yu nearly exclaimed in surprise. His gaze instinctively wandered over the enchanting woman. She donned a white laurel qipao, her long, dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Beneath her impeccably exquisite angelic visage lay a figure that could only be described as divine. However, due to her voluptuous form, the fabric of her qipao appeared somewhat strained. Suddenly, the beauty in the qipao widened her eyes at Tang Yu's unexpected remark. What are you saying? She found it hard to believe her ears. This audacious man dared to speak to her in such a manner? I haven't said anything. Are you all right? Tang Yu, slightly bewildered, touched his nose. One issue, who had not seen Tang Yu's lips move, instinctively thought she had misheard and replied with a calm expression. Did I hear incorrectly? What brings you to my home? I came to visit the old gentleman, Tang Yu replied, lifting the gift he held, which suddenly rendered the atmosphere a tad awkward. The enchanting woman before him was Wang Yixue, the eldest daughter of the Wang family, his former girlfriend, and the second female lead of this narrative. Due to the long-standing friendship between the Wang and Tang families, they had known each other since childhood. They attended the same university, where they dated for 2 months during their freshman year. However, after a persistent socialite from school clung to Tang Yu, Wang Yixue misunderstood the situation, leading to their hasty breakup. Subsequently, Tang Yu became renowned in Suong as the quintessential simp. Chapter 6. Wang Yixue. Something seems amiss. My grandfather is still resting. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea, Wang Yixue said, inviting him to sit and then taking the initiative to brew tea for him. A flicker of bitterness crossed her eyes. After their breakup, she and Tang Yu had hardly been in touch. It was only during a class reunion last month that she discovered she had misjudged him all along. Regret gnawed at her heart, for she had never truly let go over the years. Yet it was all too late now, especially after she had just learned of the impending union between the Tang and Su families. Tang Yu, however, was lost in thought, captivated by the graceful manner in which Wang Yixue prepared the tea. Her movements were a visual delight, and clad in a beautifully coordinated qipao. The act of brewing tea transformed into an exquisite performance in her skilled hands. As the voice of Tang Yu echoed with a hint of sarcasm, Wang Yixue's hand trembled, causing her to nearly drop her teacup. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to face Tang Yu. Surely, there could be no mistake. It was undoubtedly his voice. Although he had not spoken aloud, she could hear him with remarkable clarity. "Are you all right?" Tang Yu inquired, noticing her sudden lapse. "I'm fine," Wang Yixue replied, shaking her head, her emotions stirring with excitement. It appeared as though she could perceive this fellow's innermost thoughts, and he regarded her as the epitome of beauty? How amusing. This man had clearly not forgotten her over the years, all while feigning indifference. Filled with a sense of triumph, she provocatively asked, "I heard you were engaged to Sumiyu today? Congratulations on finally achieving your desire." "Ah, well, that's a long story. In any case, marriage is out of the question." Tang Yu vehemently denied the notion. "A marriage? Nonsense. It's all Sumiyu's chaotic antics." He continued. "That troublesome woman is utterly deranged, harboring feelings for someone else while using me as a mere facade." With a sigh, he lamented, "The author must be rather dim-witted. What ex-girlfriend? Such a trivial misunderstanding could easily be clarified. The protagonist can indulge in a harem without issue, yet the antagonist struggles with mere romance." Upon hearing these complaints, Wang Yixue felt an immediate surge of joy. However, she found herself momentarily perplexed regarding the author's antagonists. Pouring a cup of tea for Tang Yu while holding the teapot, Wang Yixue deliberately settled beside him and spoke softly. "What troubles you? Is there discord in your affections?" "No feelings, merely a friendship." "Why do you ask?" Tang Yu replied, sensing something amiss as he slightly furrowed his brow. As a seasoned antagonist, he understood that the best way to survive was to maintain distance from these leading ladies, whether she was the primary heroine or simply another character in the narrative. His tone bore a hint of indifference, yet his inner thoughts betrayed him. Why is she suddenly sitting so close? Our legs are practically touching. She smells delightful. Is that her natural fragrance? Her legs are so fair. Ugh, this outfit as well. It looks good on her. Wang Yixue felt a delightful mix of happiness and shyness. This fellow had never lavished such compliments upon her during their romantic encounters. With a playful smile gracing her lips, she leaned in closer and softly confessed, "It's nothing much. I merely wished to apologize. I misunderstood you back then. It matters not. I'm indifferent. Yet why are you so close?" Tang Yu feigned displeasure. "I'm wearing a sour expression, and you still linger? Is there no dignity left for the heroine of a thrilling tale?" But upon closer inspection, she truly is adorable. Her skin is exceptionally fine. Her eyes are captivating, and her figure and demeanor are beyond reproach. Just please don't come any closer. I genuinely cannot withstand this." Wang Yixue struggled to suppress her laughter. This fellow, while proclaiming disinterest, is undeniably sincere in his physical expressions. How adorable. She is quite enamored with this delightful contrast. Why exhibit such hostility towards her? You are my first love. Am I not permitted a modicum of intimacy? Wang Yixue bit her lip, a visage of grievance, and naturally embraced Tang Yu's arm. "Mind the distance. We are merely friends now." "Goodness, how could you behave this way? Colliding with me is one thing, but now you're grasping my arm. This is cheating. I implore you to act normally. This is not your usual demeanor. Shouldn't you distance yourself from all men except Yuchen? Yet, I envy your hand. How splendid it would be to cradle my head, like a cushion for my thoughts." Wang Yixue could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Her smile rendered Tang Yu utterly spellbound. Indeed, she was breathtakingly beautiful, yet this woman was decidedly peculiar. He had shown her such disdain, and she still tolerated it? The heroines in those exhilarating tales regard all men but the protagonist as mere beasts. If he treated her this way, she ought to have turned her back in anger, severing all ties and perhaps even harboring resentment towards him. Only then could he distance himself from Yi Chun, the favored child of fortune, and survive. In summary, the foremost tenet of survival in such narratives is to never contest the protagonist for a woman. If he could endure, with his resources, would he ever lack for companionship? Life is paramount. What are you laughing at? Tang Yu said sternly, shifting slightly to create space between them. He was genuinely intimidated by her. If Su Mu Yu was acting oddly today, Was Wang Yixue also losing her senses? I am recalling something delightful, Wang Yixue replied with a charming smile. Forget it. I concede. I shall take refuge in the restroom for a while. Tang Yu resolved to exercise his initiative. After all, if he could not confront her, he could at least evade her presence. Just as he was about to rise and make his escape, Wang Yixue preemptively stood up. She had taken only a few steps when, with a sudden exclamation, she stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Huh, truly, you are the quintessential heroine of a light-hearted tale, exemplifying the classic pratfall. Tang Yu chuckled at the scene. A glimmer of mischief flickered across Wang Yixue's face as she cried out in feigned agony, rubbing her ankle and casting a pitiful glance at Tang Yu. Having fallen, aren't you going to help me up? Initially, Tang Yu contemplated declining her request. However, a thought struck him. What if his apparent indifference offended her too deeply, leading her to harbor resentment? Women often possess a tendency for grudges, especially when one is a former boyfriend. If she were to end up with Yuchen and, out of spite, speak ill of him, it would undoubtedly incite animosity. Thus, he approached her with a stern expression and extended his hand to assist Wang Yixue to her feet. As she regained her balance, she unexpectedly stumbled into Tang Yu's embrace. He could only think to himself, what on earth is happening? This script seems rather askew. Is this the treatment befitting a mere antagonist? Stay composed. This must be some form of a cunning ploy, he admonished himself. She is destined to be one of Yi Chen's women. I should help her up and make a swift exit. Wang Yixue, nestled in Tang Yu's arms, felt a spark of irritation upon perceiving his thoughts. One of Yi Chen's women? Who does he think he is? Am I to serve as his harem? How presumptuous. With a look of indignation, she gazed at Tang Yu, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Tang Yu, I believe I've twisted my ankle. It hurts to walk. Chapter 7. The protagonist's schemes are deep. I want to return to the countryside. I'll assist you to the sofa for a rest. Tang Yu stated in a tone devoid of emotion. If I wouldn't support my elderly grandmother, why would I help you? Once I assist you, I shall make my swift exit. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Wang Yixue's eyes narrowed in amusement. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. Tang Yu, I've twisted my ankle. Could you please help me massage it? I cannot. Tang Yu firmly declined. His sole intention today was to linger momentarily and navigate through the plot to earn rewards. Engaging in intimate contact with the second female lead was tantamount to inviting disaster. You are deceiving me. During our college romance, when I sprained my ankle playing tennis, you were the one who helped me feel better. Do you truly despise me so? Wang Yixue lamented, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Indeed. Therefore, if you are genuinely uncomfortable, I can summon your family doctor to attend to you. Tang Yu replied with a nod, his demeanor cold. Yes, yes, just perceive me as someone who detests you, and make haste to distance yourself. Do you understand? Ultimately, we are incompatible. You belong to Yi Chen's harem, while my persona is that of a villainous pawn. If he were to discover this, I would be finished tonight. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts once more, Wang Yixue scoffed internally. You expect me to simply distance myself. However, observing how wary you are of that Yi Chen fellow, I shall resort to a threat. If you refuse to assist me, then I shall inform everyone of your transgressions against me. Just as Tang Yu had lifted his foot, he halted in shock. Whoa, please do not approach it this way. Can we not discuss this rationally? If you go out and speak recklessly, Yi Chen will undoubtedly hold a grudge against me, won't he? I have never encountered a story where a villain competes with the protagonist for a woman and manages to survive. Tang Yu could only implore with earnest words. Ignoring my advice is like a turtle reciting scriptures. I will give you a minute to consider, or else I shall post on my social media. Wang Yixue waved her phone teasingly. Posting would lead to a dead end, while a foot massage still offered a glimmer of hope. Damn it, let us do it. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu resolved to choose the latter. A massage is fine, but don't let it slip outside. Tang Yu cautioned. Reluctantly sitting on the sofa and grasping Wang Yixue's delicate foot, placing it on his lap. As he gently massaged her ankle, Tang Yu's peripheral vision took in Wang Yixue's stunning figure. When they were dating, she hadn't developed such an impressive physique, had she? What has she been eating these past few years? And why is she wearing safety shorts under that cheongsam? What happened to trust between people? Wang Yixue, reclining on the sofa, felt a tinge of shyness as she indulged in the foot massage. This coy individual, seemingly impervious to soft persuasion, was in fact quite responsive. Hearing Tang Yu's increasingly audacious thoughts, she found it hard to resist. Is there going to be a next time? Tang Yu widened his eyes, as if challenging her. Was she really trying to provoke him? Wan Ishue narrowed her eyes and broke into a joyful smile. Being privy to this fellow's inner musings and having grasped his secret, how could she let him off so easily? Humph. Oh, dog system, come out here. Why has Wang Ishue's character also fallen apart? Tang Yu roared inwardly, what the hell? Another pawn seeking to get himself beaten to death. Suddenly, the system let out a chuckle. At that moment, Wang Ishue's phone, resting on the table, began to ring. She answered the call and spoke for a few moments before frowning. Understood, let us postpone the new energy meeting by another half an hour. I'll arrive shortly. After hanging up, she flashed a sweet smile at Tang Yu. There's an urgent meeting at the company that I must attend. I'll come find you later. You just carry on with your business. Tang Yu was more than eager for her to leave. New energy project? Oh, this is the trap set by Wang Rulong and Yi Chun, isn't it? To invest in this project. The Wang family's 500 billion in cash flow has been entirely tied up, resulting in a severe crisis for Tongwang Group. Wang Rulong seizes the opportunity to usurp power while Yi Chun plays the Good Samaritan, assisting Wang Ishue in resolving the crisis and successfully bringing her into his harem. Then, he eliminates Wang Rulong, ultimately securing the Wang family for himself, right? Just as Wang Ishue prepared to leave, her body trembled, and her eyes filled with shock. How did Tang Yu know all of this? This investment was the highest-level secret within the company. Only a select few were privy to it. The driving force behind this project was none other than her cousin, Wang Rulong. Wang Ishue bit her lip, her gaze towards Tang Yu now tinged with admiration and gratitude. He must have been secretly looking out for her, utilizing the Tang family's influence to uncover these truths. She wanted to clarify everything with Tang Yu and express her heartfelt thanks, but when she opened her mouth, no sound emerged. In a moment of desperation, she could only greet Tang Yu before hastily departing for the company to investigate the matter. As she left, her expression was as cold as frost, her heart brimming with murderous intent. What a formidable Wang Rulong! What an audacious Yi Chun! If I uncover the truth, none of you shall escape. Once Wang Ishue departed, Tang Yu immediately exhaled a sigh of relief, reclining on the sofa and chuckling to herself. Master, I have attained enlightenment. Although Wang Ishue appeared somewhat unusual today, the plot had been set in motion. When Yi Chun arrives at the Wang residence and showcases his charisma, the aura of dominance he exudes will surely captivate Wang Ishue. At that moment, she will undoubtedly compare him to herself and instantly develop a fondness for Yi Chun. As for their trivial past, she certainly would not disclose it to Yi Chun. Tang Yu mused contentedly. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Tang Yu glanced towards the entrance, only to discover a petite and beautiful girl. Despite her diminutive stature, certain attributes were remarkably well developed, causing her to sway slightly as she walked. Clad in a delightful Lolita outfit, she resembled a stunning maiden straight out of an anime. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the girl immediately broke into a sweet smile and greeted her. Hello, Tang Yu Gij. Oh, Xiaoya. Long time no see. She was none other than Zhang Xiaoya, the most renowned female physician in Suang. At merely 20 years of age, her medical skills ranked among the top 10 in the nation. Her grandfather, Jiang Tianyi, was a towering figure in traditional Chinese medicine, revered as a medical sage. With exceptional skills and extraordinary beauty, such a celestial being was destined to be part of the harem of the Dragon King, Yi Chun. Chapter 8. With such allies, who fears the great undertaking? Indeed, this embodies the quintessential trope of a light novel. The protagonist effortlessly charms women wherever he goes. At the police station, he encounters a captivating policewoman, and aboard an airplane, he is attended by an enchanting flight attendant. All these enchanting figures in his harem come from illustrious backgrounds. Once they fall for him, their families also step forward to support him. As he gathers his harem, he simultaneously aims to conquer the prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou to serve as his backing, aiding his ascent in the realm of Huaxia. How has Grandfather Tang been recently? Has he been taking the medicine I prescribed regularly? Jiang Xiaoya inquired sweetly as she approached Tang Yu. Yes, indeed. I must express my gratitude. My grandfather has significantly improved after taking the medicine you provided. Tang Yu replied with a warm smile, thanking Jiang Xiaoya earnestly. Tang Yu, why are you being so courteous with me? Jiang Xiaoya playfully rolled her eyes at him, slightly displeased by his formality. The Jiang family has a long-standing tradition of medicine, being a distinguished family in Suzhou and Hangzhou for over a century, maintaining a close relationship with the Tang family. Thanks to the protection of the Tang family, no one dares to trouble the Jiang family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Conversely, whenever a member of the Tang family falls ill, the Jiang family is the first to offer assistance. Moreover, She and Tang Yu have known each other since childhood. Their bond akin to that of siblings. Huh, if I don't treat you with some courtesy, I'll be in for a bad day. After all, you are one of Yi Chun's harem. That rascal truly is a heartless womanizer. Alas, my dear little sister Xiaoya is far too precious for him. The foolish author must have a mind clouded with nonsense. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoya was taken aback by a cascade of inner thoughts. I am part of Yi Chen's harem? Who on earth is Yi Chen? She widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing at Tang Yu. Tang Yu, what are you talking about? I haven't said anything. Tang Yu rubbed his nose, pondering why these women seemed so peculiar today. Jiang Xiaoya was also a bit bewildered. She had clearly heard the unmistakable voice of Tang Yu's brother. Fortunately, at that moment, a caregiver from the Wang family approached. Upon seeing Jiang Xiaoya, she hurried over and respectfully said, Dr. Jiang has arrived. Old Master Wang has just awakened. Would you like to rest a moment before proceeding? Let's go now. Jiang Xiaoya replied, patting her small case filled with silver needles and various tools. I will accompany you. Tang Yu quickly grabbed his own gift and followed suit. After traversing several corridors, the trio arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard, the residence of Old Master Wang. At the entrance, a couplet handwritten by Old Master Wang adorned the door. Studying is commendable. Farming is commendable. Mastering both is ideal. Entrepreneurship is challenging. Maintaining success is challenging. Knowing the difficulty is not. Tang Yu cast a glance at the couplet and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This was clearly a setup by the author. When the Dragon King Yi Chun arrived later, he would surely remember the couplet and engage Old Master Wang in conversation about it. Consequently, Old Master Wang would regard Yi Chun as exceptionally talented, a jack of all trades, destined for greatness. Wishing to forge a brotherly bond with him, if not born on the same day, then at least. Just as he finished rolling his eyes, several members of the Wang family approached from behind, and naturally, the Dragon King Yi Chun was among them. Oh, is that not little Yu? Here to visit the old master? Upon seeing Tang Yu, the Wang family members greeted him with smiles. Greetings, uncle and aunt. Tang Yu promptly smiled and greeted the elder members of the Wang family. Standing at the back of the crowd, Yi Chen's gaze turned icy and filled with malice upon spotting Tang Yu. He had initially intended to eliminate this wealthy heir who dared to vie for the affections of his beloved today. However, he suppressed his murderous intent, opting instead for a more gradual approach. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment, after which Tang Yu wisely averted his gaze. According to the typical narrative, the antagonist would usually seize the opportunity to belittle Yi Chun. Yet, he was not foolish. After all, the author cherished this character dearly. Why provoke him? The group soon entered the small courtyard, where they quickly found the elderly Mr. Wang lying on his sickbed, due to his partial paralysis. He had lost sensation in one half of his body and was unable to move freely from the bed. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of comfort seeing everyone come to visit him. He greeted them with a smile, though his speech was somewhat slurred. Father, please rest and refrain from speaking. Your health is paramount. Indeed, today Dr. Jiang has come to treat you, and he will surely help you recover. Grandfather, focus on your recovery. Once Xiaoya has healed you, I will come and play chess with you. Tang Yu hurriedly offered his greetings, feeling that he had accomplished a significant portion of his task for the day. All that remained was to quietly observe Yi Chen's display of arrogance. At that moment, Yi Chen stood at the back, assessing the state of Mr. Wang's health. As a versatile expert, his medical skills were undoubtedly top-notch. His mastery of diagnosis through observation and inquiry had reached an exceptional level, allowing him to discern the patient's ailments without even taking a pulse. Beside him stood Wang Rulong, the only son of the Wang family's second branch. He possesses an attractive appearance, his visage bearing a hint of androgyny, undoubtedly fitting the archetype of a wealthy and handsome man. In terms of talent, he ranks quite favorably among the affluent second generation in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yet, when compared to Wang Yixue, he pales in significance. The Wang family once held the third position among the four prominent families, unable to rival the Qin family. However, after Wang Yixue joined the company, the family's assets surged by 800 billion in merely 3 years, highlighting her remarkable acumen in business. Her brilliance cast Wang Rulong into the shadows, rendering him mediocre by contrast. Resentful and unwilling to accept this disparity, Wang Rulong ultimately chose to conspire with outsiders in a bid to seize control of the Wang family, leading to an inevitable downfall. Alas, as a fellow antagonist, I find myself somewhat sympathetic towards you. Tang Yu observed Wang Rulong and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Unfortunately, Wang Rulong lacked the fortune of the protagonist and could not hear Tang Yu's unvoiced sentiments. At this moment, he felt somewhat anxious and quietly inquired of Yi Chun, "Brother Yi, do you have confidence in treating my grandfather's illness?" According to their plan, Yi Chun would save his grandfather, gain his appreciation, and then draw closer to Wan Ishue. Ultimately, he would possess both the beauty and the kingdom. Yi Chun calmly extended his palm. 50%? Wang Rulong was momentarily taken aback. Such a low success rate was rather disconcerting. "What I mean is, everything is under control," Yi Chun replied, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. How foolish, he thought. No wonder he was dim-witted enough to invite a wolf into the fold and seek collaboration with me. Once I have won over Wang Yishua, you shall be the second obstacle I crush beneath my heel. The first, of course, is that scoundrel named Tang nearby. Truly impressive, Brother Yi, Wang Rulong said, smiling with genuine admiration. With such a teammate, what worries could one have about achieving great things? Chapter 9. Why is this calamity fixated on me again? Yi Chun could hardly muster the energy to cast him a glance. These so-called second-generation wealthy scions were nothing but empty shells. Their successes were built upon the corpses of countless others, and they themselves were but the decay beneath his feet. His gaze had already shifted to Jiang Xiaoya, a flicker of desire igniting in his eyes. Upon returning to Suzhou and Hangzhou, he promptly instructed his subordinates to gather information for him. This dossier meticulously catalogued the renowned beauties of the region, and to his delight, Jiang Xiaoya ranked amongst the top 10. She was a woman Yi Chun had earmarked for his harem, not solely for her beauty, but also for the connections through her grandfather. Of course, his interest in her grandfather was not born from lust. Rather, he coveted the influence of the Jiang family. A lineage of esteemed physicians, they had saved countless prominent figures. Should he win Jiang Xiaoya's favor, this network would prove invaluable to him. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoya was wholly absorbed in diagnosing the venerable Wang Laozu. After a brief examination, she discerned the nature of his ailment. As she withdrew her hand, Wang Rulong eagerly inquired, "Jiang Shini, how is my grandfather?" The stroke has caused a blockage in his meridians, compounded by various other complications leading to partial paralysis. However, it's not insurmountable. I will utilize the 13 ghost needles to clear the meridians, Jiang Xiaoya explained as she opened her case to retrieve her silver needles. She then beckoned to Tang Yu, calling, "Brother Tang Yu, come assist me in sterilizing the needles." I'm not sure I can manage." Though a man should not express his inadequacies, Tang Yu genuinely felt unqualified for the task. In exasperation, he lay comfortably, only to find himself unexpectedly caught in the crossfire. "Hurry over. Weren't you quite adept at this before? You are the only one who knows my acupuncture sequence," Jiang Xiaoya urged. At that moment, Tang Yu would have preferred to be the one incapacitated, but in front of everyone, he felt reluctant to decline such a trivial request, lest he appear unfilial towards the esteemed Elder Wang. As he approached with the silver needles, ready to sterilize them, he noticed Yi Chun casting a glare filled with malice in his direction. "Damn it, why is Lin Bei to blame for this?" Tang Yu lamented inwardly, feeling the weight of misfortune upon him. Yi Chun, on the other hand, clenched his teeth in silence, infuriated by the audacity of this Tang fellow, who dared to encroach upon the woman he cherished. "Ensure all doors and windows are securely shut, and everyone, please step back a bit and don't crowd around," Jiang Xiaoya instructed, initiating the process of acupuncture. As she prepared to begin, she took a deep breath, but Yi Chun interrupted her with a calm demeanor. "Jiang, are you planning to employ the 13 ghost needles on Elder Wang's Tianju acupoint to treat his paralysis?" he inquired. "Yes, what of it?" Jiang Xiaoya replied, slightly frowning, her focus disrupted and feeling somewhat irked. "I believe it to be inappropriate. You may not fully grasp the true nature of the Elder's condition. Administering needles this way could potentially harm the patient. If you lack confidence, I suggest allowing me to take over," Yi Chun asserted. His words elicited discontent among the Wang family members, who began to reprimand him. "What manner of being are you to presume to instruct the illustrious Jiang Shini in the art of healing? It is truly a farce. I had never encountered anyone audacious enough to attempt such a feat. Who brought this individual here? Expel him at once." There it is, the classic ploy first. Step forth to garner animosity. After inciting resentment, a wager shall be placed. Allow Xiaoyu to continue her treatment, and when complications arise, he will then intervene to showcase his prowess, thereby earning the admiration of the Wang family, and Xiaoyu will inevitably be captivated by his medical expertise. However, It must be noted that Xiao Yu's treatment was not without merit. My only concern lies in the potential harm to the elder's health, stemming from her overly cautious approach. A more vigorous technique, stimulating the exterior choke point to expel the stagnant blood, would suffice. Tang Yu quietly scoffed to herself. Upon hearing these thoughts from Xiao Yu, her expression turned exceedingly peculiar. Following the reprimand from the crowd, Yi Chun, though seething with indignation, maintained an air of nonchalance. How else could he convey his superior demeanor? Wang Rulong promptly interceded on his behalf. A middle-aged man bellowed in admonition. Oh! Yi Chun scoffed upon hearing this, retorting coldly. How can you assert that my medical skills are inferior to hers when Jiang Shini is younger than I? Shall we make a wager? What shall we wager? If Jiang Shini fails in her healing, I shall save the elder, and you will owe me an apology. And if she succeeds? If she succeeds, I, Yi Chun, shall depart from the Wang family. Agreed. It is settled, the middle-aged man declared, his voice laden with fury. If even the renowned Jiang physician cannot remedy the situation, only her grandfather's direct intervention would suffice. Observing that his scheme was advancing smoothly, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming sense of pride within. How else could he ensure that these esteemed families regard him with newfound respect? This is the essence of psychology. Casting a glance at the displeased Jiang Xiaoya, he flashed his signature, charmingly sinister smile. Jiang physician, why not engage in a wager with me? Whatever the stakes, I, Yi Chun, shall never break my word. Having listened to Tang Yu's heartfelt confessions for quite some time, Jiang Xiaoya grasped the general circumstances. At that moment, she felt no fondness for Yi Chun, even finding his smile excessively greasy. A wager? As a healer, how could one trivialize the sacred art of medicine by using it as a stake? My apologies. But I do not gamble. Please be quiet and do not disrupt my treatment. Unfazed by Jiang Xiaoya's frosty demeanor, Yi Chun remained undeterred. Soon, when he showcased his medical prowess and won her over, she would inevitably become infatuated with him. After all, women are inherently drawn to the strong. Meanwhile, Wang Rulong was filled with trepidation, for this was the Jiang physician. He had initially intended for Yi Chun to take the lead, treating his grandfather first, thereby ensuring his own commendation as the referent. However, witnessing the confident, devilish smile on Yi Chun's face, he too felt a surge of optimism. Look, Brother Yi is smiling like that, which indicates that everything is under his control. Truly remarkable, Brother Yi. Alas, it seems I have not misremembered after the treatment. The old gentleman will still have some residual blood that needs to be expelled, and Xiao Yu's treatment strategy has encountered a minor oversight. In just a few minutes, it will be Yi Chun's moment to shine, and thus Xiao Yu will develop a favorable impression of him, ultimately becoming part of his harem. The heartfelt voice of Tang Yu resonated once more. After listening, Jiang Xiaoya maintained a stoic expression, directing her focus onto the silver needles in her hand. As a family renowned for their medical prowess, the Jiang clan possessed the ultimate technique known as the 13 ghostly needles. In no time, her hands moved with the swiftness of a fleeting shadow, each needle falling in rapid succession. After deftly administering all 13 needles, the countenance of old Master Wang began to shift dramatically. The members of the Wang family in the room grew anxious in response. Chapter 10. His double standards remain unwavering. Approximately 5 minutes later, old Master Wang's left hand suddenly lifted slightly. Witnessing this, the Wang family gasped in unison. Indeed, Jiang the Divine Doctor's skills were extraordinary. Remarkable. The old master has finally recovered. Jiang the Divine Doctor is truly formidable. Some individuals merely boast without substance, rendering themselves a source of ridicule. The middle-aged man who had previously wagered against Yi Chun let out a heavy snort. Yi Chun smirked, displaying a look of disdain. The 13 ghostly needles are undeniably impressive. Yet, my Tai Divine Needle is the supreme technique of the world. This young girl, Jiang Xiaoya, pales in comparison to me. When she eventually becomes my woman, I would not hesitate to impart my unparalleled knowledge to her. As Jiang Xiaoya removed the silver needles from old Master Wang's hand, she inquired, "How do you feel now, old Master Wang?" "Much more comfortable. I can speak now," he replied, his voice trembling yet notably more fluent than before. "That's wonderful," Jiang Xiaoya nodded, offering her encouragement. "In a moment, I shall prepare a prescription for you. You are to take it diligently for 3 months, as this ailment requires a gradual recovery." Upon finishing her words, she retrieved paper and pen from a small box, beginning to inscribe the medication. "Young man surnamed Yi, do you have anything further to say?" At that moment, the middle-aged man stepped forward, fixating his gaze upon Yi Chun. "I will not make things difficult for you. Allowing you to crawl out would tarnish the dignity of the Wang family. However, you must apologize to Dr. Jiang. Oh, Yuchen scoffed, extending 3 fingers. Are you certain you've cured him? Let us make a wager. I will count to 3, and if the old gentleman shows no signs of distress after 3 minutes, I shall kneel and apologize. Still desperate to resist, are we? Very well. The middle-aged man began timing, unable to endure the arrogance of this young man any longer. The Wang family members glared at him with palpable anger, eagerly anticipating the moment the timer would signal their victory. Upon hearing Yi Chen's words, Jiang Xiaoya understood immediately. This echoed the sentiments of her brother, Tang Yu. Swiftly, she grasped the wrist of the elder, reassessing his condition. Indeed, some of the stagnant blood was beginning to coalesce. Previously, she had considered that the old gentleman's frail state necessitated a gradual approach with traditional Chinese medicine. However, given the current developments, she was compelled to alter her treatment strategy. Brother Tang Yu, please prepare another silver needle for me, she instructed, raising her gaze to him. Of course. Tang Yu nodded, though a hint of confusion crossed his face. What does she require another silver needle for? Has she already discerned the underlying issue? Upon hearing Tang Yu's unvoiced thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya's lips curved into a smile. I must extend my gratitude to you, my esteemed brother Tang Yu. Were it not for your guidance, I would remain oblivious to this matter. With unwavering precision, she directed the silver needle towards the outer hill point on the old gentleman's calf. Upon the insertion of the needle, a substantial area of his calf flushed crimson. Jiang Xiaoya swiftly followed with several more punctures, and soon, dark blood began to flow profusely from the old gentleman's leg. As she reached for a towel, Jiang Xiaoya extended her hand. Tang Yu promptly handed her the towel, and she began to wipe away the congealed blood from the old gentleman. Upon witnessing Jiang Xiaoya's actions, Yi Chun was struck dumb. Could it be that the fool was himself? This woman shouldn't have been able to uncover such a hidden ailment. If her medical skills were indeed so remarkable, she should have resolved the matter in one fell swoop. This defies all logic. He found himself utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how events had unfolded in such a manner. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man standing behind him noticed that the 3 minutes had elapsed and, with a grim countenance, remarked, Esteemed Dr. Yi, the 3 minutes have passed. Should you not fulfill your promise? Yi Chun was instantly engulfed in embarrassment. Today, he had intended to pose as a sage, conquering the Wang family while simultaneously winning over a beautiful woman. Now, he found himself truly cornered. As the Dragon King, he had never bowed his head to anyone in his lifetime. The notion of kneeling in apology was utterly inconceivable. However, a thought crossed his mind. Jiang Xiaoya would undoubtedly become his woman in the future. Bowing to his wife was a concession he could reluctantly accept. Thus, he feigned nonchalance and chuckled, "Ha. I did not anticipate that Suzhou and Hangzhou would harbor such a true master as Dr. Jiang. Today, I must admit my oversight, and I extend my sincerest apologies to you, Dr. Jiang. The legendary 13 ghost needles indeed live up to their reputation, in my opinion. They are not inferior to my Tai divine needle." With that, he extended a hand, and a silver needle began to float above his palm, an exquisite manifestation of the Tai divine needle's unparalleled technique in the art of qi manipulation. Witnessing this spectacle, the Wang family members were filled with astonishment. It has begun, has it? A swift diversion of topics, I see. However, Xiaoyu is indeed captivated by the art of medicine. With this display of the Tai divine needle, she will undoubtedly become curious about him. Ah, you truly are the Dragon King. Your charm with the ladies is unparalleled. Tang Yu's voice of sarcasm rang out swiftly. Jiang Xiaoya's countenance flickered with a hint of annoyance. This fellow thinks he can pursue her? She had already endured Tang Yu's incessant chatter about her supposed fondness for this Yi Chun and her potential place in his harem. Yet, at this moment, her impression of Yi Chun was utterly abysmal. A man who possesses medical skill yet lacks medical ethics, treating patients while wagering on their ailments. Such a person is nothing short of trash. How dare he aspire to win her affection? She feigned surprise, exclaiming, "How impressive. You must surely keep your word, right? Aren't you supposed to kneel and apologize?" What? Tang Yu, caught in the act of eavesdropping, was momentarily dumbfounded. What the heck, Xiaoyu, this is outrageous. What kind of bizarre maneuver is this? He has just showcased the Tai divine needle. Shouldn't you both be engaging in a friendly exchange of medical knowledge to strengthen your bond? At this moment, Yi Chen's heart blazed with fury. Overwhelmed by his emotions, the silver needle in his grasp could no longer withstand his internal energy and twisted under the strain. How dare a woman humiliate him in such a manner? Were it not for his interest in her and her family's connections, she would have already met her demise. At this moment, Wang Rulong stepped forward to mediate, exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "It was merely a jest. Everyone should not take it to heart. Both of you are esteemed healers and ought to engage in more scholarly exchanges. Indeed, jesting should not be taken seriously." The middle-aged man's expression softened considerably, as he too recognized the audacity of the young man, who undeniably possessed genuine talent. By stepping in to smooth things over, it would be easier to seek assistance from him in the future. Yi Chen's demeanor relaxed a bit, and with a smile, he remarked, "That was just a moment of heated words. However, if Miss Jiang does not mind, I would like to invite you for a casual dinner this evening as an apology." Haha, a man of his word, truly the Dragon King, as expected of you. If it were the antagonist, losing a bet would mean nothing. Being beaten to a pulp would be too lenient. After failing to charm the ladies, you devised another ploy. You are a clever rascal, a veritable pile driver. I must concede. Tang Yu rolled her eyes in exasperation, her internal mockery reaching a fever pitch. "I mind," Jiang Xiaoye retorted with a cold huff, resolutely declining the invitation. After listening to her brother's incessant murmuring, she had already discerned the nature of the situation. Yi Chen felt both awkward and infuriated, but fortunately, someone entered at that moment, breaking the uncomfortable atmosphere. Wang Yishua walked through the door, her gaze carrying a hint of frost. Chapter 11. Your smile is quite disgusting. Upon seeing Wang Yishua, Yi Chen's anger dissipated instantaneously, replaced by a different kind of desire. He had encountered numerous beautiful women, yet none could wear a cheongsam as exquisitely as she did. Truly, she was the woman he had set his sights on. Before long, she would be taken in by the Wang family. Upon noticing Wang Yishua's gaze directed at him, he immediately displayed his signature devilishly charming smile. This was indeed his greatest weapon in enticing women, a smile perfected after countless rehearsals before the mirror. It carried an air of rebelliousness, a chilling allure that piqued a woman's curiosity just the right amount. Seriously, can you not smile like that? Does your mouth have to be crooked? I may not be able to beat you, but if I could, I'd tape your mouth shut. This is truly a brainless book written by a moronic author. I'm amazed that such a smile could attract a woman. Tang Yu couldn't help but mentally critique the smile as she watched from the side. Upon hearing her thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye struggled to keep her head down, stifling her laughter. Wang Yishua also caught wind of Tang Yu's inner musings, yet she was in no mood for amusement. After conducting her own investigation, she discovered that what her cousin Wang Rulong had been promoting as a new energy project was, in fact, a trap. She needed to delve deeper. Otherwise, insufficient evidence would only serve to alert the enemy. She approached the bedside and gently took hold of old Master Wang's hand, expressing her concern. "Grandfather, are you feeling any better?" "Much improved, just a bit fatigued," old Master Wang replied, his speech becoming increasingly fluent, though his tone remained somewhat feeble. "Then please rest well. We shall visit you later," Wang Yishua softly urged, tucking the blanket around him. A group of them exited the small courtyard, leaving only the caregiver to tend to the elderly gentleman. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoye's mobile alarm rang. She glanced at her phone, greeted everyone, and prepared to leave. "Jiangshini, take care. Do come visit us more often," the Wang family members said with smiles. Jiang Xiaoye nodded and playfully winked at Tang Yu, saying, "Brother Tang Yu, why don't you greet me?" "Ah, goodbye," Tang Yu replied, forcing a smile and waving. "Alas, it's not that I don't want to greet you, but I dare not. Yi Chen, that fool, considers you his woman. If I get too close, he might retaliate." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoye felt a wave of nausea. To consider herself his woman? Ugh, how disgusting. At that moment, Yi Chen was seething with anger, wishing he could punch Tang Yu. How could the woman he cherished refer to another as brother so affectionately? Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor and proactively greeted Jiang Xiaoye. "Jiangshini, if convenient, I would like to visit your residence in a few days. I have heard that the venerable Jiang Laoxing possesses extraordinary medical skills, and I wish to learn from him." "Not convenient. Unwelcome. And you are not permitted to come." Jiang Xiaoye instantly changed her expression, coldly dismissing Yi Chen with a few curt words before turning to leave. The sight of him now repulsed her. Yi Chen felt a surge of frustration, grappling with an impulse to lash out. This was the first time in his life that pursuing a woman had been so unsuccessful. However, he refrained from acting out, knowing his pursuit was not over yet. Wang Yishua was still present. He cast a glance at Wang Rulong beside him. Wang Rulong swiftly realized the situation and approached Wang Yishua with a smile. "Ah, sister, allow me to introduce a talented young man, the esteemed Dr. Yichun. His medical skills rival those of Dr. Jiang. Yichun took a deep breath. Regaining his signature charming smile, he stepped forward to Wang Yixue, extending his hand. "Hello, Miss Wang." Wang Yixue merely cast him a cold glance, showing no inclination to shake hands. Her tone was icy as she remarked, "Has no one informed you of something? What is it? Your smile is quite repulsive." The smile on Yichun's face instantly froze, and the atmosphere turned palpably awkward, leaving him questioning his very existence. Repulsive? This remark struck a blow to his pride, as it was the very essence of his allure, his surefire tactic for courting women. Unable to contain herself, Tang Yu burst into laughter. "Finally, someone has voiced what I've been thinking." Yichun immediately turned to glare at him, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "What are you laughing at?" He growled through clenched teeth. I recalled something amusing," Tang Yu stuttered, feeling the pressure of Yichun's glare. Internally, he began to curse. "Why are you glaring at me? I didn't insult you." He continued to grumble to himself. "Besides, your smile is genuinely repugnant. Can't you see it in the mirror? What kind of attitude is this? Why are you being hostile towards Mr. Tang?" "Exactly. Show some decorum, Mr. Tang. Has T said anything to you? What is so impressive about having some medical skills? We'd prefer if such individuals stayed away from the Wang family." Several members of the Wang family, witnessing his fierce demeanor towards Tang Yu, immediately began to voice their discontent and reproach. Tang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, nearly moved to tears. You truly care for me too much. Please refrain from such fervent defense in the future. If you continue to do so, I may very well lose my life." After being collectively ridiculed by the Wang family, Yichun's gaze towards Tang Yu grew increasingly malevolent. The frustrations he endured today were entirely related to this young man. However, recalling the purpose of his visit, he swiftly suppressed the murderous intent brewing within him. "Miss Wang, it seems we have some misunderstandings between us. I hope we can discuss this further at a more opportune time." Yichun smiled and nodded at Wang Yixue before striding away. Once Yichun departed, Wang Rulong's expression turned exceedingly awkward. The plan he had concocted with Brother Yi had not progressed even a single step. In fact, this fellow had managed to offend young Master Tang, leaving him quite distressed. "Allow me to see Brother Yi off." After exchanging pleasantries with his family, he hurriedly rushed to catch up with Yichun, offering consolation. "Brother Yi, today as events took an unexpected turn, do not take it to heart." Being told directly by a woman that his smile was repulsive had inflicted psychological trauma upon him. He found it increasingly difficult to display the confident, devilish grin he once possessed. Could it be that the unkind treatment from these women today was truly a result of his unappealing smile? Was this demeanor unacceptable in this country? Chapter 12. Once again trapped by her. No, that cannot be the case, Wang Rulong pondered, utterly perplexed. So, is my smile genuinely that disgusting? Yichun barely restrained himself from delivering a fierce slap to this insufferable fool. His expression darkened as he coldly glared at Wang Rulong, questioning him. "The young man, surnamed Tang, shares a connection with your family. An ex-boyfriend?" Upon hearing these three words, a murderous intent enveloped Yichun's gaze. The most intolerable thing for him was the thought of his woman having shared intimate moments with another man. What a formidable figure Tang Yu is. "You are deliberately opposing me, aren't you? The woman I desire. You seem intent on not letting go of anyone." However, as a skilled practitioner of medicine, he discerned that Wang Yixue was still a maiden, which somewhat eased his troubled heart. After pondering for a moment, Yichun spoke. "Let us not hasten our plans. I will first deal with the young man surnamed Tang to prevent him from disrupting our agenda." "Indeed, Brother Yi, your wisdom is unparalleled," Wang Rulong sincerely praised. With the Tang family's trillion-yuan assets at stake, if they were to extend their assistance in resolving the Wang family's difficulties, would not our plans with Yichun be rendered futile? "So, what do you intend to do, Brother Yi?" Wang Rulong inquired curiously. "You will know once the Tang family collapses," Yichun replied with an indifferent smile, unwilling to elaborate further. After departing from the Wang family, he stood by the roadside and took out his phone to make a call. When the call connected, a sweet female voice greeted him. "Dragon King, what can I do for you?" "Qiyin, how's the infiltration of the Tang group progressing?" "It has been successfully accomplished. My current role is that of the general manager's secretary." "Excellent. I grant you 1 week to gather what I require. In a month, I want Su Hang to be devoid of the Tang family." Meanwhile, at the Wang family residence, Tang Yu suddenly sneezed. "Damn it! Who is speaking of me?" Rubbing his nose, Tang Yu pondered inwardly. The narrative of the canine system has reached its conclusion, where, One might wonder, are the rewards? This time, Tang Yu was quite pleased with the bounty. Invulnerability to poisons is indeed a splendid boon. In urban fantasy literature, which protagonist does not wield toxins? Especially someone like Yi Chun, who possesses medical skills. With such an advantage, the hope of surviving until the grand finale has increased significantly. In a buoyant mood, Tang Yu was about to make his exit when Wang Yixue obstructed his path. Do you require something? Tang Yu inquired, his expression turning frosty. Sister, why do you block my way? I am aware of your secret admiration for me. However, that is futile, for I am a man you can never possess. Your destiny lies not with me, but with Yi Chen. Do you comprehend? Although I am uncertain why you find his laughter distasteful today. It is only a matter of time before you become enamored with his charming smile. Wang Yixue's lips curled into a subtle smirk. A man that cannot be obtained? I shall make it my mission to possess him. As for being enamored with Yi Chen's smile, ugh, he can keep it. Is it not permissible to seek a conversation with you? Do you truly despise me, your former girlfriend, so much? She lamented, her demeanor exuding a semblance of sorrow. Why pose such an obvious question? Tang Yu scoffed. If I did not harbor disdain for you, I would be courting trouble, my dear sister. I am but a villain. To ensure my survival, I cannot vie for women against the protagonist. We are fated to be strangers, do you understand? Spare me your unreasonable demands. You missed the opportunity to claim my affections back then, and now that chance has vanished. Very well, I comprehend. I shall not press you further. Wang Yixue nodded. But suddenly her brow furrowed as she pointed ahead. Tang Yu instinctively turned her head, her eyes widening in surprise, thinking that Yi Chun was coming to trouble her. To her astonishment, there was no one there. Seizing the opportunity as Tang Yu turned, Wang Yixue deliberately leaned in closer, ensuring that when Tang Yu turned back, her lips would inevitably meet Wang Yixue's face. Meanwhile, she held her phone in hand, recording the moment with the front camera. Thus, the scene of Tang Yu kissing her cheek was captured on video. Oh dear, Tang, how could you do this? Wang Yixue exclaimed. Her face flushed with a blend of panic and shyness. She bit her lip and retreated a couple of steps, quickly saving the video. Hee. Let us see how you escape now. What the hell? Did you set me up? Tang Yu felt utterly dismayed. Seriously? Are you even the heroine? Is this something a person would do? Do you think you're some kind of landlord? I'm certainly not a fool. And you recorded it? I'm doomed. What if that idiot Yi Chen sees it? I'll be finished. Though we Haven Tea shared a night together, we were each other's first love. Surely there is some merit in that? How could you set me up like this? What have I set you up for? Do you think a girl would take the initiative to take advantage of you? Wang Yixue replied with a mischievous smile, feigning innocence. Delete the video, name your price. Tang Yu said darkly, extending her hand. Damn it, it's fortunate that I'm currently a wealthy antagonist. If worst comes to worst, I can resolve this with money. Just perfect. Let Wang Yixue think of me as a materialistic person who only talks about money. Money, you say? In my household, we possess quite a number of these items, and they seem rather unnecessary. Wang Yixue sighed and shook her head. Observing Tang Yu's gloomy expression brought a smile to her lips. However, upon hearing him incessantly mention Yi Chen, her disdain for this individual grew stronger. As a prodigious business genius with a remarkably high IQ, she had finally grasped the essence of her predicament after listening to his heartfelt confessions for quite some time. She was ensnared in a fictional realm, a world dictated by a novel's narrative. According to the original plot, Tang Yu played the antagonist, while she was merely a member of Yi Chen's harem. A harem? What a ludicrous notion. She had already initiated an investigation into Yi Chen's background. The moment an opportunity arose, this fellow would not be permitted to leave Suang alive. Enough of this absurdity. Delete the video. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. Tang Yu glowered and issued a low, threatening growl. What exactly do you want from me? You refuse the money. What is it that you desire? My pure and untainted self? I simply cannot comprehend what else could possibly attract you to me aside from my affluent background, my striking appearance, standing at 6 feet tall. With an impressive physique and extraordinary charisma. Be sensible and release me at once. My family, the Tang clan, is the foremost household in Suang, and our influence is undeniable. Do you understand? Then go ahead and turn against me. If you do, I shall share the video on social media. Wang Yixue playfully waved her phone, a smile dancing on her lips. Is this truly amusing? Do you genuinely believe I would refrain from striking a woman? Tang Yu feigned ferocity, clenching his fists and shaking them. Do you see this? A fist as large as a cauldron, with someone as adorable as you. A single blow would leave you weeping for quite some time. Hurry and delete the video. This is not the conduct befitting a heroine, understand? Chapter 13. Elbow. Step inside with me well. Go ahead and hit me. I'm curious where you intend to strike. Wang Yixue rolled her eyes and remarked. If I were to land a punch, it would indeed leave you weeping for quite some time. Now, what exactly do you want? Speak plainly. Tang Yu vehemently shook her head, her tone laden with gravity. If this video were to circulate, it would truly spell disaster for him. Have you ever witnessed a villain who, after kissing the protagonist, managed to survive? The Minotaur stands no chance against the pure love warrior. Elbow, come with me inside. Wang Yixue had already mastered the art of manipulating Tang Yu, reveling in her inner delight as she urged Tang Yu by the arm. No, I absolutely refuse. Tang Yu shook her head with all her might, every fiber of her being resisting. Don't expect me to capitulate easily. Elbow, come with me inside. Under Wang Yixue's relentless threats, Tang Yu ultimately complied and entered her room. Well, it's just stepping inside. That is far better than the video being leaked. If she truly intends to act recklessly, I shall defend my innocence to the death. How could a noble villain allow the heroine to push her around? Hearing Tang Yu's murmurs, Wang Yixue laughed heartily within. This fellow truly harbored some fanciful thoughts. In Suong, Wang Yixue was undoubtedly a top-tier lady of high repute, with an impeccable demeanor that left no room for criticism. However, her room was quite another matter. This was Tang Yu's first visit to her private quarters. The room was in disarray, items strewn haphazardly, with several articles of clothing carelessly discarded on the bed and sofa. A fleeting glance revealed a black lace panty lying in plain sight. The state of this woman's room is utterly chaotic, with everything strewn about carelessly. However, those black stockings are quite appealing. A cheapao paired with black stockings? I could entirely appreciate that. But wait, are those fishnet stockings? I must confess, I do not favor them. White stockings would be far preferable. Why is your room in such disarray? Can't you allow someone to tidy it up? Tang Yu queried with a deliberately stern expression. He was skeptical, as even the dogs back home would avoid him. Was it truly so difficult to provoke a proud beauty? Wasn't he just preparing to have someone come and clean it up? Wang Yixue responded with a charming smile, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Yu. Tang Yu was taken aback, bewildered at the suggestion that he should tidy up his own room. After all, how could anyone have the opportunity to clean his room when he was so reluctant? Moreover, she had assisted him in tidying up on several occasions during their university days. Wang Yixue laughed triumphantly, resembling a clever little fox that had tricked a crow into parting with its meat. Just this once, she declared. Tang Yu let out a cold huff, deliberately maintaining a stern demeanor as he began to assist with the cleanup. It's merely tidying up the room. Certainly more palatable than engaging in other activities. Though, I must wonder, could there be athlete's foot on those stockings? What if I were to contract it? He mused. Once we finish tidying up, I shall wash my hands thoroughly. At that moment, Wang Yixue, who had been joyfully eavesdropping, suddenly turned somber. You are the one with athlete's foot, she retorted coldly. In the years since our breakup, aside from playing the sycophant to Su Mu Yu, have you interacted with any other women? I am not a mere sycophant of Su Mu Yu. It is merely an act, a guise to facilitate my clandestine interactions with other young women. To be candid, I currently have 4 girlfriends. Tang Yu is acutely aware that women despise fickle-hearted men. And without hesitation, she sullies her own reputation. Are you surprised? Do you find me repulsive? It's laughable. I have been preoccupied with being a sycophant these past few years, and I have scarcely touched a woman's hand. If you're displeased, then hasten to dismiss me. Remember, a man like me, wealthy and handsome, is not to be relied upon. Is that so? I never imagined you to be such a capricious man. It seems I have misjudged you. Wang Yixue's expression shifted from gloomy to bright. You have indeed misjudged me. My pursuit of you back then was merely a passing amusement. As Tang Yu skillfully folded the quilt, she provocatively remarked, All right, you may become angry now. Hurry and send me away. Why torment me? Oh, so when you pursued me back then, what did you find appealing? You thought me easy to deceive. Tang Yu activated her mocking mode. I found you attractive. If it weren't for your beauty, charisma, and splendid figure, who would have pursued you? Humph. You wretched scoundrel. Wang Yixue feigned displeasure, yet internally, she was bubbling with joy. The words spoken may not necessarily reflect the truth, but her thoughts were undeniably sincere. That utterance of wretched scoundrel filled Tang Yu with delight. This woman evidently could not resist him any longer. He needed to devise a way to provoke her further, inciting her anger to hasten his departure. Winning a woman's affection was beyond his capability, but eliciting her disdain was a task well within his reach. With a swift glance his eyes fixated on a charming white lingerie piece. The lewd man is putting on a show, and I refuse to believe you don't find it repulsive? He deliberately brought it up with a lewd grin, turning to Wang Yishue with a lascivious smile. Click. The sound of a camera shutter echoed instantly. Wang Yishue sighed as she held her phone. Oh dear, I accidentally took a picture, capturing the evidence of this crime. With all this behavior, what will become of my purity as a young lady? Tang Yuan was left dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are you deviating from the script? Why capture it with your phone? Isn't the normal response to call me a pervert and tell me to scram? What happened in just a few years? How have you become so scheming? Wake up. This isn't your character. Sigh. What should I do? My ex-boyfriend is harassing me so much. If this gets out, I'll have a hard time living. Wang Yishue sighed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Tang Yuan was already numb. Damn it. This is absolutely not the kind of behavior Wang Yishue would exhibit in the original storyline. I was just joking. Don't take it seriously. Tang Yuan reluctantly put down the undergarment, obediently folding it and placing it with the other clean clothes. Fine. I concede. I want to do anything. Is that all right? I'll just lay low. I initially thought I could avoid Yuchen. Now it seems that besides Yuchen, these female leads must also stay low to evade trouble. Wang Yishue cheerfully whistled twice. With this leverage in hand, surely he'll have to listen to me from now on? Don't even think about escaping. By the way, let us discuss something serious. As Tang Yu finished tidying up, Wang Yishue smiled and remarked, I am considering investing in renewable energy lately. What are your thoughts? Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, she had caught on. Indeed, I am the quintessential antagonist who repays grievances with virtue. The sooner you embark on romance, the sooner I can retire and enjoy life. Renewable energy? A splendid business opportunity. The upcoming decade in the commercial realm will undoubtedly be dominated by renewable energy, and the government is vigorously supporting it. This is a trend one cannot afford to miss. He expressed his admiration by giving a thumbs up. Hurry and delve into renewable energy. Believe in yourself. This project is bound to yield substantial profits. Provided that the partner is reliable. How amusing. You are collaborating with Farce Company, right? That company is utterly unreliable. When the project collapses, it will be Yi Chun who comes to the rescue. I see now. The narrative remains intact. Wang Yishue's conflict with Yi Chun today serves as a prelude for the elevation of their relationship. Once Yi Chun saves Wang Yishue, she will undoubtedly feel immense guilt and thus fall in love with him. Truly, you clever author. Was this all part of your scheme? Chapter 14. Something is missing. Wang Yishue's eyes sparkled with even greater delight. She cheerfully declared, since you are optimistic, I will invest in this project. However, I am still hesitant. Currently, I am considering collaborating with Farce Company from France, but I have an uneasy feeling about their reliability. You are overthinking it. I have had dealings with that company, and they excel in renewable energy research. Collaborating with them will grant access to cutting-edge technology, ensuring that profits are not a concern. Tang Yu said earnestly, is this foolish girl's intuition a bit too sharp? Indeed, the Farce Company harbors issues, but they have all been concealed by Yi Chun. As for their boastful claims regarding new energy technology, it is far from mature and harbors significant safety concerns. To put it bluntly, it is merely a deceitful enterprise. Yi Chun is quite malicious. He deliberately invested billions to gain control of this wretched company to ensnare the Wang family. Wang Yishue was on the verge of bursting into laughter. She felt as though she had completely mastered Tang Yu's mannerisms, as if she possessed a remote control. With the mere press of a button, this individual would react. Well, since you are so certain, it should be fine. I intend to delegate the project to Rulong. Do you believe he is capable of handling it? She looked at Tang Yu and inquired once more. Rulong is renowned in Suong for his intelligence. With his talent, he will undoubtedly excel. Tang Yu fervently praised, his heart brimming with excitement. Allowing Wang Rulong to take over this troublesome project will certainly resolve the matter. If you do not manage it, how will he obscure the project's issues? If I am not mistaken, the vice president surnamed Li in your company is in cahoots with Wang Rulong. He is aware of this situation and has accepted a substantial bribe from him, deliberately creating a smokescreen. Wang Yishue narrowed her eyes, pondering. Vice President Li? There is only one vice president named Li in the company, Li Deshen. He has been with the firm for 30 years. Due to his competence and loyalty to the Wang family, he has gained their trust. In this new energy project, he has been fervently supportive and has engaged in several discussions with himself, asserting that this initiative is sufficient to sustain the Wang family's development for the next 20 years. After arranging the cosmetics on the table, Tang Yu coldly remarked, Now that everything is tidied up, may I take my leave? Well, not bad. You may go. Wan Ishue replied with a cheerful smile. However, Tang Yu did not rush to depart. Instead, he scrutinized her phone, implying, "Aren't you going to delete the videos and photos? What are you staring at? The photos and videos have already been deleted. Don't you think it would be glorious to keep such things?" Wan Ishue pouted in dissatisfaction. Indeed. They must be erased. I absolutely refuse to allow a beauty like you to have her reputation tarnished because of a scoundrel like me. Tang Yu nodded vigorously before turning and sprinting away. By heavens, I have finally escaped the clutches of Wan Ishue. He hummed joyfully, reveling in his newfound freedom. The most beautiful flower of the grassland, the fiery red sariolang. With this, his spirits soared. This development undoubtedly meant that Wang Ishue would ultimately align with Yichun according to the narrative. Although Jiang Xiaoya seemed somewhat out of sorts, Yichun had already mentioned his intention to challenge her grandfather, suggesting that their story would commence from that point. As for Su Muyu, she was undeniably in league with Yichun, truly deserving of the title of the primary heroine. To protect Yichun, she was willing to feign a union with herself. How admirable! Yet, compared to my own cunning, she still fell somewhat short. My wise eyes have seen through it all. Once Yichun wins her over, wouldn't all misunderstandings with me be resolved? Tang Yu pressed the accelerator, and the car surged onto the road, eager to savor the life of the affluent. In the East Sea Group's presidential office, Su Muyu was seated at her desk, meticulously reviewing a document. This pertained to a new real estate investment project requiring an infusion of approximately 1 billion, a considerable sum for the Su family, yet deemed moderate. Her female secretary stood beside her, occasionally stealing glances at Su Muyu's exquisite profile. As a beauty herself, she often felt overshadowed in the presence of Su Muyu's flawless elegance. Why is it that some women can embody such perfection? Just like her name, Muyu. It's already 6 o'clock. Aren't you leaving for the day? Su Muyu suddenly raised her gaze from the document and inquired of her secretary. Huh, the secretary, momentarily taken aback, offered an awkward smile. I didn't hear the knock and thought it was still early. According to tradition, every evening at 6, the young master of the Tang family would come to knock on the door to escort President Su for dinner. For 3 consecutive years, as long as there were no holidays, he would invariably appear. Of course, President Su had never acquiesced to such overtures. Her casual remark left Su Muyu feeling a touch of melancholy. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to custom, that man should have arrived to knock. Normally, she found his persistent pursuit bothersome. Yet today, in his absence, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss, as if something vital was missing. President Su, I heard you and young Master Tang are engaged. Congratulations on finally being together. I'll take my leave now, the secretary said, tidying up her belongings before offering her sincere wishes. Su Muyu let out a soft sound, instantly losing the desire to continue her work, feeling a sense of heaviness in her heart. An arranged marriage? What nonsense! She already understood what that person was thinking. He had clearly liked her for 3 years, and now he simply declared he didn't anymore. This left her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Of course, she knew she couldn't blame him. After all, she had indeed ignored him for 3 years. What is wrong with me? Su Muyu rubbed her temples and picked up her bag to leave the office. As she stepped outside, her subordinates still present in the company greeted her one after another. Hello, President Su. You've worked hard, President Su. Is President Su off work? I heard you and young Master Tang are together. Congratulations. Seeing their eager faces, her heart felt even heavier. She was aware that these people secretly harbored disdain for her and had even given her the nickname Iceberg. Weren't they tired of wearing masks? She then recalled Tang Yu. At least she could hear his true feelings. In a world where everyone else wore masks, he, if anything, was almost bare. Chapter 15. The joy of the rich and handsome after returning to her Maserati. Su Muyu hesitated for a while with her phone in hand before finally locating Tang Yu's WeChat. Are you free tonight? I would like to talk. Tang Yu was currently driving on the road. Suddenly receiving a message from Su Muyu, he glanced at it and was momentarily stunned. What on earth does Su Muyu want from me? Is it about the divorce? You could have said so earlier. Let us quickly explain things to our families. Who wants to discuss the divorce with you? However, she herself was unclear about what she truly wished to discuss with this individual. She merely desired to see him. It is possible to be disliked, yet there is no need to tarnish one's own reputation excessively. What if she were to capture a screenshot and share it on social media, emulating Wang Ishue's audacious antics? Thus, he exhibited the level of decorum one would expect from 9 years of compulsory education and altered his approach. speak plainly, or be on your way. We shall reconnect when the divorce is finalized. This woman's indecision regarding the divorce only served to infuriate Tang Yu. You are acting to protect him while pushing me into the flames. Is this how a person ought to behave? Do you truly despise me so? Su Muyu's anger caused tears to well in her eyes. The stark contrast between his current cold demeanor and his previous warmth was unbearable for her. Isn't it obvious? Who compelled you to deceive me? I detest being used as a shield. Enough. I must go out for drinks with a few friends. If you wish to call off the engagement, just say it outright. I'll reach out through a message in a bottle. With such an attitude, how could he continue the charade? It was high time to lay all cards on the table and allow her to play her role as the leading lady honestly. In summary, the advantage lies with me. You scoundrel. I refuse to annul our engagement. I am determined to marry into the Tang family. Just wait and see. Suddenly, a new message appeared in the WeChat chat window. Tang Yu was startled, nearly dropping his phone. Was this woman serious? Are you out of your mind? This nearly caused Tang Yu to choke on his own frustration. In the original narrative, Su Muyu indeed possessed a stubborn character, resolutely holding onto her beliefs. Yet, should this stubbornness not be directed towards Yichen instead? This is disastrous. Could it be that this woman is truly losing her mind? Tang Yu's complexion turned pale. He had finally felt that his plans were nearing success, but now, Su Muyu's actions left him utterly bewildered. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to send a few more messages to persuade Su Muyu, expressing that his previous attitude had been poor and pleading for her to show mercy. However, all his messages were met with red exclamation marks. This woman had truly blacklisted him. Damn, he had pushed too far. She simply did not respond to hard tactics. Isn't it the case that most women prefer a firm approach? Tang Yu could not help but lament how difficult it was to seek a respite. If he were to marry her, would Yichen, that fool, not bring people to raise the Tang family? At that moment, WeChat lit up once again. Tang Yu widened his eyes and noticed the contact was Qin Ming. This Qin Ming was not a forensic doctor, but the young master of the Qin family, one of the 4 prominent families in Su Hang. In the original storyline, he and Tang Yu were referred to as the 4 young masters of Su Hang, and he was also Tang Yu's loyal little brother. In the realm of popular novels, characters often dubbed as young masters of X City typically met unfortunate fates at the hands of the male lead, and Qin Ming was no exception. Both he and Tang Yu faced grim endings. Tang Yu met his demise after being kicked into a vegetative state, while Qin Ming had a slightly better fate, poisoned to death by Yichen. Damn, brother, what have you been up to lately? Upon seeing Qin Ming's message, Tang Yu suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Yes, why not seek assistance from outside? After all, he was the antagonist. He would leverage his villainous advantage to tackle the challenges ahead. In a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Where are you? I'll come by to hang out. I'm at Xinghe. Can you make it? If not, shall I change locations to wait for you?" The galaxy spoken of by Qin Ming is a grand entertainment venue, a veritable cacophony of diversions, often frequented by numerous wealthy offspring. As a devoted admirer, Tang Yu had previously maintained her integrity and would never have considered visiting such a place. However, her perspective has since shifted. Now, she is indifferent to such concerns. After all, having the rare opportunity to associate with affluent elites, would it not be folly to forego enjoyment? Before long, Tang Yu arrived at the entrance of the Galaxy Entertainment Club in her sleek silver Lamborghini Veneno. As the striking vehicle approached, many passers-by were left in awe. Several streamers, broadcasting live from the entrance, immediately pointed their cameras at the eye-catching sports car. Isn't that the Veneno? I've heard there are only 2 in the country. Which wealthy heir is driving such a spectacular car? Oh, when will I have the fortune to be reborn into a family of such wealth? You could be reborn as their pet dog. The streamers were abuzz with astonishment, speculating about the identity of the car's owner. A strikingly pure-faced female influencer, dressed rather provocatively, stepped forward. After all, the purpose of visiting such places is often to attract affluent suitors. When Tang Yu opened the car door and stepped out, a chorus of gasps erupted from the onlookers, particularly from the girls, who were taken aback to discover that the owner was a young and handsome man. In terms of appearance, he bore some resemblance to the once famous Jiao Enjuan, yet his presence exuded an even more distinguished aura. My goodness, isn't that the young master of the Tang family? I recognize him. Their family has long been worth trillions. It appears to be his first visit to such a place, and I can no longer resist the urge to initiate a conversation. Before long, several young women, unable to contain their excitement, approached him. The leading internet celebrity could not allow these alluring vixens to encroach upon her territory. With a disdainful huff, she quickened her pace towards Tang Yu. Just as they were a mere meter apart, she suddenly lost her balance and fell against him. Are you all right? Tang Yu instinctively reached out to steady her. I'm fine. I apologize, Tang Xiao. I almost bumped into you, the internet celebrity said, feigning vulnerability while secretly wishing to press herself closer to him. A close distance is preferable. She mused. It's nothing, just be careful, Tang Yu replied with a smile, shaking his head. His smile caused several young women around them to swoon, captivated not by his wealth, but by his striking handsomeness. Just as the internet celebrity was about to continue her flirtation, more girls gathered around. Hello, Tang Xiao. I am Wei Wei. Are you here to have some fun? Could I add you on WeChat, Tang Xiao? They all pulled out their phones, eager to exchange contact information with him. One female streamer even deliberately adjusted her skirt to accentuate her assets. Most audaciously, an unknown girl discreetly pinched Tang Yu's backside. The surrounding onlookers looked on with envy, murmuring about his wealth and good looks. How could he be so fortunate? Tang Yu thought to himself, equally astonished by this unprecedented attention. Is this truly the joy of being a tall, rich, and handsome man? Is it truly the case that wealth and handsome looks can incite such eagerness in women? The previous antagonists I encountered were hardly formidable, mere thugs from the underworld, doormen, or private bodyguards, none of whom possessed assets exceeding 1 million. Chapter 16. They are all good girls as Tang Yu found herself surrounded by a throng of women. A young man standing at the entrance of the Xinghe Club noticed her. To his surprise, it was none other than his elder brother. Recognizing Tang Yu, the young man hastily made his way over. Enveloped by the women, Tang Yu resembled a monk from a land of daughters. The crowd pressed against her, making it difficult for the young man to approach. Could you please make some space? He called out in exasperation. Upon hearing his voice, the women turned to look at him, their expressions shifting to one of delight. Oh my, isn't that young Master Qin? He's here too, they exclaimed, greeting Qin Ming with enthusiasm. Their ardor was palpable. The title of county magistrate was of little concern to them. They simply aspired to be the magistrate's wife. All right, ladies. Please don't overwhelm my brother. This is his first time here, and your exuberance might be a bit intimidating, Qin Ming chuckled, prompting the women to reluctantly part and create a passage. Taking Tang Yu by the arm, Qin Ming guided her out of the throng, grinning as he inquired, Brother, how does it feel to be here for the first time? It's quite delightful. They are all good girls, Tang Yu responded, offering praise. Despite their smoking, drinking, tattoos, and late-night revelries, she regarded them as good girls, so long as they did not entertain thoughts of marrying her. Yes, indeed, they are all good girls, Qin Ming concurred. Qin Ming erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Shall we find a quiet spot to sit and chat? We could certainly discuss matters inside, Tang Yu suggested, gesturing towards the Star River Club. We came here specifically to indulge in life's pleasures. As a villain, who knows whether it will be tomorrow or the Dragon King that arrives first? We should seize the moment and enjoy ourselves. Wait, are you serious? Qin Ming inquired, reaching out to touch Tang Yu's forehead. You've never frequented places like this before. What else with the hesitation? Tang Yu replied, making his way inside with determination. Today, he intended to revel in the experience. Not even Jesus could deter him. Wait, something is definitely off with you, Qin Ming said, following him with a look of concern. Even though the sun had yet to set, the Star River Club was already bustling with energy. In the dance floor, men and women swayed their bodies, releasing their pent-up energy, while several alluring women on stage danced passionately to the thunderous music. Qin Ming led Tang Yu to a private booth, his designated spot. As soon as he settled in, drinks were promptly delivered, accompanied by several beautiful women. However, Qin Ming waved them off, allowing them to enjoy themselves elsewhere, as his worry for his brother overshadowed any desire for distraction. After pouring a drink for Tang Yu, he inquired with genuine concern, Brother, you seem a bit off today. What do you mean? Tang Yu replied, raising his glass to clink with Qin Ming's. After taking a hearty sip, Qin Ming pondered aloud, But brother, weren't you just engaged to Sunuyu? If she knows you're here, won't that render the past 3 years futile? Indeed. I am here to discuss this matter with you. Tang Yu promptly set down his wine glass and opened his WeChat to show Qin Ming a glimpse of the chat history. After perusing it, Qin Ming felt a buzzing sensation in his head. Can it be that this is something my elder brother would do? How dare he speak to Sunuyu in such a manner? Goodness, brother, you have finally ceased to be a sycophant. Frankly, had it not been for our profound bond, I would have long desired to sever ties with you. Once he regained his composure, Qin Ming was overwhelmed with excitement. He poured another glass of wine for Tang Yu, insisting they toast in celebration. The two have been close friends for many years, having attended the same prestigious school. In their second year of middle school, during an outing, Qin Ming accidentally fell into a river, while the others merely observed. It was Tang Yu who bravely jumped in to rescue him. This act of camaraderie solidified Qin Ming's resolve to regard Tang Yu as his elder brother. However, for the past 3 years, Tang Yu had been unwaveringly servile, and his reputation within their circle had indeed suffered. It is commonly known that sycophants do not achieve success. As a distinguished and affluent young man, engaging in such behavior is truly humiliating. "You rascal!" Tang Yu could not help but give the lad a playful slap on the back. Then, with a hint of irritation, he remarked, "What do you think her mindset is?" After 3 years of flattery without any reciprocation, she suddenly adopts such an attitude. She must be seeking validation. People often learn to appreciate what they have lost. Qin Ming replied with a smirk. However, Tang Yu sensed that something was amiss. After all, she is the female lead. How could she possibly harbor feelings for a villain? There must be some ulterior motive at play. "So, what do you suggest to prevent her from bothering me?" Tang Yu inquired, looking to Qin Ming for advice. This young man, at the tender age of 17, had already claimed the lives of 100, and by 20, 1,000 now. He likely could not even recall the exact count. The life of the affluent is remarkably unadorned and monotonous. It is rather simple. "You could emulate my role as a scoundrel, couldn't you?" Qin Ming declared with a face full of pride. He had not always been so debased. Once, he harbored beautiful fantasies regarding love. However, upon reaching 17, he overheard a conversation between his father and an elder about an arranged marriage, set to be finalized upon his coming of age. In wealthy families, the importance of social standing in marriage is paramount. Upon discovering that his betrothed was a lady weighing nearly 200 pounds, he matured overnight. To thwart this union, he became the most renowned prince of the nightlife in Suzhou and Hangzhou, thus rendering the arrangement null and void. Indeed, Tang Yu suddenly realized the truth in the master's words. "As long as I remain a despicable wretch, women shall keep their distance, shall they not?" He gazed at Qin Ming with admiration, acknowledging his brother's potential to play the role of a villain. To survive, mere subtlety is insufficient. The antagonists in those exhilarating tales are despised by the heroines precisely because of their devious minds, are they not? Yet, his own villainous persona evidently lacked the requisite repulsiveness. This was merely an intention by the author to enhance his sycophantic attributes. "Come, my good brother, let us toast, from this day forth. We shall be the unparalleled duo of the Xinghe Club." Tang Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Ming's. "Indeed, my brother speaks truthfully. From now on, we shall reside here." Qin Ming erupted into hearty laughter, his gaze already beginning to survey the evening's potential prey. He has played here for so long, without a single misstep. Although certain online enchantresses claim that they frequent such places for relaxation, one would be a fool to believe such nonsense. Who in their right mind would come here to unwind? A man entering a women's bathhouse under the pretense of washing his hands. Who would take such a tale seriously? After scanning the room, he found himself surrounded by familiar faces, rendering the experience rather dull. "Brother, it seems we are surrounded by acquaintances tonight. Shall we make do?" Qin Ming suggested with a smile. It was rare for his elder brother to visit for the first time without being introduced to a couple of exquisite companions, which weighed on his conscience. "All right, you decide." Tang Yu replied with a nod. It was merely a fleeting encounter, and he held no lofty expectations. Qin Ming promptly set about arranging matters, and soon 7 or 8 enchanting women approached, each with looks and figures scoring around 75 out of 100. As he observed them standing in a row with their bags in hand, Tang Yu nearly let his thoughts wander. "You 4, go and keep my brother company. It's his first time here, so don't overdo it." Qin Ming pointed to 4 of the girls, who immediately giggled and rushed to surround Tang Yu. Taking their seats, "Young Master Tang, may we pour you a drink?" "Young Master Tang, you must exercise often. Your arm muscles are quite impressive. Would you like to feel my abs?" "What type of girl do you prefer, young Master Tang?" The girl seemed eager to nestle close to Tang Yu, showering him with attentiveness. "By the way, brother, aren't you keen on vexing Sumuyu? Would you like me to record a short video and send it out? I guarantee it will infuriate her." Qin Ming stood by, devising strategies, harboring a long-standing disdain for Sumuyu. "Hiss, truly, you are an unparalleled genius." Tang Yu felt that his experience in playing the villain was still insufficient. Tarnishing one's reputation was evidently a forte of the younger brother. All right. You all quickly assume your positions. Elder brother, embrace the beauties on either side, and ladies, please exhibit more engaging expressions. Also, ensure your lines are synchronized. Qin Ming began to direct, wielding his phone to capture a brief video lasting about 10 seconds. Upon completion, he handed the phone to Tang Yu, saying, "Elder brother, do take a look and see if it meets your approval. If not, I can certainly film something even more sensational, perhaps at a hotel." "Stop." Tang Yu quickly interjected, shaking his head. He merely wished to sully his reputation a bit, inciting disdain from Su Muyu and her ilk, not to become a pariah. He still intended to survive this wave and relish life. After watching the short video twice, Tang Yu found himself quite satisfied. In the video, he appeared as a ravenous lecher, and the several beauties were exceedingly cooperative, creating an ambience that clearly suggested a 5-person gaming session was imminent. "Very well, let us proceed with this." Tang Yu, pleased, returned the phone to Qin Ming, who grinned broadly and promptly uploaded the video using his own account. His short video profile boasted over 6 million followers, as he frequently posted ostentatious displays of wealth and occasionally conducted lavish giveaways for his fans, thus attracting a substantial following. Among those he followed back was Su Muyu. Being part of the 4 prominent families, their interactions were frequent and mutual recognition was entirely normal. "Today, my dear friend came to Xinghe for a visit. His striking good looks made him quite the sensation, an undeniable fact." After aptly titling the video, it was successfully uploaded and approved within mere minutes. Almost instantly, the likes and comments on the short video surged wildly. "Brother Qin, who is this handsome fellow? May I have the pleasure of knowing him? Wow, truly handsome. Yet, he seems somewhat familiar. Is he a newcomer in the entertainment industry? This brother is quite appealing." To ensure that Su Muyu would see the video, Qin Ming deliberately tagged her. "Hee, I've long been annoyed by that woman. Every day, she puts on airs, causing my brother to lose face in the industry." At that moment, Su Muyu was resting at home. Her eyes slightly red from having cried for a considerable time in the car earlier, overwhelmed with frustration. After scrolling through short videos for a while, her mood improved slightly. As she continued to browse, her phone suddenly notified her of a message from Qin Ming. What could he want? Su Muyu felt puzzled. Their acquaintance was merely superficial, with no significant interactions. Upon tapping the notification, the short video automatically transitioned to the new video recently posted by Qin Ming. Upon seeing Tang Yu in the video, jovially embracing several beautiful women, her expression darkened instantly. "Brother, isn't it a bit unseemly to be hugging so many girls?" "Unseemly? I am not unseemly. I merely wish to provide a home for all the girls in the world." Upon hearing Tang Yu's voice from the video, a wave of dejection and grievance washed over her heart, inciting tears to spill down her cheeks once more. It felt as though she had lost something of great significance, only to realize its importance after it was gone. After shedding tears for a while, she suddenly realized something was amiss. This fellow had never been one to indulge in extravagant pleasures. He had gone out of his way to have fun, and even asked Qin Ming to record a short video for him. Something was definitely off. Wiping away her tears, she contemplated before rushing to the mirror to touch up her makeup. She was determined to personally visit the Star River Club to uncover his true intentions. After all, she could hear his innermost thoughts. Nothing could remain concealed from her. Once her makeup was perfected, she picked up her phone and called Tang Yu. "Tang Xiao, your phone is ringing." A girl sitting beside Tang Yu noticed his phone lighting up and hurriedly handed it to him. "Thank you." Tang Yu pinched the girl's cheek playfully. However, upon realizing that he had left a smudge of foundation on his fingers, he pretended not to see and quickly took the phone. "Su Muyu?" Upon seeing her name on the screen, Tang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. Indeed, the plan was progressing smoothly. She must be calling to confront him. With a cheerful demeanor, he answered the phone. "Hello? What do you mean by this? Am I truly that bothersome to you?" Came Su Muyu's aggrieved voice from the other end of the line. "Huh? What did you say? I can't hear you. It's too noisy here. Are you calling off the engagement? All right, let us schedule a time for tomorrow. I know you can hear me. Just wait. I'm coming to find you." With that, Su Muyu hung up. Tang Yu frowned deeply, perplexed. What on earth was wrong with this woman? With her proud disposition, she should have been cursing him right now, and then planning to annul the engagement tomorrow. Then he suddenly realized. It must be to protect Yi Chun that she had to continue the charade. One must fully commit to the act. This woman is truly cunning. Fortunately, I have already noticed. What happened to the elder brother? Has Su Muyu called? Qin Ming inquired from the side. Yes, she said she would come to find me, and we will deal with her together later. Tang Yu chuckled. As long as we can drive Su Muyu away tonight, Everything will go smoothly. Qin Ming joined in the laughter, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Oh, I almost forgot an important matter." "What important matter?" "I have a date with a beautiful woman tonight. She is undoubtedly a top-notch beauty, at least on par with Su Muyu." After finishing his words, Qin Ming looked at the group of girls and said, "Ladies, you may go and enjoy yourselves. Just put your expenses on my tab. My brother and I have some important business to attend to." The girls' eyes lit up, and they quickly agreed, grabbing their bags and leaving. Once the girls were dismissed, Qin Ming chuckled, "Brother, I truly had to make a sacrifice this time. I will have that beautiful lady come over to keep you company, and you can embrace her to infuriate Su Muyu." "Is it really that exaggerated? On par with Su Muyu?" Tang Yu was somewhat skeptical. There are indeed many beauties in Su Hang, but few can truly be compared to Su Muyu. However, having a genuine beauty by his side would certainly serve to irritate Su Muyu further. Otherwise, the girls just now, while lovely in their own right, would fall short when compared to Su Muyu. They might not suffice for the act we need to perform. You shall soon discover. Qin Ming smiled mysteriously, taking out his phone to contact the other party. Tang Yu, on the other hand, felt a flicker of anticipation. As a villain, he surely could not engage with the female protagonists. He would remain single unto death. Even if he were to leap from this place, he would resolutely not be with the leading ladies. Yet, with other beautiful women, there might still be opportunities. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a graceful figure approached from a distance, carrying a bag. "Greetings, young Master Qin." The woman smiled as she greeted Qin Ming upon her arrival. "Sister Ling Han has finally arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is my esteemed brother, Tang Yu." Qin Ming hastily introduced Tang Yu with a smile. Chapter 18. This fortune is for you. Will you accept it? Tang Yu glanced up at the woman, immediately agreeing with Qin Ming's words in his heart. In terms of appearance, she was not inferior to Su Muyu, the most beautiful woman in Su Hang. Moreover, her aura exuded a more captivating charm, as though she was born with an alluring quality. Her attire was equally enticing, featuring a translucent white blouse that hinted enticingly at her form. The black leather skirt accentuated her remarkable figure, while her long, fair legs drew the gaze irresistibly. Upon meeting Tang Yu's eyes, her sparkling peach blossom eyes revealed a moment of surprise. She then settled beside Tang Yu, extending her hand and saying, "Young Master Tang, you are quite handsome." "I am Ling Han, and it is a pleasure to meet you." "I am even more pleased to meet a stunning beauty like Miss Ling," Tang Yu replied, smiling as he took her cool, jade-like hand, suddenly realizing with a jolt, "What the heck? Isn't this the jade-faced vixen? Is Yuchen really this swift? Has he already arranged everything?" At this moment, Tang Yu was profoundly shaken. Similarly, Ling Han, who was shaking hands with him, was taken aback. Upon suddenly hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, she almost believed her identity had been exposed. Indeed, she was one of the pawns sent by Yichen, an elite from the upper echelons of the Dragon Soul organization. What is this situation? Is he communicating with me through ventriloquism? No, this is certainly not ventriloquism. A glimmer of astonishment crossed Ling Han's eyes. As a top-tier assassin, her repertoire of skills was vast. Ventriloquism was indeed one of her specialties. Yet, the individual before her did not seem to possess such an ability. Observing the two holding hands without letting go, Qin Ming felt a twinge of envy. His brother was indeed strikingly handsome. Women simply could not resist him. Just a handshake had escalated to this level. Would tonight be filled with fiery exchanges? Regaining her composure, Ling Han smiled at Tang Yu, saying, "Young Master Tang, I must say, your skin is exceptionally well maintained. Your hands are even fairer than mine." "Really?" Tang Yu replied awkwardly, quickly releasing Ling Han's hand, feeling a bit flustered. He glanced at Qin Ming, who was grinning and giving him a thumbs up, silently expressing his approval. "What do you think, brother? Isn't this loyalty enough?" "Enough of your loyalty. This is an assassin. The target is you, yet you pushed her on to me. I considered you a brother, yet you are utterly untrustworthy." Upon hearing Tang Yu's innermost thoughts once more, Ling Han felt an unwavering certainty that this was not mere ventriloquism, but rather a genuine glimpse into the mind of this individual. Astonished within her own heart, she reflected on her extensive experiences as an assassin. She had encountered myriad situations. Yet this was a novel occurrence. Remaining composed, she resolved to refrain from hasty actions. Taking a deep breath, she acknowledged that although her identity had been compromised, she possessed the confidence to easily extricate herself from the predicament. It was prudent to stay a while longer and observe further, for this individual was also a target of the Dragon King. At that moment, Qin Ming, the ever-reliable companion, stepped in as a mediator, facilitating the pouring of drinks for the trio. He thought to himself, surely, I must assist my brother in intoxicating this woman. With that, he raised his glass. Tang Yu lifted his cup, the smile on his face somewhat strained, as the three clinked their glasses together. Casting a glance at the enchanting visage of the fox-like beauty, he felt an overwhelming urge to flee. What could be more perilous than the protagonist? Naturally, it was the assassin lurking under the protagonist's command. He instinctively shifted his body to the side, creating distance in search of a semblance of safety. Initially, he had intended to lay low, yet here he was, trapped under the enemy's gun barrel. What's the matter, young Master Tang? Are you feeling unwell? Ling Han inquired with a smile, having noticed his movements. My rear is a bit sore from sitting too long, Tang Yu chuckled in response. To ensure the safety of my comrades, rest assured, my brother, that I shall later remind you to flee abroad and avoid peril. I am not one to stand idly by while others face danger. A subtle twitch at the corner of Ling Han's mouth revealed her surprise at the unexpected loyalty displayed by this individual. Yet, how did he come to know of the organization's plans? Her curiosity about him deepened. According to the organization's records, he was merely a sycophantic rich heir. But perhaps the truth was more intricate than it seemed. If you're feeling unwell, I could offer my assistance to young Master Tang. My expertise lies in medicine. She extended her hand with a smile, resting it lightly on Tang Yu's thigh. Wow, my brother seems to be quite fortunate. Sister Ling has never been this accommodating towards me. Qin Ming jested from the side. What nonsense are you spouting? Would you even want such fortune? Tang Yu replied with a forced laugh. Indeed, Miss Ling is quite understanding, but it appears my discomfort has dissipated. As long as you're feeling better. Let us continue our revelry with drinks and conversation, Ling Han said, raising her glass with a smile. Tang Yu nodded, swiftly contemplating his next move. The four prominent families wield tremendous influence in Su and Hangzhou. Once he gains control over them, Yichen would dictate the affairs of the entire region, becoming the undisputed kingpin. However, to master these families, he must navigate through various obstacles, one of which was Qin Ming, the male heir of the Qin family. Hence, he dispatched several elite operatives, with the enchanting Ling Han assigned to infiltrate the Qin family. By using her allure to manipulate Qin Ming, she would then pursue another affluent heir, ultimately leading to a confrontation that would result in Qin Ming's demise at the hands of the captivating vixen. The Qin family suspected that it was the young gentleman's doing, and after the two families engaged in conflict, Yichen seized the opportunity to benefit. It came to mind that the Dragon Soul organization imposed strict regulations, forbidding arbitrary alterations to tasks. This woman and I are merely indulging in a fleeting charade. Her true targets remain Qin Ming and another unfortunate soul. In light of this, there is no need for me to be overly anxious. I shall merely play my part, allowing her to feel repulsed enough to distance herself from me. Upon hearing all this, Ling Han furrowed her brow slightly. This fellow possesses quite an understanding of the Dragon Soul organization. One must acknowledge that the organization's strength is formidable and shrouded in mystery. Outsiders remain utterly oblivious to its internal regulations. This Tang, a scion of wealth, is certainly not an ordinary individual. Once he adjusted his mindset, Tang Yu inched closer to Ling Han, grinning lewdly. Miss Ling, you are exceptionally beautiful. I wonder if you have a boyfriend? Not at all. Are you perhaps seeking to introduce someone to me, young Master Tang? Ling Han replied with a charming smile, leaning into Tang Yu and casting him flirtatious glances. Attempting to make me withdraw? Not a chance. I am curious to see just how much this fellow knows about our organization. How peculiar. This is not how the game is typically played. If your target is indeed Qin Ming, you should be casting glances in his direction right now. Could it be that she is aware of Qin Ming's penchant for being a bull-headed man and is deliberately performing for his benefit? Very well then, let the performance commence. Life is but a stage, and all depends on one's skill in acting. I shall soon exploit your knowledge to deal with that foolish woman, Su Mu Yu. Tang Yu calculated swiftly in his mind, a sly grin spreading across his face as he wrapped an arm around Ling Han. What interests or hobbies does Miss Ling possess? I wonder if I might recognize those who share your passions. Hobbies, you say? I relish dancing and music. And what about you, Tang Xiao? It seems we have much in common. I enjoy listening to music and watching films not suitable for children, Tang Yu stated with a serious demeanor. At that moment, Qin Ming, who was sipping his drink, inadvertently spewed it out. Brother, your skills in wooing women are on par with those of a caveman. Ling Han feigned shyness, replying. Tang Xiao, you are insufferable. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Tang Yu laughed heartily. I told you. Tang Xiao could never be that sort of person. Indeed, how could someone like me possibly enjoy music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming were rendered speechless by the coldness of his remark. Tang Xiao, your humor is quite delightful. Ling Han could not help but compliment Tang Yu, leaning into him affectionately. Ah, spare me this charade. I have had my fill of sweet talking. Women only serve to hinder my enjoyment of life, especially those associated with Yuchen. Yet, Yuchen himself is rather unscrupulous, leaving no woman from his own organization untouched. He deliberately assigns them perilous tasks they cannot complete, only to swoop in as the gallant hero, TSK. He alone reaps the rewards, Tang Yu mused inwardly. Ling Han, however, was struck with astonishment. How could he possibly be aware of this? Over the past 2 years, she had failed 2 missions, both times rescued by the Dragon King. He had even sustained significant injuries to save her, leaving her deeply moved. Yet, upon hearing Tang Yu's words, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Due to her 2 missteps, the task was indeed more challenging than initially described. This was precisely why she faltered. How much do you truly know? Ling Han felt an overwhelming curiosity within her heart. Yet, she could not voice her inquiries and could only silently listen while playing her part. Fortunately, at that moment, Sumiyu finally made her entrance. With an air of determination, she rushed into the Xinghe Club, heading straight for the elevated platform. Along her path, onlookers were captivated by her presence, many approaching her to strike up conversations. A few men pursued her relentlessly, adopting an insistent demeanor. However, upon witnessing Su Muyu ascend to the platform, they refrained from further advances. Tang Yu. Upon seeing a woman of equal beauty nestled in Tang Yu's embrace, Su Muyu's eyes flared with indignation. What is this? Have you come to discuss the annulment of our engagement? Tang Yu smiled faintly, finally having awaited the arrival of this unwelcome woman. Did you see that? I am embracing such a stunning beauty. Can you still endure it? Do not hesitate. Unleash your fury. Today, I allow you to douse me with your drink. Come on, do not pity me simply because I am a delicate flower. Assert your dignity as the leading lady. Upon hearing the thoughts of this man, Su Muyu instantly grasped his intentions. Indeed, he had deliberately shared a short video to provoke her, hoping to compel her to relinquish their engagement. I shall not yield to his wishes. Her expression softened slightly as she sat beside Tang Yu and spoke. What engagement annulment? We have finally come together. What are you thinking? I noticed you drinking alone and thought I might join you. Beside her, Qin Ming was utterly dumbfounded. It finally dawned on him why his elder brother had remarked that Su Muyu was acting strangely. That exceedingly aloof Su Muyu. How could she tolerate her fiancé embracing another woman, maintaining such a serene demeanor while speaking? As she sat beside him pouring herself a glass of wine, Tang Yu was left completely bewildered. Are you really going to play it this way? My dear sister, you've already been wronged, and yet you can still endure this? Hasten to heed your true feelings. Remember who you are. You are Su Muyu, the Ice Mountain Su. Do you not understand? How about this? Today, let's make an exception and have a grand celebration. I permit you to slap me across the face and call me shameless. Then we can annul the engagement, shall we? Do not hesitate. This is an excellent opportunity for you to assert yourself. If you do not act, how will Ling Han report to the Dragon King? Declaring that our relationship is immaculate? Then go drink elsewhere. Your presence here disturbs my time with Miss Ling. Tang Yu wrapped his arms around Ling Han, wearing a lascivious expression that provoked. Do you see? This is what one refers to as a shameless beast. If you can't endure it any longer, then leave quickly. Do not push me to become even more unscrupulous. My moral boundaries are quite flexible. I am capable of anything. Ling Han trembled slightly, nearly striking Tang Yu across the face in her fury. This scoundrel, so cunningly calculating, taking advantage of her while attempting to manipulate her. She silently gritted her teeth. That rascal was doomed. Su Muyu found herself torn between amusement and anger. This fool. Does he truly believe his poor acting makes me a simpleton? You wish to compel me to leave? Not a chance. Su Muyu gently grasped Tang Yu's arm and spoke softly. Tang Yu harbored serious doubts about whether Su Muyu was truly herself. Had the spirit of Wu Dalong possessed her? Was this the sort of dialogue one might expect from a carbon-based life form? What about her identity and stance? Calm yourself. Such obsequious words belong to me alone. Do not confuse our identities. Do not look at me in that manner. I have come to a realization. Over the past 3 years, I have subjected you to too much hardship in order to test you. However, from this moment forward, I shall ensure that you become the happiest man in the world. You may do as you please, and I shall not hold it against you, Su Muyu declared with a tender expression. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his legs grow weak. This woman was truly leading him to his demise. Are we playing for real? Very well. Is it merely a matter of lowering our standards? I can't believe this. Forget it. There's no way to maintain my dignity now. If all else fails, I shall first take Ling Han away. If she continues to listen, it will truly be impossible to proceed. Having made up his mind, Tang Yu let out a cold laugh. Suit yourself. Enjoy your drink. Miss Ling and I shall take a trip to the restroom, so please do not disturb us. With that, he wrapped his arm around Ling Han and rose from the first high platform. Qin Ming stood by, utterly astonished. What on earth, brothers? Why is everyone so wild today? I, the king of the night scene, am far less uninhibited than you all. Su Muyu, however, did not follow. She leisurely sipped a glass of champagne. Her feelings a mix of joy and complexity. She was glad that he wasn't causing a scene, merely acting. Yet his attitude of resistance left her in a rather intricate emotional state. Was his affection over those 3 years merely a fade? Chapter 20. The Courageous Security Manager. Enveloped in Tang Yu's embrace, Ling Han was poised to strike at any moment. During her missions, she would often employ her allure to entice her targets. But she would never permit genuine intimacy to blossom between herself and them. Fortunately, after a brief spin, Tang Yu led her out through the back door of the Xinghe Club. Tang Xiao, what brings me here? She inquired shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Tang Yu removed a watch worth millions from his wrist and handed it to Ling Han. Consider this a token of my appreciation. I admire girls like you who are sensible and don't incessantly demand money. Women like Su Muyu, who approach me solely for my wealth, utterly repulse me. His mood visibly lifted as he spoke. Despite Su Muyu's impressive acting skills, he remained confident in his superiority. Ling Han knew that upon hearing his words, she would undoubtedly relay the information to Yichen. At that point, Yichen, the fool, would hardly believe he was competing for a woman with him. Ling Han casually tucked away the watch gifted by Tang Yu. As an assassin, she undeniably had a fondness for money. Soon, the phone was answered. What's the matter? On air? Is the mission proceeding smoothly? Yichen's voice resonated from the other end. Typically, hearing Yichen refer to her as Han Air brought her joy. Yet after absorbing Tang Yu's remarks, her mindset had undergone a subtle shift. She instinctively felt a twinge of aversion towards Yichen's intimate address, perceiving him as somewhat hypocritical. She was nearing her target, but in doing so, she had encountered Tang Yu and Su Muyu. She held her phone, reporting the situation. Tang Yu? What is he doing with Su Muyu? They were drinking at a bar. Is this scoundrel attempting to intoxicate Su Muyu? Then, will he take advantage of her? On the other end of the line, Yi Chun was seething with rage. The woman he cherished. He would not allow anyone to lay a hand on her. Otherwise, the wrath of the Dragon King would unleash a torrent of blood. They hadn't consumed much, merely embracing one another, yet Su Muyu appeared quite proactive. Impossible. Su Muyu harbors feelings only for me. How could she be inclined to approach another man? Keep a close watch on Su Muyu and ensure her safety. Do you understand? Yichen bellowed into the phone. How about this, Dragon King? I could alter my plan and infiltrate the Tang family to get closer to Tang Yu. This would also allow me to better protect Su Muyu, Ling Han proposed. She had lost interest in continuing the task and only wished to approach Tang Yu to glean more information from him. This fellow even knew the secrets of the Dragon Soul organization. Perhaps he possessed the answers to the very information she had been seeking. Very well, Honor. You may change your plan. The situation with the Qin family is not urgent for now. Remember, he must not touch my woman. Do you understand? Yi Chun commanded loudly on the other end of the line. At that moment, he was clad in a security uniform, with a walkie-talkie clipped to him, patrolling a high-end residential area in Suzhou and Hangzhou. After leaving the Wang family today, he had hurriedly arrived here to embark on a new job. By adopting a humble guise to approach women, he aimed to later unveil his formidable prowess, igniting their curiosity and affection for him. Just as he finished his shout, a corpulent man rode over on a patrol vehicle. The individual in question is none other than Liang Fifan, the security manager of the community. He approached and delivered a swift kick to Yi Chen's rear, bellowing in anger. You, the newcomer, do you have dung for brains? Who permitted you to make phone calls and shout during work hours? What is this nonsense about touching your woman? Did someone steal your doll? After receiving the kick, Yi Chun was instantly engulfed in fury. A mere security manager dared to lay hands on a distinguished Dragon King like himself. Were it not for the constraints of being in his homeland, that very moment would have seen Liang reduced to a lifeless body. Yet, in pursuit of his romantic endeavors, he begrudgingly suppressed his wrath and gritted his teeth, responding, Manager Liang, the company has regulations that allow phone calls during work hours. There's also a rule that subordinates shouldn't argue back at their superiors, Liang retorted. I'm not arguing. I am merely reasoning with you. Reason with your mother. If you don't want to work, then get lost, you fool. Liang spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the ground before swaggering away on his bicycle. Yi Chun remained rooted in place, trembling with rage. Once his plan to woo women came to fruition, that fellow would be the first to meet his demise. As for Tang, he could wait his turn. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Ling Han, having listened to the exchange, hung up with a look of disdain. After hearing a few candid thoughts from Tang Yu, her intelligence seemed to have significantly heightened, and her attitude towards Yu Qin grew increasingly contemptuous. A man who could stoop so low for the sake of courting women. Did he truly possess the merit to lead an organization? Indeed, her tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. Having barely consumed 3 drinks, she was already incapacitated. Qin Ming, standing by her side, was taken aback when he saw Tang Yu approach, exclaiming, "Wow, brother. Did you finish in just 3 minutes? Enough of this nonsense. I did not go. I simply sent her away. This woman is exceedingly dangerous. So do refrain from associating with her in the future. Do you understand?" Tang Yu admonished, his brow furrowed. Upon assuming this body, he inherited its memories. And he harbored genuine feelings for his brother, Qin Ming. As an antagonist, Qin Ming's demise was, in truth, rather unjust. He merely opposed the seizure of his family's legacy, becoming an obstacle that Yi Chen felt compelled to eliminate. Ultimately, the role of a villain is merely a matter of perspective. When readers immerse themselves in the tales of the Dragon King, they undoubtedly find immense satisfaction. However, when one adopts the perspective of the antagonist standing against the Dragon King, the experience becomes quite bitter. All right, brother, whatever you say, Qin Ming replied with a smile, refraining from inquiring further. There are plenty of women. He could simply seek another. He gestured towards Sumuyu, who lay sprawled across the table, and asked, "What shall we do now?" Tang Yu also felt quite troubled. If this woman cannot drink, then why indulge in such reckless behavior? Was it truly necessary to put on such a performance? What if he were to take advantage of her vulnerability? Would that not render the Dragon King a pitiable figure? Yet, upon reflection, such a scenario seemed rather amusing. Shaking his head, Tang Yu dismissed the dangerous thought. It would be wiser to simply play the role of a villain and endure. Competing with the protagonist for a woman was far too perilous. As he lifted Sumuyu onto his back, he immediately felt a soft, yielding weight against him. The mingling scents of her perfume and the lingering aroma of alcohol were particularly intoxicating. Chapter 21. Are you truly this wild? Due to the effects of alcohol, Tang Yu called for 2 bodyguards from the Tang family to come and pick him up. One must not drink and drive. Drinking and driving is a perilous combination. Within every urban narrative, there exists a villain who meets their demise due to reckless driving under the influence. To survive until the story's conclusion, one must possess a heightened sense of safety awareness to evade the protagonist's wrath. As a sleek black Rolls-Royce approached, Tang Yu, with Sumuyu at his side, settled comfortably into the rear seat. The sight of 2 luxurious vehicles gliding along the road filled Tang Yu with a sense of satisfaction. Being wealthy is indeed a remarkable experience. If only this world were devoid of Yi Chen, it would be even more idyllic. The inebriated Sumuyu's cheeks flushed a vibrant hue, making her appear far more endearing than her usual sullen demeanor. Suddenly, she broke into a mischievous grin, her head tilting as it rested against Tang Yu's shoulder. Without hesitation, he gently pushed her head away. The bodyguard behind the wheel, witnessing this scene in the rearview mirror, nearly veered the car into the river. Goodness gracious! Is this the same devoted young master we know? In the past, he had tirelessly pursued her for 3 years, unwavering in his affection. Even the most loyal of dogs would admire his dedication, acknowledging that he excelled in the art of devotion. He had overheard colleagues recount tales of the young master assisting Miss Sue with her high-heeled shoes. There was even a time when the young master's father, exasperated by his son's lack of dignity, gave him a thorough beating. That day, it was said that several belts were broken, leaving the young master hospitalized. Yet, the very next day, he stealthily escaped the hospital, bouquet of roses in hand. Awaiting Miss Sue's departure from work. Pushed away, Sumuyu merely giggled foolishly, leaning against Tang Yu once more. In an unexpectedly sweet tone, she murmured, "I just want to be close to you." Tang Yu was left in a state of confusion, his mind racing as he tried to grasp the situation. From a tender age, this woman experienced profound loss, as her mother succumbed to cancer. Her father, Su Chongshan, a man of formidable ambition, was preoccupied with revitalizing the Su family, leaving little time for her and imposing stringent expectations upon her. Amidst solitude and pressure, she developed a tenacious spirit and an indomitable will, becoming increasingly cold and self-sufficient. This frosty facade enveloped her, shielding her from the approach of others, while simultaneously safeguarding her vulnerability. However, when intoxicated, she would unmask her true self, revealing a delicate and clingy disposition akin to a trusting puppy. Yet, in a bewildering turn of events, she displayed this side to him. How could she dare to touch him? As Su Muyu attempted to clamber onto him, Tang Yu struggled to push her away, but he had grossly overestimated his abilities. According to the nonsensical narrative crafted by the author, he, as the antagonist, was merely an ordinary wealthy and handsome man, lacking in combat prowess. In contrast, Su Muyu, the primary female lead, possessed a certain level of martial arts skill, easily capable of handling 2 or 3 burly men. Faced with her, Tang Yu's weakness was rendered humiliating. Once she ascended to his lap, she erupted into laughter, coaxing him. "Come on, give me a kiss." She puckered her lips and began to sway closer to him. "No, please don't come any closer. Old Wong, for heaven's sake, intervene." Tang Yu desperately attempted to resist, but her grip on his hands was unyielding. He could only fervently shake his head to evade her advances. The thought of her laying an ardent kiss upon him while inebriated filled him with dread. He wondered what would become of him once she sobered up and recalled the incident. "The young master, I am currently driving and unable to assist you on the overpass." The bodyguard lamented while munching on snacks, secretly disparaging his master. How absurd. A beautiful woman throwing herself at you, and yet you choose to feign decorum. If you are truly so impressive, why not spend 3 years as a devoted admirer? Amidst Tang Yu's continuous struggles, Su Muyu failed to land a kiss on her lips. However, Tang Yu's face was not spared, marked by several crimson lip prints. After a few attempts, she contentedly belched, her gaze firmly fixed on Tang Yu. "I've kissed you so many times, why won't you reciprocate? Are you truly this wild?" Tang Yu felt on the verge of tears. How could she behave this way? This was not Su Muyu. It was, in fact, a ravenous enchantress. "Why did you stop adoring me? You once promised to cherish me for a lifetime. You are breaking your word." Su Muyu pouted, her tone tinged with sadness. "But I've devoted 3 years to adoration without any reciprocation. Then why not try for another 3 years? And what would happen if I did? You would become a great admirer." Su Muyu replied with a smile. Tang Yu perceived that this woman had truly overindulged in her drink. Her mood swings were astonishing. Suddenly, Su Muyu pressed her face against Tang Yu's, nuzzling gently, her voice filled with a touch of grievance. "I'm sorry, I know you're upset. How about I adore you instead? Please don't ignore me." She suddenly acted coy, and Tang Yu found herself somewhat at a loss. Yet, scarcely had the words left her lips when Su Muyu collapsed against her, fast asleep. Tang Yu exhaled deeply. At last, this woman had quieted down. If this continues, my pure and untainted self may well be sullied by her. In any case, the Tang family's residence is vast, and there is no shortage of places for her to rest. Just as Tang Yu stepped out of the car, discreetly concealing Su Muyu, she spotted her father, Tang Gangqing, standing at the entrance. At that moment, his face was as dark as coal. Half an hour ago, he had been relaxing at home, enjoying some time on his phone, when suddenly an old friend sent him a video link. Upon clicking it, he was met with the sight of his son, lecherously embracing 4 women while drinking, exclaiming, "I'm not a scoundrel. I merely wish to provide them a home." This infuriated him immensely. The little wretch. After all the effort I put into securing a marriage alliance, he reveals his true colors so quickly? Now, seeing Tang Yu emerge from the car with a woman, her face marked with traces of lipstick, he slowly withdrew his belt. A father, witnessing his son's misdeeds, is like a wolf unleashed. "Dad, please compose yourself," Tang Yu exclaimed, nearly leaping in fright, having already surmised her father's intentions. Tang Gangqing let out a cold laugh, tightening his grip on the belt. This was no ordinary woman. It was Su Muyu. I went drinking with her. That short video was merely for fun. Qin Ming asked me to help him film it to gain followers. Tang Yu hastily deflected the blame. Tang Gangqing scrutinized her for a moment before realizing that she was indeed his future daughter-in-law. Several bodyguards, concealed in the shadows, stepped forward, their expressions tinged with embarrassment. They had been placed there by Tang Gangqing to prevent Tang Yu from fleeing. Tang Yu's mother, Xia Hongying, also emerged, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao. In the chapter titled Choosing Anyone is Death, Tang Yu, with a solemn expression, carries Su Muyu back home. Tang Gangqing, frowning, reprimands him. How much alcohol did you pour into Muyu? How could she be this intoxicated? It was her choice to drink. She could barely handle 3 cups. Tang Yu replies, Nonsense. Miyu has never frequented such places for drinking. Don't think I am oblivious to your intentions, Tang Gangqing scolds without restraint. As men, do you really believe you can conceal your trivial motives from me? Tang Yu feels like crying. Did you not notice the numerous lip prints on my face? Surely, I did not lean in for that myself. Upon returning home, Tang Mu assists Su Muyu, saying, I will take Muyu to your room to rest. You must not take her out for drinks again. Why should we let her rest in your room? What purpose does that serve? Tang Gangcheng expresses his discontent. My wife is wonderful in every regard, but she indulges you too much. It was she who fervently advocated for this union. Otherwise, I would not have been so humble. Tang Mu smiles and nods, understanding her husband's sentiments. Tang Gangcheng then looks at Tang Yu earnestly, saying, I know you have harbored feelings for her for years. But some matters cannot be rushed. It must be her choice. If you entertain any foolish ideas again, I shall break your legs. You are overthinking this. I have no interest in her, truly. Then whom do you find appealing? The Wang family's girl? Or perhaps Qin Jia's Kuxin? Tang Gangcheng raises an eyebrow, inquiring. Tang Yu felt that all paths led to a dead end. Among the 4 prominent families, apart from the Tang family, the other 3 had beautiful women who had caught the eye of Yi Chun, a man renowned for his charm. It could be said that this individual had managed to conquer these 3 illustrious families through his romantic pursuits. This is indeed one of the most absurd aspects of such novels. Do these prestigious families truly have no sense of dignity? Can they tolerate their cherished daughters serving a single man while funneling their family resources towards him? Nonsense. After enduring a lengthy lecture from his father, Tang Yu finally escaped the fate of a beating. Upon returning to his room and freshening up, he reclined on the opulent bed valued at hundreds of thousands, drifting into a deep slumber. The life of the wealthy is, in truth, so unadorned yet monotonous. Once Tang's mother departed the guest room, Su Muyu, who had already begun to doze off, slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, she had regained full consciousness. Perhaps it was that she had not been as inebriated as she initially believed. During the car ride, though she was intoxicated, her reason had still remained intact. However, under the influence of alcohol, she had not wished to maintain her rationality. She longed to surrender to her instincts, to voice what she dared not say, and to attempt to unmask herself, much like that man. Yet, now that she was fully awake, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. All she wanted was to engage him in conversation, yet somehow she had taken the initiative to kiss him? How unfortunate. For tomorrow she would have no face to show. Covering her flushed cheeks, she softly lamented that she ought not to have consumed alcohol. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she tossed and turned in bed until nearly 3 o'clock before finally succumbing to sleep. The following morning, a knock on the door roused her from her dreams. Muyu, are you awake? It's time for breakfast. The voice of Tang's mother drifted in from outside the door. Good morning, Auntie. Sumiyu rubbed her drowsy eyes and responded reluctantly, rising to freshen up. Due to a restless night, the dark circles under her eyes were quite pronounced. As she stepped outside, she inadvertently collided with Tang Yu, who was clad in his pajamas. Tang Yu appeared quite spirited, though his expression turned somewhat peculiar upon seeing Su Muyu. He casually greeted her, Morning. What is this woman staring at me for? Has she recalled last night's events? Alas, that drunken fool. I must resolutely avoid drinking with her in the future. Otherwise, this pristine reputation of mine shall be compromised. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Muyu felt her cheeks flush once more as memories of last night's escapade in the car resurfaced. She found herself hesitant to meet Tang Yu's gaze, muttering a greeting before hastily looking down and moving forward. Ah, now this is the reaction I expected from you. You should be a bit more aloof with me. You know, the female lead should maintain her composure. I have grudgingly forgiven you for yesterday's incident. Tang Yu followed behind, feeling quite pleased, at long last. This woman seemed to have returned to her senses. When they reached the dining table, a sumptuous breakfast awaited them, prepared personally by Tang's mother early that morning without the aid of the chef. After all, it was the future daughter-in-law's first breakfast at home, deserving of special treatment. Good morning, uncle and aunt. Su Muyu greeted Tang's parents as she approached. Morning, Muyu. The couple responded in unison, smiling warmly. They were quite fond of Su Muyu, appreciating both her beauty and capability. The temperament was somewhat frigid, leading their son to endure 3 years as an unreciprocated admirer. Tang Yu greeted the others, settled into a chair, and began indulging in a plate of steamed dumplings. What was she doing? so engrossed in her own meal. She neglected to serve Muyu. Observing Tang Yu lost in her culinary delight, Tang's mother felt a twinge of discontent. Surely, if she desired something, she could simply take it herself. She was no longer a child. Tang Yu scoffed inwardly. It is utterly impossible to serve her. It will never happen in this lifetime. If she wishes to eat, let her. If not, so be it. I'm not a servant, nor do I have any interest in attending to another's harem. Women, they only serve to hinder my quest for a favorable conclusion. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Muyu felt a slight irritation. What an insufferable wretch. Merely serving a dish. It's not as if she would devour him. With a remorseful expression, she gently remarked, "It's quite all right, uncle and aunt. I can manage on my own. I apologize for any trouble caused yesterday due to my excessive drinking. Not a problem at all. It is entirely this rascal's fault for insisting you join him for drinks. Should he pressure you again, do let me know, and I shall deal with him." Tang's father replied with a warm demeanor. "I swear it was not my intention to bring her to drink." "You may inquire with that rascal Qin Ming if you doubt me," Tang Yu exclaimed, feeling as though she had become the scapegoat, tasked with shouldering all blame. "Indeed. It was my own choice to accompany him for drinks. The fault lies with me, so please do not scold him, uncle," Su Muyu said, biting her lip, her face displaying a sense of grievance. Upon hearing her words, Tang's parents felt increasingly pleased with her. Look at how considerate and understanding their future daughter-in-law was. To spare this young man from reproach, she was willing to weave a little fiction. "Curse it, you wretched woman, are you starting your act again? And you're even trying to win favor with my parents. How far are you willing to go with this charade? I understand now. You are deliberately scheming against me to avoid the pressure of the annulment, hoping I will take the blame? You cunning woman, I admit defeat." After contemplating these thoughts, Tang Yu finally came to a realization. After devouring a Zilong Bao, he spoke up. "Father, mother, you both see that we are not quite compatible. Perhaps the matter of our union should be reconsidered." Before he could finish his sentence, Tang's father had already pulled out his belt, glaring at him. "What did you just say?" Tang Yu swallowed the remainder of his words. It was rather inappropriate to receive a beating so early in the morning. Chapter 23. Wang Yishue's revenge. "Father, please don't hit him. Perhaps I have not done something right that made him unhappy. I will improve." Su Muyu pleaded with a look of grievance as she gazed at Tang's father. "Oh, why do you let him walk all over you? This man simply needs a good lesson," he retorted. His son, who had previously stubbornly refused to listen to advice and insisted on being a devoted admirer, had done so for 3 long years. Now, just when he had finally won the heart of his beloved, this foolish boy was causing trouble again. Was this not asking for trouble? Amidst the laughter of Tang's father and mother, as well as Su Muyu, breakfast eventually came to an end. Tang Yu felt like an outsider, no longer daring to utter a word under the threat of the belt. At the Tung Wang Group, in the general manager's office, Wang Yishue was perusing an investigative report concerning the French Fars Company. After hearing the whispers of her heart from Tang Yu, she found herself in possession of an ever-increasing amount of information. After several days of investigation, the truth lay bare before her. The Fars Company indeed harbored significant issues. She had her associates trace the source of a particular sum of money and discovered it had been transferred by a celebrity named Hina. The benefactor of this starlet was none other than her cousin, Wang Rulong. If her conjecture held true, this 20 million was likely a down payment for Li Desin. What audacity Wang Rulong possessed, conspiring with outsiders. A glint of cold light flashed in Wang Yishue's eyes. She vowed to show no mercy towards such treachery, even if it came from her own flesh and blood. However, her concern extended beyond Wang Rulong. It was directed towards another individual, Yichen. This man had already secured a place on her list of targets, yet she had yet to uncover the depths of his background. His identity remained shrouded in mystery, cloaked in a veil of obscurity. The only lead she had managed to investigate was an investment firm named Huajin. This company had invested a staggering sum into Fars Company a fortnight ago, thereby becoming its largest shareholder. Yet, this firm did not fall under Yichen's name. This individual was exceedingly elusive. Never mind, there was no need to act rashly and alarm the snake in the grass. Wang Yishue was a woman of great patience, understanding that a long line would yield a larger catch. After pondering for a moment, she made a phone call. Approximately 10 minutes later, a dignified middle-aged man entered. He was none other than the company's vice president, Li Desin. "You summoned me, General Manager Wang?" Li Desin inquired with a smile, his gaze discreetly appraising Wang Yishue. Ever since the young lady took the helm of the company, the executives had been treated to a daily feast for the eyes. "Mr. Li, How many years have you dedicated to our company? Wang Yishua inquired. Exactly 30 years. I have devoted my life to this company, Li Desen replied with a hearty laugh. Is that so? Wang Yishua suddenly thumped the table, her voice cold and commanding. Are you truly dedicating yourself to the company, or merely to Wang Rulong's 100 million? A flicker of fear crossed Li Deshen's eyes. The figure of 100 million made him acutely uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm facade, feigning confusion. What do you mean? General Manager Wang? I do not appreciate trivialities. You are well aware of how my family deals with traitors, even if you do not consider your own safety. Think of your family, Wang Yishua threatened icily. She would show no mercy when it came to the entire Wang family. Li Deshen's legs weakened, and he quickly knelt on the ground, pleading, General Manager Wang, my family is not involved. I was coerced into this by young Master Rulong. Soon, Li Desen divulged everything. After listening, Wang Yishua leaned back in her office chair, her expression unreadable, yet her heart raced with shock. Everything had been perfectly articulated by Tang Yu's inner voice. So, Yichen, you are plotting against me, are you? A cold smile crept across her mind as she devised a plan for revenge. Li Desen, I can offer you a chance. Go to Wang Rulong and inform him that I have agreed to this collaboration. The finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. What? Li Desen could hardly believe his ears. The general manager clearly recognized it as a trap, yet still intended to step into it. Simply follow my instructions and urge FARS to expedite the transfer to the cooperative account. Wang Yishua wished to avoid further explanations with Li Desen. Thank you, General Manager Wang. For this opportunity, I will certainly perform well, Li Desen responded, nodding repeatedly, exhaling deeply as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. After leaving the office, he was about to take the elevator down to find Wang Rulong when the doors opened, revealing Wang Rulong exiting with a document in hand. Li, how did it go? Wang Rulong inquired eagerly, wrapping his arm around Li Deshen's shoulder. The general manager has already agreed and is in the process of signing the contract. I've been instructed to notify finance to proceed with the transfer. Wang Rulong's face lit up with elation. At last, his cousin had acquiesced. With this, should the plan succeed, the position of general manager would soon be his. As for his cousin, she could simply marry off without contesting his ambitions. By the way, General Manager Wang asked me to remind you to contact FARS and urge them to expedite their transfer to advance the project, Li Desen advised. Understood. Thank you for your efforts, Li. I will transfer the remaining 80 million to you later. Meanwhile, Yi Chun was patrolling the neighborhood. Upon receiving Wang Rulong's call, his spirits lifted instantly. All right, I understand. Just wait for your takeover of Tungwang Group, he promised before hanging up, his expression darkening slightly. Fool, he scoffed coldly. Dialing the Longhun organization. In this collaboration between FARS and Tungwang Group, the latter was required to provide 500 billion in funding. The FARS Corporation requires a staggering sum of 30 billion in funds and technical personnel. Presently, the FARS Corporation exists merely as a hollow shell. Thus, it is imperative that this capital is procured from the Dragon Soul organization. Patience is key in this endeavor. This money serves only as a temporary investment. Once I have successfully conquered Wang Yishua, the Wang family's vast wealth, amounting to several hundred billion, will rightfully be mine. Upon connecting the call, a deep male voice resonated. Dragon King, what is your command? Transfer 3 billion to the FARS Corporation. Understood. Should the funds be drawn from your personal account? Yichen responded with displeasure. He had entrusted his own finances to a foundation, reaping substantial returns daily. If he could utilize public funds, he would resolutely refrain from tapping into his own. Very well. The man on the other end replied, his tone tinged with resignation. At that moment, a patrol car approached, driven by manager Liang Fifan. As he drew closer, he overheard Yi Chun exclaim, "It's only 30 billion, causing him to frown in disapproval. He halted the vehicle and glared at Yi Chun, chastising, "Newcomer, have you lost your mind? Do you think you can swagger about without consequence? 30 billion? The paper in your trash bin doesn't even amount to that. Consider this your final warning. If I catch you boasting again while on duty, this old doctor will have to remedy your inflated ego." He menacingly pointed his rubber baton at Yi Chun, clearly unimpressed by the newcomer's ostentatious demeanor. In recent days, he has been surreptitiously sifting through the property owner's documents, leading the owner to suspect that this individual might be a thief scouting the premises. Just moments ago, Yi Chun, who had been wearing a beaming smile, suddenly found his expression darken with fury. With a gaze filled with malice, he glared at Liang Fifan, constantly reminding himself to endure. It was not yet time to take his life, not until his plan to win over the ladies had come to fruition. After Liang Fifan departed, Yichen resumed his patrol with a lingering sense of resentment. After the Dragon Soul organization transferred funds to the Fowl's company, Wang Yixue, who had been under constant surveillance, received the news promptly. At last, she had baited the hook. She had thoroughly investigated the Fowl's company's tax evasion activities. In France, tax evasion is regarded as a serious offense, and should they be discovered, they would face exorbitant fines. Based on her calculations, the 300 billion would likely fall short of covering the penalties. Yet, that was not her sole concern. She looked into the Huajin investment company, discovering that its assets were approximately 500 billion. A mere 300 billion would scarcely constitute a significant loss for them. Her revenge was merely beginning. Contemplating her next move, she picked up her phone and sent a message via WeChat to Tang Yu. Let's go out for a meal. I have a business proposition to discuss. At that moment, Tang Yu had just arrived at his own company. He had barely settled into his seat when he received Wang Yixue's message. Discussing business? A deal worth billions certainly warranted consideration. Tang Yu chuckled, but upon further reflection, he deemed it inappropriate. Maintaining a distance from the female lead was the only way to ensure his survival. After finally enjoying a brief respite as a wealthy and handsome man, he yearned for a tranquil existence. I have no time, he replied. Is that so? There was nothing to be done. While cleaning my phone yesterday, I inadvertently stumbled upon some old photos that I had forgotten to delete. And I could only wonder what would happen if I posted them on social media. Tang Yu cast a glance at the screen, her expression instantly shifting. Goodness. Is that not a photo of me in her room? In the image, I held a charming little white lingerie piece, adorned with a rather lewd grin. Any passerby who chanced upon this picture would undoubtedly think it belonged to a perverted thief. Damn it, did I not delete that? What happened to the fundamental trust between individuals? Tang Yu lamented in anguish. A chance to rephrase your words? Where did you see that? At the Deep Sea restaurant. She took a deep breath, tears brimming in her eyes, and departed from the office. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she found Wang Yixue waiting at the entrance. Spotting Tang Yu from a distance, she greeted her with a cheerful wave. Today, she was clad in a white three-quarter sleeve blouse, and due to her ample figure, one couldn't help but worry about the buttons straining against her chest. The light gray professional skirt hugged her curvaceous form, while her legs, encased in black stockings, evoked a myriad of thoughts. Whether in a cheapao or professional attire, she exuded a distinctive charm. Several men nearby discreetly admired this stunning beauty. Having previously attempted to strike up conversations with her in hopes of acquiring her contact information, they stood there, appreciating her allure while curious about the unfortunate soul who could win her affection. Upon seeing Tang Yu approach, this group found themselves in awe. Without further ado, the Bugatti Veyron stands as a testament to the fact that this gentleman operates on a different echelon. Moreover, he possesses both height and striking good looks. Alas, the finest of women seem to elude him. They can only harbor silent resentment in their hearts. Must business negotiations truly unfold in this locale? Tang Yu remarked with a frosty demeanor. Isn't this Deep Sea restaurant a veritable den of gluttony? Even I, as a master of penetration, find it unbearable. Are we discussing business, or rather, transactions worth billions? Master of penetration? Billions in business? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips twitched. This lad appears overly concerned about her intentions, does he not? Even if such a scenario were to unfold, it would indeed be to his advantage, wouldn't it? Humph. Of course, the ambience here is romantic. She extended her arm, gazing at Tang Yu. What is she up to? Is she attempting to link arms, or perhaps wishes to hold his hand directly? Pray, exercise some decorum. Let us focus on the business at hand. Tang Yu coldly declined. Linking arms? Something feels amiss with you, dear lady. Engaging in such frivolity in a public setting would surely lead to the entirety of Suzhou and Hangzhou knowing of our newfound closeness. Restraint. One must practice restraint. Do you understand? It is only natural to harbor desires, yet one must maintain control. Oh, and what of that individual in the photograph? Lacking discretion, I see. Even my personal belongings are not spared? Wang Yixue responded with a knowing tone. Tang Yu recognized that this woman was subtly threatening him. Reluctantly, he acquiesced and linked his arm with Wang Yixue's. The Deep Sea restaurant resembles a grand aquarium, however. It is not open to the public and operates on a membership basis. Dining here is akin to immersing oneself in the depths of the ocean. rendering it a luxurious and romantic venue. Affluent patrons frequently bring their companions to indulgent meals, drawn by the enchanting ambience. The lighting is deliberately dim, with candles providing illumination, creating an atmosphere that encourages discreet escapades in the shadows, a pursuit of thrill that many find irresistible. One might discover delightful surprises by merely wandering through a university's grove at night with a flashlight. Numerous guests opt for private dining rooms, and even before the meal commences, the festivities have already begun. If the fish in the aquarium possessed wisdom, they would likely have mastered all the positions of human procreation long ago. Thus, Tang Yu has always suspected that the proprietor of this establishment is quite the libertine. Do refrain from entering the private rooms. Dining outside will suffice, one might caution. Even if you were to enter, I would not yield, another might retort. Upon overhearing such sentiments, Wang Yishue's expression darkened. Am I unworthy of you? Today, I shall prove otherwise. Chapter 25. My heart is colder than steel. Are there private rooms available? She inquired of a waiter. Good day. I regret to inform you that all private rooms have been fully booked. The waiter replied respectfully. That is of no consequence. We shall dine outside then. Upon hearing this, Tang Yu felt a surge of relief. The presence of numerous patrons today assured their safety. Very well, let us dine outside. Wang Yishue did not necessarily have to dine in a private room. Upon seeing Tang Yu's cheerful expression, she discerned the source of his delight. Soon, there would be more to make him happy. After they were seated, the waiter replaced their old scented candles with 2 fresh ones. Darling, would you like to eat? Wang Yishue inquired with a smile as she held the menu. Anything is fine. I lack an appetite when dining with you, and please refrain from calling me darling. Tang Yu replied coldly. Alas, this woman is truly peculiar. Weren't we here to discuss business? What sort of business is this? I am not selling myself. Wang, please, let us not go down this path. We are not suited for each other. You are a good person, and I am not worthy of you. Ah. Then let us order a couple's meal, Wang Yishue responded playfully, handing the menu to the waiter. As she playfully kicked off her high heels, she gently nudged Tang Yu's calf with her foot, elegantly wrapped in black stockings. What are you doing? Tang Yu asked, instantly on alert. Goodness. One must not behave so recklessly. In public, one must maintain decorum, all right? Do not wipe your foot sweat on my leg, he chided. My foot itches. Wang Yishue retorted with a laugh. Your foot is the one that's sweaty. You pamper yourself every day, don't you? Yet you still rub against me. It's quite odorous. Tang Yu complained, glancing at Wang Yishue's feet with curiosity. What madness is this? How could you wear black stockings? I have been filleting fish at the supermarket for a decade. My heart is colder than steel, and nothing can sway my feelings. Except for black stockings, she teased. I'm just joking. Walking in high heels for too long can be exhausting. Come on, help me massage my feet. Wang Yishue, with a playful smile, urged him on. She was curious to see how long this reserved individual could maintain his composure. How naive of her to think so. Exhausted and disinterested in conversation, she whimsically declared that if someone were to massage her feet, her fatigue would dissipate. Without hesitation, Wang Yishue playfully placed her feet upon Tang Yu's lap. Her legs were both fair and elongated, slender yet possessing a delightful softness that could incite envy even in professional leg models. For women with less appealing legs, black stockings served as a modest veil. However, for someone like Wang Yishue, they added a hint of allure. How could she do this? If her foot slides over any further, this will hardly be a meal. No wonder this enchantress chose such a dining establishment. Had I known, I would have preferred a private booth. Being seen would lead to social embarrassment. I could summon a waiter to assist you with a foot massage, Tang Yu said, feigning displeasure as he gently lowered her leg. The moment his hand grasped Wang Yishue's leg, she shivered slightly, as if electrified. Her reaction caused Tang Yu to flinch as well. Why are you touching my feet? How bizarre. Wang Yishue bit her lip, her expression a portrait of bashfulness. Tang Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, pondered how he had come to seem like the rogue in this scenario. Yet, a realization struck him. Indeed, I have been far too passive. Constantly attempting to evade her advances has only made her perceive me as an easy target for teasing. If I take the initiative, can her audacity truly rival my own? I am undoubtedly the most unabashed in the village. Even the most brazen of circumstances would not deter me. Why should I fear her? Are you certain you want me to massage your legs? Tang Yu intentionally imitated the Dragon King's enchanting smile, yet his execution fell short. While the Dragon King Yi Chun could effortlessly curve his lips at a perfect 90 degrees, Tang Yu could manage only a meager 30. Come on, he beckoned. Wang Yishue, her cheeks tinged with shyness, was secretly elated. Humph, today I shall see just how thick your skin is. The dim lighting ensures that any subtle movements beneath the table remain unnoticed. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu grasped the woman's leg, gently squeezing it a few times. Despite the barrier of silk stockings, his fingertips could still discern her supple and smooth skin. Goodness, her skincare is truly remarkable. Wang Yixue occasionally trembled slightly. Her face flushed as she lowered her gaze in silence. Tang Yu was thoroughly pleased with her reaction. He knew she was merely a blusterer, in a genuine confrontation. She was no match for him. Oh, so now you're feeling shy? You sought to tease me, and this is your retribution. Well then, my dear. You ignited the flames. You shall extinguish them yourself. However, after 10 minutes had elapsed, Tang Yu began to feel that something was amiss. Wang Yixue remained bashfully looking down, not uttering a single word. What the heck? Why is there still no response? I could have resorted to friction for fire by now. Where is your sense of shame? Why do you persist in your defiance at this moment? Quickly, relinquish your last vestige of stubbornness and surrender to me at once. Loudly declare, I'm sorry, Tang Yu go. Tang Yu found himself internally lamenting. What on earth is wrong with this woman? Does she possess no sense of shame at all, or is her threshold simply too high for her to falter? Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter approached with the dishes in hand. Here are your couple's set meals, she said with a smile, placing the dishes on the table before uncorking a bottle of red wine for the two. Thank you. This is your tip, Tang Yu replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. He quickly removed Wang Yixue's foot from his lap, retrieving his wallet to present her with a thick stack of cash. If this continued, he truly would not endure any longer. Thank you, Tang Xiao. The waiter expressed her gratitude profusely as she accepted the money. As expected of Tang Xiao, not only handsome but generous as well. Tang Yu stood up and addressed Wang Yixue. I'm going to wash my hands. Please start eating. All right, Wang Yixue replied, a mischievous smile lighting up her face. At that moment, she felt an uncontrollable urge to burst into laughter. This fellow had been toying with her for quite a while, internally questioning why she hadn't yet conceded. It was utterly amusing. Surrender was not in her nature. Damn, I nearly forgot. This woman has an incredibly thick skin. Upon seeing her smile, Tang Yu realized he had fallen into her trap, and with a scowl, he hurried off to wash his hands. She looked like a gentle and considerate girlfriend as she winked at him. Go ahead and eat. You've worked hard today. Thank you. During the meal, Wang Yixue refrained from teasing Tang Yu further and instead focused on her food, allowing the atmosphere to settle into a tranquil silence. Under the warm glow of the candlelight, she suddenly paused, her gaze fixed on Tang Yu's handsome face, her eyes shimmering with gentle amusement. In accordance with his thoughts, the world they inhabited resembled that of a fictional narrative. Regarding this matter, she remains indifferent, as long as her existence is genuine. However, as the plot unfolds, her reluctance surfaces to be part of the harem of that man, whose smile resembles that of someone gravely ill. Only someone deranged would engage in such folly. Her dear Tang Yu is far more delightful, possessing a beauty that could easily overshadow that fellow. Haha. Why are you looking at me? Tang Yu suddenly noticed Wang Yixue's unwavering gaze. Being scrutinized by such a stunning beauty made her feel a touch bashful. Oh dear, you're blushing. Come, let me have a look. No way. Tang Yu turned her face away. Just let me see. Wang Yixue chuckled. Focus on your meal. Aren't we supposed to discuss business? What business? Tang Yu, unable to tolerate the woman's teasing, sought to divert the conversation. After having had her fun, Wang Yixue ceased her playful antics and spoke. I am contemplating an investment project. I still need 300 billion. Why not invest together? 300 billion? Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. Given the Tang family's wealth, procuring 300 billion in liquid assets posed no significant challenge. However, what could she possibly need that sum for at this juncture? Clearing her throat, Tang Yu adopted a serious demeanor. 300 billion is not a trivial amount. First, tell me what project you intend to invest in. Renewable energy. Didn't you find it quite appealing last time? Wang Yixue replied with a bright smile. Oh, very well. I shall consider this investment, but you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, refrain from bothering me unnecessarily. You understand the propriety of male-female interactions, do you not? Tang Yu presented his first condition, feeling that he was not quite capable of outsmarting this cunning witch, and decided to let her settle down for the time being. Well, the truth is, I intentionally showcased my charms to seek your assistance. Wang Yixue nodded vigorously. After all, she had no intention of being bound by her words. Today, you treat me with indifference, but I shall return to seek you tomorrow. Hiki. Tang Yu snorted coldly and spoke again. Second, hand over your phone. I need to delete the videos and photos. Ah, so you deliberately set a trap for me. A woman full of schemes, yet I willingly fell into the snare. Did you not anticipate that? Once the photos and videos are erased, you will no longer hold any leverage over me. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yixue finally handed her phone to Tang Yu, saying, go ahead and delete them, but remember to keep your word. Of course, Tang Yu readily accepted the phone, first opening WeChat to delete the photos from the chat history. After clearing those images, he navigated to the file manager to locate the videos. Deletion. Once the videos were removed, only the photos in the album remained. He opened the album and was taken aback. The first photo featured Wang Yixue dressed in a provocative bunny girl costume. This enticing outfit accentuated her alluring figure, making it almost lethal. The black fabric highlighted her extraordinarily fair and tempting skin. Moreover, she had deliberately donned a pair of suspender stockings. The camera captured Wang Yixue displaying an exceedingly seductive smile, as if teasing herself. Goodness, this is something I can view for free. Her figure is utterly astonishing. I had underestimated her. He continuously swiped his fingers across the screen, flipping through more than a dozen images until he finally turned over the set featuring the bunny girl. However, what followed was yet another collection, this time showcasing a nurse's outfit. The only difference was that the black stockings had been replaced with white ones. Oh dear. I really can't handle this. I didn't expect you to be so bold and private, but alas, our positions differ. I can't personally take your photos. By the way, who on earth took these? I hope it wasn't a man. Just the thought is infuriating. Tang Yu felt his face begin to heat up as he continued to look. This was a bit too stimulating. The person in question was sitting right across from him. Fortunately, after flipping past the nurse's outfit, he finally managed to locate the candid photo of himself. He hurriedly deleted the embarrassing history before returning the phone to Wang Yixue. Have you deleted them? Wang Yixue asked with a sly smile, her heart brimming with delight. She had specifically taken these photos to tease him, never expecting him to bite the bait. Moreover, he was cursing the photographer in his mind. All of these were taken by her, with no photographer involved. Well, understanding jealousy is a good thing. I've deleted them. Please refrain from engaging in such trivial matters in the future, Tang Yu said, clearing his throat, his gaze betraying a hint of guilt. At that moment, Wang Yixue seemed to him as if her attire could transform endlessly. Thank goodness she didn't come to me dressed like that. Otherwise, who could withstand such a test? All right then. Hurry and have someone transfer the funds. I will notify you once the project is successful, Wang Yixue urged. Tang Yu nodded and made a call to the company with his phone. Now, he was the head of the Tang Group. The author had portrayed him as a highly capable antagonist, excelling in every regard, a quintessential wealthy and handsome figure. All these traits served as a prelude. A lofty magnate, who had devoted 3 years to pursuing a woman he could not win over, while Long Wang Yichen effortlessly captured her attention, thereby making Yichen appear remarkably impressive. All right, I will transfer the funds to you within an hour at most. After hanging up, Tang Yu's mood improved significantly. The bunny girl is indeed delightful. If only she wore a little less. Ahem, I should ask Qin Ming to make arrangements later. Wang Yixue narrowed her eyes. Qin Ming? She almost forgot that she needed to settle scores with this fellow. The last time he brought Tang Yu to the Xinghe Club, he had arranged a whole host of girls for him. She would have to send someone to deal with him. At that moment, Qin Ming, who was in a hotel embracing a supermodel while discussing life aspirations, suddenly sneezed, adding to the 500 billion in funds she had prepared. That amounted to a staggering 800 billion. This time, she aimed for a major score. She intended to make that scoundrel named Yi Chun bleed profusely. He is the protagonist? Tang Yu is the antagonist. Let me play him to his demise and see how he can remain the protagonist. Chapter 27. I truly do not wish to make money, France, La Libération. As a forward-thinking media outlet, they had long since ventured into the realm of internet business, amassing over 20 million followers across various social platforms. Today, they suddenly published a news article, which within just an hour, garnered millions of clicks. The content of the news was a public denunciation of the FARS company for tax evasion. In the news, the financial situation of FARS has been meticulously reported over the past 7 years. Upon learning of the actions taken by the FARS company, French netizens were infuriated. Is the French government utterly incompetent? How could they fail to uncover such matters? They seem preoccupied with their own illicit gains, those scoundrels. Fines must be imposed upon them without mercy. In response to the news, the relevant authorities swiftly dispatched personnel to the FARS company. They detained numerous executives to commence an investigation and froze all of their financial assets. The following day, the investigation results were released. The Fars company was found to have engaged in egregious tax evasion and would face exorbitant fines. The $300 billion recently transferred by Huajin was insufficient to cover this gaping hole. Following the collapse of Fars, Huajin Investment Company, as the largest shareholder, also suffered significant repercussions. They were exposed for the illegal diversion of funds, and the authorities have already initiated an investigation. Upon the revelation of this information, the stock price of Huajin Investment Company plummeted dramatically. When Yichen received this news, he was in the restroom, taking a moment to himself. He spent at least 2 to 3 hours there daily. Why was this discovered? Who provided the information? He seethed with rage, clutching his phone in the restroom. The collapse of the Fars company shattered his plan to win over Wang Yixue. The $300 billion had not even been invested in the project, and now it had directly enriched the coffers of the French government. $300 billion. To him, not picking up money on the way out was a loss. He felt compelled to sample the flavor of any passing refuse truck, unable to sleep if he missed an opportunity. Losing such a substantial sum felt like a dagger to his heart. What troubled him even more was the severe losses incurred by Huajin Investment. The stock price plummeted dramatically, and the company was now desperately pouring money into the market to stabilize it. Huajin Investment is one of the major enterprises under the Longhun organization, with total assets around $500 billion. In this recent plunge in the stock market, their losses have amounted to nearly $100 billion. Dragon King. There is another matter I must report to you. The primary reason for this loss is that someone took the opportunity to short our stocks. The opponent has invested a total of 800 billion Huaxia coins, and our organization has investigated thoroughly, confirming that the funds originated from the Tengwang Group and the Tang Group. As the report continued on the other end of the line, Yichen's face turned pale upon hearing the names of the Tengwang Group and the Tang Group. How could they engage in such actions? Where had things gone awry? His plan should have been flawless. Wang Rulong would never dare betray him, and Wang Yixue should also be kept in the dark. Was it possible that the useless Tang Yu had discovered something? Could it be that his identity had not remained concealed? Yichen coldly inquired, "Is my identity secure?" "Yes. The Dragon King's identity is absolutely confidential." After concluding the call, Yichen hung up. As long as his identity remained undisclosed, he could devise another method to win over Wang Yixue. As for Tang Yu, the money he had gained this time would be repaid with his life in the future. He then took out his phone and sent a message to his subordinate, Qi Yin. "You must uncover any incriminating evidence against the Tang Group within half a month. I want the Tang family to suffer." Having sent the message, he exited the restroom and made his way to the lawn downstairs. He scanned the area and quickly spotted a half-meter-long snake. After capturing the snake, he effortlessly extracted its fangs, rendering it harmless. With a sardonic smile, he approached Villa 8, the residence of the esteemed Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Kursen. For the past few days, he had been unable to find a suitable opportunity to get close to her. Thus, he resolved to create his own chance. Noticing the vicinity was deserted, he casually tossed the snake through the second-floor window of the villa and then stood below, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to play the gallant savior. Crafting an unexpected situation to garner affection and gradually win the other's heart was his specialty. Ding! The host has successfully navigated the plot, rewarding him with a hotel. Mingwei Hotel, which has now been transferred to the host's name. Suddenly, the system notification buzzed in Tang Yu's ear as he lounged idly at home. He bolted upright in surprise. What? How did I manage to survive the storyline? Bewildered, he wondered how he had achieved this without any effort. System, what exactly did I do? He silently inquired. The system's voice echoed back, revealing that the next sequence would involve Wang Rulong seizing power, followed by Tang Yu's escapades and romance. Understanding dawned upon him, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. In high spirits, he rose to tidy himself up, eager to inspect his new reward. Though the name Mingwei Hotel seemed rather ordinary, it held significant prestige in Suzhou and Hangzhou, being the only 7-star hotel in the area. In all of Huaxia, it stood as a premier establishment of exceptional caliber. Its estimated worth was around 20 billion. A grand gesture from the system that Tang Yu had not anticipated. While the Tang family was already affluent, who would ever complain about having too much wealth? Certainly. It would be even better if the system could exchange this reward for some ancient martial arts technique or life-saving boon. As Tang Yu entered the garage, preparing to select a sports car for his journey, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and noticed it was a call from the company. What could it be? What? A sense of unease began to wash over him. Shouldn't this sum of money have been invested by Wang Yixue into the new energy project and subsequently frozen? Earning money is indeed a joyous affair, yet something felt amiss. Could it be that the plot had unraveled again? Hastily, Tang Yu ended the call and redialed Wang Yixue. "What's wrong, darling? Missing me?" came her sweet voice from the other end. Instantly, he recalled her photograph in a bunny girl outfit. Clearing his throat, he asked, "What is the status of our last investment project?" "Oh, I suddenly discovered some issues with the partner company. Upon investigation, I found that someone was attempting to deceive our Wang family. Thus, I decided to divert the funds intended for investment to short the competitor instead, making a modest profit. I'll be sure to involve you in the next lucrative venture, Mua," Wang Yixue said, blowing him a kiss over the phone. Chapter 28, The Girl. Eyes do not deceive. Has the plot truly unraveled again? Damn it, this was a miscalculation. The difficulty of surviving quietly has just escalated significantly. Tang Yu felt a wave of frustration rising within him. Is it truly so difficult for him to simply remain low-key and accumulate some rewards? "Hey, darling, why are you silent?" Wang Yixue inquired, noticing the lack of response. "No, I'm just overwhelmed with joy. So much so that I find myself at a loss for words." "Is that so? Then I shall seek you out for the next profitable opportunity." "Thank you." Tang Yu wiped away a tear and hung up the phone. On this sweltering day, he was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet icy. The abyss felt desolate, and the Dragon King roamed the mortal realm. The rest eluded his memory. In summary, this world is rife with oppression against Go-Bai. When will Go-Bai truly rise? The Su family, one of the four prominent clans of Suzhou and Hangzhou, once basked in glory comparable to that of the Tang family. However, in recent years, their decline has been pronounced, to the point where the very title of one of the four great families is in jeopardy. Were it not for the exceptional performance of the younger generation, particularly Su Muyu, one might fear that the Su family would soon be relegated from the ranks of the four great families. A figure approached voluntarily. It was Yuchen, who had been waiting in the car. After parting ways with the Tang family last time, he could no longer remain as a bodyguard for the Su family. "Muyu, it's been a while," he greeted her with a smile. "What brings you here?" Su Muyu inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Seeing her frown stirred a sweet sensation within Yuchen. Was she adopting this cold demeanor to shield him from harm? "Silly girl, I missed you. So I came to see you," Yuchen replied with a smile. "Please refrain from such familiarity. We are not well acquainted." "I would appreciate it if you could maintain some decorum," she responded curtly. Yuchen quickly positioned himself in front of her, his expression earnest. "Stop pretending, girl. Your eyes cannot deceive. You care for me. You are merely fearful of the Tang family harming me. But let me assure you, the Tang family is insignificant in my presence. I am far more formidable than you realize, and soon you shall know who truly holds sway in Suzhou and Hangzhou." Su Muyu was nearly overwhelmed with disgust, almost losing her lunch at the sight. The murderous intent in her gaze was unmistakable. At that moment, several members of the Su family emerged from their residence. Upon seeing Yuchen obstructing Su Muyu, they were instantly filled with rage. Su Zhongshan gritted his teeth in fury, exclaiming, "You again? Last time, you brought shame upon our family, and now you dare to show your face here?" He then turned to the two bodyguards at the entrance, commanding, "Throw this scoundrel out." The two bodyguards immediately charged forward, fists clenched and brimming with aggression. Yuchen stood defiantly in place, allowing the guards to strike him. With a subtle shake of his body, he used their own force against them, sending them stumbling backward to the ground in shock. The two men stared at Yuchen, their faces pale with fear, bewildered by what had just transpired. The Su family members were equally astonished by this unexpected display of skill. Who was this individual, possessing such remarkable prowess? Noticing their astonishment, Yuchen flashed a devilish grin. "I initially intended to keep a low profile, but your disdain for me is undeniable. Today, I shall enlighten you. The Tang family is but mere ants in my presence. I, Yuchen, am the true dragon son-in-law of your Su family. How can someone as useless as Tang Yu possibly compare to me? 3 days from now marks Mu Yu's birthday, and I shall host the celebration for her. I will reserve the top floor of Mingyue Hotel to ensure she has the finest birthday party." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Furthermore, I shall present you with a significant gift. Have you not been secretly plotting to acquire that piece of land in the west of the city? I will secure it for you." He had initially intended to maintain a low profile. Yet the demeanor of Su Muyu and the members of the Su family left him greatly dissatisfied. What was there to fear from the mere Tang family? Were he abroad, orchestrating the downfall of the Tang family would be a matter of a single night. Once A family far more affluent than the Tang family had incurred his wrath, and the Dragon Soul organization had dispatched merely 8 elite members in the span of a night. That family was utterly annihilated. Thus, from this moment onward, he resolved to gradually unveil his prowess to expedite his control over Su Hang. Is this person out of his mind? Who has the number for the psychiatric hospital? Someone should hasten to admit him. I have never encountered anyone so boastful, claiming even the top floor of Minghua Hotel. Do you think you are worthy? Haha, that is land our Su family cannot acquire. If you manage to, I shall gladly polish your shoes. The members of the Su family erupted into laughter, deriding him with the scorn reserved for a clown, convinced he had lost his sanity. Setting aside everything else, merely securing the top floor of Minghua Hotel was an impossibility. 2 years ago, during Su Muyu's birthday, the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Yu, approached the owner of Minghua Hotel for a personal discussion, offering 300 million for the privilege of hosting Su Muyu's birthday banquet on the top floor. With the Tang family's influence, even such a staggering offer was met with refusal, as the owner firmly stated that the rules could not be broken unless the Tang family outright purchased the hotel. If the Tang family could not achieve this, why did he have to think he could? In the face of their mockery, Yi Chun merely smiled coldly, producing a prepared document from his pocket and tossing it to the members of the Su family. You shall see for yourselves whether I am capable. Su Chongshan seized the tossed documents and, upon a fleeting glance, was utterly astonished. It was indeed the confidential material regarding the land in the western part of the city. The dossier also contained information about 2 additional plots slated for development in the municipal plans for the latter half of the year. How had he acquired such top-secret information? In the realm of substantial business ventures, information is of paramount importance. Armed with this intelligence, should the Su family successfully seize the initiative, the profits could amount to hundreds of billions. The expressions of the other members of the Su family shifted as they gazed at Yi Chun, their eyes now filled with a newfound respect. This man, it seemed, truly had connections that extended far and wide. If an alliance were forged with the Tang family, could they truly bestow such immense benefits upon the Su family? From the perspective of familial interests, their thoughts transformed in an instant. However, Su Muyu was not preoccupied with such considerations. She harbored no interest in Yi Chun whatsoever. Yet, his boastful claims provided her with a splendid opportunity to rid herself of him. Thus, she coldly declared, "Very well, this is your word. Should you fail to deliver, you shall not trouble me again. The top floor of the Minghua Hotel is certainly out of reach. If he were to prove untrustworthy, he would lose all faith to continue pursuing her. Even if he were to succeed in securing it, she would resolutely refuse him. It is settled then." Yi Chun, with an air of pride, nodded affirmatively and addressed the Su family members, "With me as your dragon's son-in-law, the Su family will ascend to become the second prominent family in Suzhou and Hangzhou." With that, he strode away with a swagger. Observing his retreating figure, the Su family members erupted in laughter. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity to gauge this man's capabilities. If he could accomplish these 2 tasks, selecting a more advantageous son-in-law for the Su family would be a wise decision. After leaving the Su family, Yi Chun ventured a short distance when a sleek black Rolls-Royce halted before him. Chapter 29. Longshan Group. A tall man emerged from the vehicle, bowing respectfully before him. "Dragon King, Longya, how have the matters progressed?" Yi Chun inquired with a calm demeanor. An aura of authority emanated from him, creating a palpable pressure upon the man before him. Longya, the individual he addressed, was one of the 8 formidable generals of the Longhan organization. Despite his unappealing appearance, his unwavering loyalty and business acumen earned him Yi Chun's trust. He always kept Longya by his side, both for convenience and to accentuate his own striking looks. Longya hastily reported, "I inform you, Dragon King, that the Blackstone Group has been successfully acquired and renamed Longshan Group. I managed to mobilize a staggering 500 billion in capital to complete the acquisition of the Blackstone Group in Suzhou and Hangzhou. The depth of the Longhan organization is unfathomable." Yi Chun pondered for a moment. "Then I will leave its management to you. I prefer not to reveal my identity too soon. Thank you for your trust, Dragon King. I shall ensure the Longshan Group is managed with utmost diligence," Longya replied, excitement evident in his demeanor. Yi Chun nodded in satisfaction. Suzhou and Hangzhou were not quite as he had envisioned. Relying solely on discretion would prove too slow for his ambitions. He resolved to accelerate his conquest of these regions. The Longshan Group was merely the vanguard of his endeavors. "Longya, in 3 days, I wish to host a birthday celebration for my woman. You are to secure the top floor of Mingwei Hotel in the capacity of Longshan Group's leader. After securing the contract, a message will be disseminated, letting the entire Suzhou and Hangzhou know that the owner of Longshan Group intends to host a birthday banquet for his beloved. Additionally, the land in the western part of the city will be acquired for the Su family, showcasing my prowess. Should anyone dare to oppose, they shall face dire consequences. Yuchen declared with immense authority. Long Yi accepted the command, with fists clasped and a glint of cold light in his eyes. He vowed to eliminate anyone who obstructed the Dragon King. The Mingwei Hotel, the only 7-star establishment in Suzhou and Hangzhou, stands as an iconic landmark of the region. The hotel features 2 gracefully arched towers, connected by a central archway. From a distance, it resembles a colossal ring rising majestically from the lake, embodying the harmony of nature and humanity. By night, the entire structure reflects beautifully upon the water, resembling a radiant moon, a sight to behold. Indeed, the rewards from the system are quite generous. I suggest a super double next time. As Tang Yu gazed at the hotel that belonged to him, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After numerous iterations with this canine system, this reward was indeed substantial. However, its sudden generosity left him with a lingering sense of unease. Upon arriving at the hotel, the general manager, Wang Defa, was already waiting at the entrance. "Young Master Tang," he greeted, bowing respectfully upon seeing Tang Yu step out of the car. "There's no need for such formality, General Manager Wang," Tang Yu replied with a smile, patting him on the shoulder. After the system transferred ownership of the hotel, it also thoughtfully appointed members of the Tang family to the management team. "Shall I take you inside for a tour, young master?" Wang Defa gestured invitingly. Tang Yu nodded, following Wang Defa as they strolled through the hotel. Upon entering, the magnificent crystal chandelier immediately captured Tang Yu's attention. The entire lobby was crafted from yellow crystal and various precious stones, epitomizing opulence and luxury. Wang Defa guided Tang Yu through the hotel's numerous facilities, ultimately arriving at the hot springs. The hotel boasted over 100 hot spring pools, with more than 40 luxurious villas. Wealthy individuals from Suzhou and Hangzhou frequently visited to indulge. He pointed to one villa and inquired, "Shall we reserve a few hot spring villas for private use, Tang Xiao?" "One will suffice," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. And from now on, this villa will be off limits to the public." Shortly after they seated themselves, before Wang Defa could even brew the tea, his secretary rushed in. "Mr. Wang, the head of Longshan Group has arrived at our hotel, expressing interest in renting the top floor to host a birthday banquet," the secretary reported. "Renting the top floor?" Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. The top floor of Mingwei Hotel was a significant attraction, drawing esteemed guests daily due to its breathtaking views. To reserve it for a single individual would undoubtedly offend other patrons. Just as he was about to decline, Tang Yu suddenly interjected, "Longshan Group?" The Haishi Group has garnered considerable fame in Suzhou and Hangzhou after its unexpected acquisition. Many are curious about the origins of this formidable entity that could afford such a colossal expenditure. To spend 500 billion on such a vast company, Tang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. In order to prove himself to the Su family, he took it upon himself to lease the previously inaccessible top floor of the Mingwei Hotel, hosting a grand birthday celebration for Su Muyu. At this extravagant event, the members of the Su family were left utterly humiliated, no longer daring to underestimate him. Su Muyu, captivated by his romantic gestures, found herself completely enamored with him. With the Su family now under his influence, his power in Suzhou and Hangzhou burgeoned, and he began to set his sights on devouring the Tang family. "Damn this system," Tang Yu cursed inwardly, feeling frustrated. He suspected that the sudden generosity of this wretched system was too good to be true. According to the original plot, Yi Chun had dispatched Long Ye to commandeer the top floor for Su Muyu's birthday celebration. However, the hotel manager was adamantly unwilling to break the rules. Consequently, Long Ye resorted to a more sinister approach, threatening the manager's life to ensure compliance. Faced with imminent death, the manager, teetering on the brink of the afterlife, realized he was dealing with someone he could not afford to offend and reluctantly acquiesced. Now, the pressure rested squarely on Tang Yu's shoulders. Agreeing to this arrangement, however, presented its own set of complications. If Yuchen succeeded in winning over Su Muyu, the Su family would inevitably become an extension of his power. Coupled with the Longshan Group and other influences, the Tang family's position would become precarious. It seemed there was no escape from this dire situation. Survival appeared increasingly elusive. He needed to devise a plan to create some chaos. Yet, Personally intervening posed a considerable risk. After taking a deep breath, his gaze settled on Wang Defa. If his memory served him correctly, Wang Defa possessed an exceptional talent for subterfuge. A hallmark of the antagonist's narrative is that their subordinates are invariably adept at stirring trouble, and Wang Defa was no exception. Thus, Tang Yu perceived this as an opportune moment to showcase his own ingenuity. "What troubles you, young Master Tang?" Wang Defa inquired, noticing Tang Yu's peculiar gaze. "Mr. Wang, I believe we can agree to the top floor arrangement. However, we absolutely cannot allow the birthday banquet to proceed. Do you understand my meaning?" Tang Yu chuckled, playfully winking at him. "If the birthday celebration is a success, it would lead us down a treacherous path in line with the original narrative. If we refuse, that beast Long Yu will undoubtedly create more trouble. In that case, let Wang Defa demonstrate his capabilities. With his limited insight, it is assured that he will produce a stroke of genius, leaving the Dragon King trembling in fear." "Understood." Wang Defa nodded, still somewhat perplexed. What could young Master Tang mean? If he was unwilling, why not simply decline? With lingering confusion, he exited the office and proceeded to the reception room where Long Yu awaited him. "How may I address you, sir?" "I am Wang Defa, the hotel manager." He greeted with a broad smile, extending his hand to shake Long Yu's. Long Yu, with an air of arrogance, reciprocated the handshake. "I am Long Yu. My boss wishes to host a birthday celebration for his woman, Miss Su Muyu. What is the cost for booking the entire top floor? Name your price." He was aware of the hotel's policy that the top floor was not available for private booking, yet the Dragon King had issued his command. What the Dragon King desired must be fulfilled. He was prepared to assert dominance, ensuring that Mingyue Hotel understood that there were some individuals they could not refuse. Wang Defa's expression darkened instantaneously. Miss Su was the woman of their boss. What nonsense was this? Was he here to vie for young Master Tang's affection? The realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. It is no wonder that Mr. Tang chose to agree first before causing a ruckus. It appears he intended to deliberately humiliate his opponent. An opportunity to rise above had presented itself. Wang Defa smirked with satisfaction in his heart and readily agreed. "Mr. Long, greetings. Our Mingyue Hotel sincerely wishes to establish a cordial relationship with your esteemed company. Therefore, we will exceptionally open the top floor for contracting purposes without any charges." Wang Defa's demeanor left Long Yu somewhat astonished, yet he quickly comprehended the situation. Surely, the presence of the Longqin group had inspired a desire to ingratiate themselves. After all, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would recognize that a company capable of executing a 500 billion acquisition possesses formidable strength beyond measure. Since your hotel is so earnest, I, on behalf of the Longqin group, accept your friendship. I shall send Mr. Wang the proposal for the birthday banquet shortly, Long Yu replied with satisfaction. "Excellent, excellent." Wang Defa responded with a smile, both men grinning like children weighing several hundred pounds. Upon learning that the matter had been settled, Tang Yu nodded in satisfaction. "Does this pesky system think it can outsmart me? With my unparalleled wisdom and talented subordinates, including the likes of Zhuge Liang and Zhang Fei, there is no way a mere system could compete." Chapter 30. It turns out Mr. Tang had everything planned after navigating the hotel negotiations. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. According to the original plot, to demonstrate strength, Yi Chun had assisted the Su family in acquiring the land in the western part of the city. However, that land was already secured by his own team. Following Long Yu's departure from the hotel, the next step would involve addressing this matter. To preempt any trouble from this mad dog, Tang Yu resolved to employ his previous strategy. "Mr. Wang, please make a call to Mr. He and have him transfer that parcel of land in the west to the Su family." He gazed at Wang Defa and spoke. "First, let Yi Chun flaunt his prowess before the Su family. When the Su family realizes they have been made a fool of, will they still regard him favorably? In any case, we cannot allow this scoundrel to continue growing powerful in Su and Hangzhou." "Understood, young Master Tang." Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He had grasped that young Master Tang intended to offer this land as a birthday gift to Miss Su. Truly, young Master Tang did not hold back. His gestures were grand indeed. Arrangements must be made. At that moment, a notification echoed in Tang Yu's ear. "Ding. Host, you are truly cunning. Your shamelessness has triggered a special reward. The perfected ancient martial art immovable king technique. Usable once." Tang Yu exclaimed. "Ancient martial arts?" In urban fantasy literature, if cultivation is not mentioned, ancient martial arts certainly reign supreme. As for the immovable king technique, Tang Yu noted it was a defensive skill. According to the system's description, Mastering it would render one's body as resilient as the immovable king. In other words, no one could breach my defense. Yet, it could only be used once, which felt somewhat disappointing. System, could you perhaps remove the single-use limitation? Tang Yu suggested with a chuckle. The system remained silent. Tang Yu sighed. Indeed. The system was rather unyielding. However, having it once was certainly better than never. From this day forth, no matter how formidable an opponent, they would not be able to fell me with a single blow. At least two would be necessary. He pondered what rewards awaited after the birthday banquet. It was bound to be a significant event. With eager anticipation, Tang Yu laughed heartily as he exited the office, throwing his head back in mirth. No one knew the delight that awaited him. After Tang Yu's departure, Wang Defa remained in the office, his heart brimming with excitement. Being assigned to oversee the Mingyue Hotel is undoubtedly a significant elevation in status. The task entrusted to me by young Master Tang must be executed with utmost perfection. I shall crush that despicable rival and bring honor to young Master Tang. Sitting before the computer, I anxiously awaited the birthday banquet proposal from Longya. After 2 hours of anticipation, the proposal finally arrived. Hastily, I opened my email, and upon reviewing the plan, a wicked grin spread across my face. That little scoundrel. The proposal is quite romantically crafted. Yichen, is it? Very well. At this birthday banquet, I shall trample your face underfoot, or I shall not bear the surname Wang. Wang Defa chuckled, barely able to contain his eagerness. After departing from the Mingyue Hotel, Longya, in his capacity as the head of Longchen Group, reached out to a prominent figure to assist the Su family in acquiring a parcel of land. Upon establishing contact, the individual quickly agreed to the request upon learning of Longya's intentions. Remarkably, no conditions were stipulated. It was simply a favor to Longchen Group. The seamless resolution of both matters filled him with pride. His organization had merely acquired a conglomerate worth 500 billion. Yet it commanded the admiration of the entire Su and Hang region. The modest city of Su and Hang is nothing extraordinary. Conquering Su and Hang is an endeavor as simple as turning one's hand. He promptly called Yi Chun, and once the call connected, he reported, Dragon King. Everything has been successfully arranged. Excellent. Your capabilities remain as reassuring as ever. Release the news swiftly. Let everyone be aware of this birthday banquet. Understood, Dragon King. With Longya's initiative, the news rapidly spread throughout Su and Hang. At the outset, the uppermost floor of the Mingyue Hotel, which even the esteemed young master of the Tang family could not secure, has inexplicably been reserved by the proprietor of the Longchen Group. The entire high society is abuzz with curiosity. Who is this enigmatic owner of the Longchen Group? And who is the woman accompanying him? Worthy of celebrating her birthday in such an extravagant manner? The women of Suong are filled with envy and resentment. How could such a romantic affair elude them? 3 days later, several Rolls-Royce vehicles came to a halt before the gates of the Su family estate. Longya stepped out of the car and strode into the Su family residence. By this time, night had fallen, and the members of the Su family awaited Yi Chen's arrival, eager to ascertain whether this individual truly possessed strength far surpassing that of the Tang family. Upon learning that Longya had arrived, the Su family members were taken aback. Longya? Isn't he the owner of the Longchen Group? What brings him here? Longya approached Su Muyu, bowing respectfully. Miss Su, young Master Yi has sent me to escort you to the Mingyue Hotel for your birthday celebration. Yi Chen. Su Muyu's expression shifted slightly. He truly managed to reserve the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel? The Su family members were equally astonished. The mysterious magnate behind the Longchen Group is, in fact, Yi Chen. Taking a deep breath, Su Muyu resolved to attend, regardless of the circumstances. She must clarify her feelings with him today. She rose and said, Very well, let us set off. However, upon seeing Su Muyu's determination to go, Su Zhongshan quickly intervened. Muyu, are you truly going? This seems rather inappropriate, given that you and Xiao Yu have already. What does Tang Yu even matter? You shall consider it merely a matter of a finger to eliminate him. Longya let out a cold snort beside him. How could a mere second-generation rich kid from Suzhou and Hangzhou dare to compete with the Dragon King for a woman? Su Muyu, upon hearing this remark, furrowed her brow slightly and turned to Su Zhongshan, saying, Dad, it's all right. If there's an issue, I will handle it. Very well, Su Zhongshan sighed, conceding to his daughter's wishes. Soon, a group of them boarded the vehicle and set off towards Mingyue Hotel. By the time they arrived at the hotel, night had fully descended. A large crowd of reporters and onlookers awaited below, eager to discover which fortunate woman was bestowed with such special treatment. The arrival of several Rolls-Royces barely piqued their interest, as in establishments like Mingyue Hotel, cars like Mercedes and BMWs were often regarded as mere bodyguards. "Please, everyone. Yishao is already waiting for you on the top floor," Longye announced as he led the Su family through the entrance. As they stepped into the elevator, Su Zhongshan's phone rang. After answering, he exchanged a few words, and his expression instantly transformed with excitement. "Muyu, we've secured that piece of land in the western city," he exclaimed, looking at Su Muyu with fervor. "If developed properly, this land could yield over 100 billion in profits for the Su family. For the current Su family, this represented an extraordinary opportunity." The members of the Su family were immediately filled with exhilaration, fully aware of the project's significance. This Yichen truly possesses remarkable connections. Choosing him might indeed be more advantageous than aligning with the Tang family, Long Ao thought, satisfied with the reaction of the Su family. He smiled faintly and remarked, "This is merely a casual gesture from Yishao. His capabilities far exceed your imagination by 1,000-fold." At this moment, Yichen had donned an elegant suit. Having meticulously prepared himself, he stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly savoring the night view with a glass of red wine in hand. His mood tinged with a sense of anticipation. Tonight, he aimed to demonstrate to the Su family that he was indeed their true dragon son-in-law. However, at this juncture, the top-floor venue was occupied solely by him and the staff. He had only invited members of the Su family for the evening. He understood that he could not afford to be overly ostentatious. If the entire Swan community became aware of his pursuit of Su Muyu, it would undoubtedly jeopardize his plans for establishing a harem. Thus, he deliberately crafted this scenario, ensuring that the Su family recognized his prowess while safeguarding his romantic endeavors. Chapter 31. Do you even dare compete with young Master Tang for women? Once the group from the Su family arrived, Yichen set down his glass of wine and approached to greet them. "Muyu, you have finally arrived. Have I not fulfilled my promise?" Upon seeing Su Muyu, Yichen's lips curled into a devilish smile, a sense of exhilaration washing over him. He clapped his hands, and immediately, someone wheeled in a large cake. "I know you adore fruit cakes, so I had one specially made for you. However, before we indulge in the cake, I have a gift to present to you," he said gently to Su Muyu. With a sigh, Su Muyu's expression turned serious. "Yichen, I am uncertain of your true identity, but I must clarify something with you." Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of fireworks erupted, interrupting her words. The entire night sky was suddenly illuminated by the dazzling display. The crowd's attention was instinctively captivated by the fireworks. As the first firework blossomed, countless others soared into the sky, transforming the night into a magnificent sea of colors. Those gathered beneath the hotel were equally entranced, their gazes drawn skyward, only to suddenly discern that the fireworks formed a series of words. "Su Muyu, happy birthday." Goodness, the birthday celebration is for the eldest daughter of the Su family? How utterly romantic. One must wonder the cost of such an extravagance. This grand display of fireworks was visible to nearly half of Suwon City. Many hastily pulled out their phones to capture the moment, eager to share it on social media. Numerous streamers abandoned their broadcasts entirely, directing their cameras toward the dazzling pyrotechnics. Incredible! Is this what it means to be wealthy in love? The fireworks have lasted nearly 10 minutes and they continue to dazzle. Remarkable. The affluent unite in joy while the single observers watch in awe. After about 10 minutes of the live stream, viewers speculated on the fortune spent on this spectacle. Those on the top floor of the Mingyue Hotel enjoyed the clearest view, the Su family members gazing with rapt fascination. As the fireworks display concluded, thousands of drones ascended from all directions, resembling colorful fireflies in the night sky. Once they reached a certain altitude, they commenced a mesmerizing light show. How many drones could this possibly entail? Surely at least 3,000. Unbelievable. Did this birthday celebration truly cost over 10 million? The light show left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment, as if the entire city of Suwon was being showered with love and affection. Yichen was exceedingly pleased with the spectacle. The spectacle was indeed grand, and Longye did not disappoint. Observing the expressions of astonishment on the faces of the Su family, he felt a surge of exhilaration within. From this day forth, the Su family should comprehend who truly deserves their favor. After a dazzling light show lasting around 10 minutes, it culminated in 7 prominent characters. "Happy birthday, Su Muyu." Just as the audience believed the light display was concluding, the drone formation underwent yet another transformation. This time, it morphed into a heart shape accompanied by 4 significant characters. "Love you." Yi Chun smiled in satisfaction. This conclusion was rather splendid. Splendid? His expression instantly soured, akin to having tasted something utterly unpleasant. Damn it! Why was that scoundrel's name included at the end of the birthday celebration he had orchestrated for Su Muyu? The Su family's countenance also shifted in astonishment. You? Is that not the name of Tang Yu? Meanwhile, the onlookers below seemed unfazed by the performance. You? Isn't that the young master of the Tang family? Good heavens! Tang Xiao is remarkably romantic. I had a hunch it was prepared by him all along. At this moment, Wang Defa, standing silently in a corner and observing the unfolding events, revealed a satisfied smile. This time, Tang Xiao should be exceedingly pleased. Tang Yu had already arrived at the hotel. And upon learning that the birthday banquet had indeed been successfully conducted, he hurried over. What was Wang Defa up to? Hadn't he been instructed to thwart this birthday celebration? As a traitor, shouldn't he have stirred up some trouble? By the time he breathlessly reached the top floor, all eyes were fixed upon him. Su Muyu was gazing at Tang Yu with a deeply moved expression. She never anticipated that the meticulously arranged birthday celebration would be orchestrated by this individual. Little did she know he was secretly preparing a surprise for her. Humph! This reserved yet flirtatious fellow. Blushing, she approached Tang Yu and said, "Thank you so much. I am truly delighted with today's birthday." Delighted? Tang Yu was still somewhat perplexed, yet he felt a rising sense of urgency. What on earth was Wang Defa up to? With a dark expression, Yi Chun strode up to Tang Yu, glaring at the culprit, and solemnly inquired, "Was this all you're doing? My doing? It's your beloved Yu indeed. This is a grand gift from our esteemed Tang Xiao to you. If you don't like it, just bear it." At that moment, Wang Defa's voice rang out, as he approached with a group of bodyguards encircling Yi Chun, ensuring this mad dog wouldn't harm Tang Xiao. With an eager expression, he turned to Tang Yu, boasting, "Tang Xiao, are you satisfied with this birthday celebration? Merely failing to host the party isn't sufficient. If one is to trample upon another, it must be done thoroughly." Letting him understand the consequences of vying for a woman with Tang Xiao. "Was this your arrangement?" Tang Yu asked, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, feeling a sense of pride in his elaborate scheme. He regarded Yi Chun with a hint of disdain. So what if he was the owner of Longchen Group? Did he dare to compete with Tang Xiao for a woman? Did he deserve it? Tang Yu felt a heaviness in her chest, nearly wanting to spit blood. While her brother merely wished to strike subtly, he had instead thrown a bombshell. Who would have thought this thick-browed, wide-eyed character would be such a brazen accomplice? Chapter 32. Wang Defa's fury against the Dragon King. At this moment, Yi Chen's face twisted in anger, his eyes locked onto Tang Yu, filled with malice. That scoundrel! He is doomed. Upon seeing several bodyguards standing in front of him, he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches. The bodyguards were sent flying. As he advanced towards Tang Yu, Su Muyu's fury erupted. She positioned herself in front of Yi Chen, shouting, "Is physical intimidation all you are capable of?" Upon witnessing Su Muyu shield another man, his eyes blazed with rage, tinged with a hint of murderous intent. His woman had the audacity to protect another man? Yet, he quickly realized that she was not defending Tang Yu. She was safeguarding herself. If he acted impulsively and struck the man named Tang, it would escalate into a considerable uproar. If he intended to eliminate this adversary, it could not be done in the presence of so many witnesses. The brutish nature of the man was evident. He was utterly reckless, oblivious to the rule of law in society. Let us call the police and let them handle it. I refuse to believe he can escape justice. The Su family members nearby began to voice their disdain, their attitudes shifting rapidly. This man had been posturing for so long, unaware that it was merely a banquet prepared by young Master Tang. How could he shamelessly stand there, exuding arrogance? What could he possibly use to contend with the Tang family? How dare he claim to be the dragon's son-in-law of the Su family? Did he truly deserve such a title? Long Ye understood that this was not the time for reckless actions. If he were to strike, it should not be in front of so many onlookers. He hastily grasped Yi Chen's arm, urging, "Yi Xiao, calm down, take a moment to collect yourself." He then turned to Wang De, his voice filled with indignation. "What is the meaning of this at Mingwei Hotel? We, Yi Xiao, are hosting a birthday celebration for Miss Su, and you dare to disrespect us in this manner? Do you believe I can bring your hotel to its knees?" Wang Defa scoffed dismissively. "A birthday banquet? Is it not true that today we, the Tang family, are hosting a celebration for Miss Su? As for you, I have not taken a single penny from you. What do you have to say?" Long Ye's expression shifted dramatically. He finally comprehended why the other party had not demanded payment from him. Wang Defa then turned to Yi Chun, chastising him loudly. "Moreover, our Tang family has already formed a union with the Su family. This Yi gentleman has no shame whatsoever, pursuing a girl who is already betrothed? A mere barking dog. daring to howl here? In my decades of life, I have never encountered such brazen audacity. Yichen trembled at the insult. As the Dragon King, he had never been humiliated in such a manner before. Indeed, it was revolting how shamelessly persistent he was. Splendid, splendid, the Su family members chimed in agreement. Witnessing the Su family join in the mockery, Longya seethed with frustration. He pointed at the Su family members, exclaiming, "Do you even have the audacity to criticize Yichen? Without him, your Su family would never lay claim to that land in the west of the city in this lifetime." The faces of the Su family members turned awkward. Although this fellow had been posturing with something that did not belong to him, it seemed the Su family had indeed benefited from him regarding that parcel of land. Su Zhongshan's expression darkened, and he was about to step forward to express his willingness to return the land. Wang Defa coldly snorted, his expression filled with disdain. "What does that land in the west have to do with you? It was only through the decree of our young master Tang that the Su family was able to acquire it. If you doubt it, feel free to make a call for confirmation." Tang Xiao is a man of understated demeanor. Thus, as his subordinate, he felt compelled to step forward and uphold Tang Xiao's reputation. Upon uttering these words, Su Zhongshan promptly dialed a number on his mobile phone. "Hello, Director Wang. This is Su Zhongshan. May I inquire about the land in the western part of the city?" After a few inquiries, he received the information he sought and turned to Tang Yu with a grateful expression. "Xiao Yu, my uncle extends his heartfelt thanks on behalf of the Su family for your assistance in this matter." Su Muyu gazed at Tang Yu with tender affection, reflecting on the magnitude of the sacrifice made on her behalf. "This fellow has indeed gone to such lengths for me. Perhaps I shall invite him for drinks next time. What else do you have to say?" Wang Defa scoffed as he directed a scornful gaze at Longya and his companion. This situation had been orchestrated by him personally, and yet they dared to claim credit for it? Longya's face reddened in embarrassment, and he cast a pained glance at Yi Chun, whispering, "Dragon King, it is my incompetence. Please impose your punishment." Yi Chun's composure had nearly shattered, yet, after a surge of intense anger, he found a semblance of calm. Taking a deep breath, he refrained from scolding Longya and instead addressed Su Muyu. "Muyu, soon you shall discern who truly embodies your most prudent choice." With that, he strode away from the place that had subjected him to such humiliation, with Longya hastily following in his wake. Once they had departed, Wang Defa smugly adjusted his hairstyle. "Compete with Tang Xiao? Do you deem yourselves worthy? I alone could obliterate you." With the unpleasant individuals gone, he clapped his hands and began to organize the festivities. The members of the Su family, filled with joy, began to celebrate Su Muyu's birthday. Su Muyu approached the cake, closed her eyes, and began to make a wish. Once her wish was made, the others started to slice the cake. She handed a piece of the cake to Tang Yu, who wore a face of utter desolation, saying, "Try this cake. It's quite delicious." "All right," Tang Yu replied, taking a bite. Indeed, it was quite delectable. "Thank you for today. This has been my happiest birthday, and I believe I will cherish this day for the rest of my life." Su Muyu smiled warmly at Tang Yu. She was genuinely delighted that Tang Yu could attend the birthday celebration. "It's nothing, as long as you're happy," Tang Yu said with a wry smile. "Can you guess what I wished for today?" Su Muyu gazed intently at Tang Yu. "What is it? Don't tell anyone." Su Muyu lowered her voice intentionally. Leaning in closer, she suddenly pressed a kiss on Tang Yu's cheek. This time, Tang Yu was caught off guard and did not evade. "Oh!" Nearby, Wang Defa immediately erupted in cheers, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. He had successfully facilitated a romantic encounter for Tang Xiao. Su Muyu, blushing, stuck out her tongue at Tang Yu and shyly ran away. Tang Yu touched the spot where she had kissed him, feeling a swirl of complex emotions. "Tang Xiao, are you satisfied with today?" Wang Defa was still buzzing with excitement over his performance. "Uncle, your performance today was simply impeccable." "Very satisfied," Tang Yu nodded. He was indeed immensely satisfied. After surveying Wang Defa with a scrutinizing gaze, he concluded that this fellow could no longer remain in this vicinity. This individual is undoubtedly a top-notch trader, and I have underestimated him. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Mr. Wang, after careful consideration, your talents are far too great to be wasted in this position. Coincidentally, our family has established a new venture in Siberia, and I would like you to assume the role of regional manager, with a salary increase of threefold." "Young Master Tang, I cannot accept such an offer. I have merely performed a trivial task," Wang Defa replied humbly, though his heart was bubbling with joy. "Mr. Tang is a commendable person indeed. Do not hesitate. This honor is rightfully yours. Our Tang family will never neglect a deserving contributor. Complete your handover tomorrow, and prepare to embark on this new journey. Tang Yu patted Wang Defo on the shoulder and turned to leave. Damn it. If I encounter another such traitor in the future, I will send that scoundrel straight to Syria. As soon as Tang Yu departed, Wang Defo leaped with excitement. Damn it. Another promotion and raise. With exhilaration, he opened the WeChat group to share the delightful news with his colleagues, all of whom were part of the Tang family's management team. Brothers, helping young Master Tang woo women truly pays off. I have only recently been promoted, and now young Master Tang has elevated me once again. Remember, if young Master Tang is pursuing someone, make sure to take the initiative, understood? Anyone who dares to compete with him for a woman should be crushed. Especially that fool named Yi Chun. After imparting this wisdom to his colleagues, Wang Defo smiled slightly. Uncle can assist you only to this extent. Thank you, Mr. Wang. For your guidance, I have gained insight. Understood, Yi Chun is it? The crowd in the group erupted in joy, eagerly seeking knowledge and wisdom. Chapter 33. Are you using this to test the officials? As Yi Chun and his companion left the hotel, they were met by a throng of excited individuals at the entrance, animatedly discussing the birthday banquet of the evening. The sound of their chatter made Yi Chun's teeth clench in frustration. How audacious of Tang Yu to humiliate him so. Longya, pale and trembling, followed closely behind Yi Chun. The first task entrusted to him by the Dragon King had ended in such disgrace. The image of the Dragon King being humiliated by the crowd sent a chill down his spine. When the Dragon King was enraged, rivers of blood would flow. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Longya hastened to Yi Chun's side, remorsefully declaring, "Dragon King, my failure today warrants punishment." With that, he raised his left hand to strike his chest with a weighty blow, infused with profound inner strength. Just as he was about to deliver the strike, Yi Chun swiftly grasped his wrist. "No, you are my brother. This is merely a trifling matter." His words of brotherhood deeply moved Longya. The Dragon King regarded him as a brother and even chose not to punish him. Longya, who had wandered aimlessly for half his life, lamented only for not having met a wise leader sooner. Now, serving the Dragon King, he vowed to dedicate himself wholly. With a choked voice, he added, however, "This incident cannot be left unaddressed." Yi Chun snorted coldly. "Having endured such humiliation today, if I do not repay it 100-fold, I shall not be called Yi Chun." "Very well," Longya responded with a sinister grin. "Bringing a hotel to its knees will be a simple task." He then inquired, "By the way, Dragon King, what of that fellow named Tang? He need not concern himself for the time being. I have dispatched Ling Han and Qi Yin to approach him, and his demise is inevitable," Yi Chun stated coldly. Not only does he intend to eliminate him, but he also wishes for him to witness the downfall of the Tang family before his death. Upon hearing that Ling Han and Qi Yin were dispatched, Longya grinned. Among the 8 formidable warriors of the Dragon Soul organization, the Dragon King naturally holds the foremost position, with Ling Han and Qi Yin ranking 3rd and 4th respectively. Their combined efforts guarantee success. As for him, he had ascended to the 8th position only due to the Dragon King's recognition. Yet his insufficient strength has left him languishing in that rank for millennia, earning him the moniker of Dragon 8th among many in the organization. After Longya departed, Yi Chun, with a dark expression, could not help but mutter under his breath, "Useless." Upon returning home, Tang Yu lay on his bed, utterly exhausted. Yet another day had passed without his survival being assured. Reflecting on Yi Chun's demeanor that day, Tang Yu realized that the challenges he faced in maintaining his existence had only intensified. Beep. The host has successfully survived the plot, and a reward of a celestial medical text has been automatically learned. Just as he reclined, the system's voice resonated within his mind. Instantly, he found himself inundated with an abundance of traditional Chinese medical knowledge. What the? The system unexpectedly displayed great benevolence, bestowing such an extraordinary reward. Has it truly elevated my medical talent to its zenith? He sat up and examined his own body. His eyes seemed capable of penetrating flesh to discern the meridians within. Any minor ailments were easily identifiable. His mind brimmed with countless medical prescriptions, acupuncture techniques, and various treatment methodologies. In summary, his medical prowess now ranks among the finest in all of Wuxia. Upon receiving such a splendid reward, Tang Yu did not immediately succumb to joy. Something felt amiss with this troublesome system. "System, are you truly knowledgeable about the profound secrets of healing?" Tang Yu inquired silently. "Are you intentionally seeking to provoke me? What use is your system if it cannot even sell a mere novice?" The system's tone seemed to convey dissatisfaction. "Spare me the theatrics. You promised me a hotel, yet laid a trap instead," Tang Yu retorted. cursing under his breath. The system fell silent, feigning ignorance. Observing the system's lack of response, Tang Yu resolved to refrain from publicly demonstrating his medical skills, for who could know whether this troublesome system might betray him. After reclining on the bed, he swiftly drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned Wang Yixue and Su Mai donning bunny girl outfits, vying to cuddle him, their little piglet. Just as Tang Yu reveled in this delightful turmoil, someone gently tapped his face, calling his name. "Brother Tang Yu, rise and shine, breakfast awaits." Upon hearing that melodious voice, Tang Yu was instantly jolted awake. He opened his eyes to behold a dazzling white vista. In that moment, he recalled a saying by Yasuo, "I have touched the peaks and traversed the depths. Both have enriched me immensely." Perhaps the phrasing was slightly off, yet Tang Yu felt it captured the essence of the sentiment. At that instant, Jiang Xiaoya stood beside his bed. Today, she was adorned in a JK uniform. Her innocent and sweet appearance, combined with her petite stature, rendered her strikingly reminiscent of a high school girl. However, despite her youthful visage, her development was surprisingly remarkable. Leaning over the bed, she gently rubbed Tang Yu's face, urging him to awaken. Thus, as Tang Yu opened his eyes, he found himself momentarily disoriented. "Xiaoya, you nearly revealed your innermost thoughts just as you were waking from slumber, feeling rather disoriented. Quickly, you altered your words, greeting him. Good morning. What brings you here?" "I came to attend to Grandpa Tang's health. His stomach ailment has recurred these past few days," she replied, sticking out her tongue playfully and nudging Tang Yu, inquiring, "What were you saying about a test just now?" "Nothing of consequence, merely sleep talk," Tang Yu insisted, shaking his head vigorously. "Sister, do be mindful of your image." "Would you? Is it truly appropriate for a pure-hearted young boy to be exposed to such things so early in the morning?" "It is decidedly quite suitable. Your lack of height is surely due to all your nutrients being concentrated in one place. It is no wonder that the ancients claimed a woman who gazes down does not see her feet, for she is an unparalleled beauty." Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Xiaoya felt her ears burn with embarrassment. She glanced down at her clothing's neckline, straightened up, and blushingly urged, "Hurry and get up for breakfast." "Andy sent me to call you." "All right, you may step outside. I need to put on some clothes," he replied. Tang Yu was accustomed to sleeping in the nude and found it difficult to rise in Xiaoya's presence. She stuck out her tongue and hurriedly exited. Once outside, she took a deep breath and vigorously rubbed her face, muttering, "Brother Tang Yu has turned mischievous." Since the last time she overheard Tang Yu's thoughts, she had been unable to forget. Today, as she came to tend to Grandpa Tang, she sought to confirm her suspicions with him again. Now that she had indeed confirmed them, she felt a tad embarrassed. She wished the visit wouldn't last long. Walking was exhausting. Chapter 34, My Uncle O. How I delight in praying on the weak. After completing their morning ablutions, Tang Yu took Jiang Xiaoya to breakfast. Upon entering the dining hall, they encountered a young man with long hair tied back in a ponytail, who was enjoying his meal. The moment he spotted Tang Yu, he rose to greet them. "Brother, Physician Jiang, it has been a while." Taken aback for a brief moment, Tang Yu smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it has been quite some time. Come, let us eat. The breakfast is nearly cold. After we finish, we shall visit grandfather." The young man enthusiastically assisted Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoya in setting the table. Once seated, Tang Yu quietly began his meal, casting sidelong glances at the smiling ponytailed youth. This fellow, who addressed him as brother, was not his biological sibling, but rather his cousin, Tang Ruoyu, the son of his second uncle. Tang Yu held a vivid impression of him. In the narrative of the original tale, shortly after Tang Yu's untimely demise, the elder Tang was driven to illness and ultimately passed away. In their quest for vengeance, Tang Yu's parents unleashed their full might. Yet, despite the Tang family's formidable nature, they could not contend against the favored child of destiny. The Dragon Soul organization, which stood behind him, far surpassed the Tang family's strength. It is only those with a solid background who can afford to feign weakness and consume the unsuspecting. Seizing this opportunity, the previously repressed ambitions of Tang Ryu led him to ally with Yi Chun, serving the Dragon King while betraying the Tang family. The sinking of the Tang family's grand vessel was largely attributable to this scoundrel. It is imperative to find an opportunity to deal with this wretch. Tang Yu mused inwardly. Confronting the favored child of destiny head-on was futile. However, manipulating a mere lackey should pose no challenge. My uncle O, how I delight in preying on the weak. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoya glanced up at Tang Yu, her expression tinged with curiosity. Brother Tang Yu, who are you planning to bury? After finishing breakfast, The three of them headed to the small courtyard to find the old gentleman. Upon their arrival, they discovered the old man sitting in a grand armchair, engrossed in his mobile phone. Occasionally, sounds of combat and animated character dialogues emanated from the device. The old man's countenance was fierce as he muttered curses. "Come on, can't you even initiate a team fight? Are you a primary school student, marksman? Aren't you supposed to be in school during the day instead of playing ranked matches? A bunch of rubbish. Even at 80, I wouldn't perform such brain-dead maneuvers." The three who entered were clearly taken aback. This old man is surprisingly trendy? Once the game concluded, Old Man Tang slammed his phone onto the table, exhaling in frustration while rubbing his chest. "Grandfather, perhaps you should refrain from playing games in the future. It's detrimental to your health," Tang Yu quickly advised. "Indeed, Grandfather Tang. You must take care of your health," Jiang Xiaoya chimed in. "You need ample rest, Grandfather." The old man waved his hand dismissively, acknowledging, "I understand. I will uninstall it." He nodded, took up his phone, and deleted the troublesome game, his expression still simmering with anger. "First, let me have a cup of tea to calm down. I will check your pulse." Jiang Xiaoya poured a cup of tea for Old Man Tang and settled beside him to commence the examination. Meanwhile, Tang Yu silently observed his grandfather. After receiving the reward from the Qing Nong Tianjing, he only needed to concentrate his gaze to discern any health issues. Grandfather has long-standing gastric ailments. Currently, there is a noticeable cold energy surrounding his stomach. According to the teachings of the Qing Nong Tianjing, this condition is classified as a deficiency of stomach yin, resulting from insufficient yin and fluids. The treatment plan should primarily focus on nurturing, utilizing the century-old black Ganoderma lucidum as the medicinal base, complemented by 6 herbal ingredients including huangjing and shashan, to create an herbal tea, which should be consumed over a month. However, is the Qingyang Tianjing truly reliable? As Jiang Xiaoya felt the pulse of the elderly man, her heart skipped a beat upon hearing the thoughts. She cast a surprised glance at Tang Yu. Could it be that her brother Tang Yu possesses medical skills? Moreover, he could discern issues merely by observing, without even taking the pulse. In traditional Chinese medicine, the highest realm of observation is the state of divine insight. Only by reaching such a state can one achieve this level of understanding. Her grandfather had mentioned that no one in traditional Chinese medicine had entered the realm of divine insight for hundreds of years. As for the Qingyang Tianjing, it is a revered text that every practitioner of traditional medicine yearns for. Being an ardent enthusiast of traditional Chinese medicine, she couldn't help but swallow hard, eager to engage in a profound discussion with her brother Tang Yu. "Xiaoya, are you finished?" Seeing that Jiang Xiaoya had been silent for a while taking the pulse, the elderly Tang inquired with a smile. "Yes, yes," Jiang Xiaoya quickly replied, regaining her composure. "It is due to a deficiency of stomach yin, Grandpa Tang. Have you been experiencing frequent dry mouth and an upset stomach lately?" "Indeed, it's an old ailment," Jiang Xiaoya replied sweetly. "For such chronic issues, nurturing is key. I will prepare an herbal tea for you. With consistent consumption, you will feel better. However, the herbal tea requires century-old black Ganoderma lucidum as the base, which we currently lack at home. I will arrange for it to be delivered from elsewhere, and it should arrive the day after tomorrow. At that time, I can ask Brother Tang Yu to come to my house to collect it." After listening to the herbal formula recited by Tang Yu, she reflected and concluded that it was indeed an extraordinary prescription, with virtually no side effects on the human body. It is said that every medicine has its poison, and the pinnacle of medicinal practice lies in healing without harming the patient. Truly, it is a testament to the revered Qing Nong Tianjing. Tang Yu, observing this, felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that the herbal tea this girl intended to prepare was in alignment with her own thoughts? Perhaps the Qing Nong Tianjing was not a mere facade after all. "Well, this is the perfect opportunity for this young fellow to visit your grandfather." Old Master Tang nodded with a smile. "Very well, my grandfather mentioned Tang Yu Gugu just a few days ago." Jiang Xiaoya's eyes crinkled with laughter, and she planned to inquire about medical practices with Tang Yu Gugu during the visit. Old Master Tang then directed his gaze towards the two of them and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" "Grandfather, I wish to work at Milei Foods," Tang Ryu spoke up. Milei Foods is one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which has developed quite impressively over the years. Old Master Tang did not rush to respond. As the second child, Tang Ryu had been working in the branch of the Tang Group for many years, without exposure to the core business operations. Being a legitimate descendant of the Tang family, his marginalization stemmed from his father's actions. 7 years prior, his father had embezzled company funds, secretly transferring Tang Group assets into his own name. Upon discovering such egregious behavior, he was supposed to face severe consequences according to family rules. Had it not been for the appeals made by Tang Yu's family, the Tang family would have long since severed ties with him. After a moment of contemplation, he pointed to Tang Yu and said, "Ask your brother. He is currently in charge of the Tang Group. Brother, what do you think? If you feel my abilities are insufficient, I could take on a middle management position and gradually hone my skills." Tang Ryu inquired with a gentle smile directed at Tang Yu. "Well, that's not an issue at all. I have faith in your capabilities, and in the future, our family will rely on your efforts as we unite as brothers." Tang Yu responded cheerfully, placing an arm around his shoulder. "How dare you start acting like a traitor already? Just watch, I won't go easy on you." Knowing the original plot, he was acutely aware of the dubious character his seemingly harmless cousin truly was. Chapter 35, regarding A. Unworthy. "Thank you, brother. I assure you, I will not betray your trust." Tang Ryu expressed with heartfelt gratitude, then turned his gaze toward the elder Tang. "As long as your brother agrees, that's sufficient. Do your best and do not disappoint us again," the elder Tang remarked with indifference. Having aged, he preferred not to dwell on past grievances. After all, they were family. "Thank you, grandfather. I shall head to the company to familiarize myself with the work." Tang Ruoyu promptly bowed in respect to the elder Tang. However, once he exited the Tang family residence, his expression darkened instantly, resentment flickering in his eyes. Although he was undeniably a member of the Tang family, he felt as though he were merely a servant in their presence. Why was this old dog so biased towards Tang Yu? What had he done to fall short? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu was just slightly more attractive. Yet in talent, how could he possibly be inferior? During the college entrance examination, he had missed a perfect score by a mere 500 points. With a disdainful snort, he drove his Porsche towards Miley Foods, the core business of the Tang family. Tang Yu, in his folly, has taken upon himself the management of this enterprise. Thus he should not be surprised by the lack of courtesy. Young Master Yi has already pledged his support, promising that as long as I cooperate with him, once Tang Yu meets his demise, all that belongs to the Tang family shall be mine. After Tang Ruoyu's departure, the old master of the Tang family adopted a contemplative gaze. He retrieved an old smoking pipe, igniting it before raising his eyes to Tang Yu with a word of caution. "Recently, Suzhou and Hangzhou have been somewhat unsettled. Do remain vigilant." "Understood, grandfather. I shall be cautious." Tang Yu nodded in acknowledgement. The elder is the steadfast anchor of the Tang family, undoubtedly possessing profound wisdom. He surmised that his grandfather had already discerned some underlying issues. However, Tang Yu had devised his own strategies to deal with the rebellious Tang Ruoyu. Upon entering his office, he noticed two young women, clad in professional attire, diligently tidying up his desk. Young Master Tang, one of the short-haired beauties, greeted him eagerly upon his arrival. "Lulu, how have you gained weight in just a few days?" he teased. "What? Where have I gained weight?" the short-haired girl exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. She had just weighed herself last night, finding no change. "Right here," Tang Yu said, puffing out his chest playfully. The girl, understanding his jest, playfully rolled her eyes in response. Tang Yu chuckled. The Tang group was replete with beautiful women, and he often found himself playfully flirting with a few, as long as they were not the female lead. Of course, one must possess the qualities of a refined gentleman before courting attention from women. "Young Master Tang, this is our new secretary, Qi Yin. She has completed her training and will officially commence her duties today." Lulu, the short-haired girl, introduced. "Greetings, Tang Xiao." Qi Yin immediately extended a greeting, her gaze towards Tang Yu flashing with a hint of disdain. "Qi Yin, welcome to our Tang group family." Tang Yu chuckled as she approached and shook hands with Qi Yin, her eyes scrutinizing her counterpart. With an oval face, willow-shaped eyebrows, and a pair of pure, spirited eyes, she exuded an air of innocence, evoking a sense of naivety about the world. If we were to judge solely by appearance, she would undoubtedly score around 95 out of 100. Ah, this girl is indeed quite beautiful, possessing an undeniable delicate charm. But alas, how could she be an A? If she were to marry, wouldn't the child go hungry? If only she could inherit half of Xiao Yu's attributes. In the midst of their handshake, Qi Yin was momentarily taken aback, her face a canvas of confusion. Was she imagining things? "Feel free to ask me any questions as you embark on your new role. I assure you, I am quite amiable towards young women, so there is no need to be overly anxious." Noticing Qi Yin's dazed expression, Tang Yu playfully patted her shoulder. "Tang Xiao, I shall take my leave now. Are you free for dinner at my place tonight?" I've procured a bottle of red wine that I would like to share with you. Lulu, standing at the doorway, sweetly invited Tang Yu. I have prior commitments tonight. Let me treat you another time. Tang Yu responded with a hearty laugh, as she had already made dinner plans with Qin Ming. In this day and age, young men must be vigilant in safeguarding themselves. I truly believe you. Who knows whether you would host me with red wine or white? After hearing Qi Yin's inner thoughts once more, she finally confirmed it was not a figment of her imagination. It seemed she could genuinely hear this person's innermost musings, igniting a spark of excitement within her. This time, the Dragon King dispatched her to infiltrate the Tang group, precisely to investigate its secrets. Being able to hear this person's thoughts made the mission exceedingly simple. Tang Yu opened her computer and clicked on a business document. Qi Yin, wasn't she the traitor sent by Yi Chen? Damn, amidst her playful banter with Lulu, she almost forgot about this matter. There was no mistake. With such striking beauty and a preference for A, it had to be her. As Tang Yu's thoughts echoed again, Qi Yin was struck with a mix of shock and indignation, wishing fervently to eliminate this person. Why must you incessantly mention A? Have you no shame? After her embarrassment subsided, a wave of anxiety washed over her. If her identity were to be exposed, the entire infiltration plan would be jeopardized. What was more troubling was that she had already revealed herself, a perilous situation indeed. Calm down, do not act rashly. She took a deep breath and swiftly adjusted her mindset. The pressing concern now was how this individual had acquired her information. The confidentiality of the Dragon Soul organization was formidable. As one of the 8 war generals, it was implausible for her to be easily recognized. After all, she was not the only woman who preferred A in this world. Young Master Tang, is there anything you need me to do? She inquired, feigning a calm smile. First, please brew me a pot of tea. Tang Yu quickly assigned her a task while contemplating her strategy. According to the original plot, the downfall of the Tang group was not solely due to the internal betrayal of Tang Ruoyu. Qin had also exerted considerable effort. Not only was she exceptionally skilled, but her hacking abilities were also among the world's finest. Thus, Yi Chen deliberately allowed her to enter the Tang group to surreptitiously acquire confidential information. Was it not merely a desire for classified data? I could easily procure it for you and later fabricate a counterfeit. As Qin was brewing tea, she overheard this conversation and was instantly struck with disbelief. Did you truly consider me a fool, unable to discern between genuine and false? With a beaming smile, Tang Yu swiftly tapped away at the keyboard, altering various pieces of data on a confidential document. Consequently, even if Yi Chen obtained this information, it would be of no value. After modifying the data, he printed the document and carefully placed it in a folder. He then set the folder on the table and said, Qi Yin, please deliver this document to General Zhou of the business department. Certainly, Qi Yin replied, serving the brewed tea to Tang Yu before taking the document to deliver, her expression rife with disdain. How foolish to take the bait. Yet, this was for your own good, a means of indirect retribution. He is your true adversary. After all, our Tang family has shown favor to your father, albeit a little gratitude transformed into enmity. Upon grasping the document, Qi Yin was taken aback by the thoughts that echoed in her mind. The Dragon King was her true enemy? The Tang family held a debt of gratitude towards her father? In that moment, she found herself unable to suppress the urge to inquire further. However, as she opened her mouth, she realized no sound would emerge. After leaving the office, her emotions were tumultuous, leaving her in a daze. Having been raised within the Dragon Soul organization and personally trained by Yi Chen's master, her loyalty to Yi Chen was unwavering. Yet, as an orphan, she harbored a deep yearning to uncover the identity of her family. They seemed to have abandoned themselves. Or perhaps there were other reasons. Thus, she had been secretly investigating. Yet no matter how hard she searched, she could uncover no information regarding her parents. As if these two individuals had never existed in this world. After so many years, she was on the verge of giving up hope. Today, however, Tang Yu unexpectedly brought it up, leaving her momentarily bewildered. What did he truly know? Why was the Dragon King her adversary? What connection did he have with the Tang family? A myriad of questions intertwined in her mind. After a brief moment of deep breathing, she quickly regained her composure. She would investigate the Tang family first, since they owed a debt of gratitude to her father. Following this lead would surely yield results. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was a call from the Dragon King. She hurried to the rooftop of the office building and answered the call, saying, Dragon King, what is your command? Qi Yin, what are the results of the investigation? Came Yi Chen's voice. All right, thank you for your hard work. You are the one I trust the most. Hearing the progress on this end, Yuchen finally let out a sigh of relief. With a mischievous smile, he remarked, as long as you complete the task ahead of Ling Han, you can become my woman before her. Suddenly, she felt an odd aversion to eating. Tang Yu's words about the Dragon King being her enemy had significantly altered her mindset. Why are you silent? Yichen noticed that Qi Yin did not express any excitement or gratitude. His tone became slightly dissatisfied. After speaking, she quickly ended the call. She took a rapid photo of the false documents in her hand before hurrying to deliver them to the department. Tang Yu couldn't help but smile broadly. The foolish girl must have secretly obtained a copy of the information. It's utterly laughable. It is often said that those with ample bosoms lack intellect, and her A-cup brain seems quite lacking as well. No wonder she has been deceived by Yi Chun and his apprentice for so many years. It is indeed rather pitiable. Upon hearing these thoughts, Qi Yin couldn't help but twitch her lips. Could you please refrain from mentioning A-cups again? It truly makes me want to lash out. However, when she heard Tang Yu mention Yi Chun and his apprentice, she found herself compelled to believe his words. This fellow even knows about the existence of that elder from the Dragon Soul organization. After a prolonged struggle with false information, Tang Yu, having completed his task, stretched languidly. Observing Qi Yin standing nearby, he pondered for a moment before issuing a command. By the way, the company intends to venture into the gaming business soon. I require your assistance in conducting some research. How should I conduct this research? Qi Yin knew this guy was undoubtedly plotting something mischievous. Tang Yu dashed over to turn on the television mounted on the office wall and powered up the gaming console. There are a total of 25 games here, all of which are currently the best sellers on the market. I hope you can complete them all and provide me with daily work reports. Moreover, the company offers free snacks and milk tea, and all takeout orders are reimbursed. Feel free to indulge in whatever you desire. After hearing Tang Yu's arrangements, Qi Yin was somewhat taken aback. All right then, let us get started on playing. Don't be lazy now, as there are cameras in the office and I can see everything. After Tang Yu issued this serious reminder, he left the office with a smile. Transferring you elsewhere wouldn't be quite appropriate. To prevent you from causing trouble elsewhere, I shall have you play games every day instead. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts as he departed, Qi Yin couldn't help but feel a mixture of disbelief and amusement. With a look of utter disbelief, Qi Yin settled down and began playing a game. Before long, she found herself engrossed in the virtual realm. July 13th, gaming. July 14th, gaming. July 15th, gaming. July 16th. Oh Qi Yin, how could you have fallen so low? Have you completed your investigations? July 17th, gaming. At the Minghua Hotel, on the 12th floor. A female attendant stood at the door, gently knocking. Hello, esteemed guest. Your checkout time has surpassed 2 hours. May I inquire if you are still present? The clock indicated 3 in the afternoon, while the designated checkout time had been 1 o'clock. According to hotel policy, if guests had not vacated their rooms after 2 hours, staff were required to inquire within. After several knocks with no response, the attendant reluctantly utilized the hotel key card to unlock the door. Upon entering the room, she was met with a chilling blast of air conditioning, the temperature shockingly low. Shivering, the attendant noticed the bathroom lights still aglow. She approached to find a woman lying in the bathtub, which had turned a horrific shade of crimson. A piercing scream soon echoed down the corridor. Within minutes, hotel medical personnel hurried to the scene to administer aid. Alas, after a futile attempt at resuscitation, the medical team exchanged bitter smiles. News of the suicide at the Minghua Hotel swiftly spread, prompting a wave of guests to hastily check out. Tang Yu arrived without delay. Upon his arrival, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting, his expression one of deep remorse. Tang Xiao, it is my ineptitude that has led to this unfortunate circumstance. I have only just taken charge of the hotel when such an incident occurred. The former general manager had scarcely settled into his position before he was promoted and left. And now I am left with this hot potato. If this matter is not handled properly, it will have significant repercussions for the hotel. It is not your fault. Tang Yu gently patted him on the shoulder and inquired, what is the current situation? The scene has been cordoned off, and the police are conducting investigations and collecting evidence. Preliminary assessments suggest it is a case of suicide. Suicide? Tang Yu's brow furrowed. Those who can afford to stay at the Minghua Hotel are undoubtedly affluent individuals. There is a saying online that money does not guarantee happiness, for the joy of the wealthy is beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Therefore, in all these years, there has not been a single suicide at the Minghua Hotel. When life is enjoyable, who would find themselves in such despair? Zhao Li glanced around and lowered his voice. Continuing, however, the police discovered that a portion of the victim's hair was missing, and it is highly likely she was involved in some illicit activity, yet evidence remains elusive. What about the surveillance? The surveillance footage did not capture anyone entering or exiting her room. Tang Yu furrowed his brow, sensing that something was indeed amiss. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and sat down to ponder for a moment, suddenly recalling a certain individual, Longya. Chapter 37. Thinking of acquiring the hotel? As one of the 8 formidable generals of the Longhun organization, Longya played a significant role in the original narrative. His prowess is undeniable, having earned his place among the elite. To enhance his character's presence, the author bestowed upon him a peculiar trait. After committing murder, he would take a memento from his victim. For men, he would sever a little finger, while for women, he would snip away a lock of hair. Moreover, this individual, much like his master, is a ravenous libertine. The distinction lies in the fact that Yi Chun, as the protagonist Dragon King, possesses a certain prestige, indulging only in the most exquisite women. In contrast, this fellow is indiscriminate, preying upon anyone who merely resembles a human. He even has a notorious phrase, whether she is beautiful or ugly, once she enters my dragon old eight's mouth, she is but meat. It undoubtedly points to him. A shadow of gloom crossed Tang Yu's countenance. It was entirely reasonable for Yi Chun to seek revenge after enduring such humiliation at the hotel. But to frame her for murder is an act of sheer insanity. She must find an opportunity to bury this scoundrel. While confronting the master is perilous, dealing with a mad dog is comparatively manageable. At that moment, 2 figures caught Tang Yu's attention. 2 middle-aged men ambled alongside each other, cigarettes in hand, engaged in jovial conversation. One of them bore a missing ear, while the other was blind in one eye. The sight of such individuals together was difficult to overlook. Tang Yu recognized them. They were notorious figures from the underworld of Su and Hang. They were cousins, colloquially dubbed Heaven's Scar and Earth's Flaw, wielding considerable influence in the underground realm. In the original plot, these 2 are depicted as despicable villains, whose arrogance led them to offend the Dragon King, resulting in their demise. Tang Xiao, do you suspect they are responsible? Zhao Li inquired quietly, having noted the look in Tang Yu's eyes. Tang Yu shook her head and replied with a smile, it is not them. I have an inkling of who it truly is. Just ensure the victim's family is calmed. I will handle the perpetrator. Zhao Li nodded, refraining from further questions. The following morning, the victim's family erupted in chaos at the hotel entrance. A throng of over 50 individuals besieged the entrance, escalating the situation and severely impacting the business of Mingyue Hotel. To one's astonishment, the hotel made no further moves beyond mere placation. After several days of turmoil, Longya felt the moment was ripe. He ventured alone to the Mingyue Hotel to confront Zhao Li, coincidentally finding Tang Yu present as well. Upon seeing Tang Yu, a flicker of malice crossed his eyes as he sneered. Ah, ISNT this young master Tang? It appears that after a few days, your esteemed hotel is struggling with business. Shouldn't we extend our gratitude to General Long for bringing a crowd to stir things up daily? Tang Yu, brimming with indignation, retorted, what can I do? The deceased was a senior executive of our Longshan group. I must advocate for her rights. Longya grinned, unabashedly confessing to his orchestrations. Do you truly believe that the Tang family is merely a passive observer in Suzhou and Hangzhou? That our Longshan group can be bullied at will? Tang Yu coldly glared at Longya, threatening him in a frigid tone. The Tang family? Merely frogs at the bottom of a well? Longya scoffed dismissively. The Tang family merely flounders in this small well of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The towering influence of young Master Yi is beyond your imagination. His purpose for coming today was straightforward. He found the hotel distasteful and demanded either its closure or its sale to him. The previous humiliation endured by the Dragon King here was insufficient. He intended to acquire the hotel at a bargain, causing the Tang family substantial financial loss and avenging the Dragon King. He extended a hand, declaring, 50 billion, either sell the hotel or prepare for its downfall. Why don't you go rob someone? Zhao Li, standing at the side, darkened in countenance, erupting in anger. To even consider that price, you'd need to quadruple it just to have a chance at purchasing the Mingyue Hotel. This fellow is not merely asking for a lioness share. Is there a place for you to speak here? You are merely a dog raised by the Tang family. Longya admonished Zhao Li with a fierce glare. As one of the 8 formidable generals of the Dragon Soul organization, his anger commanded a certain gravitas. Zhao Li swallowed hard, refraining from uttering further words. You are mistaken. Even if you were to cause a ruckus for a year, this hotel will not be sold to you. Tang Yu gestured towards the door, indicating that Longya could leave. Suddenly, Longya exploded in fury, akin to a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He leaped and kicked the marble coffee table, which immediately fractured into countless tiny fissures, crumbling into a heap of dust. The sheer force of his kick startled Zhao Li. Was this man a monster? He feigned terror and shouted, "Where are the bodyguards?" Upon hearing Tang Yu's call, four bodyguards rushed in from outside. Their vigilant gazes fixed on Longya as they positioned themselves protectively in front of Tang Yu, ready for combat. Observing these guards, Longya scoffed in disdain. Such mere watchdogs, tasked with guarding the premises, were incomparable to his own prowess, born from the depths of death itself. With just one hand, he could easily dispatch them. He cast a sidelong glance at Tang Yu and coldly threatened, "Tang, even if you summoned 20 of these useless fools, it would be futile. Yi Xiao is a man of principles. I, Longya, am not. I could simply kill you and leave Huaxia." Tang Yu smirked inwardly, feigning fear. After a moment of struggle, he finally spoke. "Very well, I shall sell." Witnessing Tang Yu's retreat, Longya's face lit up with triumph. Before the Dragon Soul organization, all else was but mere ants. Tang Yu held the contract and began to speak. He is now the head of Longchen Group, and thus the hotel has also come under his jurisdiction. Upon signing the contract, Longya wore a satisfied smile. He glanced at Zhao Li and Tang Yu, who wore expressions of discontent, and pointed towards the door. "You two worthless fools, you may leave now. Remember, this is merely the interest of offending young Master Yi." Zhao Li's face turned a shade of iron due to anger, while Tang Yu, with a dark expression, silently exited the premises. As the two departed from the hotel, Zhao Li could no longer contain himself. "Tang Xiao, why did we agree to his terms? How can our Tang family allow him to humiliate us at will?" The Tang family, as the foremost of the four great families in Suzhou and Hangzhou, may not dominate entirely, but they certainly should not be trampled upon by a newcomer like Longchen Group. Tang Xiao's tolerance seems utterly illogical. "In a few days, you will understand," Tang Yu replied with a relaxed smile, lighting a cigarette and adding, "Don't rush. The real show is just beginning." "Very well." Observing Tang Xiao's calm demeanor, Zhao Li's agitation subsided. "By the way, has Mr. Wang's family moved out?" Tang Yu inquired further. "They departed for Siberia the night before last, and as per your instructions, a false travel record to Africa was created." "That works." Tang Yu smiled slightly. Given the pettiness of Yi Chun and his associates, they would undoubtedly seek revenge on Wang Defo as well. Now that Wang Defo is safe and the hotel is in their possession, it is time to show Longya, this dog, a taste of his own medicine. Chapter 38. Major Issues at Minghua Hotel. After Tang Yu and Zhao Li left the office, Longya revealed a contented smile in the general manager's office. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window and took out his phone, dialing Yi Chen's number. As soon as the call connected, he respectfully stated, "Dragon King. The retaliation against Minghua Hotel has been completed. I forced that scoundrel surnamed Tang to sell the hotel to us for 50 billion. Oh. Yi Chen's voice on the other end bore a hint of delight. The Minghua Hotel was a place that had brought him humiliation. Acquiring Longya at such a bargain would yield him a fortune of over 100 billion. His capabilities, indeed, were remarkable. With an arrogant smile, Yi Chen inquired, "By the way, what about that Wang fellow? A mere dog of the Tang family dared to publicly reprimand him. He must perish. Send someone to eliminate him." "Those who insult me shall undoubtedly meet their end," Yi Chen commanded. After ending the call, Yi Chen tucked his phone away with a sinister smile. Having endured so many grievances in Suhang, he finally felt a sense of vindication. This was merely a taste of interest. The real spectacle was yet to unfold. Qin had already procured some confidential information for him, and other pieces were being positioned. The entire Suhang was merely a chessboard for him to experiment with. At the West City Division, an exceptionally beautiful female police officer sat before her computer, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized several documents. The case concerning the Minghua Hotel was still under investigation. It was undoubtedly a homicide, yet Bai Wani could not find any evidence, which left her increasingly frustrated. Having spent days pondering how to solve the case, "Bai team, should you take a break? You didn't rest well last night, did you?" A young officer approached with concern. "No need for rest. Why linger in slumber when life remains? Eternal rest will come in due time." Bai Wani waved her hand and pushed the cup towards her colleague, requesting, "Please brew me another cup of black coffee." The young officer, his eyes filled with concern, thought to himself how overly devoted Captain Bai was to her work. Would it not be splendid if she could occasionally relax, and perhaps even engage in a romance? When the coffee was finally prepared and brought to her, Baiwani took a sip, the bitterness invigorating her senses. At that moment, her laptop emitted a sudden sound. She quickly glanced at the screen and discovered an email had arrived in her personal inbox. Her intuition told her that this message contained a significant lead. Hastily, she opened the email, and her pupils dilated in shock. The correspondence was related to the Mingwei Hotel, but rather than a murder case, it was entangled with drug trafficking. Quickly, summon Director Wang, she exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table and directing her shout at her colleague. Director Wang, a middle-aged man with a square face and an air of integrity, approached her and expressed concern. Wani, it's not that I want to criticize you, but as a young and beautiful woman, you shouldn't be burning the midnight oil every night. Those dark circles under your eyes are resembling that of a panda. She moved her chair aside to allow her superior to view the email. After a brief glance, his expression grew serious. If the information in this email is accurate, we may be facing a significant case. He commanded with authority, call for an immediate meeting to establish a task force for investigation. I will lead it personally. In no time, the entire West City Police Division sprang into action. After a 2-hour meeting, the investigative team departed the precinct to commence their inquiries. Baiwani wished to join the task force but was turned down by Director Wang, who insisted she take some time to eat and recuperate. Feeling somewhat melancholic, she changed into casual attire and ventured out for a meal. She was not particularly finicky about food, often dining at a roadside eatery across from the police station. Upon reaching the entrance of the stall, she was greeted by someone. Officer Bai. On the bus, there had been a pickpocket, and he had bravely intervened to thwart the thief. However, after disembarking, the pickpocket returned with accomplices to exact revenge, yet several of them found themselves bested by him. She had been quite surprised when she witnessed him apprehending the culprits. This fellow possessed remarkable skills, leaving her with a lingering impression. Nonetheless, what struck her most was his smile. There was something peculiar about it. I thought Officer Bai might have forgotten my name. Yichen instinctively flashed a charming smile, his lips curving upward. At that moment, he held a shabby snakeskin bag filled with various plastic bottles. Are you branching out into side hustles? Seeing him like this, Baiwani couldn't help but chuckle. Yichen sighed. His words seemed to endear him to Baiwani a bit more. This man, is he quite compassionate? Are you heading for a meal? Why not join me? I'll drop off these bottles and come right over, he suggested, gesturing toward the nearby eatery with a smile. Baiwani flashed a carefree smile, waved her hand, and entered the restaurant to place her order. Yichen did not press further. When it comes to courting, one must understand the importance of moderation. A woman who can be won with a single step towards her heart may also easily be won by another man. The more stunning the beauty, the more patience one must exercise to secure her unwavering devotion, even to the point of wanting her in one's inner circle. This was something he had purchased for 10 yuan from an elderly woman who scavenged for a living when he first arrived. The reason for spending 10 yuan was due to the absence of smaller denominations on him. This bag of plastic bottles was hardly worth 5 yuan. If he arranged a few more meetings, it would likely suffice. Such women were relatively easy to ensnare. Yichen smiled with self-satisfaction. After 2 deliberately orchestrated encounters, he had acquired ample confidence. Baiwani was a woman he must conquer. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, ranking among the most esteemed in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but her lineage was also remarkably distinguished. Although the Bai family was not one of the 4 prominent clans of Suzhou and Hangzhou, their influence was formidable. They were entrenched in politics, with half of the political sphere in Suzhou and Hangzhou being their former students and associates. To dominate Suzhou and Hangzhou, one could not overlook the power of the Bai family. After washing his hands by the roadside, he hurriedly set off to his next destination, needing to cultivate goodwill with other beauties as well. Chapter 39. I shall find a cell to sit in Mingwei Hotel, now renamed Longchen Hotel. The individuals present were relatives of the deceased woman, who was an executive at their company. After spending millions to placate this group, matters had settled down considerably. He worked diligently to mitigate various negative repercussions, and now the hotel's business was gradually returning to normal. At this moment, he was seated in his office, embracing a beautiful secretary, preparing for a moment of passion. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed in the corridor outside. The door to the office was rudely thrust open, and a group of police officers stormed in. What is the meaning of this? Can't you even knock? Upon seeing this crowd, Longye remained unfazed, his expression instead radiating arrogance. What was his current status? The head of Longchen Group. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, he is undoubtedly one of the prominent entrepreneurs. What do a group of minor police officers amount to? Are you the manager of the hotel? The leader of the team, Baiwani, coldly inquired as she produced her identification. Yes, what of it? Long Ye's gaze brazenly scrutinized Bai Wani. Of course, had he known she was the woman favored by the Dragon King, he would have dared not to look at her so audaciously. Your hotel is suspected of harboring narcotics. You must accompany us for further inquiry. With a wave of her hand, a police officer produced handcuffs to restrain Long Ye. What nonsense! Long Ye's expression darkened, and he glared coldly at Bai Wani and her team, warning, do you know who I am? I am the head of the Longshin group. Dare you lay a finger on me? No sooner had he spoken than a SWAT officer seized his arm to cuff him on the spot. As he prepared to retaliate, several heavily armed SWAT officers had already aimed their weapons at him. He quickly raised his hands, his eyes filled with fury. If this were abroad, this group would not dare to treat him in such a manner. No one would leave unscathed. Cuff him and take him away. Bai Wani commanded with a wave of her hand, leading a group of officers to escort the humiliated Long Ye out of the hotel. Once they reached the ground floor, Long Ye was utterly dumbfounded. The surrounding area had been cordoned off. Police cars lined the street like two serpentine dragons. Dozens of individuals were handcuffed, sitting on the ground, their faces etched with fear. Among them were the notorious Tian Can and DK, the masterminds behind this incident. Even Long Ye, though not the sharpest, realized that this incident had escalated dramatically. I need to call my lawyer. Let me contact my attorney, he exclaimed in a frantic tone. Unfortunately, no one paid him any heed. Once the remaining individuals were apprehended, a group was swiftly escorted away by police vehicles. In no time, this sensational news spread throughout Suzhou and Hangzhou. The renowned Mingyue Hotel was unexpectedly implicated in drug trafficking. As the hotel's manager and legal representative, Long Ye faced utter ruin. The Mingyue Hotel was promptly sealed off. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, the quiet orchestrator behind these events, lay on his bed engrossed in his phone. He was already aware of the operations conducted by the West City branch. Upon encountering the treacherous duo, Tian Can and DK, Tang Yu recalled that these two characters were far from virtuous in the original storyline. For the sake of money, they exhibited an audacity that led them to engage in perilous activities. Upon spotting them, Tang Yu discreetly initiated a thorough investigation within the hotel. After uncovering some clues, he decided to pass this hot potato on to Long Ye. Failing to do so would undoubtedly jeopardize the hotel and drag him down with it. As for offending Yichun, Tang Yu had gradually grown accustomed to it. Survival was paramount, and when the time came to confront danger, one must not willingly offer their neck for the guillotine. Life was precious, and who could blame him for retaliating against those who sought to frame him with such grave accusations? After cursing under his breath, Tang Yu recalled the wretched system, continuing his tirade. That damn system, you're just as treacherous as the rest. I knew you had ulterior motives for providing such bountiful rewards. I'm merely an emotionless machine dispensing rewards. The incessant barking of the system continued to irritate him. Shut up, you worthless mutt. After expressing his indignation, Tang Yu found the system had ceased its responses. Just as he prepared to toss his phone aside and sleep, it suddenly rang. A glance at the screen revealed a contact labeled Bai Wani. What could she possibly want? Tang Yu was suddenly filled with curiosity. Could it be that she had discovered it was he who had sent her the email? After obtaining the clue last time, he had deliberately chosen to send an anonymous email to Bai Wani, considering their relatively familiar ties, both hailing from prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, Bai Wani held a rather unfavorable impression of him, largely due to his close friendship with Qin Ming, the most notorious playboy in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Their bond was so strong that he too had fallen under Bai Wani's disdain. After pondering for a moment, he answered the phone. Oh, is this Miss Bai? Seeking a heartfelt conversation with me late at night? Shut up. You were the former owner of Mingyue Hotel, right? Come to the West City Police Station for an investigation immediately. Bai Wani retorted sharply from the other end of the line. What have I done? Just come here. No need for chatter. Otherwise, I'll send people to your home to arrest you, she snapped before hanging up. Tang Yu couldn't help but click his tongue. This woman remained as fiery as ever. She was quite renowned in the Suzhou and Hangzhou circles, and her unwavering integrity had led many young masters to suffer greatly at her hands. Yet, there was little they could do against her, as her family was immensely powerful. Even Tang Yu found himself compelled to concede when facing her. Indeed, power proved to be significantly more formidable than wealth. This was the quintessential portrayal of a fierce female police officer, hailing from a distinguished background, overflowing with a sense of justice and dedicating her days solely to apprehending wrongdoers. It was amusing how such a justice-driven beauty had ended up as a concubine to the Dragon King. Tang Yu found the absurdity of this scenario almost nauseating. However, it was precisely this ridiculous premise that had drawn him to her. He chuckled, envisioning the protagonist wielding her spear against the Dragon King's minions. When one ought to endure, one must endure well. When it is time to act decisively, one must do so with resolve. Dressed impeccably, Tang Yu prepared to set forth. After all, the hotel's legal representative and manager were not his concern. He merely intended to make a brief appearance. Upon seeing him all dressed up, Tang's father raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What are you up to this evening? Off to see that Qin Ming fellow again?" "No, I'm just going to find a cell to sit in," Tang Yu replied cheerfully. Tang's father sensed something amiss. By the time he decided to seek out the 7 wolves of personality correction, Tang Yu had already made his swift exit. When he arrived at the West City precinct, the atmosphere was already buzzing with excitement. Given the magnitude of the situation, municipal leaders had gathered. Upon spotting Tang Yu, the officials greeted him with wry smiles. "Isn't this young Master Tang? What brings you here?" "I came to find a cell to sit in," Tang Yu responded with a wry grin, quickly making his way inside. Upon entering, he found Bai Wani waiting for him, her hands clasping a shiny pair of handcuffs, her expression one of disdain directed at him. "Exactly right, brother, just like that. That's the look I want, very satisfactory. Though I can deeply sense the disdain towards my character, it matters not. I relish it. I hope you can intensify it further. If possible, a little spit would be splendid. Yes, mouth to mouth." Bai Wani wondered if she had been overly fatigued recently, as she pondered whose voice that had been moments ago. "Miss Bai, oh no, Officer Bai. Could you please refrain from using the handcuffs? It seems I haven't done much, have I?" Tang Yu approached her with a cheerful smile, surveying the surroundings. Unfortunately, he did not spot Longya. "You deserve it," exclaimed Bai Wani, shaking her head to clear her thoughts before coldly handcuffing Tang Yu. "Enough with the laughter. You are also a suspect, so go inside and wait for me." She gestured towards an adjacent office. The interrogation room was already occupied this evening, so they had to make do with the office. Tang Yu obediently walked in. Soon after, Bai Wani entered with a cup of black coffee. After taking a sip, the bitter taste invigorated her considerably. "Are you aware of what happened at Minghua Hotel today?" she asked as she took a seat, looking at Tang Yu. "Yes. It made the news," Tang Yu nodded. "Very well. As the former owner of Minghua Hotel, you are also a suspect. Let us begin recording your statement." Bai Wani grasped a pen, ready to document the proceedings. "Wait, why am I a suspect?" Tang Yu exclaimed, his expression one of innocence. "You're the real suspect here. My family is wealthy. Why would I engage in this? That email was sent to you by me, you know. Am I supposed to report myself for a crime after having a full meal?" Upon hearing those inner thoughts once more, Bai Wani was finally convinced that she had not misheard due to a lapse in her mental state. This was undoubtedly the audacious voice of that individual. Her beautifully shaped brows furrowed slightly. She could not afford to dwell on her ability to hear thoughts. Her primary concern lay with the email. That email, was it indeed sent by him? She is not one to engage in petty squabbles, and with the Tang family's resources, there is truly no need to delve into such sordid matters. Admittedly, I concede that using the term suspect may be somewhat inappropriate, yet you must still cooperate with our investigation. Bai Wani twirled the pen in her hand, fixing her gaze on Tang Yu and inquiring, "What leads do you possess regarding this case?" Tang Yu chuckled, "Using Sumu Yu as a shield. Everything I know has already been relayed to you, all right? However, I did uncover that these scoundrels, the so-called Heaven's Ruin and Earth's Scar, orchestrated the sale of the hotel. Under normal circumstances, I would have reported them immediately, but Longya insisted on forcibly purchasing the hotel, leaving me with no other options. This wretched individual, in a bid to frame me, committed murder in my hotel and then staged it as a suicide, only to return with a group to stir up trouble. Had I not been unable to find leads, I would have reported him as well, you know?" Bai Wani's body trembled slightly, her eyes practically ablaze with fury. Longya? The very person she had been painstakingly investigating in connection to the hotel murder case was indeed the mastermind behind it all. She had sensed something amiss when they went to apprehend Longya today. This individual bore several calluses, which, in her judgment, were indicative of years of firearms training. What a formidable foe Longya was. Bai Wani gritted her teeth in frustration. As a police officer, she harbored a deep-seated disdain for such criminals. However, she also felt a twinge of irritation towards Tang Yu. This fellow possessed so much information, yet chose to withhold it from her. Fortunately, she could hear his innermost thoughts. What is this foolish girl so angry about? I haven't said anything amiss. Could it be that she is envious upon hearing about my birthday celebration for Sumu Yu? Ah, it is not entirely incomprehensible, Being perpetually consumed by work and never having experienced love, jealousy is indeed a natural response. You may harbor jealousy, but do refrain from directing any malice towards me. The tendency to obliterate what one cannot possess is all too familiar among individuals like you. Upon witnessing Baiwani's sudden display of fury, Tang Yu found herself muttering in her heart. Baiwani nearly slapped this individual into silence. Who desires you, anyway? She took a substantial sip of her black coffee to invigorate herself and fixed her gaze upon Tang Yu. I am quite curious to know why you suddenly decided to sell the hotel to Longya at such a low price. This action raises considerable suspicion. Wealth breeds caprice. Tang Yu replied with a brazen smile. He creates disturbances daily. How can I possibly run my hotel under such circumstances? If he continues to wreak havoc, what will happen if he frames me for a crime? Those with a background as mercenaries are utterly devoid of humanity. Mercenaries? Baiwani's expression shifted once more. She had conducted an investigation into Longya, but she had not uncovered any information regarding his mercenary background. She swiftly noted this critical piece of information. It aligned perfectly with her hypotheses. How well do you know Longya? Baiwani inquired further. I am not well acquainted with him, but Officer Bai, I sense that he is not a good person. He has the look of someone who has taken lives. He is eager to purchase my hotel. And I suspect he may be linked to criminal organizations. You must conduct a thorough investigation into him. Without hesitation, Tang Yu began to besmirch Longya's reputation. I know next to nothing about such scum. This individual is a deranged lunatic, collecting the body parts of his victims after committing murder. Oh, it comes to mind that the woman he killed might have had her hair hidden in his residence. I shall send you an email later. I almost overlooked this detail. Baiwani swiftly noted this crucial clue. With such significant information at hand, this case could finally be unraveled. She found Tang Yu to be somewhat more agreeable. Indeed, he had been of great assistance. However, how did he acquire such extensive knowledge? After a perfunctory inquiry, she hastily put away her pen, stating, That will be all for now. I appreciate your cooperation in the investigation. Not a bother, though it is unfortunate. It would be nice if Officer Bai could treat me to a barbecue as compensation, Tang Yu replied with a grin, shaking the handcuffs in his hand. Sure, but perhaps next time. I am currently preoccupied, Baiwani said, using her keys to unlock his cuffs. Her readiness to agree surprised Tang Yu. Wait, is this woman genuinely offering to treat me to a meal? Or perhaps not. I dare not dine with you. What if you become captivated by my handsome visage, which could disrupt my delicate existence? Baiwani looked at him with a puzzled expression. Am I truly to be swayed by your handsome features? Bah. She had no time to dwell on such trivialities. Her focus remained on resolving the case at hand. First, she needed to deal with that scoundrel Longya. Just as they were about to rise and leave the office, the door swung open, revealing Yi Chun accompanied by a lawyer, his expression rather grim. Half an hour ago, he unexpectedly received news that Longya had been apprehended. After investigating the case at Mingyue Hotel, he rushed over in a frenzy. Longya had spent years abroad and was not particularly familiar with domestic laws, yet he understood these matters all too well. In Huaxia, anyone even remotely connected to narcotics was essentially given a second chance at life. Chapter 41, Dragon King. The man in prison, however. Upon entering the office and seeing Baiwani and Tang Yu together, his gaze immediately locked onto Tang Yu. What was this scoundrel doing with Baiwani? Noticing Yi Chin stare, Tang Yu cleared her throat, pretending not to see. What are you staring at? Thinking I'm vying for Baiwani's attention? Damn it. You lecherous stallion. Do you think every beauty in the world belongs to you? What nonsense was he murmuring now? Then she turned to Yi Chun and asked, What's the matter? Are you here to file a report? No, Yi Chun replied, his face slightly awkward, offering a wry smile. I came to visit a friend of mine. He has been taken by you. Haha, a friend of mine who is a murderer. Tang Yu quietly reveled in the misfortune. Who is your friend? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Baiwani's fleeting affection for Yi Chun vanished entirely. What could one expect from associating with a criminal, other than disgrace? Yi Chun, sensing Baiwani's frosty demeanor, felt as though he would choke on his own blood. He dejectedly replied, His name is Longya. As a master of romance, he was acutely aware that his actions today had committed a grave offense, likely inciting Baiwani's disdain. However, Longya's predicament cannot be ignored. For as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he must take action. How would the members of the organization perceive him otherwise? Returning to Huaxia empty-handed, having first sent a brother to serve Buddha? As expected, upon hearing the name Longya, Baiwani's impression of Yi Chun plummeted to an abyss. She cast a disapproving glance at Yi Chun and inquired, What is your relationship with him? He is now a suspect in a crime. He is my employee. I am the owner of the Longchen Group. Yichun was compelled to reveal his identity. Baiwani, however, remained unfazed by this revelation, showing no interest in matters of power. Regardless of your stature, you must adhere to the rules, she stated coldly. Yichun, distressed by her words, pointed at Tang Yu and said, Officer Bai, I must clarify that if Longya has indeed committed a crime, I will be the first to report him. However, in this instance, he is innocent. He has only recently taken over Mingwei Hotel. The previous owner was this young Master Tang. He's the one you should apprehend. Tang Yu's eyes widened in confusion as he exclaimed, What does this have to do with me? I was not involved. Officer Bai has completed her investigation. And I am innocent. What does Ganlin have to do with Guan Linbei? Foolish Dragon King, do not attempt to shift the blame onto me. I did not commit murder at the hotel. If anyone should be apprehended, it is you. Your lecherous existence only serves to inflate prices. Damn it. Considering they are in cahoots, I hope that wretched woman Baiwani is not truly conspiring against me. Having overheard Tang Yu's thoughts, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Baiwani truly felt the urge to strike this scoundrel. What does it mean to say they are in the same boat? They had only recently become acquainted. She would never stoop to the level of framing an innocent person. Fuming, she glared at Yichun and declared, I do not require your guidance in my endeavors. The legal representative and person in charge of the hotel is Longya. He is the one I have apprehended. As you are his superior, it follows that Mingwei Hotel is your enterprise, which means you, too, are subject to investigation. Yichun's face turned a shade of green with fury. What kind of illogical reasoning is this? To conceal his identity, Longchen Group's legal representative and shareholders do not include him. For heaven's sake, if he had not chosen her for his harem, he would be tempted to teach her a lesson. His woman should simply be obedient to him. What uses integrity in this context? Wait, is the plot going awry? Does Baiwani seem to have an aversion to him? No, at this point. Yichun should have already endeared himself to her. This fellow specifically went to catch a thief to create a first impression. He even bought a bag of plastic bottles, claiming he was helping a recycling elderly woman. With these two displays of goodwill, Baiwani should have already been head over heels in love with him. Surely the storyline has collapsed again. Someone should promptly apprehend this man. A man of his caliber deserves to be behind bars. It would be a shame otherwise. Tang Yu, watching from the sidelines, was nearly shouting for the two to clash. Life is filled with joys and sorrows, and the mundane serves to embellish existence. Indeed, one must use magic to conquer magic. Meanwhile, Baiwani's expression darkened ominously. Was it this fellow Yichun who deliberately orchestrated our initial encounter? This man is truly repugnant. Officer Bai, I am willing to cooperate with your investigation. The innocent shall remain untainted. However, the individual you ought to scrutinize more closely is the esteemed young Master Tang. I suspect he maliciously sold the hotel at a low price to frame my friend. The valuation of Mingwei Hotel should be around 20 billion. Yet he sold it to Longya for a mere 50 billion, which serves as the most compelling evidence. Yichun, suppressing his fury, pointed at Tang Yu, asserting his case vehemently. How dare you beast? Would it kill you to have a shred of dignity? If it weren't for you inviting Longya to disrupt my hotel, would I have sold it so cheaply? Speaking of which, Longya's framing of my brother for murder, you bear at least 89% of the responsibility, don't you? Just as Tang Yu was about to retort, Baiwani interjected. What is wrong with having a wealthy family? His purchase of the hotel was merely a romantic gesture for his girlfriend. Yichun was instantly filled with rage, trembling in the sweltering heat as his hands and feet turned icy. Baiwani scoffed disdainfully, choosing not to engage further with Yichun. After listening intently, she had concluded that Yichun was certainly no saint. If the hotel murder case was linked to him, she wouldn't hesitate to personally ensure he was imprisoned. Turning to Tang Yu, she spoke gently. After much contemplation, she had determined his innocence. Moreover, upon discovering criminal evidence, he had promptly emailed her, indicating that he deemed her worthy of unconditional trust. After all, he would not have entrusted such vital information to her otherwise. Being trusted by others is indeed a most gratifying experience. Tang Yu appeared utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? Why are you suddenly so gentle with me? Stop it. Do not shower me with such kindness. This isn't like you. Calm down. Where's your fiery temper? Meanwhile, Yuchen's forehead was taut with rage. Baiwani. How could she treat this person with such tenderness while remaining cold and distant towards him, as if he were a sworn enemy? He glared at Tang Yu with venomous eyes, his heart brimming with resentment. At that moment, the office door swung open, and an exceptionally beautiful woman entered, followed by bodyguards and a lawyer. It was none other than Su Muyu. Upon her arrival, Yi Qin's fury dissipated, replaced by a flicker of warmth. This girl, who often distanced herself with her words, had rushed to his side when he found himself in trouble. Truly, she was a woman worthy of his admiration. A charming smile played on his lips as he greeted her. Muyu, you are here. Are you all right? Before he could finish, Su Muyu approached Tang Yu and gently inquired with concern. Chapter 42. Come on, don't be jealous on my behalf. She had been busy working overtime at the company. After acquiring the land in the west of the city, there was much to be done. Suddenly, her secretary informed her that there had been an incident at Minghua Hotel. Knowing that Tang Yu was the owner, she checked the news and promptly called him. When he did not answer, she reached out to Tang's father and learned that Tang Yu was not at home, having mentioned something about going to sit in a cell. That was when she discovered he was here. It is nothing of great concern. I merely came to assist officer Bai with the investigation, Tang Yu stated with an expressionless demeanor. Do not approach me. Cease provoking the Dragon King. Observe his countenance. Please grant me a modicum of space, or else this wretched creature may very well come after me tonight. He had already caught a glimpse of Yi Qin's liver-colored visage, and in this awkward tableau, Tang Yu felt an urge to use his toes to carve out a Dragon King's palace on the ground. Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Su Muyu also cast a sidelong glance. Witnessing Yi Qin's dark and resentful expression, she increasingly found him utterly detestable. Could he possibly believe that she harbored any feelings for him? What a lunatic! Tang Yu's eyes widened, yearning to call for help. Oh, come on. Are you resorting to this trick again? Do not act this way, Teacher Wang. I am still just a child weighing over 100 pounds. It is simply inappropriate. At this moment, Yi Qin's fists were clenched tightly, his nails nearly piercing his flesh. How could the woman he cherished be so intimately engaged with another in his presence? What could she possibly be thinking? Could it be that she truly had no feelings for him? That could not be. Her gaze could not deceive him. Just as Tang Yu intended to withdraw his arm and hastily vacate this troublesome place, another individual entered from outside the office. This time, it was yet another stunning beauty. Wang Yixue, appearing hurried and frowning, stepped inside. Upon noticing that Tang Yu was unharmed, her expression transformed into a radiant smile. Tang Yu, you are all right. I heard that the owner of Minghua Hotel was arrested, and it startled me greatly. She had only just received the news and rushed to the West City precinct to see this fellow. However, what she did not expect was that Su Muyu was actually here, and moreover, she was entwined with her beloved Tang Yu's arm. What could this mean? This woman had not cast a glance at her precious one for 3 years. Noticing the intensity of Wang Yixue's gaze, Su Muyu quickly became alert. She was aware that Wang Yixue was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend. Women tend to be quite sensitive regarding their predecessors, particularly when the rival is a stunning beauty who rivals themselves. The moment their eyes met, it felt as if the temperature in the room had plummeted. Wang Yixue was the first to strike. With a cold laugh, she looked at Su Muyu and said, "Oh, isn't this Miss Su? The first ice princess of Su Hang has a rather proactive side, I see. I thought you had no interest in men. What does that have to do with you?" Su Muyu retorted without hesitation, gripping Tang Yu's arm tightly. "What on earth are you two doing? Stop. Don't quarrel over a handsome guy like me. It pains my heart. Oh, wait, don't do this in front of the Dragon King. Can you both allow me to enjoy my peace?" Seeing the two women at odds, Tang Yu was utterly bewildered. He had heard of their tumultuous relationship, which rarely allowed them to be in the same place. But if they were at odds, why was he caught in the middle? Just as he contemplated making his escape, Wang Yixue seized his other arm. She cast a sidelong glance at Su Muyu and said, "You're holding my boyfriend's arm. How could that not concern me? If you truly fancy handsome men, I can introduce a few to you, but please refrain from bothering my precious one." Your boyfriend? Su Muyu's eyes were filled with hostility as she confronted Wang Yixue, who seemed remarkably thick-skinned. Oh, he is your fiancé? Then what do you truly know about him? Are you aware of his culinary preferences? Which brand of cigarettes does he smoke? Does he favor black stockings or white ones? Can you answer any of these? Wang Yixue scoffed at Su Muyu's inquiries. Fiancé? She recalled hearing Tang Yu mutter about wanting to call off the engagement. With her understanding of this woman, she thought, how could I possibly grant you such an opportunity? Is it truly important to know these details? As long as he loves me, that is sufficient. The entire Su Hang knows of his affection for me. He even hosted a birthday banquet for me just a few days ago. Su Muyu decided it was time to launch a counterattack. Regardless of how beautiful or goddess-like a woman may be, engaging in rivalry with a fellow woman is a skill possessed by all, herself included. Indeed. Wang Yixue appeared momentarily incensed, even contemplating delivering a few blows to Tang Yu. Wasn't he supposed to be uninterested in her? She had been preparing to retire for the night when the sight had angered her immensely. Gritting her teeth, she pulled out her phone. So you wish to flaunt your affection? Allow me to show you what it means to display love. Tang Yu's expression changed dramatically at her actions, and he attempted to intervene to prevent Wang Yishue's reckless behavior. However, Bai Wan Yi, visibly irked, slammed her hand on the table and declared, "Enough. Stop your bickering. I still have work to do. Hurry up and leave." Bai Wan Yi shared a good rapport with both Su Muyu and Wang Yishue, as they were all close friends from high school. Seeing her two friends quarrel over Tang Yu only added to her agitation. The chaos of your circle is truly bewildering. When Bai Wan Yi became furious, Tang Yu hastily pulled the two women out of the office. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, standing nearby, wore an expression more grotesque than that of someone who had just consumed a dead fly. The two women he cherished were squabbling before him. Yet the man they vied for was not himself. As they exited the office, the two women clung to his arm stubbornly, much to the dismay of the single men at the Qingxi precinct, who felt 1,000 points of anguish. How could it be that two stunning beauties served one man? Who is this individual, and can he be apprehended? Hush, that is young Master Tang of the Tang family. Are you aware he is Su Hong's foremost sycophant? Sycophants abound, indeed. Damn it, starting tomorrow, I shall also join the ranks of the sycophants. Curse it, you are the true sycophants. I detest sycophants the most. After exiting the Qingxi precinct, Tang Yu, looking at the two women with exasperation, remarked, "Then let her release her grip first." Wan Yishue huffed, "Why should I let go first?" Su Mai retorted with a cold scoff, refusing to relent. "Must you be so childish? Is this still in line with your personas? Release him quickly. Do you think you were snatching a toy? Even if you were a toy, there is only one, not enough for the both of you." Tang Yu displayed a countenance of both agony and slight delight, for their embrace was tight, offering a soft, delightful sensation. Chapter 43. Good news and bad news. At that moment, a Maybach glided to a halt before them. As the door swung open, Qin Ming emerged from the vehicle. Upon seeing Tang Yu ensconced between the two women, he was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had yet to awaken from slumber. "Goodness, brother, what is this?" Qin Ming hesitated, taken aback by the sight before him. Su Muyu and Wang Yishui, two renowned beauties known for their pride, were actually clinging to his brother's arm. "When did you become such a charmer?" Seeing Qin Ming had arrived, the two women felt a bit embarrassed and simultaneously released Tang Yu. They had been engaged in a game of truth or dare. Tang Yu offered an awkward smile, trying to defend himself. "Is that so?" Qin Ming's gaze turned teasing. As a seasoned player in the realm of romance, he was well versed in such antics. He then expressed concern. "Brother, are you all right? I heard there was an incident at your hotel." "Not an issue. I sold the hotel to someone else just a few days ago," Tang Yu responded, shaking his head. "Then all is well. Brother, fortune favors the bold. Let us drink and celebrate." Qin Ming cheerfully approached and embraced Tang Yu, only to notice the murderous glares directed at him by Su Muyu and Wang Yishui. They clearly remembered the last time he had taken Tang Yu to the Star River Club. Wang Yishui made a throat-slitting gesture as a warning. If he dared to bring their dear Tang Yu to such a den of iniquity again, she would not hesitate to end him. "Ball temptresses, get away from me." Humph. After delivering their silent warning, the two women bid farewell to Tang Yu and departed. Once they left, Tang Yu quickly retrieved a cigarette, lighting it to calm his nerves. Qin Ming chuckled as he squatted beside him, saying, "Brother, you are quite the fortunate one. Do you think this is a blessing?" Tang Yu retorted, exasperated. As a villain who wished to survive until the end, maintaining a low profile was the key. Qin Ming merely chuckled without uttering a word, undoubtedly perceiving it as a fortuitous occurrence. After Tang Yu finished his cigarette, he rose with a weary expression. Tang Yu nodded, feeling a warm glow in his heart. He appreciated that his brother had come rushing over the moment he learned of his predicament. "Have you been sleeping poorly and plagued by nightmares these past few days?" "Indeed. I am uncertain what the cause is. Could it be a deficiency in my kidneys?" Qin Ming replied with a wry smile. Tang Yu furrowed his brow and suggested, "Why not take a few days to travel and relax?" Qin Ming waved his hand dismissively as he got into the car and departed. He was already aware of the underlying reason for Qin Ming's discomfort. It was a plotline from the original narrative concerning the Qin family, wherein Qin Ming's ailment stemmed from the poor feng shui of the ancestral residence. The Jade Buddha had been tampered with by Yichen. During a crisis within the Qin family, Yichen intervened to offer assistance. Ultimately, the members of the Qin family revered him as a deity, showering him with immense respect. The eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kursin, also developed a profound fondness for him, gradually falling under his spell. While this storyline may appear somewhat absurd, it is not uncommon in urban fantasy narratives. The themes of ostentation, face-slapping, and the acquisition of power and beauty are par for the course, with rewards flowing in abundance. Suddenly, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! The host has successfully navigated the plot of the West City branch. Reward: completion of the ancient martial arts cultivation. In Yang Wujigong, usable once. Upon hearing the reward, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming, "Damn this system. What use is a one-time reward? Why not provide a set of disposable chopsticks instead? That would truly be a prime commodity." Yet the one-time limitation is utterly frustrating. With a sigh, the system elucidated that the host had failed to navigate the narrative flawlessly, thus inciting the wrath of the Dragon King, Yi Chun. Tang Yu was instantly enveloped in frustration. He yearned for a seamless passage through the events, yet the world was rife with traitors. After Tang Yu departed, Yi Chun remained ensconced in the office, whereby Wani thoughtfully adorned him with handcuffs. In her mind, Yi Chun had become indistinguishable from a criminal, for how else could he be the proprietor of Lanya? Once shackled, Yi Chun's exterior remained composed, but a tempest of fury brewed within him. After all, he was the illustrious Dragon King. To be handcuffed was akin to being reduced to a mere prisoner. Yet, thoughts of his romantic pursuits compelled him to endure this humiliation. He had withstood far worse over the years. One more moment of restraint was trivial in comparison. Initially, he had presumed that, given his rapport with Baiwani, the process of giving a statement would be swift. Although he was indeed the head of Longya, the Longshan group bore no direct ties to him. He was merely a shadowy benefactor. This circumstance implied that even if the Mingwei Hotel were embroiled in scandal, the blame would not befall him. However, Baiwani was resolute in her determination to extract information from him, resulting in a stalemate that persisted until midday the following day. It was then that a tall, exquisite beauty arrived at the Chengshi precinct, accompanied by others, to escort him out. Upon his release, Yi Chun's demeanor grew somewhat sullen as he expressed his gratitude to the stunning woman. "Thank you, Miss He, for making the effort to come here." The He family maintained a low profile in Su and Hangzhou, yet their influence rivaled that of the four prominent clans. They were a branch of the illustrious He family from Yinjing, and the matriarch, He Laodai, shared a degree of acquaintance with his master. Upon arriving in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he promptly paid a visit to the He family, offering his medical assistance to the esteemed matriarch, thus incurring a debt of gratitude from them. However, such a precious favor was squandered on trivial matters, leaving him in despair. It was only fitting. "Miss He, my friend has been detained due to this incident. He managed to secure his release, but Longya remains incarcerated. I find myself powerless in this matter. When it involves substances of such nature, no one can assert authority. I hope Mr. Yi can comprehend the gravity of the situation, especially considering we are in Huaxia. It is quite troublesome." "Very well, I shall not press Miss He further. I will contemplate alternative solutions and revisit the matriarch in a few days." Yi Chun understood the complexity of this predicament. His rapport with the He family had not yet reached such depths. After she entered the vehicle, he could not help but shake his head. How trivial. Was this woman's frigid demeanor a manifestation of her disdain for him? Once he had her in his grasp, he would surely make her rue the day. The He family was also a target he intended to conquer, paving the way for future endeavors in Yinjing. In the subsequent days, Yi Chun, accompanied by members of the Longshan group, sought connections and devised strategies to extricate Longya. Meanwhile, Longya, confined and under investigation, felt as if he were enduring a fate worse than death. The troubles he faced due to the incident at Mingwei Hotel were already severe. But the police had also searched his residence and uncovered hair belonging to the deceased woman from the hotel. The emergence of such evidence escalated the situation drastically. This time, he was utterly doomed. Fortunately, after being held for an entire week, Yi Chun was finally permitted to visit him. Knowing that the Dragon King was coming to see him, Longyu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement within. The Dragon King, indeed, was capable of anything. With his intervention, I shall surely be able to escape this place. Once brought into the meeting room, Longyu exclaimed with fervor, "Young Master Yi." Yi Chun sat behind the glass in the meeting room and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. "I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "The good news, please," Longyu replied eagerly. "I have persuaded the lawyer to seek a reduced sentence." "And the bad news?" Longyu inquired, his heart sinking. "Even with the reduction, you will likely serve another 20 years. Chapter 44. In summary, the advantage lies with me. Long Yu's legs buckled, nearly causing him to tumble from his chair. 20 years. As a prominent figure among the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, to be confined in such a manner for 2 decades? In that instant, he was overwhelmed with regret for coming to Huaxia. If only he had avoided that troublesome hotel incident. Yi Chen reassured him. Once I have gained control over Su and Hangzhou, releasing someone from prison will pose no challenge. The conquest of the 4 great families is already underway, progressing steadily. While there have been minor setbacks in the plan concerning the Wang family, it remains firmly within his grasp. The dealings with the Qin family are proceeding exceptionally well, and results will soon be evident. With Qi Yin and several other pawns at his disposal, subduing the Tang family will merely require a bit more time. Once I have secured the 3 families, bringing the relatively weaker Su family under control will be effortless. In summary, the advantage lies with me. Before I claim dominion over Su and Hangzhou, I shall have to impose some discomfort upon Longye. With a sigh, Longye said, Young Master Yi, I must trouble you with this matter. I hope to be released swiftly, to once again serve by your side and enjoy the small hamburgers I prepare. Very well. My brother, we shall reunite soon. Yi Chen cast a resolute glance at Longye before rising and departing from the meeting room. In the antique street, there stood a prominent antique shop known as Debao Lu. This establishment ranked among the finest in Suzhou and Hangzhou and was a property of the Tang family. The shop was overseen by Zhao Gaoxing, a longtime employee of the Tang family. He had commenced his tenure at the antique shop in his adolescence and had remained there for over 30 years. His capabilities and overall attributes were commendable, earning him the trust of the Tang family. Young Master Tang, please take a look at the ledger. This reflects last month's transactions. Our shop's profits have been quite satisfactory in recent months, Zhao Gaoxing remarked as he presented a ledger to Tang Yu. Despite the changing times, the antique shop still adhered to traditional bookkeeping methods. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Yu responded with a smile as he accepted the ledger and casually began to flip through its pages. However, after perusing only a couple of pages, a couple entered through the door. Tang Yu glanced up briefly before closing the ledger and concealing himself behind a display cabinet, deliberately turning away to avoid recognition. The couple that had entered was none other than Yi Chen and Qin Kersen. As the esteemed young lady of the Qin family, Qin Kersen was renowned for her beauty in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yet today, she appeared exceedingly haggard, akin to a rose on the verge of wilting. This distressing demeanor stemmed from recent troubles plaguing the Qin family. The entire household had been plagued by restless nights, haunted by nightmares. Several servants and bodyguards, frightened by these occurrences, chose to resign and leave the Qin family. Following their departure, the unsettling phenomena ceased, leading the Qin family to suspect that there might be an issue with the feng shui of their residence. Today, she visited the antique market, hoping to discover items that could enhance her feng shui. Unexpectedly, she encountered Yi Chen along the way. Of course, this chance meeting was orchestrated by Yi Chen himself. As the Dragon King, his daily pursuits revolved around charming women or traversing the paths to do so. Miss Qin, I possess a modest understanding of feng shui and metaphysics. If your aim is to improve the feng shui of your home, I fear you may not find what you seek in these antique shops. Yi Chen remarked as he observed Qin Kersen deliberating over various selections in the store. Do you also have knowledge of feng shui? Qin Kersen queried, her expression one of surprise. Their acquaintance was still relatively new. The last time they met, a snake had inexplicably entered her home, leaving her thoroughly terrified. Fortunately, Yi Chen was patrolling the neighborhood and rushed to her aid upon hearing her screams. After assisting her in dealing with the snake, they became acquainted. Indeed, my abilities are quite remarkable. My previous job as a security guard was merely a temporary arrangement, Yi Chen replied with a mischievous smile. His strategy was simple. First, approach the woman, then pique her curiosity. This was his art of seduction. Truly, your prowess exceeds mere capability. Becoming a security guard was merely a ruse to attract women. One might jest. Who would have thought to toss a snake into someone's home and then play the hero? I have never encountered anyone so audacious. Had it not been for your mischief, the Qin family's feng shui would not have been compromised. You should be ashamed to perform such theatrics here. Your talents are wasted if not on the stage. And while you are busy courting multiple women, why not take up ballet instead? In the corner, Tang Yu silently criticized the conversation between the two. Qin Kersen, who was selecting antiques, suddenly paused upon hearing a series of sounds. She glanced around but saw no one speaking beside her. Yet, the voice seemed oddly familiar, as if it belonged to an old acquaintance. What intrigued her more was the myriad implications hidden within those few sentences. Were they insinuating that someone had orchestrated a snake incident at her home? Was the feng shui issue of the Qin family also a result of his actions? She was acutely aware that all these remarks pointed towards Yi Chun, who stood nearby. Casting a fleeting glance at him, a flicker of doubt crossed her eyes. Could this seemingly harmless individual truly be the mastermind behind it all? Or was her lack of rest over the past few days causing her to hallucinate? Yi Chun, noticing Qin Kursen's dazed stare, assumed that she was captivated by his handsome features. With renewed confidence, he smiled and spoke. Miss Qin, based on my observations, it is undoubtedly a feng shui problem in your home that has invited malevolent energy. Upon finishing, he produced a yellow talisman from his pocket and said to Qin Kursen, this talisman was crafted under the guidance of a master and took 3 months to create. Once you wear it, it will surely protect you from the harmful energies. You boast without a shred of evidence, and it took you 3 months to produce this? It could be done in 3 minutes, mind you. This trinket is just scribbled symbols. What truly matters is your blood. Who has to say that the malevolent energy wasn't conjured by you? With your blood, one will naturally be impervious to malevolent forces. Alas, it is pitiable that Qin Kursen, this foolish woman, has been deceived, believing that this man is her white knight, sent by the heavens to rescue her. Upon hearing the voice once more, Qin Kursen finally ascertained that this was no mere figment of her imagination. Someone was indeed speaking to her, yet it seemed only she could perceive this voice. She was uncertain of the circumstances, but felt a surge of indignation. If all of this were true, she would have no qualms about taking action. However, until she had concrete evidence, she would refrain from confronting the issue head-on. Chapter 45. Do you think you are worthy to compete with young Master Tang? Qin Kursen adeptly masked her expression as she accepted the talisman, speaking softly, very well, thank you. I shall wear it. We are friends, so there is no need for such formality, Yi Chun replied with a smug smile. Once the talisman proved effective, she would undoubtedly seek his assistance in resolving the issues plaguing the Qin family. Thus, his plan to subdue the Qin clan would come to fruition. Once Qin Ming was dealt with, the Qin family would be under his control. At long last, he felt that everything was aligning in his favor. Dragon Tooth. The days when the two of us can enjoy small hamburgers together are not far off. Qin Kursen nodded, carefully stowing the talisman away. After perusing the shop for a while, she departed from the antique store, with Yi Chun hastily following in her wake. Once they had left, Tang Yu emerged from behind the counter, circling around to one of the display cases, his gaze fixed upon a jade talisman. The jade talisman is exquisitely carved in the shape of a yin-yang fish, appearing vividly lifelike, a masterpiece indeed. Priced at 880,000. It serves as a pivotal accessory for flaunting one's status, possessing the remarkable ability to absorb malevolent energy entirely. Gazing at this yin-yang fish jade talisman, Tang Yu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately resolved not to conceal it. After all, he wasn't a child of destiny endowed with innate skills. Starting off with an arsenal of abilities was not his fortune, and he wouldn't know how to wield it effectively. According to the original narrative, the Dragon King was all-powerful, proficient in feng shui, medical arts, gambling, and stone betting. Thus, this artifact could only be a means for him to tackle challenges. Yet, watching Yi Chun effortlessly seize the Qin family's assets left Tang Yu somewhat unsettled. He could not passively observe as this scoundrel usurped his brother's family fortune, leading him to a dire end. The life of a villain is still life. After pondering for a moment, he resolved to make a decision that defied ancestral principles. Uncle Zhao, could you come here for a moment? Tang Yu beckoned to Zhao Gaoxing, who was seated behind the counter, casually enjoying sunflower seeds. Zhao Gaoxing promptly set aside his snack and approached Tang Yu, inquiring, what is it, young Master Tang? Keep this yin-yang fish jade talisman safe for me. Aside from a certain guest named Yi Chun, it must not be sold to anyone else, understood? Tang Yu instructed. It was imperative for this crucial artifact to remain in Yi Chun's possession to alleviate the Qin family's predicament. Thus, it could not encounter any mishaps. He was determined to prevent this troublesome plot from unraveling further. Zhao Gaoxing nodded, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name Tang Yu mentioned. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly became alert. He had heard that this scoundrel dared to vie for a woman against young Master Tang. After Mr. Wang gave him a thorough reprimand, he was promoted and sent abroad as the head of the operation. Could it be that fate is granting me an opportunity? A knowing smile crossed his face as he grasped the underlying implication of Tang Xiao's words. He intended to set a challenge for this young man, did he? Moreover, he suggested inflating the price slightly. 30 million would suffice. Tang Yu added, This item must be acquired by Yi Chun, and it should not be offered too cheaply. Extracting some funds from this scoundrel for charitable purposes would be beneficial. Rest assured, Tang Xiao, I understand, Zhao Gaoxing declared, thumping his chest with conviction, aware that his chance to shine had arrived. Very well, I shall entrust this to you. Tang Yu gave Zhao Gaoxing a thumbs up. The affairs of the Qin family must proceed smoothly. Once Yi Chun resolves the troubles of the Qin family, he would find a way to expose this scoundrel's true nature from behind the scenes. Confronting him directly might not work, but undermining him from the shadows is entirely feasible. After Tang Yu departed from the shop, Zhao Gaoxing promptly retrieved the Yin-Yang fish jade talisman from the cabinet. Having worked in the shop for many years, he possessed considerable expertise in this area and understood the true purpose of the Yin-Yang fish jade talisman. Was Yi Chun that good for nothing, seeking to purchase it to dispel evil energies? Zhao Gaoxing mused to himself with a chuckle, then went to retrieve a box. Inside lay an identical jade talisman, specifically the Yin talisman from the pair. The Yang talisman is used to eliminate malevolent energies, while the Yin talisman serves to cultivate them. If placed in an area rife with malevolence, he chuckled sinisterly. After exchanging the two items, he placed the Yin talisman inside the counter and adjusted the price to 30 million. Quietly waiting to see which audacious fool dared to vie with his esteemed Tang Xiao for a woman. After approximately half an hour, Yi Chun indeed walked in. Upon entering, he surveyed the shop and approached the counter featuring the Yin-Yang fish jade talisman. He had noticed this item when he accompanied Qin Kursin and recognized it as a valuable tool for countering malevolent energies. Normally, to resolve the Qin family's issues, he would require no such artifacts. He could manage it himself. However, he had not anticipated that the feng shui of the Qin family's ancestral home was exceptionally potent. After manipulating the feng shui of the property, the accumulation of malevolent energy had accelerated at an exaggerated rate. Under such circumstances, he would need to rely on external means for resolution. Yet, upon seeing the price, his expression shifted slightly, and he slammed his hand against the glass, exclaiming, "Are you robbing me? This item is priced at 30 million? Surely, you must have added an extra 2 zeros. Zhao Gaoxing, leisurely munching on seeds, approached with a smile. Boss, we're not trying to swindle you. This is a genuine item we acquired last month. It was excavated from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty. And this price is quite reasonable. Spare me the sales pitch. I know more about these things than you do. One word. Would you sell it for 500,000? Yi Chun retorted coldly. One of his greatest aversions in life was being duped out of his money. Friend, let us not jest. A feng shui master from Hong Kong visited yesterday and declared this item to be a treasure, and he plans to return tomorrow to purchase it. If you are willing to take it, then take it. If not, then let it be. I would sell it to anyone. Upon hearing that someone else desired this item, Yi Chun's expression subtly shifted. After a moment of contemplation, he reluctantly extracted the necessary funds and emphatically declared, "All right, that will suffice. Please wrap it up for me." Although this item was rather expensive, it paled in comparison to the prospect of conquering the Qin family. Once the Qin family was under his control, thousands of billions in assets would be his. Zhao Gaoxing immediately approached with a smile, ready to assist Yi Chun in packaging the item. However, as soon as Yi Chun departed from the shop, Zhao Gaoxing's cheerful demeanor turned cold and sinister. He scoffed, spitting disdainfully on the ground, muttering, "With such inferior goods, how dare they contend with our young master Tang? They are courting death." Chapter 46. Has old Master Wang fallen ill again? The Wang family. Since Jiang Xiaoya last visited the Wang family to tend to old Master Wang's health, he had gradually begun to recover. After finishing lunch today, old Master Wang had just picked up his brush to practice calligraphy. However, before he could complete the first character, the brush slipped from his grasp. Almost immediately, he clutched his chest and sank into his chair, his body trembling violently. The caregiver, alarmed, assisted him onto the bed and hurriedly summoned the family's private doctor. Soon, the doctor arrived to examine old Master Wang. Upon receiving the news, the Wang family members rushed over. Seeing the old man lying in bed, his face ashen, they were all filled with anxiety. After having barely recovered for a few days, how could he be in such a state again? After the examination concluded, Wang Yishua hurriedly inquired, "Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather?" The doctor's expression appeared somewhat perplexed as he shook his head and replied, "Mr. Wang's situation is rather precarious. His organs are beginning to fail, yet we cannot ascertain the specific cause of his ailment. I recommend that we urgently summon Dr. Jiang. He is quite a renowned expert in the country, but this is the first time he has encountered such symptoms." It is perplexing to have such severe health issues without being able to identify the underlying cause. Without hesitation, Wang Yixue grabbed her phone and called Jiang Xiaoye. After confirming the location, she swiftly arranged for the Wang family's private helicopter to fetch her. Upon Jiang Xiaoye's arrival, she rushed over with her small bag and commenced her examination of Mr. Wang. After a considerable duration of assessment, a look of confusion crept onto her face. The old gentleman's condition was critically dire, yet she was unable to pinpoint the issue. Xiaoye, what exactly is my grandfather's condition? Wang Yixue asked, noticing the bewilderment on Jiang Xiaoye's face, which heightened her own anxiety. The rest of the Wang family also displayed palpable concern. The difference between a Wang family with the elder and one without was monumental. I cannot determine the problem, but the old gentleman's situation is indeed very urgent. If it remains unresolved within a day, it could lead to... Jiang Xiaoye's expression darkened significantly. She had never anticipated that her medical expertise would fail to uncover even the nature of the problem. This was an unprecedentedly challenging situation. Hearing Jiang Xiaoye's words, the family members turned ashen. If even the exceptionally skilled Jiang Xiaoye could not identify the issue, what hope did they have? Standing at the end of the crowd, Wang Rulong's eyes betrayed a flicker of relief. After Jiang Xiaoye's arrival, he had been consumed by anxiety, fearing that she might uncover some troubling issue. Fortunately, she was unable to resolve the matter. Previously, he had intended to cooperate with young Master Yi to freeze the Wang family's liquidity, aiming to oust Wang Yixue from the power center and elevate his own status. However, inexplicably, the plan had failed. Wang Yixue not only sensed the subtle hints, but also retaliated against young Master Yi, leaving him quite frightened. When he later observed that Wang Yixue had no intention of seeking retribution, he assumed it was merely a coincidence, believing his identity remained concealed. As for today's scene, it was, of course, orchestrated by him. After witnessing the failure of the plan, young Master Yi devised another strategy, urging him to take direct action against the old master. With the old master out of the picture, the issue of succession would inevitably need resolution. According to family tradition, the family's power ultimately resided with the male heirs. Without the old master's protection, Wang Yixue's authority would be unsustainable. Grandfather, do not hold it against me for being ruthless. Your favoritism has left me no choice. Wang Rulong sighed inwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Yet, compared to the allure of power, such feelings paled in significance. What should he do now? Perhaps we should invite the esteemed Jiang to take a look? Wang Yixue suggested, her tone tinged with bitterness. Jiang Xiaoye shook her head. I cannot discern anything. And even if my grandfather were to come, the situation would likely remain dire. Nonetheless, there is someone who might assist me. Who? She inquired. Previously, at the Tang residence, she had overheard Brother Tang Yu's heartfelt musings and discovered that he had mastered the Qing Nong Tianjing and attained a transcendent state. If the current examination yields no results, one must rely on his extraordinary insight to discern the underlying issues afflicting Wang Leoi's health. Wang Yixue was taken aback when Jiang Xiaoye suggested inviting Tang Yu over. Given the gravity of her grandfather's condition, she refrained from asking further questions and promptly dialed Tang Yu's number. At that moment, Tang Yu was engrossed in a video game with Qi Yin in the office. She realized that since allowing this individual to play games and report data daily, her work ethic had markedly improved. From the start to the end of her shift, she hardly moved from her seat. However, when it came to ordering takeout, she was quite diligent, consuming at least 3 cups of milk tea and various junk foods each day, resembling a quintessential slothful gamer. Nevertheless, Tang Yu was acutely aware that this was merely a fade of the woman's remarkable acting skills. She aimed to lull herself into complacency to facilitate her data theft. Tang Yu was indifferent to this. After all, the information had already been tampered with. And if she wished to steal more, so be it. Upon receiving the call from Wang Yixue, Tang Yu answered, "What is the matter? Where are you now? I can send a helicopter to pick you up. My grandfather is in critical condition. You need to come quickly." Wang Yixue's voice came through, filled with urgency and distress. In this moment of vulnerability, she truly wished to see Tang Yu. "I'm at the company. Just have the helicopter come to the rooftop of the office building." Without hesitation, Tang Yu set down her game controller and hurriedly left her office to wait on the top floor. The sudden turn of events regarding Wang Leoi took Tang Yu by surprise, as according to the original narrative, he had remained healthy until the very end. After a brief wait, the helicopter swiftly landed nearby. Tang Yu hurriedly boarded the aircraft, his mind racing to discern the root of the problem. Upon arriving at the Wang residence, he descended to find Wang Yixue, her eyes reddened with distress, awaiting him. It will be all right. The old master is blessed. And nothing will go amiss, Tang Yu gently reassured her. Come, let us hurry inside, Wang Yixue urged, grasping his hand and leading him into the house. Upon entering, they found Jiang Xiaoya administering acupuncture to the old master. She was perplexed, unable to pinpoint the source of his ailment, though alleviating his condition was not beyond her capabilities. The gazes of the Wang family members converged on Tang Yu, curiosity etched on their faces. They too were eager to understand Jiang Xiaoya's motive for summoning him, especially given his lack of medical knowledge. What affliction had befallen the old master? Tang Yu, still uncertain about the situation, approached Jiang Xiaoya and inquired. What seems to be the issue? I cannot ascertain the old master's illness at this moment. I intend to employ the Ghost Gate 13 needles as a preliminary treatment and require your assistance. Jiang Xiaoya provided a rather implausible rationale, leaving the onlookers momentarily dumbfounded. Tang Yu, upon hearing this, felt equally bewildered. She had specifically summoned him for assistance? Instinctively, he focused his attention, surveying the old master with keen eyes. If even Jiang Xiaoya could not identify the problem, what malady had afflicted the old master? Was it possible that the narrative within the Wang family had unraveled, prompting an unwarranted resurrection of the Dragon King to masquerade as a miraculous healer? This was a scenario he had never encountered before. Either perish in an instant or linger for a couple of hours before meeting one's demise. Fortunately, after a moment of scanning with his gaze, he ultimately discerned a golden thread at the location of the old gentleman's heart. How peculiar! What is this golden thread? How did it become entwined around the old gentleman's heart? Goodness, it even moves. Is this not the golden silk insect venom of Yichen? This entity is exceedingly insidious. Once it enters the human body, the host is destined to perish within 24 hours. After the host's death, this thing will self-destruct and dissolve, leaving no trace behind. In light of this, to save the elder Wang, either Yichen must personally come to dispel the venom, or one must attempt the secret remedy from the QNGN Ing T New Jersey Ing by utilizing mugwort, 9-leaf fragrance, redstone resin, and a total of 11 medicinal herbs to create an incense. I shall discreetly devise a way to inform them. Under no circumstances can we allow the elder Wang to meet his end. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue and Jiang Xiaoya's expressions shifted dramatically. As they simultaneously noticed each other's countenance, a singular realization dawned upon them. The other could also perceive Tang Yu's thoughts. In that moment, Wang Yixue comprehended why Jiang Xiaoya had insisted on her bringing Tang Yu along. It was for this very reason. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I shall have someone fetch the medicinal herbs at once. A servant from the Wang family promptly set off to procure the herbs. Jiang Xiaoya began to contemplate the pharmacological compatibility of this prescription. The remedies within the QNGN Ing T New Jersey Ing are indeed invaluable treasures long thought lost. Since Xiaoya has a treatment plan, let us take a moment to rest outside while she stays here with grandfather. Wang Yixue breathed a sigh of relief and gestured for everyone to step out of the room. Ah, does that mean I have no role in this? Tang Yu pondered how to remind them. Actually, I still have matters to discuss with you. Please come with me, Wang Yixue said, grasping Tang Yu's arm and leading her towards the adjacent small garden. What else with the seriousness? Is there something significant you wish to share? Tang Yu felt a hint of confusion following Wang Yixue, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat off. Upon reaching the small garden, Wang Yixue urged Tang Yu to sit and inquired, I feel something is amiss with my grandfather. He was in good health, and this sudden change could very well indicate poisoning. What do you think? I also perceive the possibility. Tang Yu nodded in agreement, but a thorough investigation is essential. It's not merely poisoning. It's likely that he has been cursed, she continued. The Jin Si Chong curse requires close proximity to the target for it to be effective. If Yichen did not come here to administer it personally, then it is most likely the foolish Wang Rulong. This kind of person is utterly foolish, colluding with an outsider, believing that he can ascend to the head of the Wang family. Wang Yixue's expression turned icy. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. It was once again the imbecile Wang Rulong meddling behind the scenes. The reason she had spared him previously was not due to a lack of evidence. She simply wished to avoid alarming the snake in the grass, intending to exploit Wang Rulong's folly to ensnare Yichen. Little did she expect him to be so reckless as to dare lay hands on her grandfather. Given the circumstances, there was no longer any necessity to keep him as bait. Wang Yixue let out a soft sigh, feeling somewhat weary. In truth, she was indifferent to the family wealth. After all, it was inexhaustible. However, not everyone shared her perspective. Besides Wang Rulong, Were there not others with similar ambitions? She rested her head on Tang Yu's shoulder. Noticing Tang Yu's impending movement, she couldn't help but chuckle with irritation. If you were a bit more obedient, I might consider wearing a bunny outfit for you next time. What does a bunny outfit even matter? Just don't let your dandruff fall on my shoulder, Tang Yu grumbled, clearly displeased. I absolutely detest those who are insincere. One must always keep their word. As for the bunny outfit, I truly don't care. I am a man of integrity. If you were genuinely sincere, I would even accept a blood droplet as a token. Blood droplet? Wang Yishua paused, slightly bewildered. Yet, she was too lazy to ponder the matter further. Simply being beside Tang Yu filled her with joy. At least, in this moment, she was spared from the convoluted intrigues of the world. The two sat quietly in the small garden, with Wang Yishua listening to Tang Yu's whimsical musings, finding this brooding man increasingly endearing, until a voice shattered the tranquility. Miss, Dr. Jiang has successfully treated the old master. You should hurry to see him. A bodyguard rushed over, calling out, Let us go. We must check on the old master quickly. Tang Yu exhaled a sigh of relief. Brother, if you could have arrived a few minutes later, I would have been afflicted with shoulder periarthritis. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yishua rolled her eyes and hurried off to check on the old gentleman. As they entered, a somewhat pungent aroma wafted through the room. Old Master Wang had already regained consciousness, with a caregiver feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. Following his recent illness, the old man appeared notably weakened. Grandfather, are you feeling all right? Wang Yishua inquired with concern. I'm fine, just a bit weak. After I finish this medicine, I'll take a nap, the old man replied, uncertain of his exact condition, only feeling a profound fatigue in his limbs. He just needs a couple of days to rest, Jiang Xiaoya suggested. Utilizing a remedy she had learned from Tang Yu, she treated the old man. And the pestilential worm crawled out and perished. She had already collected the deceased worm. This fellow named Yi Chun is truly repulsive. After the group exchanged pleasantries and inquired about his well-being, they left the old man to rest alone in the room. Just as Tang Yu stepped outside, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he noticed it was a call from Qin Ming. Big brother, didn't you say you would come over to my house for the feng shui? Hurry up. Many people have already arrived today. Qin Ming's voice echoed through the line. All right, wait a moment. I'll be there shortly. After responding, Tang Yu hung up and, after exchanging pleasantries with Wang Yishua and the others, hurriedly drove to the Qin residence. According to the original storyline, today the Dragon King, Yi Chun, is determined to make a grand impression at the competition, proudly bearing the title of the foremost feng shui master of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Chapter 48. The Wang family seeks revenge. Wealthy individuals tend to place their faith in the mystique of metaphysics, thus they hold great reverence for feng shui masters. With this newfound identity, Yi Chen's status in Suzhou and Hangzhou ascended significantly, earning him the honorific title of Master Yi. However, in matters of feng shui, he truly possesses considerable skill. After all, he is the favored offspring of a rather indulgent author, possessing knowledge in all domains. Save for the fact that it has not been written that he possesses 5 extraordinary roots of wisdom, how might one effectively expose this scoundrel? As Tang Yu drove, she pondered this dilemma. Adhering to the principle of self-preservation, confronting him directly was out of the question. After much consideration, she concluded that she could only discreetly inform the Qin family in some manner. Just as Tang Yu departed, Wang Yishua turned to the members of the Wang family and said, Esteemed elders, let us convene at the ancestral hall. I have something important to discuss. What is it? Young Lady Wang, what business do we have at the ancestral hall? Croaked an elderly man, his voice raspy. Typically, when a family gathers at the ancestral hall, it signifies the announcement of a significant matter. All eyes turned to Wang Yishua, her expression drawing their attention. Wang Rulong, feeling guilty, began to grow anxious. He had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaoya could cure his grandfather's ailment. Had she not previously claimed it was impossible? Now Wang Yishua was urging everyone to the ancestral hall. Could it be that she had discovered someone had sinister intentions towards his grandfather? Nevertheless, he remained somewhat unperturbed, as he had no genuine concern about his identity being revealed. This matter pertains to the very survival of our family. I implore you all to go at once. Wang Yishua, having spoken, made her way towards the ancestral hall. The remaining crowd, their expressions grave, followed closely behind her, their faces etched with confusion. What could possibly be of such gravity that it pertained to the very survival of the Wang family? It is nothing, he reassured himself silently. Even if she were to uncover something, she would possess no evidence. Upon reaching the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up, Little Snow, everyone is gathered. What is this pressing matter? Please share, and let us devise a solution together. Wang Yixuan nodded, her face as cold as frost, and pointed at Wang Rulong, who stood at the periphery. Rulong, come forward and kneel before our ancestors. The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes fixed on Wang Rulong. Had he once again committed a grave error? His mother stepped forward, alarmed. Little Snow, what are you doing? Why must you make your brother kneel? Has he offended you in some way? Wang Rulong approached with a bitter smile. Yes, sister, is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? You colluding with outsiders to betray your own family is merely a misunderstanding? Wang Yixue fixed her gaze on Wang Rulong, her voice laced with accusation. Wang Rulong's face turned pale with fear as he fervently shook his head. No, sister, you must be mistaken. How could I ever do such a thing? The collaboration with Fowls was indeed a misjudgment on my part. I admit my incompetence, but how could this matter involve me, even devoid of humanity? I could never commit such an act. Indeed, is there a misunderstanding? Little Snow, do you possess any evidence? Others found this somewhat incredible. For Wang Rulong usually exhibited commendable behavior at home. I simply had to call forth the witness. Wang Yixue clapped her hands, and soon, 2 bodyguards escorted Li Deshen through the door. With a terrified expression, Li Deshen entered and immediately knelt, recounting the events to everyone in meticulous detail. This was now his sole path to redemption. The young lady had promised him that as long as he testified, she would grant him a chance at survival. Once Li Deshen finished his account, with both testimonial and material evidence presented, the pallid Wang Rulong still attempted to offer explanations. His father, however, was seething with rage. He charged forward and struck his son squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, whereupon he began to kick him mercilessly. In affluent families, nothing is more despised than betrayal from within. Moreover, the audacity of Wang Rulong to lay hands on his father was a transgression that was undeniably punishable by death. Apart from Wang Rulong's mother, who cried out and rushed to intervene, the others stood by with grim expressions, including Wang Yixue, who remained silent. Only after Wang Rulong was left barely conscious from the beating did she speak. That's enough, uncle. Let us end this for today. Grandfather has yet to recover, and I believe it prudent to defer this matter until he is well enough to make a decision. Wang Rulong's father nodded, his heart heavy with despair. He could scarcely comprehend his son's folly. Given grandfather's temperament, would there be any hope for him after this? Take him away and confine him, he ordered. Wang Yixue, having given her instructions to the bodyguards, turned to address the Wang family members. This incident cannot be entirely attributed to Wang Rulong. While he is indeed foolish, there are others whose intentions are far more malevolent, and vengeance must be wrought upon him. Indeed, this individual must not be spared. He must face the consequences of his actions. The assembly unanimously concurred on the need for retribution. Since he has set his sights on the Wang family, there shall be no mercy extended to him. Swiftly, the Wang family dispatched individuals to track down Yi Chen's whereabouts, preparing to initiate their retaliation. Concurrently, all enterprises under the Wang banner launched an offensive against the Longchen group. Meanwhile, the Qin family was abuzz with activity. Just 2 days prior, they had issued an invitation to geomancers from across the region to address their family's predicament. A reward of 1 billion was promised to anyone who could resolve their issues. For these geomancers, such a sum represented an astronomical figure. Thus, they converged from all corners of the nation, united in their quest to alleviate the Qin family's plight. As Tang Yu drove over, she happened to catch sight of Yi Chen disembarking from his vehicle. Upon his exit, Qin Curson was already awaiting him. Miss Qin, how effective was the talisman I provided? Yi Chen inquired with a smile. It proved to be quite effective, so I must trouble you today, Mr. Yi, Qin Curson replied, her gaze betraying a hint of complexity. She recalled the whispers she had overheard previously. To verify her suspicions, she had stealthily dismantled the talisman that very morning. Inside, she discovered a hastily drawn talisman, marred by a dried droplet of blood. Ah, Qin Curson, this Navi girl, must surely be astonished by the talisman. Fortuitously, I have chosen to extend my benevolence this time, intending to later reveal his true nature to them. Where has that scoundrel Qin Ming gone? Just as she pondered this, that familiar voice echoed once more. She immediately began to survey her surroundings, wondering who it could be. Chapter 49. I am here to enhance young Master Tang's reputation. She scanned the area, yet the source of the voice eluded her. Nevertheless, this stirred a sense of excitement within her, for the truth was on the verge of revelation. If the benefactor who had helped her appeared, she would certainly express her profound gratitude. Furthermore, The fact that he was uttering her brother's name indicated a connection with him, making it all the more feasible to seek him out. After those two entered, Tang Yu leisurely descended from the vehicle. Upon alighting, he did not spot Qin Ming, but instead noticed Zhao Gaosheng, clad in a black Tang suit, hovering at the entrance with a smoking pipe in hand. His attire lent him an air of sophistication. Tang Yu approached with a smile, patting him on the shoulder, and exclaimed, "Uncle Zhao, what brings you here?" Zhao Gaosheng chuckled softly, replying, "I couldn't miss the opportunity to witness this spectacle and enhance young Master Tang's reputation. Ever since Yi Chun acquired the yin-yang fish jade talisman, he had been contemplating its intended use. Upon receiving news from the Qin family, he finally comprehended the situation. This rascal aimed to flaunt it in front of the Qin family to impress the ladies. Thus, he resolved to present himself splendidly. After all, this rascal had offended young Master Tang. Wasn't this a chance to elevate my own standing? Tang Yu found himself somewhat perplexed, suspecting that Uncle Zhao was driven by the allure of the 10 billion reward from the Qin family. If he could resolve their predicament, it would indeed bolster his own reputation. He thus gave a thumbs up in approval. "Very well, I shall rely on you today. Uncle Zhao must secure the 10 billion reward from the Qin family." "That's settled then." Zhao Gao patted his chest and readily agreed. "If this matter is accomplished today, it would mean a reward of 10 billion. When this is announced in the group, what would President Wang's treatment even signify? I shall be recognized as the foremost loyal and capable minister of the Tang family." Both men harbored their own thoughts, exchanging joyful smiles. Qin Ming approached, having just been waiting at the door for Tang Yu. He had briefly stepped away due to a slight discomfort in his stomach. Upon seeing Tang Yu smiling here, he rushed over and embraced her, laughing, "Hey, big brother, what is the occasion that brings such joy? I am genuinely happy for you. Today, your family's issues will surely be resolved." Tang Yu regarded Qin Ming with a smile that held deeper significance. "Do not mention it. I am uncertain whether this troublesome matter can truly be resolved. If all else fails, we might have to consider relocating." Qin Ming sighed, his outlook rather pessimistic. Over the past few days, their family had discreetly invited several geomancers to remedy the situation, yet none succeeded. One master even fell ill during a ritual, spewing blood, and is currently hospitalized. Otherwise, they would not have offered a 10 billion bonus to gather esteemed masters from across the nation, hoping one might resolve this troublesome predicament. Rest assured, not only will this matter be addressed today, but the perpetrator responsible for your family's plight will also be revealed, Tang Yu asserted. Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, thinking Tang Yu was jesting, and did not take it seriously. As three individuals entered, they found a group of geomancy masters seated together, sipping tea and engaging in lively conversation. Their diverse attire and enigmatic expressions made them appear almost theatrical, reminiscent of a film set. In an effort to maintain a low profile, Tang Yu deliberately chose a seat in the corner. Shortly after he settled in, Qin Pengqi, the head of the Qin family, emerged accompanied by several bodyguards. The gathered crowd promptly rose to greet him, casting fervent and respectful glances towards this figure of wealth. Qin Pengqi nodded in acknowledgement and addressed the assembly, expressing gratitude for their presence in aiding the Qin family's plight. He declared, "The Qin family honors its commitments. A check for 1 billion has been prepared. Should any master resolve our issue today, I shall personally present the check. And that master shall forever be a distinguished guest of the Qin family." His words invigorated the masters, who appeared as if energized by a potent elixir, with the prospect of 1 billion seeming tantalizingly within reach. "Rest assured, Mr. Qin, I shall undoubtedly resolve the Qin family's difficulties today. What is a mere minor malevolent force? After my intervention, the Qin family's geomantic fortune will remain unblemished for 50 years, proclaimed one master confidently, asserting that such trivial matters could be effortlessly addressed. A chorus of masters echoed their intentions, their voices creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a purple Taoist robe stepped forward, commanding attention with a booming voice. "Esteemed colleagues, please be silent and listen to my words." His powerful call brought immediate stillness to the room, with all eyes fixated upon him. Was this not Master Zhao from Longhu Mountain? What brought him here as well? With a chuckle, one remarked that for 1 billion, one would even venture to Africa. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, their gazes towards Zhao Shizhu tinged with apprehension. Tang Yu, too, regarded Zhao Shizhu with keen interest. Having perused the original storyline, he was aware that this individual was the current celestial master of Longhu Mountain, possessing formidable strength. Alas, He fell victim to the protagonist law, destined to become mere cannon fodder and suffer humiliation. In essence, whenever one competes against the Dragon King, regardless of one's status as a top professional in any field, even after a lifetime of diligent study, one pales in comparison to the prowess amassed by the Dragon King over merely half a year. Who is this old man? He seems rather impressive. Qin Ming inquired with curiosity. Zhao Gao swiftly interjected, "This is Master Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain. Do you see that group of disciples behind him? One is holding his sword, known as the Celestial Master's sword, which is said to have been passed down for over 400 years. Qin Ming expressed a mild acknowledgement, not being particularly knowledgeable about such matters. However, the presence of a seemingly formidable individual was indeed promising. Perhaps he could assist in resolving their issues. Zhao Shizhu addressed the assembly. "Esteemed friends, today there is but a single reward. With so many of us gathered, it is impractical for everyone to act simultaneously. How then shall this reward be apportioned?" The crowd pondered this dilemma, exchanging uncertain glances, none offering a satisfactory solution. Everyone desired to claim the reward for themselves. Who would willingly share? Thus, the humble servant proposes that the allocation of this reward should be determined by merit. "I shall step forward first, here to accept your challenges. Should any of you emerge victorious, I shall depart immediately. If no one can defeat me, then I shall graciously accept this merit," Zhao Shizhu proclaimed with an air of arrogance, surveying the crowd with a mocking smile. His audacious demeanor incited indignation among the many feng shui masters present. Those who dared to gather here today were all formidable figures from the mystical realm. For one individual to step forward and claim supremacy over the multitude was tantamount to declaring himself the foremost practitioner of the mystic arts. Although Longhu Mountain holds a prestigious position within this domain, the assembly was far from feeble, especially with a reward of 10 billion at stake. None would readily forfeit their claim. Zhao Tianchu's audacity was remarkable, and it was time for someone to challenge him. At that moment, Song Qishan, the head of the Song family, rose to the occasion. The Song family was renowned in the mystical community, possessing a legacy of 64 ancient copper coins, capable of divining heavenly secrets and vanquishing malevolent forces. Yet, Zhao Shizhu did not deign to glance at him, responding nonchalantly, "Then let this friend showcase his abilities." Chapter 50. A master cannot be insulted with a cold huff. Song Qingshan tossed a string of copper coins high into the air. He then formed intricate hand seals, causing the coins to float gracefully, forming a mesmerizing array in the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd erupted in applause. Such skill was not something everyone could muster. Qin Ming watched in astonishment, marveling at the prowess of these feng shui practitioners. Song Qingshan reveled in the accolades, pointing a finger at Zhao Tianshi. The coins suspended in midair surged towards Zhao Tianshi, as he scoffed, "Such trifling skills, daring to show off before me?" Zhao Shizhu displayed a look of disdain, extending a hand as he commanded, "Sword, come forth." Behind him, a young acolyte held the Tianshi sword with both hands. Upon Zhao's utterance, the sword soared into the air, effortlessly severing the copper coins one by one. As the Tianshi sword struck, the coins split in twain, cascading to the ground. In but a fleeting moment, a considerable portion of the 64 coins lay damaged. Song Qingshan felt a pang of anguish so profound that he nearly coughed up blood. This was his family heirloom. Yet the relentless Tianshi sword pursued the remaining coins without mercy. Song Qingshan's heart ached beyond measure as he glared at Zhao Shizhu, exclaiming, "Zhao Tianshi, why must you pursue such relentless destruction? Am I not worthy of a fair challenge? Do you expect to depart without consequence?" Zhao Shizhu replied with a faint smile. Instantly, Song Qingshan's face turned a shade akin to that of a liver, and through gritted teeth, he murmured, "Today, I, Song, have acted rashly. I implore you, Zhao Tianshi, to show mercy." "Now that is more reasonable," Zhao Shizhu responded. "It seems today you have not only failed to profit, but have also jeopardized your treasured heirloom." The spectators from the other sects were taken aback by Zhao Shizhu's display. Many began to reconsider their intentions, realizing their abilities paled in comparison to Song Qingshan's. They dared not provoke Zhao Shizhu. "Is there any other fellow cultivator who wishes to challenge me? Feel free to step forward. If no one dares, then I shall gladly accept this auspicious task from the Qin family today." With the Tianshi sword in hand, Zhao Shizhu regarded the assembly, his demeanor exuding the air of an otherworldly sage. "I shall." A youthful elder with a cherubic face and snowy hair stepped forth. He donned a somewhat tattered Taoist robe. Yet none among the gathered dared to underestimate him. This man was renowned in the northern Xianmen and was respectfully referred to as the old man of Kuaishing. Zhao Shizhu cast a casual glance at him and said, "Come, reveal your treasures, and allow this humble Taoist to broaden his horizons." The old man of Kuaishing let out a cold snort, and a red cord levitated into the air, emanating a faint glow reminiscent of a fiery serpent. This spectacle immediately captivated the onlookers. Qin Ming exclaimed, "That must have taken you over a decade of effort." However, Tang Yu, already familiar with the unfolding narrative, felt little interest. No matter how formidable, it ultimately serves as a stepping stone for Yi Chen. According to the plot, this old man would inevitably be defeated by Zhao Tianshi, leading to conflict between Zhao Tianshi and Yi Chen. After Zhao Tianshi's failed spell, it would be Yi Chen's turn to shine, and foolish Qin Kursen would begin to admire him from this point. Per Qin Ming, not only was he doomed by Yi Chen, but his family fortune and sister were also left to this scoundrel. Upon hearing the voice again, Qin Kursen quickly focused her gaze on Qin Ming. It was then that she noticed Tang Yu sitting beside him, instantly recalling that it was his voice. There could be no mistake. Her brother had no other siblings. She was astounded within, yet her expression remained composed. She was determined to see if it truly unfolded as Tang Yu had described. At this moment, the old man of Kuaishing had commenced his duel with Zhao Shizhu. The red cord he manipulated transformed into a fiery serpent and shot towards Zhao Shizhu. Despite the seemingly formidable attack, Zhao Shizhu merely smiled with disdain. As the fiery serpent formed from the red thread sword before him, he extended his hand, and astonishingly, the serpent came to a halt on its own. Upon realizing that his weapon was under the control of his opponent, the elder Kuaishing's expression changed dramatically. He desperately fled, attempting to evade the attack, appearing utterly disheveled. The onlookers erupted in laughter, while simultaneously, their respect for Zhao Shizhu deepened. Truly, the renowned Master Zhao of Longhu Mountain. His display of skill was indeed that of a master among masters, and they were completely convinced. "Master Zhao, I concede, I am thoroughly defeated," remarked the elder Kuaishing after a futile attempt to escape. Zhao Shizhu smiled with satisfaction. He flicked his hand, causing the red thread to fall to the ground, motionless. The disheveled elder Kuaishing picked it up and tied it around his wrist, grumbling softly, too intimidated to utter another word. Consequently, no one in the crowd dared to challenge Zhao Shizhu any further. With a triumphant smile, Zhao Shizhu addressed the crowd. "Esteemed colleagues, I appreciate your understanding. If that is the case, I shall take it upon myself to resolve the issues concerning the Qin family." Although the numerous geomancers were reluctant, they had no choice but to acquiesce, for none among them could rival him. "Then we shall trouble Master Zhao," they conceded. Qin Panchi was also witnessing a tremendous revelation today. As cultivators, it is our duty to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. This is what we ought to do. Zhao Shizhu maintained a courteous demeanor towards Qin Panchi, recognizing him as a wealthy patron. At that moment, Qin Kursen was left utterly astonished. Everything she witnessed was indeed identical to the heartfelt sentiments she had just heard. Quickly composing herself, she turned to Yi Chen and remarked, "Mr. Yi, this Master Zhao is extraordinary. He is simply like a celestial being." With a disdainful expression, Yi Chen scoffed, "These are mere trivialities." The Taoist possessed a modicum of skill. Yet when compared to himself, there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Once he showcased his prowess, Qin Kursen would undoubtedly comprehend what true mastery entailed. As soon as he uttered these words, the gaze of the gathered crowd converged upon him. Here we go again, the classic prelude of taunting others. Once he riles them up, he'll challenge them to a bet, only to trample them underfoot. Afterward, he'll feign magnanimity to win over hearts. Playing the dog is truly his forte. Tang Yu, holding a cup of tea, couldn't help but roll her eyes. The familiarity of this scenario was overwhelmingly pungent. As anticipated, Zhao Shizhu was incensed by his remark. Upon turning to face Yi Chen, he saw a young man in his 20s, his expression darkening as he retorted, "Who is this impudent youth? How dare you claim that Longhu Mountain is a mere trivial pursuit? If you are unconvinced, let us step outside and settle this. Who invited this person? Get him out of here." The young man was laughable in his arrogance. A master cannot be insulted. Let Zhao Tianshi teach him a lesson. Numerous feng shui masters began to berate Yi Chen, their gazes toward him akin to that of a jester. In Chapter 51, our scholar Tang Qin Panchi furrowed his brow as he directed 2 bodyguards to Yi Chen, stating, "Remove this individual from my sight." As the bodyguards approached to escort Yi Chen away, Qin Kursen hastily stood up, exclaiming, "Father, Mr. Yi is a distinguished expert I invited. He possesses considerable abilities. She then retrieved a protective talisman from her pocket. This is the talisman he bestowed upon me. Ever since I adorned it, I have experienced restful slumber, free from nightmares. The truth has yet to be unveiled. She cannot permit Yi Chen to depart. Yi Chen rose and gazed at Qin Pengqi with a smile, saying, Uncle Qin, it is not arrogance that compels my words, but rather the candidness of my truth. This Master Zhao is incapable of resolving the issues plaguing your family. Should I refrain from intervening? His rash actions will only invite calamity upon himself, leading to his demise and ultimately endangering the Qin family. Foolish youth, if I, a humble practitioner, were to dispel this minor malevolence today, would you kneel and offer me your apologies? Master Zhao retorted, his voice laced with fury. What if you are unable to resolve it? Yi Chen countered. If I cannot, I shall bestow upon you this talisman sword, Zhao Shizhu declared, before turning to his disciples with an irate command. Bring forth the incense. 2 of his disciples promptly produced 3 incense burners, inserting 3 sticks of incense into each but refraining from igniting them. Master Zhao began to perform hand gestures while reciting incantations. Upon the completion of his chant, the 9 sticks of incense ignited simultaneously, releasing a swirling smoke that coalesced into a gray humanoid figure. Once the figure had fully materialized, Zhao Shizhu turned to Qin Pengqi and proclaimed, Mr. Qin, this is the malevolence accumulated by your Qin family. As long as I eliminate it, your family shall henceforth enjoy tranquility without concern. Then I must trouble you, Master Zhao. Qin Pengqi sighed in relief. A mere trifle. Zhao Shizhu replied with a light-hearted smile, stepping forward with the 7-star stride and thrusting the talisman sword into the misty apparition. As the sword struck, the mist emitted a piercing scream, startling everyone present. The members of the Qin family felt a considerable sense of relief. Having successfully dispelled the malevolent energy, Zhao Shizhu coldly fixed his gaze upon Yi Chen and declared, given the situation, what more do you have to say? Kneel and apologize. Yi Chen, with a composed expression, replied, perhaps you should take a closer look to see if the malevolent energy has truly dissipated. No sooner had he spoken than the previously vanished malevolent energy began to coalesce once more. The swirling gray essence surged towards Zhao Shizhu. Despite his attempts to counter with the Tianshi sword, Zhao Shizhu was ultimately overpowered and struck by the energy. His complexion turned pale as he coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. His disciples, in a flurry of panic, rushed to assist him, checking his condition. The Qin family, who had just felt a wave of relief, now found themselves engulfed in an overwhelming discomfort, as if a 1,000-pound weight bore down upon their shoulders. The other feng shui masters present also displayed expressions of shock. They had never encountered such formidable malevolent energy. A few attempted to join forces to eradicate it, only to suffer backlash, meeting the same fate as Zhao Shizhu. In his own distress, Qin Pengqi glanced at his daughter, only to discover that Qin Curson appeared completely unscathed. Could the protective talisman truly be effective? Was this young man genuinely an extraordinary figure from beyond the realm? Thus, with trepidation, he beseeched Yi Chen, I was disrespectful earlier. I implore you to extend your hand and save my Qin family. The eyes of everyone in the room turned toward Yi Chen, a collective anticipation building as they awaited his response. After extracting the Jade Talisman and dispelling the malevolent energy, he planned to take the Jade Buddha, which he had intentionally sold to the Qin family, away later. This malevolence stemmed from the Jade Buddha itself, cultivated over 7 days using the blood of stillborns and infants. It was said that if the Jade Buddha were to be shattered, the perpetrator would also face a backlash. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Curson's pupils involuntarily dilated. Suppressing her fury, she looked at Yi Chen and softly said, Mr. Yi, I must trouble you. Of course, you are my friend, and the affairs of the Qin family are my own. Yi Chen replied with a devilish smile, his lips curling in a charming grin. He produced the yin-yang fish jade talisman from his pocket, infused it with a drop of his blood, and it emanated a faint white light. Soon, the gray malevolent energy within the room surged towards the talisman, ultimately vanishing without a trace. Such trivial malevolence can be dispelled with a mere flick of the finger, Yi Chen proclaimed with an air of arrogance. The onlookers cast admiring glances his way. Regardless of his flamboyant demeanor, his genuine skills were undeniably impressive. This lethal malevolence was indeed easily dispelled in his hands. Yet, less than 5 seconds later, cracks appeared on the talisman, which then shattered into pieces. The malevolent energy that had been absorbed erupted explosively. This wave of malevolence was far more intense than before. In an instant, the entire room was engulfed in gray, malevolent energy. Several members of the Qin family began to struggle to breathe, their faces turning pale and speechless. Yu Qin's expression also changed dramatically. What was happening? Had the malevolent energy he cultivated exceeded his control? The plot seems amiss. Shouldn't he have resolved everything with the Jade Talisman in one go? Has another issue arisen? Tang Yu felt utterly perplexed. At that moment, Zhao Gaosheng abruptly rose to his feet, regarding Yi Chun with a contemptuous expression. I had thought you possessed considerable skill, yet it appears you have only exacerbated the situation, he remarked. As he spoke, the crowd shifted their gazes towards Yi Chen, their expressions transforming from admiration to anger and disdain. This brash youth had only escalated the predicament with his boastful words. Yi Chen recognized Zhao Gaosheng and his countenance shifted in response. Was he the one scheming against him? Or was there someone else involved? Zhao Gaosheng chose not to engage further in conversation. Addressing the visibly frightened crowd, he declared, "Fear not, though this individual is a failure. Our esteemed Tang Xiao possesses unparalleled abilities. This minor malevolence can be dispelled with but a snap of his fingers." Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. How on earth do I possess such extraordinary talents? What am I to snap my fingers with? He exclaimed. Zhao, show some integrity, even as a lackey. One should not stoop this low. I certainly cannot. So why must I pretend to be something I'm not? At that moment, Tang Yu was utterly bewildered, unsure of how to proceed. Yet, the crowd gazed at him with fervent anticipation, as though he were the sole beacon of hope amidst the darkness. With a throbbing headache, Qin Ming looked at Tang Yu and implored, "Come on, brother, if you truly have a way to save my family, please act swiftly." In that instant, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Why did the elder brother come today and assure himself that the problems at home would surely be resolved? It seems the elder brother has concealed his true capabilities. Truly, he is remarkable, capable of anything. Zhao Gao tightly grasped Tang Yu's arm, leading him out from the shadows. Bewildered, Tang Yu felt something in his pocket radiating warmth. Upon retrieving it, he discovered it to be a yin-yang fish jade talisman, inexplicably placed there. At that moment, the jade talisman, now activated by a drop of blood, shimmered with golden brilliance in his hand. Standing there, Tang Yu resembled a radiant human sun, as the surrounding gray malevolent energy surged towards him, only to be dissolved by the golden light. Chapter 52. The Dragon King is furious. The consequences are severe. Soon, the malevolent energy in the room dissipated entirely, and the golden glow enveloping Tang Yu faded away as well. As the sinister aura vanished, the members of the Qin family felt their strength returning. The few feng shui masters who had been harmed by the malevolent energy found the dark force within them dissipating one by one. For those like them, the consequences of such malevolent energy invading the body are dire. If not swiftly dealt with, it could lead to severe illness or even death. They cast reverent glances at Tang Yu. What is a true master? This is what a true master looks like. He had remained silent in the corner from beginning to end, only to emerge at a critical moment to turn the tide, gazing upon his handsome visage and imposing stature. The crowd was filled with emotion, nearly moved to tears. Who would have thought they would be fortunate enough to witness a genuine master today? Indeed, a true person does not reveal themselves, and one who reveals themselves is not a true person. Young Master Tang, your grace in saving me today, I, Song, shall remember it. Should you ever require my assistance, I would willingly face any peril. A group of feng shui masters erupted in loud praise, genuinely astonished by the remarkable talents of Tang Yu. They were truly impressed. However, Tang Yu merely twitched the corner of his mouth in response. Who am I? Where on earth am I? This situation is utterly absurd. Why am I the one appearing to show off? Please, stop this flattery. I cannot bear it. At that moment, Yi Chun was trembling with rage. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted plan would be so brazenly usurped by Tang Yu. According to his design, he should have been the one standing there, basking in the adoration and praise of the crowd. He envisioned transforming into the most esteemed feng shui master of Suzhou and Hangzhou, with the Qin family revering him to the utmost, and Qin Curson falling hopelessly in love with him. Yet now, all of that had disintegrated into mere illusions. He stood there like a solitary jester, occasionally receiving glances filled with disdain. His heart burned with fury, yearning to annihilate everyone present. Particularly, he harbored an intense hatred for Tang Yu, who had repeatedly brought him humiliation. Just as he was about to erupt, Qin Curson suddenly dashed toward the Buddha statue placed on the altar. She seized the statue and hurled it to the ground with great force. Crash! The sound of shattering drew everyone's attention. As the statue broke, a red light surged forth, darting toward Yi-chun. Upon entering his body, the crimson glow left him pale, blood trickling from his nostrils. The Jade Buddha had been forged from the blood of infants and stillborns. Now, with its destruction, he, as its master, was bound to suffer a backlash. From a young age, he had closely followed the old man, absorbing various esoteric practices, yet he felt no particular concern about it. How could one claim to be a Dragon King without possessing a modicum of resolve? However, today's assembly consisted of esteemed masters of feng shui. In terms of prowess, they might not rival Yi-chun, yet their insights were hardly lacking. Upon witnessing the crimson glow and Yi-chun's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to respond. Pointing his Tianshi sword at Yi-chun, he exclaimed, "You shameless scoundrel! This malevolent energy was orchestrated by you all along. I have also discerned your vile intentions. After all this, it turns out you were merely staging this for your own benefit. Truly, you are an unrepentant wretch." The other masters quickly joined in, vocally condemning Yi-chun. Observing their reactions, Qin Kursin was finally reassured. Indeed, the sentiments she had heard resonated perfectly with the reality unfolding before her. As the crowd denounced him, Yi-chun's expression darkened, filled with resentment. As a dignified Dragon King, how could he allow such riffraff to insult him so brazenly? Alas, my pretensions have backfired. This petty dragon is bound to be furious. Do not unleash a massacre. You are a Dragon King and must exercise restraint. Noticing his grim demeanor, Tang Yu sensed impending trouble. His initial intention had been merely to survive the situation and then alert the Qin family about the trap set by this young man. He never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. After regaining her composure, Qin Kursin rushed to her father and declared, "Father, this man harbors malevolent intentions. Our Qin family must not let him go." Qin Pengqi glared at Yi-chun with a frigid expression, his voice laced with fury. "Mr. Yi, do you not owe my Qin family an explanation?" His gaze towards Yi-chun was rife with murderous intent. "What explanation? I am unclear about what you are discussing. Why would I orchestrate this? Am I to possess the foresight to know that the Qin family would offer $1 billion in rewards?" Yi-chun coldly refuted, "Certainly. You are unaware that the Qin family would present such a sum. You are undoubtedly targeting Qin Kursin, seeking to play the role of a gallant hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Win her affection, and the Qin family would be yours." Tang Yu scoffed internally at such blatant foolishness. Qin Kursin's eyes blazed with fury as she fixed her icy stare upon Yi-chun. "Stop the pretense. I am aware this was your design. That snake you threw into my villa was orchestrated by you, was it not? I have already reviewed the surveillance footage." A fleeting moment of embarrassment washed over Yi-chun's face. How could she possibly know about the incident with the snake? Why had she not exposed him? "Sister, why waste words with him? Just eliminate him." Qin Ming seethed, his teeth gritted, for he was the first to fall victim to this scheme. Initially, he believed he had acquired a valuable asset, only to bring ruin upon his family. With a cry, over a dozen bodyguards from the Qin family surged forward. Yet, Yi-chun showed no inclination to flee. "Dragon King, I would rather stand and face death than retreat like a coward." Confronted with the onslaught of bodyguards, he let out a cold snort and launched his counterattack. The foremost bodyguard swung a fist toward him, but he deftly dodged, delivering a kick that sent the man flying. Following that, he pressed forward, using his fist to send 2 more bodyguards, one to the left and one to the right, crashing to the ground. These bodyguards are undoubtedly professionals, trained to perfection. In the face of ordinary individuals, they are capable of facing 10 opponents barehanded. Yet, before Yi-chun, they appear as mere novices. Qin Ming, wielding a vase as a weapon, charged forward, intent on assisting his bodyguard in subduing this young man. Before Tang Yu could call out to him, he found himself grasped by Yi-chun around the neck. As Qin Ming was seized, the onlookers gasped in astonishment, while the remaining bodyguards hesitated, paralyzed by fear. "Release my brother." Qin Kursin erupted in fury. "If you dare to act recklessly, I shall ensure you never leave Suong." Qin Pengqi was equally incensed. How dare an outsider be so audacious on their territory? In the face of Qin Kursin's wrath, Yi-chun felt a pang of sorrow. He regarded the Qin family members with a cold demeanor. Does the insignificant Qin family truly believe they can threaten me? Yi-chun, today could have passed without incident. But you have only yourselves to blame for the actions of that scoundrel Tang. With that, his gaze fixated on Tang Yu, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and now to the Qin family, this young man has consistently undermined his own interests. He resolved to no longer endure this indignity. Today, they would learn the meaning of provoking the Dragon King. Chapter 53. Who is the true antagonist here? Under his intense gaze, Tang Yu felt an absurd amusement. Damn it, you useless wretch. What does this have to do with me? If you squander your own opportunities, can you blame Lin Bei for that? I certainly do not wish to put on airs. I merely desire to be a tranquil and charming gentleman. Those bearing the surname Tang, come forth. Today, I present you with a choice. Either the young man bearing the surname Qin meets his demise, or you shall suffer in his stead, Yi Chun declared, his gaze fixed on Tang Yu, his voice laced with fury. What a treacherous scoundrel. He had stabbed me in the back countless times. With his words, he exerted a slight force, causing Qin Ming's face to flush crimson, struggling for breath. Do not act recklessly. You may leave. The Qin family will not hold you accountable for today's events. Qin Pingqi, noticing his son's distress, spoke with a hint of panic. This matter should be decided by him, Yi Chen asserted, gesturing towards Tang Yu. Though Qin Ming was on the verge of suffocation, he still managed to feebly wave his hand towards Tang Yu. As a practitioner of martial arts for several years, he understood all too well that his elder brother's skills were formidable enough to slay a mere chicken. Let my brother handle this, he thought. Was that not akin to sending him to his death? He had already saved him once. There was no need for a second rescue. If he were to perish at the hands of that scoundrel Yi Chen, so be it. Perhaps they could be brothers again in the next life. What? Are you such a coward that you would watch your brother perish before my very eyes? Yi Chen's voice dripped with malevolence as he stared at Tang Yu. Did he not enjoy playing his little games? Then let them engage in this sinister dance. Are you truly willing to witness your brother's death in front of so many onlookers? Do you not possess any shame? Release him. I will accompany you. Tang Yu gritted through clenched teeth. This despicable man had indeed lost his sanity. Though he longed for tranquility, there were lines one must not cross. After Tang Yu acquiesced, the members of the Qin family grew increasingly anxious. They could not bear to watch Qin Ming come to harm. Yet they could not allow Tang Yu to suffer in his place either. Qin Curson, her eyes swollen with tears, gazed at Tang Yu with desperation. She and Tang Yu had previously experienced considerable discord due to certain matters. Coupled with Tang Yu's 3 years of unrequited affection, her impression of him had deteriorated even further. What is a man worth if he lacks self-respect? Yet today, her perception of Tang Yu underwent a complete transformation. Which woman would despise a man of integrity and loyalty? You truly dare to accept? Yi Chun was equally astonished that Tang Yu had the audacity to agree, loosening his grip slightly to allow Qin Ming to catch his breath. He had initially intended not to kill Qin Ming, but rather to humiliate Tang Yu as an act of revenge. However, since Tang Yu had consented, he could not hold back any longer. Release him, and let us engage in a fair duel outside. Each of us will throw a punch, and the victor shall be determined by the outcome. Tang Yu gestured toward the open space outside the hall. Although he was quite reluctant to confront the situation, he was no coward. He had principles to uphold. For the sake of brotherhood. Very well, Yi Chen agreed verbally. Yet he still maintained his grip on Qin Ming's neck as the three of them stepped outside. Upon seeing the trio emerge, a crowd of onlookers followed suit. The group of feng shui masters gazed at Tang Yu with increasing admiration. What defines a true master? Exceptional strength, humility, and profound loyalty. What to do now? Qin Pingqi felt his thoughts in turmoil. He could not bear to witness his son's demise, nor could he allow his nephew to perish in his stead. This individual had effortlessly dispatched over 10 of his bodyguards, his strength seemingly unfathomable. Even if he called the police, it would be too late. Had he foreseen this? He should have invested more in hiring skilled fighters to safeguard his home. Trust in him, he thought. Qin Curson bit her lip. Realizing that there was no alternative at this juncture, she harbored an intense hatred for Yi Chen, that scoundrel. Should the opportunity arise, she would not hesitate to take his life with her own hands. After stepping outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and spoke. You may release him now. At last. You have the courage to stand up like a man. What does it matter if all you can do is play dirty? Yi Chen scoffed, casually tossing Qin Ming aside. Several bodyguards hurriedly rushed to catch their young master. Yi Chen, arms crossed, stood his ground, gazing at Tang Yu with disdain. Do not claim that I am bullying a worthless fool like you. I could allow you to strike me 3 times. Should I even furrow my brow? I vow never to set foot in Su Heng again. As a martial arts expert, he could easily discern that this individual was a frail weakling. To suggest that he could land a single blow on him was laughable. Even if he were to receive 100 punches, he would remain unscathed. Go ahead, strike me. I fear my fist might become sullied, Tang Yu retorted, mirroring Yi Chen's posture with his arms crossed, provoking him. Why would he initiate an attack? He was too foolish. The wretched system had not bestowed upon him any offensive ancient martial skills. To charge forward and merely scratch this scoundrel would be absurd. The only two skills at his disposal were the immutable king technique and the yin-yang limitless technique. Both could be employed but once, and the cursed system held him firmly in its grip. Within him coursed two energies, those of the aforementioned techniques. Although they could only be utilized a single time, both were at the pinnacle of mastery. The former could withstand one attack. Truly, as expected of young Master Tang, this was the essence of a true master. Indeed, why would one need to take the initiative against such a petty adversary? With Tang Yu's extraordinary capabilities, vanquishing this individual would be as effortless as squashing a maggot. Numerous feng shui masters have become ardent admirers of Tang Yu, firmly convinced that this young man possesses extraordinary abilities akin to a true sage. In contrast, Yichen seethes with resentment at such blatant disdain directed towards him. After all, he is none other than the exalted Dragon King. In regions like Africa and the Middle East, his presence commands unassailable respect. At this moment, the pent-up animosity within him erupts violently. With a thunderous shout, he lunges towards Tang Yu, unleashing a punch. Yet, he consciously restrains his full strength, for he does not wish to extinguish this fellow's life. Rather, he aims to see him incapacitated, forced to witness the downfall of the Tang family from a sickbed. The two adversaries stand merely 3 meters apart. With Yichen's prowess, he closes the distance in an instant, striking towards Tang Yu's chest. Simultaneously, two energies within Tang Yu begin to circulate at his behest. When Yichen's punch connects with Tang Yu, it is as if he has struck a mound of cotton. Tang Yu remains unmoved, absorbing the full force of the blow with the immovable king technique, subsequently transforming it with the yin-yang limitless technique. He feels a tremendous power coalescing in his right hand. Clenching his fist, he retaliates. While Yichen is still in shock, wondering how his punch failed to inflict any damage, Tang Yu's fist has already found its mark. For Yichen, this punch appears leisurely, yet it harbors an unfathomable strength. Caught completely off guard, Yichen is struck and sent hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. He crashes into a statue in the courtyard, which depicts a green bull being ridden by a shepherd boy. Alas, he collides directly with the bull's horn, impacting the most vulnerable part of his body. Soon, the bullhorn was stained crimson with blood. A wave of pain surged from his lower back throughout his entire body, causing Yichen to shudder involuntarily. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he would have certainly cried out. He felt a sweetness in his throat, and, upon opening his mouth, spewed forth a mist of blood. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Young Master Tang, truly an unparalleled figure of extraordinary capability. This man could effortlessly handle over a dozen bodyguards, yet was sent flying by a single punch from young Master Tang. The disparity in their strengths was nothing short of astronomical. Chapter 54. Fortunately, he had cleaned up while Zhao Gaosheng was equally astonished. Could it be that young Master Tang was truly so deeply concealed? Damn, brother, you are indeed remarkable. Qin Ming, seated on the ground, clutched his throat and coughed violently, his eyes nearly bulging out. With that punch, the despicable Yi not only spat blood on the spot, but also suffered significant injury to his lower back. All in all, the minds of the crowd were consumed by 4 words. Young Master Tang is formidable. Standing still, Tang Yu regarded his fist and Yichen's profusely bleeding backside with a hint of panic. Damn, I've caused the Dragon King's predicament. Fortunately, he had relieved himself thoroughly today. Otherwise, if excrement had been forced out, the Dragon King would surely seek vengeance upon me. What a cunning Tang Yu, hiding his true strength so well. After descending from the statue, Yichen found his gait awkward. It was unavoidable. With each step, his lower back throbbed excruciatingly. He inhaled sharply, casting a glare filled with hatred and a tinge of fear towards Tang Yu. Even if he had not unleashed his full might, he should not have been rendered utterly ineffective. As for that punch delivered by this young man, although it had been somewhat slow, its lethality exceeded his own by a terrifying margin. Had it not been for his extraordinary physique, that punch would have likely claimed his life. He now bore significant internal and external injuries. Do not let him escape. Go and attack him. I will reward 10 million for every broken arm. And if you kill him, I will grant you 100 million. At that moment, Qin Curson suddenly shouted. After enduring for so long, she finally seized the opportunity for revenge. How could she let it slip away? The bodyguards of the Qin family, having just suffered a considerable setback, were now seething with rage. Seizing the chance to pounce on a fallen adversary, they surged forward in a frenzy. With his face ashen, Yichen dared not confront this mob. The formidable Tang Yu alone instilled a profound sense of trepidation within him. A true man knows when to yield and when to assert himself. He silently reassured himself, enduring the pain as he swiftly fled from the Qin family residence. With a leap, he vaulted over the wall, only to be struck dumb upon landing. Outside the Qin family estate, a dozen vehicles were parked, and the frost-faced Wang Yixue stood at the entrance. Accompanying her were no fewer than 30 individuals, all clad in black suits, embodying the essence of bodyguards. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family had dispatched forces to locate Yi Chun. Revenge was imperative. Upon learning that Yi Chun was at the Qin residence, she had brought her elite forces with her. Just as she exited the vehicle, she witnessed Yi Chun scaling the wall. Noticing the bloodstains on him, she pointed without hesitation, commanding, "Kill that bastard." The Wang family's bodyguards surged forward. Yi Chun's eyes widened with disbelief. He, the illustrious Dragon King, had roamed the world, effortlessly dominating all. He had always been the one to mercilessly strike down others in their moment of desperation. When had it become his turn to endure such humiliation? Observing the 30 or so individuals before him, Yi Chun let out a furious roar, exerting all his strength to engage them in combat. However, having just endured a punch from Tang Yu, he was already nursing internal injuries. The damage to his lower body severely hampered his performance. As each step he took sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, akin to the torment of a grievous ailment. Under such diminished capacity, facing the relentless assault of numerous elite bodyguards, fortune had finally aligned with them. After incapacitating a dozen or so bodyguards, Yi Chun could no longer endure the onslaught and was brutally subdued, pinned to the ground by the throng of assailants. Tang Yu and her entourage had pursued him outside. Upon witnessing Yi Chun being mercilessly beaten by the crowd, Tang Yu's expression shifted to one of disbelief. "This has nothing to do with me. I am innocent. I merely struck you once." Observing the ferocity of the attack, she was compelled to ponder a critical question. If the Dragon King were to be killed, how would the story progress? Just as Qin Kursen raised her hand to signal her bodyguards to join the fray, Yi Chun, barely managing to escape a dire fate, fumbled in his pocket and produced a small vial. He shattered the vial upon the ground, releasing a plume of crimson smoke that quickly enveloped the assailants. As the bodyguards inhaled the smoke, an unbearable itch overwhelmed them, causing them to abandon their pursuit of Yi Chun as they frantically clawed at their bodies in a desperate attempt to alleviate the discomfort. With the entire group of bodyguards incapacitated by the mysterious effect, Yi Chun seized the opportunity to extricate himself from the perilous situation. Remaining any longer would surely result in his demise at the hands of these ruffians. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he clambered to his feet, determined to commandeer a vehicle and flee. Today, he had suffered a great humiliation, but he vowed to repay it manifold in the future. Just as he was about to make his escape, a bodyguard, gritting his teeth, reached out and clutched his pants with a vice-like grip. Recalling the instructions given by the young lady upon arrival, "Strike down this scoundrel. The year-end bonus has multiplied tenfold. If I were to personally eliminate him, I would surely receive a reward of at least 20 million. 20 million. Such a sum would afford him countless outings in a Cadillac to lavish clubs." Thus, he stifled the incessant itch coursing through his body, vowing not to let this rascal escape. "Don't even think about fleeing." The bodyguard bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The other bodyguards, unwilling to witness their year-end bonuses slip away, endured excruciating discomfort as they struggled to rise and apprehend Yi Chun. Yi Chun, however, was utterly bewildered by this peculiar situation. It was the first time he had encountered individuals who could still rise after being doused in his itching powder. Cornered with no other recourse, he resorted to his final maneuver, the golden cicada shedding its shell. He unleashed the last vestiges of his internal energy, causing his trousers to disintegrate in an instant. By this means, he successfully evaded the bodyguards. Simultaneously, his bloodied posterior was exposed to the crowd, reminiscent of a wild monkey. "What the hell?" Upon witnessing this spectacle, a chorus of astonished exclamations erupted, a sight too shocking to behold. Even if he managed to escape alive, he had effectively perished in the eyes of society. Yet, Yi Chun could hardly afford to dwell on such thoughts. He dashed towards a Mercedes, intent on fleeing. At this juncture, who had the luxury of consideration? "Quick, lock the cars," a bodyguard shouted, regaining his composure. They all fumbled for their car keys, swiftly locking the doors of over 10 vehicles. As Yi Chun reached for the car door, It stubbornly refused to budge. Embarrassed and enraged, he was left with no choice but to turn and make a break for the roadside. At that moment, a taxi fortuitously awaited him at the curb. Without a word, he lunged into the passenger seat, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed at the driver. "Start the car, now." "Who are you?" The driver, a young man, looked at Yichin with a mixture of fear and confusion. "Just drive, stop wasting time," Yichin exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he noticed the pursuers drawing near. "It's not that I don't want to drive. I just want to know where you got the money," the driver retorted, irritation etched on his face. In a swift motion, Yichin delivered a punch to the back of the driver's head. The driver slammed into the glass, instantly losing consciousness. Yichin deftly tossed the driver out of the vehicle, slammed his foot down on the accelerator, and sped off onto the road, desperately fleeing. When a group of bodyguards caught up and saw that the man had escaped, their frustration was evident. "Damn it, there goes our bonus." After learning of Yichin's escape, Wang Yixue and Qin Kursin were both incensed. How could that scoundrel get away? Tang Yu, however, was unfazed. What does it mean to be a child of destiny? It means wherever one goes, adventures await, and even the gravest of crises can be navigated with ease. That's why he prefers to survive quietly, avoiding confrontations with such formidable opponents. Yet the entire world seems to compel him to face them. Chapter 55. Elbow, entering the room. Sister will examine your health upon witnessing Yichin's escape. The feng shui masters present expressed their regret. Such a menace had managed to slip away. From this day forth, we, the practitioners of the mystical arts, hereby expel Yichin from our ranks. Anyone associated with him shall be regarded as our enemy, Zhao Shizhu of Longhu Mountain shouted, his face still pale. Though the malevolent energy within him had been purged, it would take at least 10 days to recover fully. Indeed, such vile scoundrels must not be permitted to continue their deceitful antics under the guise of the Xianmen. Humph, should I encounter this individual in the northern regions, he shall certainly reap no favorable consequences. The others echoed their sentiments. Those of the Xianmen adhere to the principles of the martial world. Yichin's actions today are most contemptible in the eyes of the Xianmen. Once the group reached a consensus, Zhao Shizhu turned to Tang Yu and said, "Young Master Tang, I will forever be grateful for your kindness today. Should you require assistance from Longhu Mountain in the future, do not hesitate to ask." So say I added song. Given your youth and remarkable abilities, I believe young Master Tang to be the foremost master of feng shui in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Does anyone dissent? Should young Master Tang claim the title of the greatest in all of China, it would not be an exaggeration. They laughed. The group began to extol his virtues once more. Tang Yu felt so awkward he wished he could excavate the grand halls of the Ming Palace, the Summer Palace, and even the Prince Gong's mansion with his toes. Please, enough of the flattery. Truly, cease with the embellishments. To claim the title of the greatest in China is excessive. I have merely performed some insignificant tasks. Let us not dwell on it. Please, go rest, Tang Yu said with an awkward smile. Such extraordinary talent at such a young age, combined with such humility, young Master Tang is indeed a true dragon among men. One should aspire to have a child like young Master Tang. They continued to lavish praise before dispersing to rest. Are you all right? Once the sycophants had departed, Qin Kursin approached Tang Yu with concern etched across her lovely features. Having known him for many years, she was acutely aware of his lack of strength. The calm demeanor he maintained while standing there was indicative of him enduring his injuries, not wishing to reveal his condition to those who cared for him. I am fine. Tang Yu shook his head with a calm expression. How did you end up here? He thought, puzzled. Isn't it true that you despise me? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin smiled gently. Thank you so much for today. Having known each other for many years, their relationship could not be described as mutual respect. Rather, it resembled that of two strangers. The discord between them stemmed from an incident over a decade ago when Qin Kursin was asleep at home, accustomed to sleeping without clothes. On that fateful day, Tang Yu visited the Qin household to see Qin Ming and inadvertently opened her bedroom door, leading to an unexpected encounter. As a young adolescent, how could she endure such humiliation? In a fit of rage, she had leapt up, unadorned, and confronted the stunned Tang Yu. For a boy barely in his teens, such an experience could inflict considerable emotional turmoil. From that moment onward, their relationship became irrevocably strained. It's only natural, since Qin Ming is my brother, Tang Yu replied, shaking his head, though his gaze inadvertently wandered to a particularly well-developed aspect of Qin Kursin. This was not an act of lewdness, but rather an instinctive appreciation for beauty inherent to men. Every man is, in essence, an artist. It's been a while since I last saw her. How has she blossomed so remarkably? He mused. When I first met her, she was just beginning to emerge from her shell. All of this is thanks to that little scoundrel, Qin Ming, who tricked me into helping him retrieve something, leading me into this foolish girl's room. To suggest that I should become a brother-in-law is rather unkind. Wouldn't you agree? That formidable encounter was for naught. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursen felt a surge of embarrassment and guilt, casting a murderous glance at her brother. So it was this little rascal who had once led her astray? This fellow shared a bond with Tang Yu akin to that of brothers, often coming to her with praises for Tang Yu, attempting to foster a connection between the two. Given his limited intellect, such folly was indeed predictable. Wang Yixue, approaching the scene, also caught wind of Tang Yu's musings. She directed a fierce glare at Qin Ming. How audacious of him to contemplate assisting her sister in vying for a man. Humph. Such a character must not be permitted to remain. Qin Ming, in the midst of sipping from a bottle of mineral water, had just been startled by Yi Qin's earlier intimidation, feeling as though he had one foot in the grave. Suddenly, sensing two icy stares upon him, he shivered involuntarily, pondering what mischief he had committed this time. He rushed over to touch Tang Yu's chest and inquired, "My goodness, brother, did you truly emerge unscathed from that fellow's punch?" "Not a significant issue," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Though the system could be troublesome at times, the rewards it offered were indeed valuable. "Brother, you are remarkable. I never anticipated such depth beneath your surface." Qin Ming's admiration grew. Truly, he was an exemplary older brother. "Step aside," Wang Yixue interjected, shooing Qin Ming away. She turned to Tang Yu, her brow furrowed. "Did Yu Qin really strike you? I witnessed his skills just moments ago. To sustain such an injury and still escape from the bodyguards speaks volumes of his prowess." After taking a punch, Tang Yu managed a wry smile and pointed at the group of bodyguards, asking, "Why did you suddenly bring so many people here?" The situation with the Qin family today was already strange enough. Why has she come looking for trouble with Yu Qin? Wang Yixue briefly recounted the situation at home. Upon hearing it, Tang Yu could only display a look of disbelief. To think that Wang Rulong, that traitor, had been discovered. This meant that Yi Chun had thoroughly offended both the Qin and Wang families. Including herself, 3 of the 4 major families had now turned against him. "Let us go inside for a checkup to see if you're injured," Wang Yixue insisted, grasping Tang Yu's arm and pulling him toward the house. "Yes. Let us take a look," Qin Kursen echoed, her concern evident. Tang Yu dared not allow these 2 women to examine him. What on earth is going on? "No. Please, sisters, I assure you I'm perfectly fine." Wang Yixue resolutely refused to let go. "Cough. I'm genuinely only worried about your health, nothing else." "Well, then let a doctor take a look," Tang Yu replied with a grimace. "Something is definitely off. This cannot be right. Is this a physical examination or something else entirely? My family doctor resigned a couple of days ago, so let us just proceed with the examination," he added. Although Qin Ming could not hear Tang Yu's inner thoughts, as a good friend, he understood women well. Tang Yu was so frustrated with this situation that he wished he had never come to his rescue. "Come on, let us go inside." "Don't wait for me to come and force you," he muttered. Wang Yixue brandished her phone, shaking it. Tang Yu had no choice but to yield and comply. He felt as though he were a fragile heroine from certain films, ensnared by someone's manipulation. Chapter 56. The 3 families joined forces to suppress Yi Chun as the 2 entered a guest room. Wang Yixue was about to close the door when Qin Kursen swiftly followed suit. "I need to examine him. What are you here for?" Wang Yixue inquired, a slight frown creasing her brow. In her eyes, this woman had already become a threat. Moreover, that fellow had praised her physique. It was hardly anything remarkable, certainly not superior to her own. As for legs, hers were far more appealing. "This is my home. Is it not permissible for me to express concern for my brother's benefactor?" Qin Kursen retorted with an air of arrogance. Wang Yixue furrowed her brows, realizing that prolonging the discussion on this topic would yield no advantage, so she refrained from further comment. She approached Tang Yu and said, "Remove your clothing. Let me see if you are injured." "There's truly no injury. Why would I deceive you?" Tang Yu lamented, trembling slightly. How could she appear more lewd than herself? "Let me have a look." As Wang Yixue removed her glasses and reached for Tang Yu, she knew that there was no escaping this predicament. Forcing him to comply and swiftly shed his shirt to prove his uninjured state. Although he lacked combat prowess, he maintained his physique through regular exercise. As his shirt was discarded, revealing a chiseled 8-pack, both Qin Kursen and Wang Yixue found their gazes irresistibly drawn to him. Women, it seems, possess a far greater appetite for desire than men. Furthermore, Tang Yu was undeniably a strikingly handsome man. Observing his momentary embarrassment only heightened their amusement. Women delight in seeing men shy away. They also appreciate the vulnerability of men, as it awakens their nurturing instincts and protective desires. It was merely a casual remark. Under the intense gaze of the two women, Tang Yu found himself rather overwhelmed. Wang Yixue chuckled softly, her fingertips grazing Tang Yu's chest as she inquired, "Does it hurt?" "No, it doesn't." Tang Yu shook his head, hastily pulling on his clothing. "Look at you. We wouldn't harm you." With a scoff, Wang Yixue playfully slapped Tang Yu's backside. "Really, you think you can intimidate me?" Tang Yu's inner voice echoed, and both women exchanged peculiar glances. This fellow certainly enjoyed engaging in mental banter. Wang Yixue smirked inwardly. "Would you dare strike me? If you do, I would gladly let you." Once dressed, Tang Yu felt akin to a call girl, merely collecting his payment after the work was done. Qin Kursen called out to him. "What is it? Shouldn't the three of us join forces?" Although her knowledge of Yi Chen was limited, she suspected he was a person of considerable influence. Today, allowing him to escape means this conflict is far from resolved. He must be dealt with swiftly. Wang Yixue's expression turned icy. "To dare scheme against me? To lay hands on my precious one? This matter cannot simply be overlooked." Feeling the weight of both women's gazes upon him, Tang Yu found himself in a predicament. "I genuinely wish to remain low-key and collect my rewards. However, today has been quite tumultuous. Given the circumstances, merely wishing to hide is no longer feasible. The Tang family feels the same." Tang Yu sighed wearily. "Unexpectedly, I found myself a villain, joining forces with the heroines to confront the Dragon King. What a convoluted plot. It is utterly perplexing. However, this may not necessarily be a misfortune. Since survival is no longer an option, one might as well embrace action. Henceforth, it is time to invest in enhancing our security measures." The three families have united to suppress the Longchen group, which is owned by Yi Chen. Wang Yixue has begun to make arrangements. The security forces of these prominent families are currently not particularly formidable. The reason is simple. Suang is their territory, and everyone is aware of the four great families. Those with a sound mind would not dare provoke them. Those lacking sanity are unworthy of such endeavors. The combined might of the three families is immensely daunting, far beyond what the Longchen group can withstand. After fleeing for over 20 kilometers in a taxi, Yi Chen finally arrived at the He family residence. He did not head to the Longchen group, for it is merely a company lacking the security forces capable of safeguarding his currently precarious state. Thus, he chose to come to the He family. Upon arriving at the doorstep, just as he was about to exit the vehicle, he suddenly realized a rather embarrassing predicament. Although he wore a shirt, he was inexplicably devoid of pants. Witnessing his disheveled appearance, he felt a surge of resentment towards Tang Yu. As for Qin Kursen and Wang Yixue, those two women must certainly be won over. That which I desire shall not elude my grasp. After pondering for a moment, he removed his jacket and tied it around his waist before stepping into the He residence. The He family was quite familiar with him. Upon witnessing his disheveled state, they promptly transported him to their private hospital for treatment. After a series of medical interventions, he was placed in a hospital room to commence his recuperation. Within a fortnight, it was evident that his recovery would be far from complete. Lying on the hospital bed, Yi Chen finally grasped the reason for his failure to conquer the four great families. It was primarily due to Tang Yu. This seemingly ineffectual scion of a wealthy family concealed his true depth. Each time his plans went awry, it was invariably linked to him. If he wished to secure Su Hang, it was imperative to eliminate this individual. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed in the corridor. The matriarch of the He family, He Lianhua, approached. The He family was an unusual clan, traditionally governed by women. Their women never married outside the family, only accepting sons-in-law who came to reside with them. Given the He family's influence, it was likely that a multitude of suitors sought to join their ranks. Upon entering, the two saw Yi Chen in a state of disarray on the hospital bed. With a gentle smile, the matriarch inquired, "Little Yi, I hear you have been injured? Is it serious?" "It's nothing grave, just a minor injury," Yi Chen replied, his expression tinged with embarrassment. The matriarch chuckled. Already aware of the situation with the Qin family, achieving success would demonstrate his capability. However, with his failure, he had been reduced to a mere shadow of a man, even losing his trousers. Such a waste. "Grandmother, do you still believe he possesses the potential to be a true dragon among men?" He Lianhua sighed, expressing her disappointment. "Indeed, I am somewhat disheartened. He lacks even half the charisma of his master in his youth. His master was an extraordinary talent. How is it possible that he could produce a disciple who has been reduced to such a state. Previously, upon learning of his arrival in Suzhou and Hangzhou, grandmother had contemplated placing her bets on him. Now, however, such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Chapter 57. The Antarctic Man Alone in the Hospital Room. Yichen remained oblivious to the He family's perspective regarding him. After resting for 2 hours, 4 men clad in black suits entered the room, each adorned with a skull ring, an emblem of the death squad of the Dragon Soul organization. This symbol denoted honor, for only those with sufficient strength and experience were deemed worthy to join the death squad, which constituted one of Yi Chen's most elite forces, second only to the 8 great generals. They had originally been dispatched by Yi Chen to gather intelligence in Yanjing. Dragon King. Upon entering, the 4 men knelt on one knee in salute. Witnessing Yi Chen's wounded form sprawled upon the hospital bed, their expressions turned grave. Who were those foolish enough to dare conspire against the Dragon King? How is the intelligence gathering in Yanjing progressing? Yi Chen inquired. We have investigated 3 prominent families and uncovered some leads. One of them produced a document and handed it to Yi Chen. As he perused the contents, a shadow darkened his countenance. I see. Once I have recuperated, I shall personally journey to Yanjing. Yi Chen inhaled deeply, realizing that he had no desire to be seen in Suzhou and Hangzhou for the time being. He gazed at the 4 men and commanded, You 4 shall remain in Suzhou. Eliminate Tang Yu, the eldest son of the Tang family. Lying in the hospital bed, he had begun to sense something amiss. He was perplexed as to why his punch had failed to inflict any harm. The cultivation of the Xianyang true qi necessitates the possession of an exceptionally rare Xianyang physique. Indeed, throughout the entirety of Huaxia, he is undoubtedly the sole individual endowed with such a trait. Thus, he speculates that Tang Yu's prowess may diverge significantly from his expectations. It is prudent to enlist the Death God Squad to assess the situation, as their combined strength poses a formidable challenge, even for him. The quartet acknowledged his command and departed the infirmary to undertake their mission. After leaving the Qin family estate, Tang Yu and Zhao Gaosheng traveled together by car. Young Master Tang, are you pleased with today's events? Zhao Gaosheng inquired with a beaming smile. Today, young Master Tang truly exuded an air of authority. The renowned geomancers within the Xian sect bowed in reverence before him. The Qin family expressed their profound gratitude to young Master Tang, further solidifying the bond between their families. Once young Master Tang assumes command of the Tang family, its status will undoubtedly continue to ascend. Content? Quite the opposite, Tang mused. Feeling a pang of irritation towards the sycophantic Zhao Gaosheng, he suspected that there must be some flaw in his own feng shui, as it seemed that treachery lurked behind every corner. Even their meticulous schemes were alarming. It was likely they would perform better than Yi Chen were they to become Dragon Kings. Zhao Gaosheng, with a glint of anticipation in his eyes, playfully winked at Tang Yu. Having assisted young Master Tang in achieving such a significant accomplishment, surely a grand reward awaited him. Tang Yu retrieved a 10 billion yuan check from his pocket and placed it into Zhao Gaosheng's hands. Although he had no initial desire for the money, the Qin family insisted he accept it, believing that refusing would render him untrustworthy. Upon receiving the hefty check, Zhao Gaosheng's face lit up with joy. Young Master Tang, you truly are generous to us loyal subjects. Indeed, Uncle Zhao, are we not planning to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I would like to appoint you as the project's leader. The salary and bonuses will be calculated at 3 times the current amount. I will rely on you in the coming years, Tang Yu commanded. Those who betray their comrades shall be exiled. Initially, he considered sending them to Syria, but upon reflection, that seemed too close. Antarctica would provide a serene environment. If another traitor arises, perhaps we shall consider dispatching them to the space station to explore the cosmos. Thank you. Young Master Tang, I, Zhao, pledge my unwavering loyalty to the Tang family until my last breath. Zhao was profoundly moved to the point of tears, feeling that young Master Tang had treated him with exceptional kindness, even allowing him to bring his family along. After exiting the vehicle, he captured an image of the check with his phone and shared it in the management group. Today I inadvertently assisted young Master Tang, and his generosity has resulted in a reward of 1 billion. Fellow brothers, let us all strive harder. Young Master Tang never neglects those who serve him well. After sharing the check image, Zhao boasted a little. Soon, the group erupted with excitement. Eugene, what? 1 billion? I miscalculated. I should have remained by young Master Tang's side to continue achieving merit. Wang Defa, old he, your statement is misguided. Although we are not beside young Master Tang, it does not impede our ability to continue making contributions, does it? We must all work diligently. Does anyone know what young Master Tang intends to pursue lately? If so, please inform me. I shall share 1/10 of my reward. Whoever knows first will receive 1/5. I shall take 1/3. You can keep your opinions to yourself. Get lost. You overzealous dog. While chaos erupted in the group, Tang Yu merely shivered inexplicably, sensing a vague malice in the air. Yet, the source of this hostility eluded him. Could it be that the foolish Yichun was cursing him? He closed the door behind him, silently pondering. Dog system, what reward awaits me this time? I hope it's not another trivial one-time gift. Ding. The host has successfully navigated through the narrative. You are rewarded with the complete mastery of an ancient martial art. You may choose between a movable king technique and Yin Yang limitless technique, or opt for a random selection of an ancient martial art. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? My survival through this narrative had nothing to do with mere luck. This wretched system is surprisingly generous this time. No one-time reward? Perhaps being a bit stubborn yields greater benefits? Overwhelmed with emotion, he felt tears welling up. Father, I choose a movable king technique. Without hesitation, Tang Yu made his selection. Fearing pain, he allocated all his points to defense. This technique could withstand the punches of the Dragon King. Yi Chun, not choosing it would be sheer folly. Soon, he sensed a boundless energy manifesting within him, flowing throughout his body, ready to protect him at any moment. After practicing this technique, he tentatively struck himself. Hey, that didn't hurt. No, he needed to find someone else to test it. Tang Yu realized he had been too gentle with himself. He required someone more ruthless for a proper trial. However, given his esteemed status within the Tang family, the only person daring enough to strike him hard would be that particular man. He departed the room and ascended the stairs, ultimately arriving at his father's study. Upon entering, he found his father, Tang, engrossed in stock trading on the computer. Lacking a flair for business, he seldom involved himself in the affairs of the Tang Group. Instead, he indulged in stock trading with idle billions as a hobby. Noticing Tang Yu's arrival, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Are you so bored that you've come to keep old Tang company for a chat?" Tang Yu chuckled heartily and approached, giving his father a playful pat on the shoulder. "How have your stock ventures been lately? Made any profits?" At this, Tang's expression darkened. "Old Tang? Is this boy courting disaster?" Chapter 58. A Kind Father and the Seven Wolves. The youth's burdened Tang extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, his smile devoid of warmth. "You can see for yourself whether I've made any money." With that, he rose and headed toward the door. A click echoed as he locked it. Slowly, he withdrew his belt and advanced towards Tang Yu. A Kind Father and the Seven Wolves. The youth's burden. Tang Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation, his face radiating eagerness. However, when the belt struck down, he no longer howled as he usually did. The calm and composed smile on his face prompted Tang to question his own existence. Was his belt malfunctioning? Or had he truly aged, unable to exert control over this boy any longer? "Dad, have you eaten lunch?" Tang Yu inquired with genuine concern. This immovable Buddha technique was indeed effective. With it, his father could no longer lay a hand on him. Faced with Tang Yu's provocation, Tang suddenly sensed that something was amiss with his son. He fastened his belt once more, a cloud of anxiety hovering over him as he retrieved his phone to call Tang's mother. Upon hearing his father's words, Tang Yu was jolted with fright. He hastily sprang to his feet and dashed outside, exclaiming as he ran, "I'm not sick, Dad. I was just joking." He merely wished to test whether the system's unyielding king technique was functioning properly. The fact that he could withstand a lash from his father without feeling a thing was indeed remarkable. It appeared that the system had truly come through this time. With this newfound ability, his capacity for self-preservation had significantly strengthened. From this moment forward, he feared neither poison nor blows. As Tang Yu whistled and skipped along, the servants of the Tang household cast fearful glances in his direction. "Young master, have you taken something strange?" One particular servant, adorned with glasses that accentuated her exquisite beauty, emanated an air of aloofness. What caught Tang Yu's attention even more was her stunning figure. The maid's attire suited her perfectly. In terms of allure, she was only slightly less impressive than that girl, Xiaoyu. "Greetings, young master." The maid in her uniform offered a slight smile and a graceful bow. "Hello, hello." Tang Yu responded cheerfully. At last, the household boasted a beautiful maid. This was indeed the life befitting a wealthy and handsome gentleman. "Ah, this girl is truly remarkable. I do wonder if walking in that outfit tires her out." Upon catching a glimpse of Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han's lips twitched slightly. She looked up at him and gently remarked, "Young master seems to have forgotten me." Tang Yu paused, momentarily taken aback, before scrutinizing her closely and finally recognizing her. Wasn't this the very same Ling Han he had encountered at the Star River Club? Today, he failed to recognize her at once, primarily because Ling Han had applied a light makeup, transforming herself into a pure and innocent beauty. This was indeed her forte, makeup in disguise. In simpler terms, she possessed every aspect of the appearance one might admire. According to the original narrative, she was supposed to be flirting with Qin Ming and another young aristocrat, sowing discord between the two. Subsequently, she reminded Qin Ming to steer clear of her, and thereafter, she had vanished from his life. How did she end up at my home? Damn Yi Chun. Is he hastily seeking revenge against me? Is it really necessary to harbor such resentment over a mere incident involving a bit of blood? Tang Yu murmured to herself. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed received news that the Dragon King had been ambushed and injured by several skilled fighters while attempting to protect a young girl. But what did a bit of bloodshed imply? Miss Ling had come to work at my residence, which was rather pleasant. Had she previously worked as a maid? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. This formidable woman is not to be trifled with. She ranks third among the 8 warlords. Is she here to confront me? No worries, just lay low. This is your specialty. Unfortunately for her, now that she has encountered me, she might not last a single day. Today, you shall learn how I acquired the moniker of Scoundrel Yu. I have experience in household chores such as laundry, cooking, and cleaning. I had specifically attended a maid training course. As a top assassin for the Dragon Soul organization, she frequently undertook such tasks. The role of a maid was her most commonly used disguise. However, our Tang family is different, as the foremost family among the 4 great clans of Su and Hang. Serving as a maid in our household is no simple matter. Tang Yu concluded his words and gestured towards his room, saying, "First, tidy up my room. I would like to see if you can manage." "Of course, young Master Tang," Ling Han responded with a charming smile, stepping into the room and beginning to organize the space. Tang Yu casually closed the door behind her. In the past, I was somewhat intimidated by you, considering you were one of the 8 great generals. However, times have changed, and I no longer fear confrontation. If I fail to impress today, I shall concede the title of Scoundrel to Yi Chen, he mused, sitting cross-legged on the floor, his gaze unabashedly roaming over Ling Han. This maid outfit is quite appealing, yet perhaps a tad too modest. A heart-shaped cutout at the chest would enhance its allure. The length of the skirt is just right, but alas, why must it be safety shorts again? As she tidied up, Ling Han could hardly suppress her urge to retaliate against his remarks. Am I to wear nothing but a thong? Fortunately, her professional training allowed her to tolerate such comments. After swiftly finishing the task, she gently inquired, "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with the outcome?" "Not bad. It's acceptable," Tang Yu nodded, acknowledging her versatility. To an untrained eye, one might mistake her for a professional maid. Seated on the carpet, he patted the space beside him and remarked, "In our household, a maid must also be skilled in massage. Let's see how you fare." Suppressing her impulse to strike him, Ling Han flashed a sweet smile and asked, "How would you like me to massage you, young Master Tang?" "I've been a bit sleep-deprived lately. Please work on my head," Tang Yu replied, lying down beside the bed, signaling for her to begin. Ling Han approached and seated herself on the edge of the bed, gently placing her hands on both sides of Tang Yu's temples. "Is this pressure suitable?" she inquired. "Yes, indeed. However, I have a question for you," Tang Xiao replied. "I feel utterly exhausted just walking while carrying the ball. Don't you tire from this all day?" "Exhaustion is of little consequence. As I mentioned, it is merely a trifling task," she reassured him. "Then I thank you, Tang Xiao." Ling Han endeavored to maintain a calm tone, yet her fists had subconsciously tightened. Chapter 59. Is the traitor plotting again? Enough of this anger. It is futile, for it only brings illness with no one to shoulder the burden. Gathering intelligence is paramount. Ling Han took a deep breath, her hands as cool as jade, gently massaging Tang Yu's head. "Oh, how delightful. Your technique is rather commendable," Tang Yu expressed with joy. "Now, this is what one might call a celestial existence. The technique is remarkably adept. Sigh, what a beautiful girl. What a pity to be a killer. If only she could remain at my home as a maid, working merely 2 hours a day, spending the rest of her time joyfully playing. Now that is the life one deserves. How perilous is the world of assassins. Day after day of violence, constantly lurking in the shadows. How exhausting it must be for a girl." Upon hearing Tang Yu's internal musings, Ling Han could not help but feel a flicker of surprise, even a touch of emotion. Despite knowing she was his adversary, he still cared enough to think of her welfare? Yet deep within, she too harbored such sentiments. Why should she not live like any other girl, living an ordinary life? Attending school, working, playing games, and shopping with her best friend, seeking a boy she likes to fall in love with. In her own world, it was either killing or completing tasks. Every day, she interacted with a myriad of people, brushing past death countless times. The life of dancing on the edge of a knife was truly exhausting. She yearned to be an ordinary girl, to collect protection fees here and there, and to indulge in complimentary desserts at CAFS. Do you have any siblings, Tang Xiao? Ling Han suddenly inquired. No, I am an only child. However, I do have a few cousins, Tang Yu replied with a smile. Speaking of cousins reminds me of Tang Ruiyu, that foolish pawn. This simpleton is now the vice president at Miley Foods, but I've yet to see any action from him. Yi Chen seems to have vanished as well. Without his orders, Tang Ruiyu should refrain from any mischievous antics. The fewer the antics, the better, considering he is under constant surveillance. Ling Han had to admit that this man was somewhat cunning. No wonder the Dragon King had suffered losses at his hands. Even the crucial piece, Tang Ruiyu, was tightly under his control. I should inform the Dragon King later, Ling Han mused, growing increasingly curious about Tang Yu. This man certainly possessed an abundance of knowledge. Fortunately, she could hear his thoughts. She began to massage Tang Yu's shoulders, softly asking, Tang Xiao, is this pressure acceptable? Yes, indeed, Tang Yu affirmed, giving her a thumbs up. This feels wonderful. Having arrived here for quite some time, I finally experienced the genuine treatment reserved for a highborn antagonist. So, does Mr. Tang mean that I have passed the test and can remain as a maid, correct? Ling Han inquired softly. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed unreasonable to find a direct excuse to dismiss her. That would be overly deliberate and would only serve to alert her. As long as you can adapt to this position, that suffices. If you find it unbearable, do let me know. You may resign at any time. And your salary shall not be diminished. Tang Yu seized the opportunity to pat her leg. Hee, since you wish to stay, do not blame me for my audacity. If you cannot endure it, then leave swiftly. Do not subject yourself to distress. However, to be honest, had it not been for your family's misfortune at the hands of Master Yi Chun, your status as a young lady would not be inferior to mine. Having lost her parents and younger brother at a young age, and being taken by her enemies to be trained as an assassin, she is indeed a pitiable soul. Alas, Tang Yu reflected on Ling Han's background with a tinge of melancholy. In the original narrative, Ling Han's parents were targets of Master Yi Chun. After eliminating the targets, Master Yi Chun intended to take the two siblings, merely 3 years old, to nurture them. At that tender age, children have little memory. And since Master Yi Chun did not kill in their presence, he had no fear of retribution. As a result, the younger brother, due to his non-compliance, was effortlessly slain. Unbeknownst to Ling Han, she was taken away and trained from a young age, ultimately becoming an exceptionally skilled assassin. The Dragon Soul organization is formidable precisely because it favors raising unencumbered orphans into ruthless killing machines from childhood. In an organization of hundreds, one could scarcely find a mere 10 who had parents. Later, upon discovering this secret, Ling Han harbored nothing but disdain for Yi Chen's master, yet remained unwaveringly devoted to Yi Chun. After all, it was a tale of indulgence. Even if the Dragon King were to annihilate the heroine's entire family, she would still find herself enamored with him, as he must have his reasons that warranted forgiveness. In the midst of massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, Ling Han abruptly halted her actions, her expression frozen in disbelief, unable to fathom the words she had just heard. The very reason she sought out Tang Yu was to glean information about her brother. An elder from the organization had explicitly informed her that her parents had fallen victim to a certain assassin group, and he had only managed to save her in the chaos. As for her brother, the elder had merely stated that he was missing. In her quest for vengeance, she had single-handedly eradicated that assassin organization, yet had failed to uncover any leads regarding her brother. To her shock, the architect of all this turmoil was none other than the elder whom she held in the highest regard. Her eyes turned crimson, and an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent surged within her. Why have you stopped? Tang Yu, seemingly relishing the moment, inquired. I need to use the restroom. Ling Han replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Go ahead, Tang Yu urged. If she were to remain here, perhaps she would be subjected to 2 or 3 hours of exertion each day. After all, her target was herself, and presently, she was in prime form. Unafraid of the challenge ahead, her inner thoughts were never misleading. Yet, she yearned to continue her investigation to ascertain the truth of this matter. If that elder truly was her enemy, then from this moment forth, she would stand in opposition to the Dragon Soul organization. Taking a moment to breathe deeply and recalibrate her mindset, she reassured herself that after all these years, she could afford to take a moment. As for the news I just heard from Tang Yu regarding Tang Ruoyu, she would absolutely never divulge it to Yi Chen. It was Tang Ruoyu herself, who came bearing a gift to visit Tang Yu. With a smile, he presented an exquisite box to Tang Yu. Upon opening it, she discovered 2 exquisite Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings inside. "Thank you. How thoughtful of you," Tang Yu chuckled. "This sycophant is being overly eager, likely with ulterior motives." She mused casually. "How has your recent experience at the company been?" she inquired. "There is still much to learn. I feel rather inadequate." "If only I possessed half of my elder brother's talent," Tang Ryu humbly replied. "Indeed, if you had even half of my talent, your college entrance examination scores would not have been a mere 250, Tang Yu remarked. Tang Ryu was slightly taken aback, surprised by his brother's unexpected candor. "What issue?" he asked. "The company's accounts are somewhat inconsistent. I suspect there may be some fraudulent activities occurring within the management. I would like to ask you to take a look," she explained. "Fraudulent activities?" Tang Yu shot him a sidelong glance and nodded. "All right, shall we go now? Let's wait for a couple of days. I need to prepare some evidence first. Just wanted to give you a heads up," he replied. Upon hearing Tang Yu's agreement, Tang Ryu's expression brightened with joy. An hour ago, 4 individuals approached him, claiming to be sent by young Master Yi. They insisted on finding an opportunity to lure Tang Yu away, making it easier for them to carry out their sinister plans. If this fool were to perish, no one in the Tang family would be left to contest his grasp on power. Chapter 60. You think you can take advantage of me? Very well. Let us proceed as arranged. Tang Yu smiled broadly, eagerly anticipating the young man's response. Now that Yi Chen had hidden away, these 2-faced individuals would undoubtedly emerge one by one to stir trouble. He would deal with them individually, one at a time. He then turned to Ling Han and gestured for her to rest. "You should take a break as well. We can continue the knee pillow massage tomorrow." "All right, young Master Tang," Ling Han replied, her emotions a tangle, wanting solitude. The events of the day had been exceedingly overwhelming for her. Upon seeing Ling Han, Tang Ruoyu was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. When had such an enchanting woman graced their household? Her beauty rivaled that of the most esteemed beauties like Su Muyu. And a knee pillow massage? What a tantalizing thought. He swallowed hard and quickly followed in Ling Han's wake after exiting Tang Yu's room. "You're the new maid. May I ask your name?" he inquired. "Ling Han." "What is it?" Ling Han frowned, a flicker of impatience crossing her features. "I am Tang Ruoyu, Tang Yu's cousin. I typically do not reside here, so it's understandable you may not recognize me. How about we dine together tonight to get acquainted?" Tang Ruoyu chuckled, reaching out to embrace Ling Han's waist. Such a beauty as a maid seemed a tragic waste. After all, he had the means to support her. Ling Han's expression turned icy. Noticing the absence of onlookers, she swiftly delivered a stinging slap across Tang Ruyu's face. Just as he widened his eyes, about to cry out, Ling Han had already seized his throat. Tang Ruyu's face paled instantly. In that moment, he no longer saw a captivating beauty before him, but a venomous femme fatale. With a chilling gaze, Ling Han warned, "Do not overstep your bounds. I am also sent by Yi Chen. She is currently seething with anger, feeling as though she has nowhere to vent it. A foolish pawn in Yi Chen's game dares to take advantage of her?" "Apologies," she stammered, her legs trembling in fear. It was the first time she had experienced such dread emanating from a woman. Only then did Ling Han release Tang Ruoyu. Taking out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, her face contorted in disgust as she walked away. Once Ling Han departed, Tang Ruoyu felt a surge of humiliation and indignation within. How could he have been struck by a woman? His gaze was filled with resentment. Once he gained control of the Tang family, he would ensure that she was subdued. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised that Yi Xiao had placed his pawn here. Indeed, Yi Xiao is a man of great influence. Collaborating with him would surely guarantee the success of his endeavors. This time, Tang Yu was destined for demise. However, unbeknownst to Tang Ruoyu, just as he finished his phone call, Tang Yu had already obtained the recording. After listening to the recording, Tang Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Death Squad? He had a vivid recollection of this team. They were undeniably elite within the Dragon Soul organization. Having accomplished numerous tasks for the Dragon King, Yi Chen, each member possessed formidable strength, embodying the quintessential ancient martial artist. In the context of this tale, a martial arts master at the pinnacle becomes an ancient martial artist. Ancient martial artists are classified into the 4 levels of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow. Even a lowly yellow-level ancient martial artist could serve as a head bodyguard in one of the four great families. The four members of the death squad were all at the peak of the yellow level. Just four insignificant younger brothers. Tang Yu chuckled, his mood slightly inflated. The Dragon King, Yi Chun, a formidable expert of the Xian level, could not breach the defenses of the immovable king technique. They conspired to assist Tang Ruoyu in his demise, but he intended to turn the tables and ensnare them instead. In summary, these traitors and potential threats must be dealt with individually. If one cannot live in peace, then the factors disrupting that peace must be resolved one by one. After idling at home for 2 days, Tang Yu had yet to receive any word from Tang Ruoyu. However, during this time, he had summoned Ling Han to his room frequently, resting on the soft, fragrant pillow of her lap. He found it curious that her patience exceeded his expectations. In the original narrative, she was not portrayed this way. Given the conventions of the genre, how could the Dragon King's woman allow other men to encroach upon her? This was not a tale of beasts. She must be biding her time. Tang Yu pondered quietly, contemplating whether he might intensify his approach, perhaps by asking her to assist with a back massage or something of that nature. With no news from Tang Ruoyu, Tang Yu realized he could no longer remain idle, for today marked the annual meeting of the Suang Chamber of Commerce. Major corporations from Suang would be attending, and he was obligated to represent the Tang Group. Prior to his departure, Qin Ming had already messaged him, stating that their family would openly suppress Longshan Group during the annual meeting. The Tang and Wang families would undoubtedly support this initiative, as the three families had formed an alliance to comprehensively undermine Longshan Group. Despite Longshan Group's impressive market value of 500 billion, making it a leading corporation in Suang, it paled in comparison to the combined efforts of the three powerful families. After preparing himself, Tang Yu made his way to the garage, only to find his father already seated in the Rolls-Royce, ready to depart. He hurriedly opened the car door and cheerfully climbed into the driveway. "Dad, why didn't you call out to me before you left? How was I to know you were gone?" Tang Gangsheng replied irritably. The sight of Tang Yu stirred a hint of annoyance within him. The last time, after being whipped with a belt, this brat had the audacity to grin and ask if he had missed a meal. Now, encountering him again, he felt a sense of bewilderment akin to drawing his sword and gazing into the void. "I had a bit too much of that fake liquor last time. Please don't hold it against me." Tang Yu quickly chuckled, sensing the disapproving look from his father. Tang Gangsheng snorted dismissively, uninterested in engaging with the boy. In previous years, the business association gatherings were held at the Minghua Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, as the father and son alighted from the vehicle, numerous distinguished figures from Su and Hang approached to greet them. Although Tang Gangsheng did not actively involve himself in the group's operations, he was well versed in social interactions. People greeted him from all directions, and several beautiful women even embraced him. He shot Tang Yu a meaningful glance, implying that he should refrain from discussing this with his mother. Tang Yu merely chuckled, pretending not to notice. There was nothing to discuss regarding such matters. "Hey, brother, you're here." Qin Ming emerged from a corner, accompanied by several charming young ladies. Tang Xiao. The young women hailed from prominent families in Su and Hang, though they could not quite compare to the Tang family. "My brother and I have some matters to discuss. I'll catch up with you all later," Qin Ming said, cautious not to let these affluent young ladies mingle too much with Tang Yu. Pulling Tang Yu aside, he said, "Come, I want you to meet someone." "Who are we meeting? This sounds intriguing." Tang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment as he was swiftly led into his suite by this fellow. Upon entering, he discovered Qin Kursen seated by the window, engrossed in her artwork. "Sister, I've brought him for you," Qin Ming greeted cheerfully, before turning to exit, casually closing the door behind him. Chapter 61. A beautiful misunderstanding. Alas, he had been rather careless. Tang Yu had not anticipated that this rascal would deceive him, luring him here under false pretenses. He was met with Qin Kursen's beaming smile, which instinctively reminded him of a scene from over a decade ago. Ahem. A stunningly beautiful girl had approached him, delivering a rather bold proposition. It was truly astounding. Qin Kursen set down her brush and, as she settled onto the sofa, inquired, "Would you like some tea? I can brew it for you." "Water will suffice," Tang Yu replied, waving his hand as he unscrewed a bottle of mineral water. Qin Kursen continued to observe him intently. "What are you staring at?" Tang Yu felt a peculiar sensation under her gaze. Primarily, it was strange, considering that over the years, Qin Kursen had seldom favored him with a pleasant demeanor. Ever since the incident with the Qin family, her attitude toward him had shifted to one of ambiguous warmth. She had even added him on WeChat, and engaged in awkward small talk a few times. "Could you help me open a bottle?" Qin Kursen asked with a charming smile. Tang Yu increasingly sensed that something was amiss with her today. "You're not incapable of opening it. If you unleash your frustration, you could probably pop my skull open." Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Qin Kursen couldn't help but chuckle. That incident from years ago had left him with a significant psychological scar. "I asked you here today to apologize. I misunderstood you back then. I was unaware that Qin Ming had deceived you." When Qin Kursen spoke, her gaze flickered slightly, recalling that incident which indeed made her feel somewhat embarrassed, since she became aware of her surroundings. She had never allowed a male to gaze upon her in such a manner. "What incident?" "I've forgotten." Tang Yu feigned ignorance. "Forgetting is just fine," Qin Kursen replied, gently biting her lip. A beauty like her, with every frown and smile, was utterly captivating, prompting Tang Yu to steal several glances in her direction. After taking a sip from her bottled water, she pointed towards the easel and inquired, "Do you still paint?" Tang Yu glanced at the easel, which showcased a butterfly, its vibrant, multicolored wings appearing as if they were about to take flight from the canvas. "I haven't painted in quite a while," he responded, shaking his head with a shrug. "Remember when you used to come over to my house to play? The three of us would often paint together." A hint of nostalgia crossed Qin Kursen's face. She had always been sensitive by nature, maintaining a somewhat aloof demeanor. Coupled with her status as the daughter of the Qin family, her experience at school was rather awkward. Her classmates, aware of her privileged background, feigned friendliness in public while subtly ostracizing her in private. The school resembled a microcosm of society, where the more unique individuals found it increasingly difficult to fit in. Reluctant to don a mask and engage with such people, she gradually fell into a state of depression. During that time, the only companions she had were her brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The three of them would often sit together, painting. Tang Yu, feeling a wave of nostalgia himself, approached Qin Kursen's artwork and remarked, "You've improved immensely since then. This vividly colored butterfly is truly lifelike. One would require considerable skill to create such a piece. I must express my gratitude to you. Do you recall the time you assisted me in creating a colorful butterfly?" A gentle and appreciative expression graced Qin Kursen's face. During that period, she was engulfed in profound despair, to the point of secretly resorting to self-harm. Immersed in an abyss of silence, she could only bring herself to paint in shades of black, particularly black butterflies. Until one fateful day, as she was absorbed in her art, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The previously dark and somber background transformed into a vibrant sea of blossoms. She recognized that such exquisite artistry could not have been the work of her brother, Qin Ming. It could only belong to Tang Yu. That burst of color stirred something deep within her soul. From that moment onward, she gradually emerged from her depression. Her gratitude towards Tang Yu, who had unwittingly extended a hand from the depths of despair, was undeniable. However, everything changed following that unfortunate misunderstanding, rendering their relationship rather awkward. "Ah, that incident. I recall it vividly." Tang Yu chuckled awkwardly. "I had been enduring your painting for quite some time. The butterfly you created was so unappealing that I simply wanted to teach you a thing or two." The corners of Qin Kursen's mouth twitched. "So, it turns out that back then, he found her painting insipid?" She swiftly dismissed her irritation with a smile. Regardless of the misunderstanding that transpired, it marked a significant turning point in her life. She remained grateful to Tang Yu, thankful for his unintentional assistance, and appreciative of his role in saving both the Qin family and her brother. "Let us paint together again. It has been far too long since we last did so," she said, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Tang Yu. "You go ahead and paint. I think I shall take a stroll instead," Tang Yu replied, shaking his head. Remaining here, the atmosphere felt somewhat off. "Do you truly despise me?" As Tang Yu prepared to leave, Qin Kursen, with a look of distress, inquired. She could not fathom why Tang Yu's cold demeanor affected her so deeply. This sensation was unfamiliar, one she had never encountered with other men. It was not mere dislike. Rather, Tang Yu was contemplating an appropriate justification when she noticed the redness around Qin Kursen's eyes. Witnessing the tears welling up, Tang Yu's heart softened as she remarked, "I merely need to use the restroom." "Then do so here." Qin Kursen pointed towards the bathroom in the suite. All right. I'll go. Please don't cry, or others might think I am bullying you." Tang Yu hastily offered some words of comfort before entering the restroom to relieve herself momentarily. In a confined space with a single man and woman, if she were to exit in tears, my reputation would be irreparably damaged. If Qin Ming were to discover this, that scoundrel would undoubtedly spread the word far and wide. after washing her hands and emerging. Tang Yu obediently sat beside Qin Kursen, engaging in drawing together. As Qin Kursen felt grateful that Tang Yu stayed to accompany her, she rose to fetch a paintbrush. However, she inadvertently tripped over the easel, causing her to stumble forward and fall to the ground. Hearing the commotion and her exclamation, Tang Yu hurriedly helped her up and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. There's a carpet." Qin Kursen shook her head, relieved that the soft carpet cushioned her fall. Yet, as she attempted to rise, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, prompting her to involuntarily gasp. It seemed she had twisted her foot. She gazed at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression, feeling aggrieved. "Allow me to assist you to the sofa," Tang Yu replied with a bitter smile. Sensing a hint of familiarity in the situation, as Qin Kursen placed her hand on his shoulder, Tang Yu gently wrapped his arm around her and helped her to the sofa. Once seated, Qin Kursen lowered her gaze to assess her foot, only to realize that her tights obstructed her view. To see clearly, she had no choice but to remove them. Wait, is she really taking them off right in front of me? I can't bear it. I'm still just a child. How can I be subjected to such sights? Beside her, Tang Yu struggled to avert his gaze, yet his concern for Qin Kursen's potential injury rendered his eyes somewhat uncontrollable. Alas, such is the nature of men. They possess a gentle disposition, often inclined to care for the well-being of women. Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Qin Kursen felt a slight flush of embarrassment. It's merely removing tights. Meanwhile, the instigator of this entire scenario, Qin Ming, found himself in a predicament as three women sought him out. Su Mu Yu, Wang Yishui, and Jiang Xiaoyu. "Where has Tang Yu gone?" Wang Yishui inquired, her gaze fixed upon Qin Ming. They had arrived a tad late that day, and after greeting Tang Gangchong, they learned that Tang Yu was present. However, after searching high and low without success, they set their sights on Qin Ming. Feeling somewhat guilty, Qin Ming thought to himself, "How could I let my older brother and sister enjoy a moment alone without turning the suite into a battlefield?" The three women fixed their eyes upon him, and an inexplicable pressure caused Qin Ming to feel overwhelmed. After a brief standoff, he ultimately succumbed, weakly gesturing toward the upstairs. "It seems that my brother is engaged in conversation with my sister." The three young women immediately rushed up the stairs, their spirits high, in search of Tang Yu. Upon reaching the doorway, they exchanged glances, yet none dared to knock first. "Let us listen," suggested Wang Yishui softly. Su Mu Yu and Jiang Xiaoya nodded in agreement, and the trio pressed their faces against the door. They soon discerned some muffled sounds emanating from within. With a look of bewilderment, the three women twisted the doorknob and entered together. Chapter 62. The more women, the more complications. As they stepped inside, they found Qin Kursen applying medicinal alcohol to her ankle. The sounds they had heard earlier were merely the noises made while she tended to her wound. Tang Yu stared at the three women in astonishment. "What a surprise. What brings you three here? Have you come for a game of mahjong?" Realizing the misunderstanding, the three women felt a twinge of embarrassment, having assumed something untoward was occurring inside. Fortunately, that was not the case. Otherwise, they would have been utterly exasperated. Noticing the expressions on the three women's faces, Qin Kursen couldn't help but smile faintly. As a woman herself, she could easily guess their thoughts. "What brings you here?" Tang Yu inquired awkwardly, a hint of discomfort evident. "It feels as though I've been caught in a scandal." Wang Yishui, ever straightforward, replied. "Qin Ming mentioned you were here, so we came to look for you." "Miss Qin, what happened? Are you injured?" Jiang Xiaoya rushed over to sit beside Qin Kursen, deliberately obstructing Tang Yu's line of sight. It's just those long legs. I want to let you see them. If only I could grow another 20 centimeters. I too could have long legs. Moreover, I am considerably older than her." I twisted it, but just now, Tang Yu helped me massage it for a while, and it feels much better. Qin Kursen smiled, her tone laced with a hint of provocation. The three women turned their gazes toward Tang Yu, who appeared utterly bewildered, sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat amiss. "Why are you all looking at me? You shouldn't listen to her nonsense. I haven't done anything." Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, the three women realized they had been led astray by Qin Kursen, their minds brimming with wariness. Women are inherently perceptive. At this moment, the deliberate misdirection was merely an attempt to provoke them. "Allow me to take charge. I am the expert here." Jiang Xiaoya grasped Qin Kursen's ankle and applied a few gentle squeezes, causing Qin Kursen to lose all sensation of pain in her ankle. "It truly feels better. Thank you." Qin Kursen expressed her gratitude with a smile as she donned her stockings once more. Wang Yishui rolled her eyes in exasperation. These are all tricks I have already mastered." She linked her arm with Tang Yu's and said, "Let's go. The meeting will commence shortly. And uncle has instructed me to summon you. Why are you linking arms with him?" Observing Wang Yishue's actions, Su Muyu grew displeased and approached, wrapping her arm around Tang Yu's other side with a frown. "Miss Wang, I kindly ask you to show some restraint and refrain from coveting another's fiancé." Among those present, she regarded Wang Yishue with the utmost suspicion. This woman has an audacious demeanor. Though she is the ex-girlfriend, she persists in her relentless pursuit. How tiresome. He is your fiancé? Then why not have him declare his feelings for you before my very eyes? What era are we living in, still clinging to arranged marriages? Wang Yishue curled her lips and looked at Jiang Xiaoya, asking, "Don't you think so, little sister Xiaoya?" Jiang Xiaoya was already aware that Wang Yishue, like herself, had the ability to hear Tang Yu's thoughts. Given their closer relationship, she decisively joined Wang Yishue's camp, nodding in agreement. Indeed, times have changed. Love is now free. Qin Kursen, however, had no intention of voicing her opinion. Although she shared a good rapport with Wang Yishue and leaned towards her side, the matter of the arranged marriage left her indifferent at first, yet internally, she undoubtedly opposed it. The dynamics among women can be quite intricate. A dormitory of 4 can easily yield 8 WeChat groups. Su Muyu was infuriated, her teeth clenching in frustration. "I still have 2 legs here. Why don't you just carry me down?" Upon witnessing their escalating rivalry, Tang Yu, with a hint of exasperation, suggested, for the sake of fairness, "Why don't we each take 1 leg?" As if, the 4 women chorused. Surrounded by 4 stunning beauties, one would typically consider it a rather fortunate circumstance. Yet, Tang Yu felt overwhelmed. As he descended the stairs, he acutely sensed all eyes fixated upon him. Those attending the annual meeting were prominent figures from Suzhou and Hangzhou, along with city leaders. Even in such a crowded setting, Wang Yishue and her cohort remained the center of attention. They huddled together, trailing behind Tang Yu, and it was evident to any discerning observer that something was amiss. What was going on? Why were these ladies all accompanying young Master Tang? What a surprise. Is young Master Tang truly so insatiable? 3 young ladies from the 4 prominent families are all surrounding him, and Dr. Jiang is also by his side. What is going on? Who informed me that young Master Tang is the foremost sycophant in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Is this truly the treatment of a sycophant? The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Tang Gansheng was engaged in conversation with 2 beautiful women in their 40s. In his youth, he was exceedingly handsome and well known as a dashing young gentleman in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Back then, many young ladies admired him, including these 2 before him. Although they never came together, their relationship remained rather cordial. "Young master, your charm certainly mirrors that of our esteemed Tang family." One of the women suddenly pointed towards Tang Yu's location. "What?" Tang Gansheng turned his head to take a glance, nearly losing consciousness in shock. "This little rascal? What is he up to?" Among the 4 prominent families, the daughters of the other 3 families are all by his side. Moreover, the atmosphere seems decidedly off. Does he not realize where he is? Is he truly engaging in such ostentatious behavior before so many witnesses? In my youth, such brazen antics were unheard of. Goodness. Is he attempting to procure several daughters-in-law for the Tang family? Tang Gansheng felt the urge to discipline him rise again. However, recalling that his belt was no longer effective against this young man only fueled his frustration. Today, it seems that this little rascal has utterly tarnished the reputation of the Tang family. The elderly patriarch, who had only just recovered, felt his blood pressure rising upon witnessing this scene. His granddaughter, who usually looks down upon other men, what on earth is happening here? The acrid scent of vinegar permeates the upper echelons of Suzhou and Hangzhou. "Old Wang, your granddaughter exhibits remarkable courage." An elder standing nearby, reveling in the misfortune, was none other than Qin Wenwen, the patriarch of the Qin family. The relationship between the Wang and Qin families has never been particularly harmonious, as both wield similar power and frequently vie for the position of the second family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, both families' eldest daughters have demonstrated astonishing business acumen. Wang Yishue's commercial talents slightly surpass those of Qin Kursen, resulting in the Wang family faring better than the Qin family in recent years. This has left the Qin family rather disgruntled. Today, the old patriarch of the Qin family finally found an opportunity to vent his frustrations. However, before he could savor his moment of triumph, Qin Kursen unexpectedly grasped Tang Yu's arm, pointing towards a piano situated in the midst of the hall. With her insistence, the 2 made their way towards the instrument. Wang Hanfan let out a derisive laugh, mocking the scene. Qin Wenwen nearly choked on his own indignation. He had assumed his granddaughter was merely joining the fray, not vying for attention as well. With a scowl, he remarked, "Indeed, my granddaughter is as bold as I am. In my youth, I did not shy away from contesting for women, and she will do the same. Old Qin and old Wang, I can understand your strained relations. But isn't Tang the son-in-law of our Su family?" At that moment, Su Chongshan, who had been standing in the background, could no longer contain himself. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. His future son-in-law was being contested by the daughters of others. What if he were indeed taken away? Such is the nature of life. If you were to find a dead fly in your meal, the experience would be nothing short of agonizing. However, when one is engulfed in suffering and witnesses another fall into a cesspool, one cannot help but feel a sense of relief. Chapter 63. Astonishing. How could I possibly lose so utterly? At the moment when Tang Yu was surrounded by 4 exceptionally alluring women, Qin Ming, this loyal brother, immediately captured a short video on his phone. Accustomed to a life of indulgence, he believed that as long as his elder sister was with his older brother, having multiple sisters-in-law was inconsequential. With a brother of such excellence, it was only natural to have more than one sister-in-law. After recording the video, he promptly uploaded it to his short video account. He had once thought himself to be the most charming in Su and Hang, but in comparison to his elder brother, he was leagues behind. The moment this short video was released, a flurry of comments erupted. In this day and age, a video must feature handsome men and beautiful women to gain traction. The video he captured showcased 4 stunning beauties alongside one dashing young man. And the impact was nothing short of spectacular. Goodness, this man is quite the beast. One man with 4 women? What a savage. We can barely manage one each. Doesn't he fear his vitality will be drained away? Brother is so handsome, and the sister is quite impressive. A plethora of comments filled with envy, jealousy, and admiration flooded the screen. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, lying on a hospital bed in the He family's private clinic, was idly browsing his phone. His internal injuries had nearly healed, for the physique of the Xin Yang is no trivial matter. However, the external injuries sustained would require at least another week to mend. As the Dragon King, he held little interest in gaming. His greatest pastime was scrolling through short videos, as the abundance of beauties here provided ample opportunity to identify suitable targets. In the midst of his scrolling, he unexpectedly stumbled upon this very video. Upon discerning the pivotal figures within the video, Yi Chen's forehead throbbed with rage as he leapt from his bed, exclaiming, "I finally felt a spark of affection. And you have utterly defeated me." With a furious gesture, he hurled his phone to the ground. The device shattered with a resounding crack, scattering into countless shards. Yet, even after destroying his phone, the fury within him remained unabated. The woman he coveted had yet to be won, and this scoundrel had audaciously established a harem before him. To make matters worse, Wang Yixue and Su Muya had the audacity to cling to his arm in front of so many witnesses. This was a privilege that rightfully belonged to him. At that moment, a sharp pain shot through his backside, causing him to shudder involuntarily. He sensed a warm liquid escape, and upon inspection, discovered it to be blood. The excitement of his earlier leap had reopened his recently healed wound. "Tang Yu, I will make you pay." Yi Chen roared through gritted teeth, fighting against the pain as he attempted to contact the death squad, urging them to act swiftly. However, he soon lamented the realization that his phone lay in ruins. This overwhelming sense of frustration and agony made him wish he could strike himself. As the Dragon King, when had he ever felt so humiliated in his life? Meanwhile, Qin Ming remained blissfully unaware that his brief video had unwittingly inflicted great harm upon someone, inciting a considerable amount of enmity towards his elder brother. Observing that within 10 minutes, the video had garnered over 10,000 likes, a satisfied smile crept across his face. "Excellent. Everyone has taken notice. My sister is now part of my brother's harem. From this day forth, he shall be my brother-in-law. He calls me little brother-in-law, and I shall refer to him as big brother. We shall each call upon our respective titles." In a moment of exuberance, he casually initiated $1 million lottery, believing that wealth should be shared to bring joy to all. At that moment, Tang Yu was bravely seated at the grand piano in the center of the hall, playing alongside Qin Kursen in a delightful duet. As the lively notes filled the air, the gathered crowd fell silent, their attention drawn to the pair. Compared to the other women, Qin Kursen's artistic talents were remarkably high. She excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Tang Yu, too, was quite adept, embodying the persona of a high and mighty antagonist with all the requisite skills to impress. After all, one must possess certain attributes to serve as an admirable stepping stone. What does it mean to be a golden boy and a jade girl? My brother and sister epitomized this concept. Fortunately, Yuchen had already smashed his phone, sparing him further distress. Wang Yixue and her companions stood at a distance, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. They had also dabbled in piano in the past, but with the myriad responsibilities of university life, their skills had long since atrophied, making it impossible to compete with Qin Kursen. Your fiancé is performing a duet. Shouldn't Miss Su join in? Wang Yixue slyly fanned the flames of discord. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Let them clash, she thought. Why don't you play with your ex-boyfriend? Sumiyu shot Wang Yixue a cold glare. Though she could play the piano, her skill would undoubtedly pale in comparison to that of Qin Kursen and Tang Yu. To participate would only highlight her shortcomings, leaving her vulnerable to unfavorable comparisons. What beauty would ever wish to be outshined by another? They all exclaimed, Heavens, you are so beautiful. Your skin is flawless, your legs are long, and your bosom is ample. I cannot compare. Yet within their hearts, they thought it was merely polite banter, for they believed themselves to be the most stunning. I excel in dance. Perhaps next time, let him play the piano while I perform a pole dance, Wang Yixue provocatively declared. Sumu Yu nearly choked on her words. She was not as bold as Wang Yixue. Jiang Xiaoye, however, simply sighed in resignation. Brother Tang is too popular. It's rather troublesome. She mused about inviting him to provide free medical consultations for patients, feeling that among the sisters, she might not quite measure up. When Tang Yu and the other two concluded their duet, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Noticing the gazes directed at him, Tang Yu realized that from this day forth, he would be known as the maritime piano virtuoso of Suang. Observing this scene, old Master Qin also felt that this young man from the Tang family was indeed a suitable match for his granddaughter. Both were exceptionally talented. In Suang, it seemed challenging to find anyone more accomplished than the young man from the Tang family. With a jovial smile, he turned to Su Zhongshan, saying, Zhongshan, I hear your daughter has ignored young Tang for 3 years. Is this union not a bit forced? Su Zhongshan's lips twitched, recognizing the cunning intent of the old fox. He quickly replied, Do not pressure her. My daughter's happiness is paramount. We must not put Mu Yu in a difficult position. If it feels unsuitable, simply inform the old man. I will resolve the matter. The Qin family has several significant projects that could benefit your Su family. Old Master Qin chuckled. Why not just marry your daughter off to us outright? Old Master Wang sarcastically remarked from the sidelines. Fortunately, at that moment, the meeting time arrived, putting an end to the verbal sparring among the three. The hotel had specially transformed a banquet hall into a large conference room. Once everyone took their seats, the representatives of the 4 prominent families and several other influential families occupied the front rows. However, it was conspicuous that one seat remained empty in the front row. Traditionally, this seat belonged to the Blackstone Group. Following its acquisition, the Blackstone Group was rebranded as Longchen Group. Yet this year they surprisingly did not send a representative. This absence sparked a flurry of speculation among the attendees, especially since just a few days prior, 3 of the 4 families had declared war on Longchen Group. It was indeed a rare honor for any company in Suzhou and Hangzhou to face simultaneous pressure from 3 rival families. As per tradition, the annual meeting commenced with a speech from the city leaders, who outlined key projects for the upcoming year. Following their addresses, it was time for the various families and major corporations to speak. The focus of Suzhou and Hangzhou's development for the coming year would emphasize environmental protection, with an aim to reduce carbon emissions. The leaders spoke for half an hour. Once they concluded, Wang Yixue, representing the Wang family, stood and proposed. Our Wang Group will actively respond to the call and contribute our modest efforts towards the environmental initiatives in Suzhou and Hangzhou. I also wish to raise a concern with the leaders regarding Longchen Group, a major corporation in our region, which, in its pursuit of profit, has shown a blatant disregard for the environment. The chemical plant they established in the southern part of the city has been discharging large quantities of wastewater, causing severe repercussions. Wang Yixue was clearly intent on publicly exposing Longchen Group's transgressions. After her bold declaration, she took the lead in voicing her concerns. The Tang and Qin families have also raised various concerns regarding the Longchen Group. In the presence of the entire Suang Chamber of Commerce, the 3 families launched a formidable attack, prompting many to ponder a crucial question. Should they choose sides? If the Longchen Group were to falter, it would represent a significant opportunity. Many began to contemplate this matter internally, swiftly arriving at a conclusion. It was time to act. Following the conclusion of this tense annual meeting, The adversaries of the Longchen group had transformed into a substantial portion of the business community in Suwon. Upon leaving the hotel, Old Master Qin appeared unfazed by the issues confronting the Longchen group. While the two were seated together playing the piano, the girl wore an expression of sheer happiness, one that even a blind person could discern as problematic. When questioned by her grandfather, Qin Kurson was about to respond, but Qin Ming interjected, "Oh, Grandpa, why ask? My sister has feelings for my elder brother. It's a match made in heaven." Just as he finished speaking, he received a sharp tap from the old man's cane. Grimacing in pain, Qin Ming forced a sheepish laugh and feigned ignorance. Noticing her grandfather's gaze upon her, Qin Kurson bit her lip and admitted, "Grandpa, I have a bit of a crush on Tang Yu." "Ah, you should have said so earlier. I would have secured this matter before the Su family could intervene," Old Master Qin declared, doting on his granddaughter. He sighed. "As you can see, that young man from the Tang family has already made arrangements with Mu Yu. This timing seems rather inappropriate." "There is nothing inappropriate about it. They are not married," Qin Kurson asserted with unwavering determination. She was resolute in her affections and would not relinquish them easily. The old Master Wang is more or less of the same sentiment. That young man from the Tang family is indeed quite exceptional, yet he is already bound by a betrothal. "Well, grandfather, focus on recovering your health and do not concern yourself with such matters. Your granddaughter will certainly obtain what she desires." In response to her grandfather's earnest counsel, Wan Ishue simply laughed and tossed her hair. "Humph. Tomorrow, I shall don a bunny girl outfit and pay him a visit." "Very well." Old Master Wang was left speechless. The youth of today are far more liberated than in his time. Mu Yu, you must seize the moment. Do not retain that cold demeanor of the past. Do you understand? Good men are in high demand. In his youth, your father was even more sought after than that young man from the Tang family. Do you know why your mother chose me? She intoxicated me and then spent the night with me, soon afterwards claiming she was expecting you. Hence, Su Chongshan was in the car, advising his daughter. The driver, overhearing this juicy gossip, nearly veered the vehicle off the road. "My lord, when did you become so audacious?" Su Muyu felt her face flush deeply from her father's words. She shot him a fierce glare and said, "Could you not impart a different kind of wisdom? Alas, only men understand men. Father does this for your own good. Go find him tonight and share a drink. Do you understand?" Su Chongshan insisted. Su Muyu pondered that perhaps it was not such a bad idea after all. Upon returning to the Tang residence, Tang Yu rushed to her room and summoned Ling Han. He grinned mischievously, casting a knowing glance at Ling Han. Ling Han forced a smile that barely concealed her discomfort, expertly settling on the floor to give this rascal a head massage. The Tang family treats their servants with great kindness, and she finds her life here quite comfortable. However, this individual is becoming increasingly presumptuous. Every day, she wonders why she hasn't been dismissed yet, which amuses her greatly. How could she possibly leave? Oh, the comfort of home is unparalleled. The outside world is far too perilous. Tang Yu reclines on the soft, fragrant lap, relishing the sensation. It's simply delightful. What dangers lie beyond? Ling Han, upon hearing this, becomes slightly alert and inquires. Has Yichin sent someone to deal with Tang Yu? It seems she hasn't noticed any unusual commotion. The situation is rather complicated. The world outside is treacherous. Tang Yu lets out a sigh, contemplating, these women are far too dangerous. Each one is lusting after my brother. In front of so many people, they clamor to embrace him. Now the entirety of Suzhou and Hangzhou is accusing my brother of being a scoundrel. How will he ever manage to court young ladies again? Ling Han, upon hearing these thoughts, can't help but roll her eyes. Just as Tang Yu is enjoying her moment of comfort, her phone in her pocket vibrates. She takes it out and discovers it's a call from Tang Ruoyu. What is the matter? Big brother, are you free right now? It's about that matter we discussed last time. The deep voice of Tang Ruoyu resonates through the phone. Tang Yu instantly perks up. This rascal is finally ready to take action. Isn't? All right, wait for me at the company. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Tang Yu chuckles to herself and stands up, finally having lured the scoundrel into her trap. So you wish for the Grim Reaper squad to come after me, do you? You rogue, I've been waiting for you to take the bait. Upon hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt sentiments, Ling Han's eyes flickered with a hint of concern. She was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the Death Squad. Even if they were to unite their strengths, she would find herself outmatched. Was Tang Xiao truly willing to risk himself? She hoped he would not fall into their clutches. After witnessing Tang Yu hastily exit the room, Ling Han contemplated for a moment before resolutely deciding to follow. She could not allow anything to happen to Tang Xiao. Tang Yu, however, was not in a rush to seek out Tang Ruyu. With the power of the unmoved Ming Wang, the death squad could not pose a threat to him. Yet, the dilemma lay in his own lack of combat strength. Therefore, he needed to bring along some assistance. With the raw manpower secured, the next requirement was output. Chapter 65. The death squad. The Tang family had already summoned 2 ancient martial arts masters, both possessing strength at the Huang level. Although the Huang level is considered the lowest tier among the realms of heaven, earth, and the mysterious yellow, the existence of ancient martial artists is exceedingly rare, much like the underperformers of Qingbei University, who, in the outside world, would be regarded as top-tier scholars. These 2 ancient martial artists were a father-son duo. The father, Huang Tianrui, was in his 60s, while the son, Huang Juanxia, was in his early 40s. Upon seeing Tang Yu, they slightly nodded in acknowledgement. Greetings, Tang Xiao. Their demeanor was somewhat aloof, but Tang Yu found nothing peculiar about it. Following the conventions of heroic tales, it was not uncommon for masters to feel discontented when reduced to mere henchmen for the wealthy second-generation antagonists. Even during encounters with the male protagonist, they would often exchange pleasantries, lamenting their forced circumstances. These Huang-level ancient martial artists could effortlessly take on 10 professional bodyguards. It was only natural for them to carry themselves with an air of superiority. I will be stepping out shortly. I anticipate a few skilled individuals will seek to trouble me along the way. However, there is no need for you to rush into action. I will engage with them first. When the opportune moment arrives, I shall notify you to take action, he commanded as he gazed at the 2. This father and son duo were certainly no match for the Grim Reaper squad. Renowned experts at the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm claimed to be invincible among their peers. Indeed, anything that emerged from the Dragon Soul organization, even a mere dog, would be the epitome of canine superiority. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a flicker of derision flashed in the eyes of the father and son. Experts? Nonsense. The only ones who could exchange blows with someone like you, a mere decorative pillow, were nothing but fifth-rate fighters. Huang Juanxia could no longer contain himself. Young Master Tang, we came here under the impression we would be dealing with true experts. If it's merely a matter of bullying, perhaps we should leave it to other bodyguards? What kind of affair is it for 2 distinguished ancient martial artists to trample upon others alongside a young master? The might of our punches should not be underestimated. Indeed, they are experts. Let us not dawdle. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and decisively settled the matter with a wave of his hand. Huang Juanxiao felt utterly disgruntled. Had he known he would be engaged in such tasks, he would have preferred to stay away. Huang Tianrui patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to endure for the time being. Under Tang Yu's arrangement, the father and son boarded a relatively discreet Audi, while he drove off in a flamboyant poison vehicle. Once on the road, Huang Juanxia could not help but scowl. Their family was, after all, a somewhat renowned ancient martial arts lineage in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Having been hired by the Tang family at a handsome price under the pretense of confronting a formidable opponent, the very first task turned out to be accompanying young Master Tang to deal with a few adversaries he could easily surpass. Was this not an embarrassment? Huang Tianrui sighed and said, "Let us accompany him this once. If it is truly as we suspect, we shall resign and depart tonight. As masters, we must uphold certain principles. After years of arduous training, becoming mere lackeys to bully others is a disgrace we cannot bear." When the vehicle arrived at the entrance of Miley Food, Tang Ruyu was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Tang Yu descend from the car, he greeted him with a broad smile, exclaiming, "Brother, you have arrived. It must have been a tiring journey. How goes the investigation into the false accounts?" A profound smile graced Tang Yu's face, for he was already aware that this fellow had contacted members of the Grim Reaper squad, yet remained oblivious to their whereabouts. "The investigation has borne fruit. We have both witnesses and evidence. The individuals have just been apprehended." Tang Ruyu chuckled and suggested, "Shall we brothers find a place to dine?" The inquiry into the false accounts was merely a ruse. His true mission today was to lure the snake from its den. "Indeed, it has been quite some time since we dined together. Where shall we go?" Tang Yu willingly ceded control of the decision to him. "I know of a delightful farmhouse restaurant. Let us dine there. Shall I take your car?" Tang Ruyu glanced at Tang Yu's Lamborghini Veneno, a flicker of jealousy and resentment crossing his eyes. Being distanced from the epicenter of power, their family's share of wealth was meager. Such a luxury vehicle was not something he could casually purchase. This fellow must perish. The Tang family's fortune belongs solely to us. Let us take your car. I reserve the front seat for women only. Tang Yu laughed heartily and then climbed into Tang Ruoyu's Bentley. Once inside, Tang Yu cast a glance at the rearview mirror. The vehicle belonging to the Huang family was trailing in the distance. Today, they had specifically brought the two individuals along to assist in the final tasks. It was imperative that all 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad remained. How much longer until we reach our destination? One of the gaunt men inquired, his 12 fingers leaving a striking impression upon first glance. Approximately 20 more minutes. We can prepare ourselves. No need to rush. Let's toy with him a bit, he replied, lighting a cigarette. Are you aware of the situation regarding Dragon Old 8? Yes, he is currently languishing in prison. The other 3 chuckled, the atmosphere within the Grim Reaper squad brimming with joviality. It is nothing short of a disgrace for Dragon Soul. He was always a useless wretch. Without clinging to Yi Chen's coattails, what qualifications did he have to be one of the 8 war generals? The gaunt man expressed his disdain, and the others nodded in agreement. As the elite force of the Dragon Soul organization, the Grim Reaper squad aspired to ascend the ranks and join the 8 war generals. Being overshadowed by someone like Dragon Old 8 was a source of considerable discontent. The gaunt man resumed his tirade against Yi Chen, while the other 3 chuckled cautiously. Mindful of the fact that he was the Dragon King, the task at hand today must be accomplished, but not for Yi Chen, rather, for young Master Lu. He asserted. The young Master Lu he referred to was Lu Junzuo, who ranked second among the 8 war generals of the Dragon Soul organization. He was a peer of Yi Chen and surpassed him in talent and skill across the board. Many believe that if it were not for Yi Chen's blood ties to the old Dragon King, he would not have held such a position. The position of the Dragon King should rightly be occupied by Lu Junzuo. The 4 members of the Death Squad can be regarded as Lu Junzuo's elite team. Today, once we successfully eliminate our target, we shall present his head to Lu Xiao. The individual who trampled upon Yi Chen has been effortlessly dispatched by Lu Xiao. A significant achievement indeed. Such an accomplishment will serve to demonstrate that Lu Xiao's capabilities far surpass those of Yi Chen. By establishing this grand feat for Lu Xiao, when he ascends to the throne of the Dragon King, the 4 of us shall become the 8 great generals. The gaunt-faced man spoke with increasing fervor. Brothers, we have endured alongside Lu Xiao for so long, and today is the day to build our legacy. The other 3 men were equally ignited with passion. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Chapter 66, is that all? Haven't you eaten? The 4 suddenly ignited with enthusiasm, nearly igniting the grass on the hillside. In their heightened excitement, the target finally appeared within their line of sight. As the vehicle approached within 20 meters, they surged forward like leopards. The gaunt-faced man raised his hand, and a dagger flew forth. The dagger pierced through the windshield just as Tang Ruoyu, the driver, was startled. Damn it, if I miss, I'm done for. He quickly slammed on the brakes and glared at Tang Yu in anger. Brother, someone is looking for trouble. I'll go down and have a word with them. The car was equipped with a dash cam, so he needed to stage this scene to prove his innocence. Go ahead. Tang Yu cast him a sidelong glance, a smirk playing on her lips, clearly aware that he was still acting. Tang Ruoyu felt a surge of exhilaration within him as he flung open the car door and charged towards the 4 members of the Death Squad. Despite his own lackluster combat prowess, however, upon reaching them, he was swiftly incapacitated by a swift chop to the neck delivered by one of the assailants. Tang Yu had already unbuckled his seatbelt and alighted from the vehicle. His gaze swept across the 4 figures, and with an impassive expression, he inquired, Did Yi Chen send you? For those destined to perish, what purpose does this knowledge serve? One of the shorter men scoffed derisively and lunged forward, throwing a punch at Tang Yu. As a pinnacle master of ancient martial arts at the Huang level, he deemed this so-called second-generation wealthy individual an easy target, capable of dispatching him with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, Tang Yu stood there, as calm as a tranquil breeze, allowing the punch to collide with his face. Following the impact, he remained motionless, leaving the short man momentarily stunned. Had his blow truly elicited no response? He was aware that even a formidable opponent of the Xian level would find it difficult to absorb such an attack without consequence. Was this truly it? Had he not eaten? Seeing the astonishment in the man's eyes, Tang Yu regarded him with a look of disdain akin to that one would cast upon refuse. This piercing gaze struck a deep blow to the short man's pride. Who did he think he was? An elite of the Death Squad, renowned throughout the mercenary world. When had a mere second-generation rich kid dared to mock him? Feel my tiger fist, he bellowed, unleashing his ultimate form of Xingyi Quan. This punch carried the strength to fell even a bull effortlessly. Yet, when it struck Tang Yu's chest, he remained utterly unfazed. He wore a dazed expression, struggling to comprehend that his full-force strike had failed to inflict any harm upon his opponent. You are feigning this, aren't you? The short man's lips quivered, unwilling to accept the scene before him. How could his fist, as large as a cooking pot, fail to affect another? Feigned? Tang Yu smiled coolly, his gaze growing increasingly contemptuous. The immovable Vajra technique, which he had painstakingly acquired from the system, was not something one could easily break. With the assistance of the Eagle Gang, he employed the Dragon and Tiger Fist. At that moment, the other three members of the Grim Reaper squad appeared equally bewildered. Their strengths were evenly matched, and witnessing their comrades' punches land without causing any damage left them in disbelief. One of them, with a hooked nose, shouted in anger. He lunged forward, appearing almost spectral, and struck at Tang Yu's left cheek with a powerful punch. Simultaneously, the short man leapt and aimed a punch at Tang Yu's right cheek. However, despite the dual assault, Tang Yu remained utterly unfazed. This time, the hook-nosed man was left flabbergasted. They had just executed a combined attack, yet it had failed to budge this individual, as both stared at him in stunned silence. Tang Yu took a deep breath and retaliated with two sharp slaps across their faces. Assistants, is it? Assassins, you say? Dragon Fist, you claim? Tiger Fist, do you? After delivering those stinging blows, both men felt a burning pain on their faces. The damage was not significant, but the humiliation was profoundly intense. They quickly retreated a couple of steps, their faces pale, fixated on Tang Yu. As seasoned fighters, why did he choose to demean them in such a manner instead of engaging in a proper confrontation? They were, after all, the formidable Grim Reaper squad. The success rate of executing tasks stands at an impressive 98%. When has one endured such humiliation? Let us go, shouted the man with the hawk-like nose. Each of them is formidable in their own right, but the synergy of their combined efforts renders them invincible. The other two, with fierce shouts, charged forward to encircle Tang Yu, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks. As peak practitioners of the yellow character realm, their prowess is indeed terrifying. The four surrounded Tang Yu, launching their assaults with a swiftness akin to fleeting shadows, nearly imperceptible to onlookers. At this moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were concealed several dozen meters away. Witnessing Tang Yu being besieged by the four, their hearts raced with trepidation. Father, these four are likely all peak experts of the yellow character realm, Huang Juanxia remarked, beads of cold sweat forming as he observed their speed and strength. It was only this year that he had become a genuine practitioner of ancient martial arts. Within the same realm, he surmised that he might struggle to contend even with one of those four. They were undoubtedly peak experts of the yellow character realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. He had entered the yellow character realm 15 years ago, yet he still felt far from its pinnacle. But what instilled greater fear within him was the sight of Tang Xiao, who remained completely still amidst the onslaught of the four. He resembled a towering tree, with their attacks akin to mere drizzle falling upon his trunk. What kind of strength must one possess to withstand the assault of four peak experts of the yellow character realm without sustaining any injury? The mysterious character realm? Certainly more than that. The earth character realm? It seems equally implausible. Could it be the legendary heavenly character realm? Huang Juanxia, too, speculated about Tang Yu's level of mastery, his voice trembling as he inquired, Father, do you think Tang Xiao possesses the strength of the earth character realm? At the very least. Huang Tianrui trembled with excitement. The mastery of the Xian realm seemed an unattainable pinnacle for him. A practitioner of the earth realm at such a young age was indeed unmatched across the globe. To be able to follow a formidable figure like this was an extraordinary fortune. With a mere gesture, would not both he and his son experience significant advancement in their cultivation? Listen well, from this day forth, we must obey young Master Tang without question. Even if he orders us to climb an electric pole, we shall not hesitate, do you understand? Huang Tianrui commanded, gazing intently at his son. Understood, Huang Juanxia replied, his expression grave. He recognized that this was an unprecedented opportunity in his life. But why did young Master Tang not retaliate? Why did he allow these insignificant beings to act so insolently? He turned to his father with a question. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment before responding, Fool, do you not see the depth of young Master Tang's intentions? A master of his caliber would never deign to engage with such trifles. He is deliberately allowing us to observe and learn. Understanding dawned upon Huang Juanxia, and he felt immense regret for his previous doubts regarding young Master Tang. Despite his poor attitude, Tang had graciously taken the time to guide him. This kindness weighed heavily upon his heart. Chapter 67. The vanishing memory. As the four assailants unleashed a tempest of attacks, Tang Yu remained utterly unperturbed. The impeccable mastery of the immutable king technique was extraordinarily effective. An invisible aura enveloped him, rendering their assaults as gentle as a breeze, leaving not a single wrinkle on his garments. Observing the increasingly terrified expressions on the faces of his attackers, Tang Yu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. After 5 minutes of relentless assault, the members of the Grim Reaper squad were on the brink of bewilderment. The limitations of human strength are inevitable. They are ancient warriors, yet they are not superhuman. Their vital energy and physical stamina will eventually be depleted. The man with the hawk-like nose, harboring sinister intentions, abandoned his assault upon realizing that their combined techniques were futile. Suddenly, a military dagger materialized in his hand, and he directed it menacingly at Tang Yu. No matter how resilient a man may be, there are always vulnerabilities. However, this time, he miscalculated. The razor-sharp dagger struck, but failed to penetrate even an inch. Almost immediately, he received a resounding slap across his face. "Do you dare to underestimate my defenses? Do you think I am as inept as Yi-Chen?" After delivering the slap, Tang Yu was about to make a move, but the four had already retreated at lightning speed, creating distance between them. Their expressions were filled with terror, gasping for breath, unable to comprehend the scene before them. They had exerted their utmost for a full 5 minutes, and even the most treacherous ambush had failed to harm this individual. Was this man a monster? As they witnessed Tang Yu's hand delve into his pocket, the four instantly tensed, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Could it be that this man was ready to strike? With their combined strength, would they have any chance of escaping? Then, they saw Tang Yu leisurely extract a cigarette from his pocket and light it. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring, nonchalantly stating, "You are all too weak. I have no interest in striking down the feeble. I fear that should I make a move, I might fail to eliminate you." "What do you mean by that?" The gaunt-faced man spoke, his teeth slightly trembling. This man exuded an overwhelming aura of pressure. Apart from the elder in their organization, he had never felt such an oppressive force from anyone else. If the Dragon King were to take their place, standing still for merely 2 minutes would surely result in their immediate demise. At this moment, the thoughts of the four were remarkably aligned. Had this man chosen to act, they would already be lifeless corpses. To put it plainly, all present were mere refuse. Observing the weakening resolve of the four, Tang Yu felt a profound satisfaction. His might was solely dependent on their imagination. He raised a hand high, causing the four to instinctively retreat a considerable distance. Simultaneously, the long-embarked Huang Tianrui and his son took notice. "Charge. Young Master Tang has commanded us to eliminate the trash." Huang Tianrui gestured, and the father-son duo swiftly advanced towards the 4 members of the Reaper squad. In terms of strength, each of the Reaper squad members surpassed the duo. However, the recent fierce battle had drained their vital energy and stamina entirely. Coupled with their overwhelming fear, they had become indistinguishable from ordinary individuals. Soon enough, the spirited father and son easily subdued the four. Once bound, Huang Tianrui and his son looked at Tang Yu with admiration and respect, inquiring, "Young Master Tang, what shall we do now?" Just as Tang Yu was about to instruct them to take the captives to the police station, his gaze suddenly fixated on one man's hands. This man possessed 12 fingers. A sudden realization struck him. There was indeed a bodyguard from a prominent family known for having 12 fingers, who bore a striking resemblance to the individual before him. This bodyguard belonged to a nefarious faction, and his fate had been sealed by Yi-Chen's fist. After intently scrutinizing the man for a moment, Tang Yu finally spoke. "What is your name?" I am Deng He." Before this formidable man, he had lost all will to fight. The blade is dull, the horse too lean. What could he possibly use to contend with him? Tang Yu couldn't help but shudder. Could it be that he truly matched up? This plot is utterly chaotic. Characters that haven't even appeared, yet are already on the scene. Moreover, they have become members of the Dragon Soul organization. With a head full of questions, Tang Yu took a deep breath and waved his hand, instructing, "Take him to the police station." "Understood, young Master Tang." Huang Tianrui and his son looked at Tang Yu with increasingly admiring eyes. As expected of young Master Tang, a true master who not only conceals his prowess, but also abides by the law. In the face of these disrespectful scoundrels, he was even unwilling to resort to extrajudicial measures. After Huang Tianrui and his son took the four away, the Grim Reaper squad knocked him out to clear his suspicions, and their methods were not gentle. What an opportunity! Tang Yu chuckled and rushed towards this traitor, launching a flurry of punches and kicks. since he was already unconscious. Why bother with courtesy? Bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Now that was his forte. As for killing this lad, Tang Yu had no such intentions. Why eliminate a misguided ally? After several minutes of relentless assault, Tang Yu felt invigorated. The unconscious Tang Ryu was left bloodied and battered, a sight too gruesome to behold. With a sharp whistle, Tang Yu tossed the young man into his car and drove him to the hospital. Not long after Tang Yu departed, a figure descended from a nearby tree, Ling Han, who had been covertly following him. She had been watching from the shadows the entire time, and her expression was now one of utter shock. She was well aware of the Grim Reaper squad's formidable strength. The four individuals, despite their relentless assault, were utterly exhausted yet failed to inflict any harm upon Tang Yu. The notion that her strength did not even reach the realm of the earthly domain was nothing short of absurd. It dawned on her why Tang Xiaoming was aware of her identity, yet chose to keep her by his side. It was precisely because he possessed formidable power. With his capabilities, eliminating her would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist, yet he harbored no such intention. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me? Ling Han mused aloud, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. If it were not for such sentiments, how could he possibly know so much about her? Only a man of Tang Xiao's caliber would regard her as deserving of a life as an ordinary girl. Only he would possess the right to think so. Should he insist on giving her a back rub again, she might just relent. After escorting Tang Ryu to the hospital, that old scoundrel was promptly whisked away to the emergency room for urgent care. The narrative had taken a bizarre turn. Curse this plot. What is going on? She pondered. System, what is the current situation? Why are characters that have yet to make their appearance already showing up? Beep. The plot has derailed. Please exercise caution, host. The system's cold voice reverberated in her mind. A derailed plot? What does the future hold? Tang Yu inquired, her brows knitting together. When the narrative slips from control, it signifies that the real danger has only just begun. At that moment, peculiar images flashed through her mind, each depicting her demise at the hands of various individuals. A crimson numeral materialized before her eyes, 299. Her expression shifted to one of bewilderment. System, where is my reward? Tang Yu grumbled, still oblivious to the events that had transpired. Beep, the reward has been delivered. The system's voice echoed once more. However, this time, the system's voice seemed to bear a hint of weakness. Tang Yu's mind did not conjure any new abilities, and there was nothing of interest around him. Delivered? To where? To whom? Damn system, are you mocking me with your rewards? Tang Yu vented his frustrations for several minutes, yet the system remained indifferent. Meanwhile, a package sent in Tang Yu's name had already been placed on a flight bound for Africa. Chapter 68. The Loyal Hygiene Africa, Burkina Faso. Translated into Huaxiao language as the land of the virtuous. After being entrusted with significant responsibilities by young Master Tang, Hygiene found himself quite content with his work. With ample pay, minimal tasks, and no oversight, he enjoyed leisurely afternoons, wrapping up his day by 3 o'clock for tea. That was until he received news a few days ago. The Tang family had suddenly begun spending lavishly to recruit skilled individuals, specifically ancient martial artists. This revelation struck him hard. As the former captain of the bodyguards, he realized his own abilities were woefully inadequate. He wasn't even an ancient martial artist. How could he protect young Master Tang? Determined to inspire his own progress, he embarked on a rigorous training regimen. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Mr. He, there is a package for you, sent by young Master Tang. Sent by young Master Tang? Hygine's spirits lifted instantly as he hurriedly accepted the package, handling it with utmost care as he unwrapped it. Inside, he discovered a finely crafted Namuid box. Upon opening it, he found an ancient-looking book titled Dragon Elephant Technique. As he cautiously flipped through its pages, tears streamed down his face. Tang Xiao must be constantly aware of himself. He understands that after diligent training, he has procured an ancient martial arts manual for himself. As a martial artist, he is acutely aware of the immense value of this manuscript, a treasure that money cannot buy. Moreover, the dragon elephant art does not impose excessively high requirements for martial arts aptitude. With perseverance and hard work, one day he can cultivate himself into an ancient warrior. In gratitude to Tang Xiao, Hygiene can only repay with his life. Choking back tears, Hygiene wiped his face and shouted at his subordinates, starting tomorrow, find me 100 young individuals with martial arts potential in the local area. I shall cultivate an elite force for Tang Xiao. At the He family's private hospital, Yichen lay on the hospital bed, his countenance fraught with anxiety and an inexplicable sense of unease. The death squad had approached their target and commenced their operation 5 hours ago. However, he had yet to receive any news, which left him perplexed and bewildered. This was the death squad. Although the 4 members were not as strong as he, their combined attack techniques were formidable. Even if they could not defeat the enemy, they should be capable of retreating unscathed. Yet, until now, not a single one had reached out to him. With each passing moment, his anxiety intensified. Tang, I refuse to believe that you possess the capability to thwart the death squad. He clenched his fists, gritting his teeth in frustration. However, as his emotions surged, a sharp pain shot through his wound, causing him to gasp and quickly relax his body, wary of allowing his feelings to overwhelm him. The wound had already torn once. A second rupture would be troublesome. She looked at Yi Chen and spoke with a gentle tone. Mr. Yi, have you called for me regarding something? Miss He, I would like you to help me investigate a situation. I have dispatched 4 subordinates who have now gone missing. Yi Chen let out a bitter smile. Just as he was about to clarify the circumstances, a man's voice echoed from outside the door. No need to search. They have already been taken to prison. Following this, a strikingly handsome young man, exuding a hint of mischief, sauntered into the room. Upon entering, he regarded Yi Chen with keen interest, his gaze laced with amusement. The formidable Dragon King, reduced to fleeing in disgrace? How utterly ridiculous. Upon seeing the young man, Yi Chen's expression shifted dramatically. His brow furrowed as he inquired, Junior brother, weren't you on a mission in France? When did you arrive? I arrived today, Lu Junzuo replied with a slight smile. The master is already aware of the incident involving the Reaper squad, and he has sent me to assist you. Yi Chen's heart sank at these words. Had the Reaper squad truly encountered trouble? Even more concerning was the fact that the old man had dispatched Lu Junzuo to him. What could this possibly signify? His expression became inscrutable, his emotions swirling in turmoil. The master instructed me to tell you to focus on your recovery. Once you are well, you are to head to Yanjing. I will take care of matters in Suzhou and Hangzhou, Lu Junzuo said, his smile betraying a hint of disdain. Upon confirming this news, Yi Chen's face turned pale. What could the old man possibly mean? After scrutinizing Lu Junzuo for a moment, his pupils constricted as he asked, have you broken through? Lu Junzuo flashed a devilish grin and nodded. His current strength had reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm, merely a step away from the D realm. While Yi Chen remained in the mid-stages of the Xian realm, a repeatedly unsuccessful individual, lacking in strength compared to his peers, still dares to aspire to the title of Dragon King? Thus, my master has dispatched me. This presents a splendid opportunity for demonstration. The position of Dragon King shall undoubtedly be claimed by Lu Junzuo. Yi Chen remained silent, his countenance darkened, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. So, Lu Junzuo seeks to usurp my rightful place as Dragon King? Just wait until I achieve a breakthrough in my realm. Your demise will soon follow. As for my senior brother, he may take his time to recuperate. I shall take my leave for now. Lu Junzuo, with a charming smile, bid farewell and exited the hospital room. Henceforth, Mr. Lu shall oversee matters here in Suang. Indeed, Lu Junzuo's lips curled into a devilish smile. As a fellow disciple, he too possessed the knack for a bewitching grin. The distinction lay in the fact that Yi Chen raised the left corner of his mouth, while he favored the right. Turning a dismal situation into a winning game is no simple feat. The predicament of the Longchen group could only be described as dire. The He family, without a doubt, would refrain from intervening, avoiding unnecessary troubles. What Yi Chen can achieve, I can accomplish. What Yi Chen cannot, I, Lu Junzuo, shall also master. With an air of arrogance, Lu Junzuo smiled, his fingers brushing against a piece of dragon-patterned jade hanging from his neck. This jade, acquired fortuitously at the age of 7, had been stained with his blood during a nosebleed, inadvertently activating it and granting him a legacy of ancient martial arts. By his estimation, the legacy was bequeathed by an ancient martial master of the legendary heavenly realm. Thus, he harbored complete confidence that he would surely ascend to that level in the future. The position of Dragon King was his for the taking. Upon arriving in Suang, he would deftly navigate this dismal game on behalf of the inept Yi Chen. He covets both possessions and women, seizing them all for himself. Chapter 69. Are you playing games again? In the office of the general manager at the Tang Corporation, Qiyin was engrossed in a shooting game, accompanied by a freshly delivered bucket of KFC and a bottle of soda. After Tang Yu entered and patted her shoulder, he remarked, Qiyin, are you playing games again? Take a break. Ugh, I've died. It's all your fault, Tang Xiao. Qiyin lamented, her face reflecting her dismay as the screen turned black. So what if I've died? I've been playing all day. You should rest for a bit. Tang Yu sighed, contemplating. Does this silly girl really need to take it so seriously every day? Upon hearing Tang Yu's unspoken thoughts, Chi Yin felt a tinge of embarrassment. Am I perhaps a bit too absorbed in my work lately? To mask her awkwardness, she clutched the bucket of fried chicken and offered, Tang Xiao, would you like some? No, thanks. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and asked, do you know what day it is today? Is it Crazy Thursday at KFC? Tang Yu reached out to touch his forehead, thinking, goodness, I hope she doesn't play games so much that it dulls her mind. I remember she never was particularly bright. With that kind of appearance and still not clever, this child is doomed. Am I not clever? Chi Yin retorted, her expression darkening. I am quite intelligent. You know, while others take at least 3 months to finish these games, I can do it in about a month. I've even broken several records. Today is your birthday. Tang Yu sighed, feeling compelled to remind her. Oh, indeed. Recently, she had become so engrossed in her work that she nearly forgot today was her birthday. Yet, as an assassin, the notion of a birthday held little significance for her. Tang Yu's sudden mention of it warmed her heart slightly. Such concern felt like an unattainable luxury to her. Company policy dictated that employees' birthdays be celebrated, and since I happen to have some free time today, let us commemorate yours. Tang Yu chuckled at Chi Yin with a playful smile. This foolish girl has been at it for so long. She must have nearly acquired all the necessary information. Once these materials reach that imbecile Yi Chun, it won't be long before they prove useful. In that case, I must find a way to draw this naive girl to my side. Chi Yin gazed at Tang Yu, bewildered. Tang Xiao, to win her over to his side? Such a fortunate turn of events. Ever since she eavesdropped on Tang Xiao's thoughts during their first encounter, she had begun to trace leads to investigate the Tang family. After a series of inquiries, she indeed uncovered information about her father. His name was Qi Hong. Over 30 years ago, he had fallen afoul of a powerful figure and was hunted down. In a desperate situation, he was rescued by the patriarch of the Tang family and subsequently became the captain of their bodyguard team. He was fiercely loyal to the Tang family and had saved the old man twice. The Tang family held immense trust in him. Tang Yu's father shared a brotherly bond with him. After serving the Tang family for over a decade, he suddenly vanished. And despite the family's efforts to locate him for years, they found no trace. After several years, a pregnant woman arrived at the Tang family, claiming to be Qi Hong's wife. The Tang family naturally took in the pregnant woman and treated her with great kindness. Less than 6 months after the woman gave birth to her daughter, she vanished without a trace. Subsequently, Chi Yin found herself unable to uncover any further details, as the records from the Tang family were limited. This led her to a firm conclusion. Tang Xiao and the Tang family were certainly not her adversaries. Rather, they had bestowed significant kindness upon her family. How could Chi Yin ever repay their kindness with ingratitude? Tang Xiao is planning to celebrate my birthday? Would that not be somewhat inappropriate? What could possibly be inappropriate? You have been at the company for quite some time now, diligently working day in and day out, making substantial contributions to our endeavors. Thanks to you, the progress of our gaming projects has been nothing short of meteoric. You are indeed the foremost benefactor of the Tang Group. This birthday celebration must be arranged personally by me, Tang Yu declared with unwavering conviction. Indeed, my brother wants you to experience what it truly means to have a good boss, she continued. That miser, Yi Chun, has you handling all the dangerous tasks while pocketing a mere few thousand each month. They say hardship cultivates the mind, but to hell with that. Any capitalist witnessing your plight would shed tears. With Tang Xiao, you'll dine like royalty, enjoying 9 meals a day. Very well, thank you, Tang Xiao. Chi Yin felt a warmth in her heart. Tang Xiao truly cared for her. She had contemplated revealing her true intentions to him. Yet each day spent eavesdropping on Tang Yu's heartfelt musings made her hesitant. She feared that directly confessing her loyalty would lead Tang Xiao to perceive her as disingenuous, given his sometimes expansive imagination. Thus, all she could do was assist him from the shadows, such as by delivering fabricated documents in secret regarding the Dragon Soul organization. Her heart is now filled solely with doubt and disdain. Aware of the gratitude she owes to the Tang family, she questions why she would repay their kindness with malice. Very well, let us take a brief respite before we embark on our journey. First, I shall select a birthday gift for you, and then we shall indulge in a sumptuous feast, Tang Yu remarked with a cheerful smile. What should I gift you? Perhaps a year's supply of papaya milk? Though I have heard its effects are rather insignificant. The Qiseng Tianjing does contain a similar prescription. For her condition, it would be prudent to first clear her meridians. However, If I were to employ manual techniques to assist her, she might very well sever my hand. Alas, I am overly compassionate, unable to bear the sight of a girl leading a mundane existence. It is unfortunate that I possess medical skills yet find no outlet to apply them. Qi shuddered slightly. Tang Xiao, you genuinely care for me, do you not? Yet privately, she had experimented with various remedies. In her previous life as an assassin, she was indifferent, even finding such matters convenient. Now, having embraced a more ordinary existence, she felt compelled to acquire some semblance of grace. Thus, she had secretly tried drinking papaya milk and found it ineffective. Could the meridian-clearing Tang Xiao mention truly be beneficial? Her cheeks flushed as she silently chastised herself. What am I thinking? After departing from the office, Tang Yu ushered Qi into his sports car, heading towards a grand shopping mall. First, I shall procure a birthday gift for you, and then we shall shop for some clothing. As a young lady, it is only fitting that you occasionally learn to adorn yourself, Tang Yu teased playfully as he drove. Alas, this foolish girl, while commendable as an assassin, is somewhat unconventional as a woman. The dressing style is somewhat unrefined. I have yet to see her don a short skirt or anything of the sort. With such exquisite beauty, failing to adorn herself and enhance the aesthetics of the city is nothing short of a crime. Thank you, Tang Xiao, Qi replied. Her cheeks flushed with gratitude, feeling a twinge of warmth in her heart. Throughout her life, Tang Xiao was the first person who wished for her to embrace the essence of an ordinary girl, rather than merely aspiring to be an exceptional assassin. Chapter 70. You should strum the strings of the zither, not the strings of my heart. Rest assured, your boss possesses impeccable taste. Today, I shall transform you into the most radiant sister in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Tang Yu chuckled enthusiastically. You must be bold and open, breaking free from your former self. Perhaps dressing her in cosplay attire wouldn't be a bad idea, he mused. Considering her assets, that outfit from Qiong Mei should suit her perfectly. A pair of black stockings would be the finishing touch. Qi listened, utterly bewildered and somewhat disheartened. She had no comprehension of these matters. The world of anime and cosplay felt alien to her. Her existence revolved solely around missions and mortality. Upon arriving at the shopping mall, Tang Yu parked the car and guided Qi inside. This mall was a property of the Tang family, catering to a high-end clientele, exclusively featuring luxury brands. After entering, they ascended to the third floor via the elevator, where Tang Yu was quite familiar with the surroundings. He led Qi with ease into a music store named Kinuit. Upon noticing the arrival of customers, a female sales associate promptly approached them, bowing and greeting. Welcome. What may I assist you with today? Please take me to see the guitars, Qi requested. Tang Yu smiled and replied, all right. The female sales assistant nodded repeatedly, momentarily lost in thought upon catching sight of Tang Yu's handsome visage. This customer possesses quite the charm. She led the two to the guitar section and inquired, what type of guitar are you interested in? Classical, folk, or electric? Which do you prefer? Tang Yu turned to Qi with a smile. In the storyline, Qi harbored a deep-seated yearning for a normal life. Few would relish a life spent amidst blades and bloodshed. Her passion lay in music, particularly the guitar. Yet this instrument seemed fated to remain out of her reach. Thus, gifting her a guitar for her birthday felt utterly fitting. Qi, beaming with joy, began her selection. After a while, she ultimately chose a pale yellow handcrafted classical guitar. This one, she exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as if she had obtained a rare treasure. Her radiant and pure smile resembled an iris quietly blooming in a secluded valley. Tang Yu, momentarily entranced, felt his heart race involuntarily. Why does this silly girl look so enchanting when she smiles? Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, a hint of shyness flickered across Qi face. Such genuine admiration touched her deeply, leaving her elated. My dear, your taste is impeccable. This is the last Smorman classical guitar in our store. As it is custom-made by hand, each piece requires nearly 2 years of waiting. The sales assistant also beamed with delight. This guitar was the most expensive in the shop, and selling it would yield a substantial commission. May I give it a try first? Qi inquired, lifting her gaze. Certainly, the tuning has been perfected. Feel free to experiment, both of you, the saleswoman replied with a warm smile, her demeanor exceedingly courteous. Qi beamed with delight, found her rhythm, and began to play. Soon, a lively melody filled the air. Tang Yu, seated nearby, quietly admired her, his attention fixated on Qi face. In that moment, as she played the guitar, her expression was one of pure concentration and joy. She no longer resembled a formidable femme fatale, but rather an endearing girl next door. Upon finishing a piece, she looked at Tang Yu with a bright smile and asked, "How was that, Tang Xiao?" "Quite impressive," Tang Yu praised, giving her a thumbs up. "Your technique is impeccable. Though there was a slight misstep. You should strum the strings, not tug at a man's heartstrings," he mused inwardly. Hearing his thoughts, Qi Yin's cheeks flushed slightly. Why does he always say such things? Can't he tone down the flattery a bit? "How much is it?" Tang Yu inquired, pulling out his wallet and presenting a credit card. "Hello, esteemed guest. The total is 370,000, the saleswoman promptly stated, retrieving her card reader to process the payment. After completing the transaction, she was about to hand the receipt to Tang Yu when a striking woman entered. Her bag in tow. With wine-red hair and captivating beauty, she garnered attention as she walked, her figure drawing the eye. "Good day, how may I assist you?" The saleswoman greeted, bowing respectfully upon the woman's arrival. The woman brandished a sleek black membership card and remarked, "I am a black gold member of your store. I heard you have a Smoman guitar available. Bring it to me," she commanded. The female sales associate glanced at the membership card and confirmed it was indeed the highest tier, a black gold membership, inscribed with the owner's name. However, her expression faltered slightly. "I'm afraid, Miss Xiao, that the Smoman has just been sold." "Sold?" Xiao Meiyun's brows knitted together, her demeanor darkening instantly. Upon noticing Qi Yin cradling a Smoman guitar, she directed the sales associate with authority. She had scoured 2 stores for this particular Smoman, needed for her upcoming live stream in a few days. The sales associate, taken aback by such an unexpected demand, awkwardly replied, "I'm sorry, but this request does not align with our store policies." Before she could finish, Xiao Meiyun, with a scowl, delivered a stinging slap, rebuking her. "As a black gold member, do you dare lecture me on rules? Do you have any idea how much I've spent in your store? You, a pauper, will never earn what I have." The sales associate, suddenly struck, felt her face swell with indignation and humiliation. She took a few steps back, covering her face, and could only murmur a meek apology to Xiao Meiyun. The music shop where she worked was a prestigious national chain, and to qualify as a black gold member required expenditures exceeding 5 million. Such a client was far beyond the scope of her authority to offend. Tang Yu frowned. She was the mistress of a certain antagonist, originally intended to provoke Yi Chun here. The narrative was set for a confrontation where the enraged Dragon King, Yi Chun, would retaliate against her, leading to an escalation of conflict with the antagonist. Thus, the familiar tropes of arrogance, humiliation, and vendetta were primed to unfold. A remarkable opportunity had arisen for Yi Chun to be ensnared in a trap. Tang Yu chuckled to herself, devising a mischievous scheme, and deliberately settled in to observe the unfolding drama. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over, inquiring, "Several guests, I am the manager, Chen Zhizhuan. What seems to be the issue?" Xiao Meiyun, her gaze fixed on him, expressed her dissatisfaction. "How does your establishment train its staff?" "She is here instructing me on the rules." Upon noticing Xiao Meiyun's black gold membership card, Chen Zhizhuan's expression shifted. He turned to the saleswoman, Lu Xiuqin, reprimanding her sharply. "Have you lost your mind? Who gave you the authority to speak to a customer in such a manner? Apologize to this guest immediately." "But these 2 guests have already paid for the guitar. Miss Xiao is asking for a refund to sell it to her." Lu Xiuqin, covering her face, wept in distress. Before she could finish her explanation, Chen Zhizhuan, visibly irritated, interrupted. "Do you not comprehend human language? Apologize to this young lady at once, or get out of my sight. If you force her to apologize, then from this day forth, your store shall cease operations in Suzhou and Hangzhou." Tang Yu interjected suddenly. Chen Zhizhuan cast a scornful glance at Tang Yu, mocking, "And who might you be? Do you think you have the power to threaten our establishment's presence in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Do you even know who our boss is?" Xiao Meiyun joined in with biting sarcasm. "What are you, a pauper? Do you think you have the right to speak here? You believe you can dictate whether our shop remains open? Are you even worthy? And you," she continued, "release my Smorman, dressed like a country bumpkin. Do you think this is something you can handle? If this affects my live broadcast, I will expose you online and ruin your reputation." After expressing her anger, she attempted to snatch the guitar from Qi Yin's embrace. Qi Yin's gaze turned icy, just as Xiao Meiyun reached out. Tang Yu swiftly stood up and delivered a powerful slap. Chapter 71. I, Tang Beixian, have no need to justify my actions to you. After being struck, Xiao Meiyun staggered back, her face filled with astonishment. Following that, she let out a shriek and lunged at Tang Yu, aiming to claw at her face. However, before she could reach her target, Tang Yu had already kicked her in the stomach. Knocked to the ground, Xiao Meiyun clutched her abdomen and cried out in pain. Realizing the disparity in combat prowess between herself and Tang Yu, she screeched, "Do you dare to hit a woman? Are you even a man?" Tang Yu pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag before responding, "I apologize, but I believe in gender equality. I strike anyone who provokes me." She added, "Though we share the same status as antagonists, your level is quite pitiable." Beside them, Yin nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of the claim of gender equality. At that moment, a young man entered, accompanied by an elderly gentleman dressed in traditional attire. Upon seeing Xiao Meiyun on the floor, the young man's expression darkened, and he hurried over. "Han Xiao, please help me seek revenge. This despicable man hit me." Xiao Meiyun cried, scrambling to her feet, her eyes brimming with tears. This young man was her benefactor, the source of her audacity. Having become his woman, she had caused considerable trouble, but no matter the issue, Han Xiao could resolve it with a mere phone call. The young man, referred to as Han Xiao by her, possessed a pair of prominent ears and bore a rather naive countenance. Upon witnessing the swollen visage of Xiao Meiyun, his heart ached profoundly, prompting him to console her. "Do not cry, my dear. I shall avenge you." His expression then darkened as he fixed a cold gaze upon Tang Yu, stating, "You have quite the audacity to lay hands on a woman of mine, do you?" Upon hearing the name Han Mingxian, Tang Yu felt a surge of elation. Finally, the rightful heir had arrived. This individual was not from Suang, but rather the second young master of the esteemed Han family from Yinjing. The Han family was a first-rate clan in Yinjing, far surpassing any prominent family in Suang. His visit to Suang was for an auction, but prior to its commencement, he had already made an enemy of Yi Chun. During the auction, he had intentionally clashed with the Dragon King Yi Chun over a coveted treasure, resulting in a conflict. In the aftermath, he sought to employ underhanded means against Yi Chun, who harbored the same intentions, ultimately leading to his demise. Moreover, the Han family had ties to the tragic annihilation of the Yi family in years past, marking them as adversaries. The enemy of my enemy does not necessarily become my ally. Thus, he resolved to make a decision that contravened his ancestral values, to feign allegiance as Yi Chen's subordinate and declare war on the Han family. He regarded his opponent with a mocking smile and proclaimed, "I, Tang Beixian, owe no explanations to the likes of you. Seems you possess quite the courage," he continued. Addressing Elder Zhou, "First, break both of his hands." Han Mingxian chuckled derisively, raising a hand to signal the elder behind him to take action. He had encountered many who mistook their trivial connections for significance. Conversing with them was utterly futile. Only when they tasted defeat would they comprehend the kind of individuals worthy of their respect. The elderly man clad in traditional Tang attire nodded and approached Tang Yu. Upon noticing his arrival, Yin, who stood behind, exhibited a subtle change in demeanor. She discerned that this old man was a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Though his strength was modest, he still belonged to the Huang rank. How could the ordinary Tang Xiao possibly contend with such an opponent? Just as she was poised to intervene, a middle-aged man strode in from outside. It was Huang Juanxia, the newly appointed martial arts bodyguard for the Tang family. Ever since witnessing Tang Xiao's unfathomable prowess during their last encounter, he had willingly assumed the role of Tang Xiao's personal bodyguard, or rather, his attendant. He understood all too well that his own capabilities were insufficient to safeguard Tang Xiao. His purpose was merely to eliminate some trifling threats. After all, a master of the D rank like Tang Xiao would not readily engage in combat. As he entered with purpose, he cast a cold, mocking gaze at the elderly man. "Do you truly think you are worthy to challenge our Tang Xiao?" The old man's expression hardened as he retorted with a sneer. "What makes you think your family's useless young master is beyond my reach?" With that, he unleashed a swift series of 5 lightning-fast strikes aimed at Tang Yu. Yin reacted instinctively, but it was already too late, as they were perilously close. Just as she was about to exact vengeance for Tang Xiao, she was taken aback to see him standing motionless, his demeanor calm as he regarded the old man. "Is that all you've got?" The old man stumbled back 2 steps, his expression shifting to one of caution as he scrutinized Tang Yu. As an ancient martial artist, he knew that his previous flurry of strikes should have been sufficient to incapacitate the young man for life. Yet, why had the opponent not moved an inch? Even his attire bore not a single wrinkle, as if he had not been struck at all. "Continue. I, Tang Beixian, do not bully the inept." "I shall grant you 3 more chances to strike," Tang Yu remarked casually. "Old Zhou, what are you doing? Do not hold back. If you happen to kill him, I shall take care of the aftermath," Han Mingxian exclaimed, his expression one of utter discontent as he stood behind. The elderly figure known as Old Zhou found himself in a predicament. His previous attack had indeed been somewhat restrained, yet it had yielded no damage whatsoever. This was utterly perplexing. Taking a deep breath, he lunged forward, delivering a kick aimed at Tang Yu's temple. In that instant, the force behind his kick was immense. Even a stone would shatter upon impact. Yet, Tang Yu remained utterly unmoved. There are still 2 opportunities remaining, Tang Yu declared, holding up 2 fingers. At this moment, old Zhou was genuinely astonished. He had exerted 11/10 of his strength in that last strike. Qi Yin, witnessing the scene, was equally bewildered. Her prowess lay within the Xin realm, granting her a perspective far superior to that of the elderly man. Had she not defended herself, she too would have sustained grave injuries from that blow. Tang Xiao, what on earth is happening? Could it be that he is the concealed master? Huang Juanxiao, however, was unfazed. He had witnessed Tang Xiao withstand the combined assault of 4 formidable opponents for several minutes without so much as a scratch. How could a mere Huang realm elder hope to injure Tang Xiao? With Tang Xiao's capabilities, even in the most mundane circumstances, he could effortlessly withstand such an attack. Even if you were given 100 chances, it would be futile. Tang Xiao, a master of the D realm, is not someone as insignificant as you can harm. He admonished, fixing his gaze upon the elderly man. The earthly realm. Old Zhou trembled slightly at these words, cold sweat dampening his back. Having exerted himself fully without managing to unsettle Tang Yu, he had already entertained this possibility in his mind. He swallowed hard. Could there truly exist such a young adept of the earthly realm? No wonder he could not inflict harm upon him. No wonder he disdainfully refrained from immediate retaliation. Would a rational person rush to strike when a child comes to playfully tussle? Certainly not. Masters possess their own pride. He comprehended this state of mind. At that moment, he lacked the courage to strike again, his gaze towards Tang Yu filled with fear and admiration. To witness such a young prodigy was worth a lifetime. Young Master Han, what is the earthly realm? Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xiao Meiyan whispered. Silence, Han Mingxian replied, his face pale with anger. And he swiftly struck her several times across the face. Despite her swollen cheeks, Xiao Meiyan dared not even weep, trembling as she looked at young Master Han. What was troubling him? Why was he so furious? Chapter 72. Aiding Yi Chun in cultivating hatred. At this moment, Han Mingxian was not merely inclined to strike Xiao Meiyan. He harbored thoughts of eliminating this wretched woman entirely. As a scion of the Han family, he was well versed in the matters of the world and fully understood the significance of an adept of the earthly realm. Such a master would command respect, even from his grandfather. In the realm of ancient martial arts, an adept of the earthly realm is undoubtedly a formidable figure. To offend such a master over a worthless woman would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the individual claiming to be Tang Beixian was remarkably youthful. The terror he inspired was indeed overwhelming. Upon witnessing that the elder Zhou's back was drenched in cold sweat, Han Mingxian realized he had to step forward. Otherwise, should the other party become enraged, his demise would be inevitable. He approached Tang Yu, his voice trembling as he spoke. Mr. Tang, today I, Han Mingxian, have shown a lack of discernment. I hail from the Han family in Yanjing, and if Mr. Tang. Before he could finish, Tang Yu's gaze sharpened. And he coldly interjected, you are from the Han family in Yanjing? Yes, Mr. Tang. Do you perhaps know my elders? Han Mingxuan's heart leapt with joy. If that were the case, today's matter could be easily resolved. Ah, the Han family? Tang Yu scoffed. Do you still recall the Yi family of Yanjing? The Yi family? Han Mingxian pondered for a moment before recollecting the once mighty Yi family that dominated Yanjing. Indeed, only they had the right to bear the name Yi. However, the Yi family had met a tragic end over 20 years ago. It seems you remember, Tang Yu continued. My elder brother, Yi Chun, shall return like a bolt of lightning to exact revenge on those families that participated in the massacre of the Yi family. The first to face his wrath will be your Han family. Han Mingxuan's face turned pale with fear. Who is Yu Chun? That a young master of such caliber in the earth realm would refer to him as brother? Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he gritted his teeth and addressed Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou, I must trouble you to take action. Upon hearing that he might escape this calamity, Elder Zhou felt an immense relief within. He decisively stepped beside his young master and delivered 2 powerful strikes, shattering his young master's arm. Ah, let the young master perish. But let the old man live. The excruciating pain caused Han Mingxian to faint on the spot. He hastily supported his young master, looking at Tang Yu with a humble smile, and said, Mr. Tang, may I take my leave now? You should leave both your hands behind. Tang Yu replied indifferently. Zhou Lao, who had just been secretly rejoicing, was now rendered speechless. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and struck his left hand with his right fist, breaking it. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he looked at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression and said, "Mr. Tang, I only have one arm left. I cannot break it myself. Allow me." Huang Juanxia immediately offered, stepping forward to deliver a merciless punch. The sound of Zhou Lao's arm snapping echoed as he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, cursing inwardly at the kind-hearted fool. "Damn it, the well-meaning," Tang Yu remarked coldly. Zhou Lao could only retreat in disgrace, dragging his young master away by the collar with his teeth, akin to a cat carrying its kitten, his mood utterly dismal. Initially, he had accompanied his young master to Suzhou and Hangzhou for an auction, but after this incident, they had no choice but to return to Yanjing. It seemed that peace would elude them in Yanjing from now on. Witnessing his benefactor in such a state of decline, Xiao Meiyun, her face swollen from the blows, quickly covered her face and fled alongside them. Tang Yu paid her no mind, instead casting a benevolent glance at Huang Juanxia. This lad, ever since he witnessed Tang Yu in action with the death squad, had transformed into a remarkable lackey, firmly believing himself to be a master at the earthly realm. Tang Yu was quite pleased with his delusions. This was precisely the effect he desired. Keeping him close would serve to enhance his own aura. Now that the news had spread, he could return to Yanjing, feigning weakness while plotting in the shadows. Ha ha ha. As for the Han family seeking to trouble me, it is of no consequence. What does my relationship with Tang Yu have to do with your pursuit of Tang Beixian? Beside me, Qi Yin wore a look of unease. Young Master Tang is not only a formidable expert, but also adept at employing underhanded tactics. At present, she has yet to fully uncover the truth from years past. Yet in her heart, she has already considered herself a member of the Tang family. Thus, she relished the idea of Yichen facing adversity. For who could blame him for crossing paths with young Master Tang? Who was fighting here? At that moment, several security personnel clad in uniforms rushed over. The commotion from the shop had alarmed the neighboring businesses, prompting someone to notify security. Upon their arrival, the lead security officer promptly recognized Tang Yu and respectfully addressed her. "Young Master Tang, what brings you here?" "I received a report from a merchant stating that trouble was brewing. I am the one causing the disturbance." Tang Yu pointed at the shopkeeper, Chen Zhizhuan. "Contact their boss. Either dismiss this individual from the store and appoint this young lady as the manager, or your music store shall cease operations in Suzhou and Hangzhou." "Understood, young Master Tang," the security captain quickly acquiesced. Just 2 minutes after Tang Yu and her companion departed, Chen Zhizhuan's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly, and he said, "Hello, Mr. Wang. This is Chen Zhizhuan. You, Chen, are nothing but a disgrace. Get out of the store within 5 minutes, or your salary for the month is gone." The voice on the other end erupted in a torrent of abuse. Chen Zhizhuan's face turned pale. He wished to plead, but the call was already disconnected. Meanwhile, a saleswoman named Lu Xiuqin received a WeChat notification, informing her of her appointment as the new store manager. After confirming repeatedly that it was not a deception, tears of joy streamed down her face. Unfortunately, the handsome young man had already vanished, leaving her unable to express her gratitude. After leaving the music store with Qi Yin, Tang Yu took her shopping for clothes, dining, and enjoying some time at an arcade. Unlike previous years, which she spent immersed in missions, this birthday was strikingly different. She had changed into a charming JK uniform, and Tang Yu had even asked the shop assistant to style her hair into playful twin ponytails. Now, she resembled a sweet and naive schoolgirl, her demeanor markedly transformed. The only thing that slightly dissatisfied her was the skirt's length, which seemed a tad too short. Nevertheless, she was elated. Observing Qi Yin's radiant happiness, Tang Yu could tell that this was no mere pretense. She was genuinely joyful. "Oh, silly girl, what days you must have endured in the past. Finding such delight in simple pleasures like eating, drinking, and shopping," he mused inwardly. "Is there anything else you'd like to eat or do?" Tang Yu inquired with a smile. Qi Yin, beaming with contentment, replied that she was already utterly satisfied with the day's joy. Qi Yin resided in an upscale apartment building near the company. Upon arriving at the building, they carried their belongings inside. At her doorstep, Qi Yin used her fingerprint lock to open the door and ushered Tang Yu in. The interior exuded a stark and monotonous ambience. Aside from the furniture, there were no decorative items, far from what one would expect from a young woman's room. After a quick glance, Tang Yu chuckled. There's no need for such effort. Thank you, Tang Xiao. I am already quite content." Qi Yin promptly shook her head. Accustomed as she was to the simplicity, why be overly courteous to your boss? Tang Yu lightly flicked her forehead and greeted her before departing. After Tang Yu left, Shi-in gazed around the empty room, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Suddenly recalling something, she retrieved her phone and found a photograph. The picture was a snapshot of her and Tang Yu taken earlier today while shopping at the mall. After a moment's hesitation, she chuckled softly and set the photo as her phone's wallpaper. Chapter 73. Cultivating a new pawn regarding the incident at the music store today. He was not at all concerned that Shi-in would inform Yu-chen. Whether he found out or not was irrelevant, after all. They could no longer endure their current situation. He planned to gather all the necessary information about Chi-yin's parents in the coming days to rescue her from her plight. As for Ling Han, Tang Yu had yet to devise a strategy for that. He had a recollection of the issues surrounding her family. But gathering evidence would be exceedingly troublesome after all these years. He resolved to take things slowly, one step at a time. Tang Yu exhaled a smoke ring, pondering internally. System, what about the rewards for the music store scenario? Ding. The reward, Soul Reading Eye, has been issued. Please check. Host. The system's voice resonated slowly. Oh? Tang Yu had anticipated yet another trivial reward, but this announcement brought him a surge of enthusiasm. He promptly inquired about the function of this new ability. It could be activated when the target was mentally unstable, allowing for brainwashing and control. Upon reading the details, Tang Yu inhaled sharply. This peculiar system oscillated between the mundane and the extraordinary. It was truly unpredictable. He felt that the previously strained father-son dynamic with the system had momentarily eased. Brainwashing? Hee. Isn't this just a factory for traitors? Finally, I can create some traitors for the opposing side. A splendid opportunity, one must share it with everyone. With that, he took out his phone and dialed Baiwani's number. Once the call connected, Baiwani's voice came through. What do you want? Didn't I send for people over last time? What happened to them? They're still in the detention center, aren't they? Didn't you say these individuals had criminal records? I couldn't find anything. Baiwani's tone was tinged with frustration. A few days ago, Tang Yu had inexplicably sent 4 people over, and she had made a special effort to investigate, yet found nothing. However, her intuition suggested that these 4 might be connected to Longya. Isn't that just intuition? Can we go see them? Tang Yu chuckled. Come on, I'll treat you to some late-night snacks. Baiwani readily agreed, still owing Tang Yu a favor. After making plans, Tang Yu drove towards the detention center. Upon arrival, Baiwani was already waiting at the entrance. She had changed into a form-fitting black riding suit, showcasing her alluring figure, reminiscent of a search officer. A powerful Harley motorcycle stood beside her, her mode of transport. For Baiwani, her life was unlike that of other girls. While many girls aspired to be princesses, some even worked as hostesses in KTVs, she desired to be a fearless knight, battling against injustice with unwavering resolve. Hey, beauty. Seeing her like this, Tang Yu whistled and grinned. Do you believe I can detain you? Baiwani shot Tang Yu an annoyed glare and retorted. Is even complimenting you on your beauty considered an offense now? Is there no law left? Tang Yu chuckled softly and followed her into the detention center. The paperwork had already been completed, and Baiwani, curious after eavesdropping on Tang Yu's thoughts last time, was eager to listen in again. What other secrets does this person hold? Why are you following me? Go away. Don't tag along. I still have to brainwash those 4 individuals. Fine. Baiwani nodded with a peculiar expression. If you're not coming, then I shall go observe the surveillance. She scampered off to the monitoring room, eager to discover how Tang Yu executed his brainwashing. Upon entering the meeting room alone, Tang Yu found the 4 members of the death squad waiting. Rather than feeling regret for their detention, they felt a strange sense of relief. Having offended such a formidable opponent, yet remaining alive was indeed fortunate. However, upon seeing Tang Yu stride in, their faces turned grave, and fear flickered in their eyes. Hadn't this powerful figure spared them? Why was he here again? They collectively swallowed hard, an impulse to flee creeping over them. This was a master of the earthly realm, surpassing even Long Wang and Lu Xiao in strength. Tang Yu remained silent, his expression icy as he fixed his gaze upon them. Under such scrutiny, the 4 felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, as if they were not facing a mere individual, but a ravenous beast. What did this formidable figure intend to do? The atmosphere seemed to freeze, and their fear intensified. They sensed a murderous aura, even struggling to breathe. At that moment of overwhelming tension, a flicker of violet light flashed in Tang Yu's eyes. Upon witnessing this radiant hue, the 4 individuals suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, their consciousness beginning to blur. Are you satisfied with your work? Tang Yu's deep voice resonated unexpectedly. The four, their faces clouded with confusion, shook their heads. Are you content with your income? They shook their heads once more. Do you desire a stable and prosperous life? The four began to nod. Do you wish to indulge in leisurely days and luxurious nights at a club, earning a monthly salary of 1 million for 4 dishes and a soup? They nodded vigorously. Then what is there to hesitate about? Join the Tang group, rescue the oppressed villains of the world, eliminate all inequality, and from this day forth, we shall become the Devolish. With a low roar from Tang Yu, the clarity in the eyes of the four gradually returned. The old society. The Dragon Soul organization transforms people into phantoms. The Tang group converts phantoms into traitors. Do you now comprehend what you ought to do? Observing the transformation in the four, Tang Yu realized that the Eye of Soul had begun to take effect. Leisurely days. Go to the club. Go to the club. Enjoy the club and the 4 dishes and a soup. Tang Yu pondered whether his brainwashing had not fully succeeded. Incorrect. You must amend your ways. First, becoming good individuals before visiting the club. Do you understand? He gazed at the four and admonished them in a hushed tone. What the hell? What do these bastards call themselves? The Grim Reaper Squad? They should just be named the Club Squad. All right. We will heed young Master Tang. The four chorused. Excellent. The youth can be guided. Tang Yu felt quite satisfied with their attitude. He pulled a chair over and sat down, saying, let's begin with what you all know. The four of them immediately began to relay the information they possessed to Tang Yu. Meanwhile, Baiwani, who was monitoring the surveillance, wore an expression of exasperation. What on earth is this? After listening for a while, all she heard were a few people shouting about going to the club. Rolling her eyes, she left the monitoring room, no longer willing to continue listening. After approximately 5 minutes, Tang Yu managed to grasp the general outline of their plan. To his surprise, he discovered that Yi Chun intended to head to Yanjing. The individual responsible for taking over Suang was none other than Lu Junzuo. According to the original narrative, this character was introduced midway through the novel. He is Yi Chen's junior disciple, possessing formidable strength and talent, and has long sought to usurp Yi Chen's position as the Dragon King. In the latter part of the story, he plotted against Yi Chen multiple times, causing Yi Chen considerable distress, ultimately leading to his own demise at Yi Chen's hands. Given the disruption of the storyline, is this character making his appearance now? Chapter 74. Where do you place your hand? Is he here to seize the Dragon King's position? Tang Yu clicked his tongue. The plot's development in this direction was undoubtedly advantageous for him. It's a case of dog eat dog. However, knowing that this individual would be taking over Suang, Tang Yu's mood soured. If he aimed to take control of Suang, he would surely become Tang Yu's primary target. Furthermore, this person operated similarly to Yi Chen, having been trained by the same master. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu addressed the four of them. From now on, you four will focus on infiltrating his vicinity, and report to me immediately if anything arises. Understood, Tang Xiao. They replied in unison. Upon his departure from the detention center, Tang Yu felt a sudden chill creep down his spine. Let us go. I shall treat you to a midnight snack, said Baiwani, approaching him with a motorcycle helmet in hand. I have my own vehicle, he replied. Baiwani rolled her eyes, accustomed to a low-profile lifestyle. After all, how could one drive a multi-million-dollar supercar and not attract attention while dining on the roadside? Very well then. Tang Yu donned the helmet and mounted the motorcycle. Hold on tight, she instructed. As soon as he settled behind her, she pressed the throttle, only to feel his arms encircle her waist, albeit a bit too high. If they were standing at the bow of a ship, it would almost resemble a scene from Titanic. Where do you think your hands are? She swiftly released the accelerator. Gritting her teeth as she inquired, didn't you say that a woman's waist should not be casually touched? Tang Yu, with an expression of innocence, replied. I was afraid you would accuse me of taking advantage of you, so I placed my hand a little higher. I didn't even place it entirely. It was merely in the middle. What is there to be so agitated about? Are you intentionally provoking me? If the waist is off limits, then you dare to touch elsewhere? Fine, if I embrace your waist, you mustn't claim I am taking advantage of you. Tang Yu mumbled as he let his hand lower again. There is certainly some substance here. The waist is quite slender. Aside from her slightly irritable temperament, she is actually quite agreeable. Baiwani suddenly regretted allowing this fellow into her vehicle. Fortunately, the barbecue stall she was heading to was merely 3 streets away, a matter of just a few minutes. Upon arriving at the barbecue stall, she parked her car and instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she exited. As Tang Yu was about to alight from the back seat, he was inadvertently swept down to the ground by her kick. After landing unceremoniously, Tang Yu scowled. You did that on purpose, didn't you? No, I'm used to riding alone. This is my first time bringing someone along, Wani replied, her laughter bubbling forth as she helped Tang Yu to his feet. Rubbing his backside and grimacing, Tang Yu had no choice but to concede. Once they entered the establishment, Wani handed Tang Yu a plastic basket for selecting food. Choose whatever you like. I often come here. Their roasted sweet potato chips and grilled dumplings are delightful. You should try them. I want to order something extravagant. I shall leave you financially drained. All right, considering your somewhat one appearance, grab a few more skewers of grilled kidneys. After ordering an array of barbecued delicacies, the two companions requested several bottles of beer. Soon, the sizzling feast was delivered to their table. Wani raised her beer bottle to clink with Tang Yu's before she lowered her head, engrossed in her meal. At that moment, across the street, a black car was parked at the curb. The man in the driver's seat was intently watching Wani and Tang Yu through the window. After observing them for a while, he took out his phone and snapped a photo of the two. Meanwhile, in a clandestine underground casino, Lu Junzuo sat in a private room, gambling against two croupiers. They were engaged in a game of poker, and both croupiers were seasoned cheats. Yet, at this moment, they were drenched in cold sweat from consecutive losses, 15 hands in a row. Observing Lu Junzuo's streak of victories, a middle-aged man nearby offered flattering remarks. This man, with a conspicuously empty sleeve, was none other than Zhu Xiaohui, the proprietor of the casino and a formidable figure in the underworld of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Given his status, he should not have been so courteous to a young man. However, the presence of this youth was simply terrifying. When the young man approached him, he had audaciously suggested that Zhu act as his subordinate. Zhu chose to refuse, only to witness over 40 of his men effortlessly subdued by this singular individual. This man was nothing short of invincible. He had even promised Zhu that by serving him, he would become his representative in the underbelly of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Such skills were trivial. Cheating merely required swift hands and a few minor tricks, devoid of excitement. With an air of disinterest, Lu Junzuo flung his 3 cards onto the table, and astonishingly, they all pierced into the surface. Upon witnessing the scene, those present regarded Lu Xiao with an even greater sense of awe. At that moment, Lu Junzuo's phone vibrated twice. He glanced at the device and noticed photos sent by his subordinate. Upon seeing the man depicted in the images, Lu Junzuo's brow furrowed slightly. Wasn't this the wealthy second-generation heir from the Tang family? It was rumored that Yi Chun had never succeeded in competing for women against this so-called waste. How could he possibly be involved with Wani? After arriving in Suong, Lu Junzuo had set his sights on her as his first target. Given her unique status, if he could conquer her early on, it would greatly benefit him. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Junzuo let out a cold chuckle. Just right. He could lure her in and take the whole pot. He composed and sent a text message. Meanwhile, Wani was engrossed in her meal when her phone suddenly chimed. She picked it up and saw a message. The underground casino located on the 2nd floor of the Huangshui Hotel. As she read the address, her expression changed. Recently, she had been investigating 2 cases of usury and had traced leads to an underground casino, but she had not uncovered the exact location. Upon seeing this address, her appetite vanished and she turned to her boss, inquiring about the bill. How much is it? Exactly 120. All right. Wani swiftly pulled out her phone to complete the payment. You're not eating anymore? Asked Tang Yu, who was busy grilling skewers, glancing up at Wani's hurried demeanor. I need to investigate a casino. You enjoy your meal. I must leave. With that, Wani turned and hurried off. In the original narrative, Wani received a text during dinner, alerting her to an underground casino. She happened to be investigating the casino as well. After obtaining the address, she ventured in alone, intending to conduct a covert visit. However, this clandestine inquiry led to significant trouble, and once her identity was exposed, she was apprehended by the casino's personnel. Had it not been for the intervention of the Dragon King, Yi Chun, she would likely have found herself embroiled in a scene reminiscent of a search officer's drama. Following this incident, her admiration for Yi Chun surged dramatically, having been captivated to a considerable extent. Yet, the crucial dilemma now was the absence of Yi Chun. If she chose to disregard the situation, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? Or would the narrative diverge, leading to unforeseen developments? System, what is the status of the plot? Tang Yu pondered internally. When the storyline falters, one often has to rely on their own intuition. Reluctantly, he rose to pursue her, declaring, I will accompany you. You will join me? Wani regarded Tang Yu with a peculiar expression. Indeed, I shall assist you in your investigation. I possess more knowledge of these matters than you do. Tang Yu nodded. Of course, if I do not accompany you, you will be left defenseless. The casino is a treacherous trap. The one who messaged you was likely Yi-chun. By luring you to the casino, he intended to rescue you and enhance his favorability afterwards. Yet, now that Yi-chun is no longer present, who orchestrated this scheme? Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wani was profoundly shaken. This fellow, he knows too much. Recalling the clues she'd previously gathered from Tang Yu, she hesitated for a moment but ultimately resolved to proceed. Very well, then let us go together, she agreed. Tang Yu promptly joined her on the motorcycle, his mind swirling with uncertainty. He realized that even in the absence of the Dragon King Yi-chun, certain plot lines would continue to unfold as expected. But who sent this message? This scheme was originally meant to be orchestrated by Yi-chun. With him absent, has someone else taken his place? Tang Yu instantly thought of Lu Junzuo, who was to substitute for the Dragon King Yi-chun in taking charge of Suong. Let us go first and see. At least don't let Bai Wani get involved. Once we reach the casino, the mastermind will reveal themselves. Whether it is Yi-chun or Lu Junzuo will soon be known. Driving the car, Bai Wani silently listened to Tang Yu's thoughts, feeling a twinge of gratitude. This fellow is rather concerned for me. As for the name Lu Junzuo, she firmly etched it in her mind. Plotting against me? Well, he'd better not let me find out. Otherwise, he will face dire consequences. The ride from here to the Huangshui Hotel takes merely 20 minutes. Upon arriving at the hotel entrance, she instinctively executed a sweeping kick as she alighted from the vehicle. Tang Yu, knocked to the ground, looked up at the woman with a face full of disbelief. Winky face, this time it was truly unintentional. Was the last time deliberate then? Bai Wani chuckled awkwardly, expertly pulling Tang Yu to his feet. The two entered the hotel and took the elevator down to the basement level. Chapter 75, The Man Who Can't Be Moved to Conceal Her Identity. Bai Wani pulled out a black mask and donned it. Tang Yu looked her over from every angle, thinking she resembled a certain sister. What are you staring at? Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Bai Wani inquired. Nothing, Tang Yu replied with a chuckle. As they reached the basement level, before the elevator doors even opened, Bai Wani had already taken the initiative to link her arm with Tang Yu's. Disguised as a couple, the two emerged into the night and soon found themselves before a billiard hall, where several burly men loomed. One of the robust figures approached Tang Yu, grinning as he inquired, "Are you here to play billiards? A friend recommended this place." "Indeed, you are aware of the regulations, I presume?" He extended his hand. Tang Yu promptly retrieved her phone, powered it down, and handed it over. The man then turned his gaze to Bai Wani, who mirrored Tang Yu's actions, surrendering her phone as well. After their phones were submitted, they proceeded through the security gate, where they were escorted through a concealed entrance into the casino. Upon entering, a pungent cloud of smoke provoked a mild cough from Bai Wani. The casino boasted over 20 tables, each occupied by gamblers engrossed in various games, including the popular dice game. In addition, numerous patrons were engaged with slot machines and fish-catching games. The cacophony of voices and shouts rendered the atmosphere even more vibrant than that of a bar. Scantily clad waitresses flitted about, catering to the extravagant whims of the high-stakes gamblers. "Let us exchange for chips," Tang Yu suggested, leading Bai Wani to a counter where they acquired 200,000 in chips, half of which she bestowed upon Bai Wani. However, Bai Wani found herself disinclined to participate, her brow furrowing at the sight of the multitude of gamblers. She pondered the countless lives that must be ruined in a single day in such a place. As they wandered through the casino, several surveillance cameras silently honed in on Bai Wani. In the monitoring room on the lower level, Lu Junzuo stood with an air of arrogance, fixated on the screens displaying Bai Wani and Tang Yu meandering through the casino. A flicker of joy danced in his eyes upon realizing that Tang Yu had indeed followed her. Since this fool has taken the bait, today shall yield a bountiful harvest. Let them eliminate him, and I shall descend like a hero to rescue the damsel, thereby garnering favor. What say you, Lu Xiao? Zhu Xiaohui inquired with a smile. Already privy to the evening-esque scheme, it is time to act, but ensure she remains unharmed. This worthless fool should be dealt with directly, Lu Junzuo commanded. He remained unaware of Tang Yu's prowess, as Yi-chun had not divulged the incident of her inflicting injury upon him to anyone. The Reaper squad had been apprehended before they could report back. His plan was to have the casino as personnel dispose of Tang Yu, then swoop in to save her, enhancing his appeal. Moreover, after rescuing her, he intended to remain anonymous, disappearing from her world entirely, leaving her both grateful and intrigued. Ready to act, Zhu Xiaohui signaled, and his subordinates sprang into action. After meandering through the casino for a while, Baiwani had nearly concluded her investigation. She linked arms with Tang Yu and said, "Shall we take our leave? Let us go?" Tang Yu nodded, pondering whether the unfolding events were amiss. Just then, a throng of over 30 individuals surged toward them, weapons in hand. They were the ones. The leader, sprinting ahead, pointed at the two women and shouted. The activities within the casino came to a halt as all eyes turned toward them. "What is happening? Run!" Upon witnessing the approaching crowd, Tang Yu grasped Baiwani's hand and dashed backward. This was an underground casino, and their only escape route was the elevator. However, heading for the elevator was akin to walking into a trap. Standing in such an open space allowed the opposing crowd to fully exploit their numerical advantage. Consequently, Tang Yu decisively led Baiwani into the restroom. "You contact someone urgently, I will hold them off," Tang Yu instructed. He was aware that Baiwani's wristwatch possessed an emergency contact function. In the original narrative, she had been captured before she even had the chance to use her watch. Baiwani nodded, hastily pressing a few buttons on her watch to activate the emergency feature, a precaution her father had specially designed for her in case of peril during her missions. Once activated, assistance would arrive within a maximum of 15 minutes. Meanwhile, Tang Yu seized a hammer from the sink to wield as a weapon. With a high defense but low attack capability, he had no choice but to resort to makeshift arms. Just as he grasped his weapon, the main force charged in from behind. At the forefront was a young man with long hair, brandishing a cleaver. They had received orders that this man could be killed, but no harm should come to any women. Upon seeing Tang Yu blocking the doorway, he charged with a fierce yell, bringing his blade down onto Tang Yu's shoulder. The blow struck with the force of hitting stone. "You dare to strike me!" Tang Yu retaliated by swinging the hammer, striking the long-haired youth on the head, causing blood to splatter. With a single blow, the young man shrieked in agony, dropping his knife to the ground like a defeated monster. "Are you all right?" Baiwani called out to Tang Yu, who had already completed the emergency contact. "I'm fine," he replied, shaking his head. Baiwani swiftly picked up the cleaver and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tang Yu in defiance. Observing her emergence, the pursuing crowd hesitated, now filled with trepidation. Due to the recent instructions from the boss, it was imperative not to harm the woman. Two individuals were promptly dispatched to restrain Baiwani, while the remainder surged forward to confront Tang Yu. However, they soon discovered that this man was as unyielding as a statue. Regardless of whether they wielded a cleaver or steel pipes, their strikes elicited no reaction from him. After enduring their attacks, Tang Yu wasted no words. He retaliated with a powerful blow aimed directly at the assailant's head. Unlike Tang Yu's formidable defenses, a single strike was often sufficient to incapacitate his adversaries. The narrow corridor of the restroom further hindered their ability to employ any tactics involving sheer numbers. Resembling the line of zombies in a game where they awaited salvation from the hero, the two attempting to delay Baiwani fared no better. They were reluctant to harm her, while she showed no such restraint towards them, with her disdain for such scoundrels and her own martial prowess. It took mere moments for the two to succumb to her strikes and collapse to the ground. As the situation grew increasingly precarious, one remained impervious to their assaults, while the other could not be harmed. In a matter of minutes, among the 30 or so individuals, 12 or 13 lay defeated on the floor. "What on earth is happening?" one exclaimed, bewildered. "How could this be? Why is that man so resilient?" The group, caught in disbelief, grappled with the unexpected turn of events. This is not how the script is supposed to unfold. Shouldn't a group of us have swiftly subdued this dandy first, and then bound the woman? Witnessing my companions fall one after another, the hired thugs were utterly bewildered. What on earth? How does one contend with a cheat? From this moment forth, this gambling den shall be known as the Tang Yu Casino. Tang Yu has already discovered the thrill of dominating the weak. Indeed, I possess a cheat that grants me invulnerability. Observing that this group of ruffians hesitated to lay a hand on Baiwani, he boldly brandished two knives and charged at them. "Today, I shall teach you how to be villains." After witnessing several more of their number collapse, the thugs finally succumbed to despair. "Let us run. Enough of this. This man is insane. I'm certain we can't continue." As the remaining thugs scattered in disarray, the patrons of the casino were left in shock. Just moments ago, a band of thugs had pursued this individual with ferocity. Now, he emerged, bloodied, relentlessly chasing them down. Just as Tang Yu was about to confront one of the fleeing men, Baiwani rushed forward to stop him. "Don't do anything rash. You're bleeding." Her voice trembled with a hint of tears, having witnessed Tang Yu endure numerous attacks, now stained with blood. In that moment, regret flooded her mind. She should never have taken the risk of bringing him along. Had it not been for her own need for protection, he would not have been injured. I'm fine, Tang Yu replied, forcing a smile despite the situation. You're fine? You've been struck so many times. Let me see where you're hurt. Bai Wani tugged at Tang Yu's shirt, preparing to examine his injuries. She searched Tang Yu's body, failing to find any wounds, and then attempted to tug at Tang Yu's trousers. Damn it. I am perfectly fine. Please don't do this. Everyone is watching. Tang Yu hastily grasped her hand, putting a stop to the woman's reckless actions. At that moment, a notification from the system resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have survived the casino plot. Reward. Words become actions, usable 5 times. Upon hearing the notification, Tang Yu's expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. Damn system. Are you at it again? He had recently noticed that the system was becoming increasingly erratic. The plot had already collapsed, and now the rewards seemed to be a cruel joke, leaving him with the unsettling feeling that it was anticipating his downfall. The previous rewards of 2 one-time ancient martial arts were only beneficial because he had utilized them wisely. Otherwise, he would have likely been killed by that insufferable Yi Chen long ago. This latest reward, words become actions, was not even an ancient martial art. According to the system's description, the incantations uttered while striking determined the force of the blow. What kind of nonsense is this? An instinct told him that this cursed system was not necessarily his ally. While Tang Yu was in deep contemplation, Lu Junzuo in the surveillance room had a face as dark as ink. What the hell is going on? More than 30 individuals can't handle a single rich heir? Even if he is a Huang-level ancient martial artist, facing so many armed people should still pose some risk. He glared at Zhu Xiaowei, feeling frustrated. I specifically orchestrated this to be a heroic rescue, intending to eliminate this brat in one fell swoop. How did it come to this? I don't know either. Zhu Xiaowei was equally bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Is this fellow truly on the same level as the esteemed Lu Xiao beside him? Allow me to handle this myself. With a grim expression, Lu Junzuo stepped outside. Once he exited, he twisted his body, producing a sound reminiscent of popping beans. Almost immediately, he seemed to shrink, transforming into a hunchbacked middle-aged man. After altering his physique through a technique of contraction, he retrieved a human skin mask from his pocket and donned it upon his face. In an instant, he assumed an entirely different identity. First, he would eliminate the young man surnamed Tang, and then the remaining individuals would deal with Bai Wani. Once Bai Wani was captured, he would revert to his original identity and swoop in to save her. As he descended the elevator to the casino below, he chanced upon a henchman attempting to strike Tang Yu from behind while he was momentarily distracted. The blow landed squarely on Tang Yu's back, yet the fabric of his clothing remained unscathed. As a pinnacle expert in the Xian realm, Lu Junzuo quickly discerned that an invisible force was safeguarding Tang Yu. Is that the unmoving King's art? Lu Junzuo squinted. After acquiring the ancient martial arts inheritance from the dragon pattern jade, he had learned a great deal. For instance, the unmoving King's art is a long-lost ancient martial technique renowned for its unparalleled defensive capabilities. It is said that once perfected, it cannot be breached by those below the Xian realm. Yet, he himself possessed peak strength within the Xian realm, even with the unmoving King's art shielding him. It would not be a daunting task to eliminate him. Taking a deep breath, his internal energy surged forth as he lunged towards Tang Yu like a leaping leopard. In an instant, a fleeting shadow hurtled towards Tang Yu. After receiving the kick, Tang Yu stumbled back several steps, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. This discomfort left him somewhat astonished. Could it be that his immovable king skill was on the verge of being broken? He sensed a significant reduction in the vital energy flowing within him. Once this energy completely dissipated, it would signify the loss of the protection afforded by the immovable king skill. He cast a glance at the man who had attacked him, a hunchbacked middle-aged man. What does it matter if you have perfected the immovable king skill, you worthless fool? Lu Junzuo sneered at Tang Yu, deliberately lowering his voice to make it sound deep and grating. At that moment, Bai Wani finally reacted. She brandished the watermelon knife in her hand, aiming a surprise attack at Lu Junzuo's back. However, with a slight exertion of his 2 fingers, the watermelon knife was instantly severed. Witnessing this, Tang Yu immediately confirmed the man's identity. Damn it, it truly is Lu Junzuo. The art of body transformation and disguise is indeed his forte, as expected. Now that Yi Chun is absent, he has come. At this point, Bai Wani had no time to heed Tang Yu's thoughts. Seeing the opponent sever the knife with just 2 fingers, she swiftly delivered a kick aimed at Lu Junzuo's groin. Just as her foot was about to make contact, Lu Junzuo vanished from sight. Before she could react, he struck her neck with a precise chop, rendering her unconscious. After dealing with Baiwani, Lu Junzuo fixed his gaze upon Tang Yu. Today, this man was destined to die. Chapter 77. This punch, 30 years of mastery. As Lu Junzuo approached step by step, Tang Yu's expression darkened. Relying on the immovable king's skill to withstand the blows was no longer a viable option. The system has just provided the words manifest as fists, which can only be utilized 5 times. Its lethality remains uncertain. It might be more prudent to employ the yin-yang limitless technique. Indeed, a sense of unease envelopes me. It is my first time enduring this long. I cannot afford to falter now. The first time? Suddenly, strange images flicker through Tang Yu's mind. Visions of himself meeting demise at the hands of various adversaries. It seems as though he has lingered longer in certain tales. Yet, the specifics elude him, lost in the recesses of his memory. In an instant, these recollections vanish once more. Is panic setting in as death approaches? Observing the bewildered expression on Tang Yu's face, Lu Junzuo scoffs derisively. This ineffectual, privileged fool, and Yuchen cannot even handle him? He charges at Tang Yu with a relentless onslaught. The henchmen who had previously been on the receiving end of Tang Yu's assault now cheer from the sidelines, their tempers flaring after having been pursued so vigorously. Witnessing a skilled opponent rise to confront this boy, they eagerly seize their weapons, ready to capitalize on the situation. After enduring another strike, the confusion on Tang Yu's visage dissipates. Sensing the energy of the immovable king technique within him waning, he realizes he cannot remain idle. He still possesses 5 opportunities. After bracing himself against Lu Junzuo's punch, Tang Yu begins to channel the words manifest as fists. Aura! He shouts as he strikes. The force of his voice accompanies the blow. Upon landing his punch on Lu Junzuo, the latter stumbles back a couple of steps, a frown creasing his brow. He recognizes that this fellow possesses some merit. Despite the absence of true energy within him, he is not devoid of potential as a martial artist. However, his immovable king technique had reached a state of perfection. The sudden retaliatory punch he had just unleashed was estimated to possess the power of a pinnacle in the Huang character realm. Yet, that was the extent of it. He charged forward once more, launching an assault on Tang Yu with even greater ferocity than before. He understood that this individual's immovable king technique could barely sustain itself for another minute at most. After that minute, death was inevitable. When a punch failed to inflict damage, Tang Yu silently extended his sincere and warm regards to the ancestral system. As he observed the imminent collapse of the immovable king technique, Tang Yu unleashed 3 consecutive punches, attempting to utter various lines. Yet, it remained futile. Die! Lu Junzuo bellowed, delivering another kick to Tang Yu's chest. Upon impact, the energy within Tang Yu dissipated entirely. At the critical moment between life and death, a spark of inspiration struck Tang Yu, and he finally grasped the true essence of the words manifest law follows punch. The damage was determined by the lines spoken. What kind of lines could unleash a critical hit? Need it even be said? Setting aside the facts, could a man truly be without fault? After delivering that punch, Lu Junzuo stood there, merely sneering as he allowed Tang Yu to strike him. You little waste, what does it matter if I let you land a punch? Then, he was sent flying backward for over 10 meters, crashing through 2 gambling tables before spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was etched with terror, and his chest throbbed with excruciating pain. What kind of martial art was this? Why was its power so terrifying? It even disrupted his internal energy. This punch contained the strength of at least 30 years of cultivation. If it were not for the inner armor he wore, that punch could have claimed his life. The enforcers of the casino were rendered speechless. With a single punch, had this man transformed into a monstrous being? They had just contemplated exacting revenge on Tang Yu. But now, fear had rendered their legs weak. Such a man was beyond their capacity to confront. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, and a squad of fully armed SWAT officers burst in. They immediately crouched and raised their hands. Upon entering, they shouted, prompting the casino patrons to drop to the ground. With only one exit, escape was utterly futile. Leading the charge was Chief Wang from the West City branch. Upon seeing Bai Wani, unconscious on the floor, his expression turned to one of alarm. Wani, are you all right? He rushed over to help her up. Fortunately, Bai Wani had not been severely affected. Lu Junzuo had been relatively gentle. As she regained consciousness, she opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Where is Tang Yu?" Chief Wang and his colleagues exchanged incredulous glances, pondering the peculiar situation. Why was this girl, upon awakening, immediately calling out the name of that young master from the Tang family? Previously, Two stunning women had already displayed jealousy over him at the police station. Could it be that he had once again captivated Bai Wani? Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, Lu Junzuo swiftly made his way towards the restroom. He was indeed gravely injured. Upon reaching the restroom, he hastily removed his facial disguise and flushed it down the toilet. Immediately, the transformation spell was undone, restoring his body to its original form. After expelling a copious amount of blood, he quickly retrieved a healing pill and swallowed it. With the medicine coursing through him, he began to feel considerably better. In this moment, his heart was filled with trepidation towards Tang Yu. That punch. Even I might not be able to deliver such devastating force. Who exactly is this individual? Soon, special police arrived at the restroom to apprehend the gamblers and staff who had taken refuge. Lu Junzuo was also handcuffed and escorted to the police car. After that punch sent Lu Junzuo flying, Tang Yu was taken aback. In a critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. He had not anticipated such lethal power. This punch was indeed extraordinary, a celestial strike. Rubbing his chest, which ached with a dull pain, Tang Yu hurried to find Bai Wani. By the time he reached her, she had already regained consciousness. Are you all right? I'm fine. Seeing Tang Yu covered in blood, Director Wang was startled. He quickly inquired, Tang Xiao, what happened to you? Are you truly uninjured? No. Just as Tang Yu was about to deny it, a wave of dizziness overcame him. After the disruption of the immovable king technique, that last punch had drained too much of his strength. Coupled with the minor injuries he sustained at the hands of Lu Junzuo, he staggered and collapsed. Bai Wani, quick-witted, managed to catch him just in time. As he fell, his head rested against her bosom, burying his face amidst a soft, yielding mountain. It was as if he received a thorough cleansing. His features relaxed, and he slowly closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Ah, so soothing. In the final moment of his fainting spell, his inner voice suddenly resonated. Bai Wani, suppressing a smile, effortlessly scooped Tang Yu into a princess carry. Director Wang, I shall take him to the hospital. I leave the rest to you. If you find someone named Lu Junzuo, be sure to thoroughly investigate his identity. Understood. Chapter 78. Just bear with it. Upon being taken to the police station, Lu Junzuo initially believed that there was nothing to worry about. He had deliberately concealed his identity, ensuring that no one would recognize him as the man who had clashed with Tang Yu. Being apprehended, he thought, would merely result in a minor charge of gambling, a trivial matter. However, to his bewilderment, he found himself subjected to an entire night of interrogations and endless paperwork. They didn't even offer him a glass of water. Fortunately, after enduring this torment throughout the night, they ultimately could not uncover any substantial evidence against him. Thus, he was sent to a detention center on the grounds of participating in an unlawful gathering for gambling. Upon his arrival, he chanced upon four familiar faces, those of the Grim Reaper squad. In the midst of a sea of strangers, the serendipity of their encounter filled Lu Junzuo with profound emotion. This place was increasingly resembling a club for the Dragon Soul organization. Lu Xiao, what brings you here? Inquired Deng He, who possessed 12 fingers. As soon as he spotted Lu Junzuo, I came to see you all and to facilitate your release, Lu Junzuo replied nonchalantly, with his hands clasped behind his back. Then why does your face appear somewhat pale? The four asked in unison. I'm feeling a bit carsick, Lu Junzuo replied, his lips twitching slightly. And why is there blood on your clothes? They pressed. I injured someone, Lu Junzuo stated, hastily cutting off any further inquiry. You all should rest for now. We will leave together tomorrow. I still require your assistance in Suong. How rather foolish. The four exchanged glances before responding in chorus, with such trust from Lu Xiao. We shall repay it with our lives. In the face of the unwavering loyalty demonstrated by the four individuals, Lu Junzuo nodded with evident satisfaction. Truly, they were the staunch warriors he had meticulously trained. Their loyalty was as steadfast as the heavens themselves. After a moment of contemplation, he summoned the four to him and quietly shared his forthcoming plans. They listened intently, though their expressions bore an air of peculiarity. Indeed, the blow he had received today had inflicted considerable injury. Without a fortnight's time, recovery seemed improbable. At this very moment, Tang Yu was admitted to the hospital. Drawing the astonished gazes of all present, White One cradled him in a princess carry into the examination room. Fortunately, after a brief assessment, the doctor handed the report to White One, stating, Miss Bai, your partner is unharmed. He is merely fatigued. A period of rest will suffice for his recovery. He is not my partner, White One replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. The doctor merely chuckled, choosing not to comment further. After all, a princess carry implied a certain intimacy. As she gazed at Tang Yu, unconscious upon the hospital bed, a sense of unease enveloped her. Having endured such a beating, it was inconceivable that he had not sustained injuries. After some deliberation, she resolved to remove his clothing for a thorough examination, lest any wounds go unnoticed and lead to infection, a predicament to be avoided at all costs. Swiftly, she pulled off Tang Yu's shirt, using a damp cloth to meticulously wipe away the bloodstains from his body. Upon revealing his chiseled 8-pack abs, she felt a slight blush creep onto her face. As a dedicated female officer, she harbored a strong disdain for effeminate men. She firmly believed that her future partner must exude masculinity and possess formidable skills. A well-defined abdomen was, without a doubt, a requisite. Let us see if the abdominal muscles are injured. She coughed lightly and gently placed her hand on them, feeling around a bit. The physique is rather impressive, quite solid. After a few touches, she hesitated to proceed further. A twinge of guilt washed over her, and her heart raced. Then she turned Tang Yu over to inspect his back, and indeed, there were no wounds whatsoever. She had yet to check below. The thought crossed her mind again. At the casino, Tang Yu had stubbornly clutched his pants, refusing her examination. In hindsight, she wondered if he might have sustained an injury he was reluctant to reveal. Although a doctor had already assessed him, she deemed it prudent to verify once more. Thus, she resolved to pull down Tang Yu's trousers. As she began to act, Tang Yu awakened. What the hell? Upon feeling his pants tugged, he couldn't help but exclaim. However, upon realizing it was by Wani, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Thank goodness it's not a man. Damn. This world is too chaotic. I heard someone got drunk and collapsed on the roadside last time. Not only was his phone stolen by a man, but he was also, Sigh, this world is truly messed up. Being a handsome guy like me is perilous. What are you doing? He quickly inquired, attempting to pull his pants back up. Yet, due to his weakened state, he lacked any strength. Surprised by Tang Yu's outburst, Wani responded with a huff. I'm checking to see if you're injured. Tang Yu felt that these women were all rather peculiar. This isn't an examination. You are clearly coveting my body. Had it not been for my brother waking up, perhaps you would have taken advantage of the situation and dealt with him harshly. It seems there is nothing amiss. If you feel unwell, do not hesitate to express it. Upon noticing that Tang Yu had also awakened, Wani felt somewhat embarrassed to continue her previous actions. Ahem. It felt rather strange and disrespectful towards her two close friends. However, was she overthinking it? The notion of overpowering him was quite fanciful. Could you assist me in getting dressed? I currently lack the strength, Tang Yu said helplessly, feeling somewhat odd in the situation. Wani rolled her eyes and helped Tang Yu get dressed, reiterating, do not overthink it. I genuinely intend to check on your health. How is it that you've endured so many attacks without a scratch? You're quite resilient. Tang Yu chuckled, and after a brief rest, the energy from the indomitable king technique began to gradually revive within him. Nevertheless, today's experience at the casino had indeed startled him. Lu Junzuo was considerably more formidable than Yi Chun. Collaborating with this individual to confront Yi Chun seemed a daunting task. After all, one was a maggot and the other a cockroach, neither being commendable allies. What made matters worse was that this scoundrel had already posed a tangible threat to him. At that moment, an urgent need to relieve himself suddenly surged. After accompanying Wani for barbecue and consuming several bottles, he realized he had not urinated since arriving at the casino. He attempted to rise from the bed to address this biological necessity, but in his weakened state, it appeared increasingly challenging. What is the matter? Wani inquired, noticing Tang Yu's suddenly awkward demeanor. I need to use the restroom, Tang Yu replied, clearing his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. As Wani recalled that this fellow was utterly exhausted, a flush crept onto her cheeks. Was she really expected to assist him in relieving himself? Having cared for children before, she was familiar with the nuances of aiding in such matters. Observing his desperate expression, she bit her lip and conceded, very well. I shall help you. For her, the mere act of discreetly touching his abdominal muscles had already crossed a significant boundary. Now, this situation felt like a considerable breach of her psychological limits. However, realizing that he was in this predicament to save her, she reluctantly lowered her defenses. After resting Tang Yu's hand on her shoulder, Wani assisted him to the restroom in the hospital ward. The restroom was rather cramped, and their presence within it felt somewhat suffocating. Thank you. I owe you one. Next time, it's on me, Tang Yu coughed lightly. Don't worry. I am a principled person and never take advantage of others. Borrow 3 points and return 7. Should you ever need my assistance, feel free to ask. Not helping would be unthinkable. Baiwani felt a surge of annoyance. Luckily, her decisive nature prevented her from lingering indecisively. Once she resolved to act, she followed the procedure she would use for her little nephew to assist Tang Yu. Yet, midway through, she hesitated, unable to proceed. Stop hesitating, hurry up. I really need to go. My needs are considerable. Bear with me. Chapter 79. Should have come sooner in the hospital corridor. Sumiyu hurriedly made her way toward Tang Yu's ward. Due to her striking beauty, many passers-by instinctively turned to glance at her. A middle-aged man in his 40s, having injured his neck while playing basketball, was wearing a cervical collar. The nurse beside him was offering advice. Before she could finish her words, he widened his eyes, fixating on the silhouette of Sumiyu, turning his head in her direction. Suddenly, a scream echoed down the corridor. Sumiyu was moving with great urgency. She had just received word that Tang Yu had encountered trouble at an underground casino and had been taken to the hospital. Upon arriving at the room where Tang Yu was located, she found Baiwani, her face flushed, assisting Tang Yu as he emerged from the restroom. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere became instantly awkward. What were they doing coming out of the restroom together? Muyu, you're here? Just in time to help him. He's exhausted. Baiwani exclaimed, quick to think on her feet. All right, Muyu responded, hastening to support Tang Yu and guide him to the bed. It was then that a troubling realization struck her. This man was fatigued, barely able to walk. So what had transpired between the two of them in the restroom? Observing Baiwani rush to wash her hands, Muyu's expression turned peculiar. If only she had come sooner. Turning to Tang Yu, she inquired, are you all right? Not much to worry about, Tang Yu chuckled. How did she arrive so swiftly? Does she genuinely care about me? This woman seems increasingly different from the past. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Sumiyu was momentarily taken aback. A bittersweet smile crossed her face. Indeed, she had changed from who she once was. The former version of herself would never have been so concerned for him. Please, you all continue your conversation. I shall take a brief rest, for I am utterly exhausted after a night of turmoil. Within moments of lying down, she succumbed to slumber, her gentle snores audible to both Tang Yu and Muyu. As she drifted into dreamland, Tang Yu and Muyu exchanged glances, seemingly at a loss for common ground. Could you be so kind as to fetch me a glass of water? I find myself quite parched. After 2 minutes of silence, Tang Yu genuinely felt the need for hydration. Very well. Would you prefer it warm? Cold will suffice. Sumiyu nodded and hurried to the water dispenser with a disposable cup, filling it with water. Tang Yu attempted to sit up to drink, but her body still felt somewhat unrefreshed, making the act quite taxing. Thus, Muyu set the cup aside, retrieved a pillow, and propped it against the headboard to assist Tang Yu in sitting up. You find it difficult to drink. Allow me to feed you. Muyu held the cup, her eyes sparkling as they gazed at Tang Yu. How troublesome. Tang Yu slightly parted her lips. Sumiyu brought the cup to Tang Yu's mouth, gently feeding her until the glass was empty. Would you like more? No, I shall lie down and rest for a while. Tang Yu shook her head. It would be prudent to limit my intake until I feel better. Otherwise, I might end up needing to relieve myself again. And I cannot expect you to assist me with that, can I? But on the bright side, at least I am not in need of assistance with the more unpleasant matters. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Muyu's lips twitched slightly. What on earth was this person pondering day in and day out? However, from what she gathered, Baiwani had indeed assisted him in using the restroom. She bit her lip, casting a somewhat resentful glance at her carefree friend. What purpose does such an endeavor serve? A simple phone call would have sufficed to summon me for assistance. What troubles you today? She gazed at Tang Yu with a gentle inquiry. It's merely a late-night snack with her, coupled with an unexpected encounter at the casino that led to some complications, nothing significant. After speaking, he found himself at a loss for words. In the company of Muyu, he struggled to discover common ground, primarily because the memories of those past years were marred by his unrequited devotion, often met with indifference. In fact, they had not engaged in a normal conversation lasting over 3 minutes. After a moment of silence, Sumiyu suggested, if you are weary, perhaps you should rest for a while. Very well. Upon lying down, Tang Yu swiftly drifted into slumber. Muyu sat beside him, feeling a sense of contentment. Remaining by his side, listening to his internal musings, was surprisingly pleasant. After half an hour of quietude, Baiwani awakened. After a brief moment of squinting, she felt much better and turned to Muyu, inquiring, has this fellow fallen asleep? Muyu nodded and gestured for silence. Noticing Baiwani about to leave, Muyu hesitated before following her. Seeing her friend trailing behind, Baiwani chuckled, no longer keeping Tang Yu company? Let him sleep. Muyu shook her head. Just having the opportunity to meet and share a few words, to hear his thoughts, is quite fulfilling. You were simply overindulged. Once he was easily available, and now it's a desperate pursuit. Bai shrugged, somewhat perplexed by the antics of the younger generation. Sumu Yu could only offer a wry smile, as she too struggled to comprehend her own feelings. Shortly after the two women departed, Tang Yu awoke. After resting for a while, he gradually began to regain his strength. The dog system, what about the rewards? He cursed inwardly. The reward system has been upgraded, activating the plot hint function, ensuring that even if the storyline collapses, the host can still foresee the narrative. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Upon hearing this reward, Tang Yu was somewhat taken aback. He had initially anticipated receiving martial arts techniques after another direct confrontation. Unexpectedly, this reward was the provision of plot hints by the system. Thus, even if the storyline faltered, it would not impede his understanding of the subsequent events. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu inquired, "Will the auction storyline proceed as normal?" Since it was Lu Junzuo who had assumed Yi Chen's position, the forthcoming auction would be of considerable significance. In the original narrative, Yi Chen had acquired an ancient artifact at a low price during the auction. This artifact concealed a pill and a form of ancient martial arts, significantly augmenting his strength. Previously, Han Mingxian from Yanjing had been killed while vying with Yi Chun for this item. The system was becoming increasingly treacherous, hesitating to grant him a useful ancient martial art. Therefore, he resolved to seize the opportunities that rightfully belonged to the Dragon King. Beep, it will proceed as normal. And the plot hints have been completed. The system promptly relayed the auction storyline to Tang Yu's mind. As expected, the protagonist of the narrative had shifted. The individual seizing this opportunity had transitioned from Yi Chun to Lu Junzuo. The system is unreliable. Hence, he must rely on himself. Chapter 80. One should not be so greedy. The auction would take place in a week's time, so he was not in a rush. Seeing Ling Han still in his room at this hour, Tang Yu remarked in surprise, "Why are you still awake? Do you plan to sleep here tonight?" "During the day? I had matters to attend to, but now I am here to tidy up the room," Ling Han explained, sticking out her tongue. It was not that she had neglected her chores during the day. She was already aware of Lu Junzuo's arrival in Suzhou and Hangzhou. This individual was deeply entrenched within the Dragon Soul organization, posing an even greater threat than Yi Chen. Although she was cognizant of Tang Xiao's formidable capabilities, a sense of unease lingered within her. The Dragon Soul organization was shrouded in secrecy, and while their 8 great generals were renowned for their exceptional combat prowess, the extent of the formidable beings cultivated by that inscrutable elder remained unknown. However, there was a silver lining. Within the Dragon Soul organization, she aligned with Yi Chen's faction. Consequently, she need not intervene in Lu Junzuo's endeavors in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Yet, there were drawbacks as well. She would be unable to gather intelligence regarding Lu Junzuo, thus rendering her unable to assist Tang Xiao. "Oh, you've been working so diligently. Perhaps I should reward you," Tang Yu exclaimed, rubbing her hands together with a mischievous grin. "How about I arrange a cosplay photo shoot for you tomorrow?" Ling Han's face flushed with embarrassment, and she vigorously shook her head. The last time she had played a game with Tang Yu and lost a bet, Tang Yu had insisted on a photo shoot, dressing her in a cosplay outfit of Ollie. The outfit was quite revealing. "Sigh, young girls should indeed capture their beauty while they can," Tang Yu lamented. Noticing Ling Han's reluctance, "I was hoping to have you model a few more outfits." Never mind. "I don't want to come across as a pervert harassing innocent young ladies," she added, her thoughts echoing in Ling Han's mind, stirring a sudden wave of gratitude. Tang Xiao was still contemplating her concerns. Tung Wang Group. Wan Yixue rested her chin on her desk, gazing cheerfully at a picture frame in her hands. Within it was a youthful image of a golden couple, herself and Tang Yu during their university romance. As she admired the photograph, she suddenly looked up at her secretary and inquired, "Shou, why do you think Tang Yu and I are such a perfect match?" "It must be fate," Wang Yixue remarked, giving a thumbs up in appreciation. "I merely spoke the truth. I feel unworthy of such praise." An increase of 20,000, she added playfully, suppressing a laugh. Her secretary Zhou quickly returned to business. "By the way, Miss Wang, Mr. Li from Mingzhu April Group wishes to invite you to discuss a potential collaboration." "That plump lady?" Wang Yixue recalled, recognizing the affluent woman known for her considerable wealth and rumored to have 3,000 suitors. She owned an e-commerce platform and sought to merge it with one under Ting Wang Group to vie for a top 3 position in the industry. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. "Sure. Did she mention a time?" Mr. Li said any time works. "Then let's schedule it for the afternoon." with a snap of her fingers. Wang Yixue swiftly took out her phone and called Tang Yu. As soon as the call connected, she cheerfully exclaimed, "Darling, come by my office. We'll head to Mingzhu this afternoon to discuss business." "What are we discussing?" he asked. "The e-commerce platform matter," she elaborated. Wang Yixue detailed that Tung Wang Group's platform was positioned on the high-end market, specializing in luxury and imported goods, with Tang Group being its second-largest shareholder. Thus, a merger would indeed necessitate discussions with Tang Yu. After confirming their plans over the phone, the two agreed to meet directly at the airport. Once Tang Yu hung up, she drove swiftly towards her destination, mentally reciting her thoughts. Just when she was on the verge of facing humiliation, the formidable Dragon King Yichen emerged to vanquish the antagonist. Following that, the plot naturally shifted towards resolving the poison predicament. Such narratives are merely common tropes in popular literature. Beep, the storyline had already been altered. The system promptly relayed the changes to Tang Yu. Indeed, Yichen's role had been reassigned to Lu Junzuo. After some contemplation, she sent a text message to the Grim Reaper squad. At this juncture, the significance of the double agents became evident. By the time Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yixue had already made her entrance. This stunning beauty standing at the airport entrance drew the gaze of many, compelling them to risk the ire of their girlfriends for just a fleeting glimpse. Notably, the CEO of a listed company was particularly captivated upon seeing Wang Yixue. Who would have imagined that on a business trip to Suzhou and Hangzhou merely to sign a contract, one would encounter such a breathtaking woman? He approached Wang Yixue with a smile, extending his hand. "May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance, miss? I am Lu, the owner of Jihua Group." "Scram. You resemble a toad, and you're older than my father. Who do you think you are to ask me for an introduction?" Wang Yixue retorted sharply. "Do you think you can play the field with a mere $10 key? Your company is worth hundreds of billions, but what is there to boast about?" Her scathing words left the middle-aged man trembling. After delivering her reprimand, Wang Yixue turned with a cheerful smile and waved at Tang Yu, calling out, "Darling, I'm over here." Tang Yu, who was dashing towards her, nearly stumbled in surprise. Her call of husband drew the ire of several men at the airport, their gazes filled with animosity. The middle-aged man, who had just received a scathing rebuke, turned to look and suddenly recognized Tang Yu. Wasn't he the esteemed president of the Tang Group? He had come to Suzhou and Hangzhou to negotiate a contract and secure orders with the Tang Group. Hastily, he shielded his face with his briefcase and slunk away. "Who is your husband? Don't call out nonsensically," Tang Yu said as he approached Wang Yixue. "You are, after all. You bullied me last night." Wang Yixue feigned shyness, wrapping her arm around Tang Yu's. "But I was at home last night," Tang Yu replied. "Indeed, but I dreamed of you, so you must take responsibility." Tang Yu widened his eyes in disbelief. Can one truly take advantage of a dream? This is disastrous. I have far too many responsibilities to shoulder. Last time, I shouldn't have been so greedy. I dreamt of 4 at once. Wang Yixue shot him a fierce glare. "Greedy? No one dares to compete with me." Chapter 81. Shaking hands with you is a disrespect in a suite at the Mingzhu Hotel. Lu Junzuo gently swirled a glass of red wine. His complexion still slightly pale, though his health had improved considerably. The injury from that punch a few days ago had indeed been quite severe, leaving him feeling apprehensive. "Junzuo, I've heard that you are quite skilled in medicine. Could you help me relieve some discomfort in my shoulder?" A woman sitting across from him called out in a sweet voice. Though not a stunning beauty, she was at least recognizable as a woman. Her body, however, was layered with excess flesh, resembling a Michelin man. She is none other than Li Shuefei, the head of the April Group. Merely hearing her name might lead one to envision a striking beauty, yet the disparity between her name and her appearance is indeed vast. Lu Junzuo's eyes flickered with a hint of disdain, though he concealed it adeptly. He approached Li Shuefei from behind and gently squeezed her shoulders. Feeling as though he were grasping a piece of breathing flesh, the greasy sensation coursed through his fingertips, inducing a wave of nausea. Were it not for the necessity of leveraging this woman, he would have no inclination to draw near her. The primary distinction between him and Yi Chun lies in the fact that he does not carry himself with the same air of superiority. For the sake of utility, he would even dare to flirt with a 70-year-old woman bearing tumors on her face. "Oh, that feels delightful. Apply a bit more pressure." Li Shuefei expressed with a contented smile. Lu Junzuo suppressed the urge to vomit and inquired, "Have today's arrangements been finalized?" "Everything is in order, Junzuo. Rest assured. Anything you desire will be bestowed upon you," Li Shuefei replied, caressing Lu Junzuo's hand with tenderness. He responded with an affirmative grunt, his mood lifting slightly. His previous attempt to garner favor from Bai Wani had backfired unexpectedly, leading him to adjust his target this time to Wang Yixue. Given her close ties with the Tang family, should she become his woman, she could prove to be quite advantageous for him. At this moment, Tang Yu and Wang Yixue had already disembarked from the plane. After landing, Wang Yixue continued to beam as she clung to Tang Yu's arm, reveling in the proximity. "Why do you resemble a koala?" Tang Yu inquired with a smile upon seeing Wang Yixue's cheerful expression. "Koalas hang from trees. I haven't clung to you yet," she retorted playfully. Wang Yixue leaned closer to Tang Yu's ear and whispered, "However, I could treat you as a pole and dance a seductive routine as a bunny girl upon you, thus allowing me to hang on to you." Tang Yu envisioned this scene, thinking to himself, "Wow, that does seem a bit thrilling." He quickly dismissed the thought. "No, that's inappropriate." He added, "If we continue this conversation, we'll soon have to stand and pay our respects." Hearing Tang Yu's inner musings, Wang Yixue couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This reserved individual was attempting to play coy with her. Nevertheless, she had indeed brought along a bunny girl costume. It was a rare occasion for the two to travel together for business, which felt almost like a vacation. After leaving the airport, they boarded a vehicle heading towards the hotel. "If this project merges, how do you think the shares should be distributed?" Their side suggests that they want 30% post-merger, which I find rather unreasonable. While seated in the car, Wang Yixue handed over the documents she held to Tang Yu. After glancing through them, Tang Yu replied with a smile, "Let us discuss it further when we meet." He thought to himself, there's really not much to discuss anyway. This business collaboration is unlikely to materialize. He continued internally. In the end, it's all a scheme orchestrated by that scoundrel, Lu Junzuo. He mused. He aims to trick you, perhaps intending to drug you for a dramatic rescue, while taking full advantage of the situation. He sighed. At least Yi Chun, in comparison, resembles a genuine romantic warrior. Wang Yixue paused at the mention of Tang Yu's thoughts about Lu Junzuo. Who was he? He seemed to be aligned with Yi Chun, and now appeared to be plotting against her. Narrowing her eyes, she swiftly sent a message from her phone. There were two individuals discreetly protecting her at that moment. After sending a message to her two bodyguards, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. Since they dared to play tricks on her, they should not fall into her hands. However, the thought of Tang Yu worrying about her and following along filled her heart with joy. Clinging to Tang Yu's arm, she happily leaned against him and said, "Once this matter is resolved, let us enjoy a few days here." Tang Yu let out a bitter smile. He was still keeping a close watch on the auction, determined to seize this opportunity at all costs. "All right, then give me a kiss as compensation." Wang Yixue grinned and pointed at her face. Tang Yu glanced at her, clearing his throat hesitantly. This rogue again, resorting to such tactics. "Hurry up, or you'll be breaking the law, you know?" Wang Yixue urged, patting Tang Yu's leg. "Breaking the law? How so?" "By disregarding a woman's wishes, of course. Isn't that a crime?" After she spoke, both of them burst into laughter in the car. As they laughed, Wang Yixue suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and planted a forceful kiss on his cheek, leaving a lipstick mark. With a playful grin, she declared, "No wiping it off. How can I face others like this?" Tang Yu said with a wry smile, as he began to wipe it away. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, inwardly feeling a pang of jealousy. "Sigh, back in my youth, I was quite handsome too. Why didn't such beautiful women ever throw themselves at me?" When the car arrived at the hotel, they got out to find Li Shuifei already waiting at the entrance. From a distance, seeing such a large figure, Tang Yu couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What a massive lady. She truly is an astonishing sight. She seems to be quite the courtesan, yet alas, this indulgence is truly unpalatable." With such thoughts echoing in her mind, Wang Yixue stifled a laugh as she listened to Tang Yu's inner monologue. "Mr. Wang, you've had quite the journey. May I ask who this is?" Li Shuifei extended her hand to shake hands with Wang Yixue. Her mischievous eyes flitted over Tang Yu, as if they possessed an X-ray vision, causing shivers to run down his spine. He even gulped nervously. This handsome man was undeniably more attractive than Lu Junzuo. "This is my boyfriend, Tang Yu, who is also the head of the Tang Group. He holds a 45% stake in our family's e-commerce platform." Upon noticing Li Shuifei's gaze, a surge of indignation welled up within Wang Yixue. This woman, her family and company seemed poised for disaster. "Ah, so he is the young master of the Tang family from Suzhou and Hangzhou. I have heard tales of his striking looks, and indeed, they do not disappoint." Li Shuifei quickly reached out her hand to shake Tang Yu's. However, Tang Yu hesitated, forcing a smile as he replied, "I apologize, Ms. Li. I just returned from the restroom and did not wash my hands. It would be disrespectful to shake hands with you under such conditions. A flicker of resentment flashed in Li Shuefei's eyes. Was this a mere pretext? Did he look down upon her? She loathed being underestimated by men. Consequently, whenever her male companions displayed even the slightest hint of disrespect, she would not hesitate to employ her wealth to teach them a lesson. Even men who were not her lovers would find themselves subjected to her whims if they dared to regard her with disdain. Tang Yu had unwittingly become her target. This man, she must secure today. Chapter 82. I have arrived. Very well, let's shake hands after you have washed your hands, Li Shuefei said with a radiant smile. Gesturing invitingly, shall we enter and dine while we converse? She was eager to assist Lu Junzuo in executing his plan. According to Lu Junzuo's scheme, he would arrange for someone to tamper with the beverages shortly. As long as one took even a small sip, they would lose all control. His target was Wang Yixue. Thus, it was perfect for her to follow the plan and turn Tang Yu into her own prey. Upon entering the hotel, Lu Junzuo, who was drinking in the suite, received the news with some surprise. He had not anticipated that the young man with the surname Tang would appear again. The thought of Tang Yu made him somewhat apprehensive. This individual was unpredictable, seemingly ordinary, yet his strength was on par with that of a master in the earth character realm. He was an exceedingly cautious person. After suffering a setback once, he sought to avoid the risk of confronting Tang Yu unless absolutely necessary. When the time came for him to break through to the earth character realm, it would be Tang Yu's demise. Contemplating this, he snapped his fingers. The 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad, who were on standby in the room, immediately rushed over. Young Master Lu, they called in unison. Prepare yourselves for what is to come. Ensure the drugging is arranged properly. Once Wang Yixue is taken away, put on a good act. But under no circumstances should anyone lay a finger on her, understood? Lu Junzuo instructed. Like Yi Chun, he could not tolerate anyone touching his woman. Therefore, even if it was merely a performance, they could not act recklessly. At most, they could intimidate her. Well, Lu Xiao, the 4 responded in unison. Moreover, that fellow surnamed Tang has also arrived. If he falls into our trap later, let us arrange for him a few unattractive women to indulge in, and subsequently capture a series of photographs to disseminate online. Once he has exhausted himself, we shall dispose of him, Lu Junzuo commanded. Since this young man has delivered himself to us, we shall not be courteous. Not only must he perish, but he must also suffer a complete disgrace. As for myself, I shall refrain from direct involvement. There is something peculiar about him that raises alarms. This peril shall be shouldered by my 4 loyal subordinates. To die for my cause is their supreme honor. Understood, Lu Xiao, the 4 reiterated in unison. Go forth, Lu Junzuo gestured, and the quartet departed from the suite. Once outside, the leader, Deng He, promptly sent a message to Tang Yu. Upon reaching a secluded corner, Deng He spoke coldly. Lu Junzuo, that treacherous scoundrel, intends to plot against young Master Tang from the shadows. We must not grant him this opportunity. We shall. He quietly laid out a few plans, and the other 3 wore expressions of satisfaction. Truly the elder brother, his mind is sharp. With this, we shall surely achieve great merit for young Master Tang. After our success, we shall revel in the club. As soon as Tang Yu entered the private room, he received Deng He's message. Glancing at it, Tang Yu's expression turned somewhat peculiar. Ah, that despicable Lu Junzuo still seeks to drug me. Not only to drug me, but to arrange for me a few unattractive women and take photographs? What a shameless wretch. Fortunately, I have prepared a contingency. Seated beside her, Wang Yixue had already gleaned much during the journey. As for the individual named Lu Junzuo, she had initiated inquiries in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once the investigation yielded clarity, it would be time to ensnare their target. Would you like to order something? Li Shuefei inquired, handing the menu to Tang Yu. As she gazed at Tang Yu, she could not suppress a swallow. No delicacy could rival the allure of a man. With the menu in hand, Wang Yixue casually selected a few dishes. Each of them harbored ulterior motives, leaving little room for genuine enjoyment of the meal. After placing the order, the kitchen promptly presented an array of delectable dishes, each a feast for the senses. Li Shuefei refrained from mentioning business matters, instead engaging in light conversation with Tang Yu. Once the dishes were served, she smiled and remarked, "It is a rare occasion for both of you to visit Mingzhu. We must celebrate properly today. Let us indulge in a few drinks before discussing business." With that, she clapped her hands, and a server swiftly brought forth a bottle of red wine. Li Shuefei, eager to pour the wine for Tang Yu, could hardly contain her anticipation. keen to witness this handsome man succumb to her charms. "I'm sorry, Ms. Li, but I do not drink," Wang Yixue interjected unexpectedly. "What?" Li Shuefei was taken aback. "She did not drink? How peculiar." Then, with a chuckle, she replied, "In business, how can one abstain from drinking? Surely, Ms. Wang is jesting. Let us share just a small toast today, shall we?" "I am allergic to alcohol," Wang Yixue stated firmly, fully aware that the wine presented was suspect. Li Shuefei's expression faltered, and she feigned dissatisfaction. "Mr. Wang, I am aware of your capacity for alcohol. There is no need for such pretexts. Are you truly unwilling to grant me this small courtesy? What do you mean by not giving me face? We are all partners in this endeavor, and respect must be mutual. A brief inquiry would reveal my allergy to alcohol, yet you persist in urging me to drink? What is your true intent? The one truly lacking in courtesy appears to be you, does it not? If you have grievances against me, Mr. Li, I urge you to express them directly." Wang Yixue slammed the table with force, her voice icy. Her sudden outburst created an atmosphere of pressure that left Li Shuefei somewhat apprehensive. She chuckled awkwardly, realizing this tactic was ineffective and refraining from further comment, offering a sheepish apology. "My apologies, Mr. Wang. I seem to have made an error." She then turned to Tang Yu, saying, "Shall we enjoy a drink together, Mr. Tang?" With no opportunity to undermine Wang Yixue, her loss was minimal. The prospect of enjoying the company of this handsome gentleman was sufficient. "I am also allergic," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "I am allergic to fools. So please refrain from speaking to me." Li Shuefei's expression darkened slightly. She had not anticipated such a significant setback at the very first step of her plan. Had she known, she would have ensured the food was tampered with. "Very well, let us proceed with our meal. After dining, we shall take a moment to rest and discuss further later on." Seeing her initial plans thwarted, she had no choice but to seek alternatives. "If not alcohol, surely you all partake in coffee or tea. If all else fails, there is still mineral water. I shall surely devise a strategy to accommodate you later." At this moment, Lu Junzuo remained in the suite, awaiting favorable news. Since returning to Huaxia, he had yet to indulge himself properly, anticipating the impending enjoyment. He found himself filled with eager expectation. However, soon after, a creeping sense of rationality began to invade his thoughts, and his body felt somewhat amiss. How could this be? Just as the last vestiges of his sanity lingered, he cast a sudden glance at the red wine beside him. Was it possible that someone had tainted his drink? At that moment, a knock resonated from outside the door. "Junzhua, I'm coming in." Li Shuefei entered, intending to discuss a change in plans with Lu Junzuo, unaware that a beast lay in wait for her. Chapter 83. Disguised as Tang Yu to endure the beating before long. The anguished cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted from the suite. This was a 6-star hotel, renowned for its exceptional soundproofing. Yet, the cacophony transcended doors and walls, disturbing the entire building's guests. The first to react were the neighboring occupants, having lived their lives. They had never encountered such a tumultuous uproar. It truly resembled the cries of a pig being butchered. Within moments, a crowd had gathered in the corridor. Upon receiving the news, the hotel manager hurried over. Hearing the commotion, he steeled himself to knock and call out, "Guests, could you please keep it down a bit?" Inside, the pig-like cries continued, interspersed with a muffled command to get lost. Upon hearing this, the manager dared not speak further. Guests residing in such a suite were beyond his capacity to confront. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad stood in the hallway, with the leader, Deng He, grinning broadly. "Planning to ensnare young Master Tang? Today, let us ignite a passionate blaze alongside this plump pig. Brother, what should we say now?" Upon witnessing the success of their plan, one individual whispered in a low voice, "Rest assured, when Lu Junzuo inquires later, we shall attribute it to the woman's doing." Deng He felt confident about this strategy. The woman had been exchanging glances with Lu Junzuo daily. Her intentions were evident to anyone. Shifting the blame onto her was undoubtedly a sound decision. "Bravo, big brother." The crowd raised their thumbs in approval. "Our brothers are formidable." Deng He also joined in the commendation. "Tang Xiao is both tall and resilient." The 4 exclaimed in unison. Just then, Tang Yu, who was ascending from the lower floor, unexpectedly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he exited the elevator and was greeted by the cacophony of what sounded like a pig being slaughtered. During mealtime, the Grim Reaper squad sought Tang Yu's counsel. After some contemplation, he resolved to reciprocate in kind. Thus, he instructed the 4 to administer another dose of medication to Lu Junzuo. It must be said that when utilized properly, the 2/5 drug had proven to be a remarkable time saver. Hearing the agonizing cries, Tang Yu couldn't help but reflect on his act of repaying malice with kindness. As for eliminating this individual, Tang Yu found the prospect somewhat daunting. This fellow, in a certain sense, was a favored child of fortune, possessing a legacy activated by a jade pendant. A favored child of fortune does not perish easily, and coupled with his peak combat prowess, it would indeed be challenging to keep him restrained. What is happening? Wang Yixue, who had accompanied Tang Yu, feigned ignorance, having already grasped the truth. Nothing much. Those who have loved deeply should not hold grudges, Tang Yu remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. It seems the effects of this medication can last for 3 hours. Even if one were to start a fire by rubbing wood, 3 hours would suffice. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips curled into a subtle smile. To feign before striking? Indeed, a clever stratagem. She swiftly composed a text message to the 2 martial arts bodyguards, instructing them to prepare for a thorough beating of the cornered adversary, should the opportunity arise. They were to act without restraint. After sending the message, she turned to Tang Yu and remarked, "All right." With her objectives accomplished, Tang Yu departed in high spirits. Due to the overwhelming commotion, after 3 hours, the hotel management found themselves at their wits' end. A significant portion of the hotel guests were aware of the situation and had lodged complaints. Reluctantly, the hotel staff resorted to sending a few security personnel to knock on the door in an attempt to intervene. If the disturbances persisted, the hotel would be rendered unable to operate. As the security team ascended, several popular online streamers, alerted by the ruckus, had already arrived on the scene. In this era, garnering attention as a streamer is paramount. The incident at the hotel had already been captured in a short video and disseminated online, attracting considerable intrigue. "Please make way," several security guards urged as they pushed through the throng of streamers, hastening to knock heavily on the door while calling out, "Dear guest, could you please step outside for a moment?" As they knocked, the commotion within the room gradually subsided. Finally regaining his senses, Lu Junzuo's face turned pale. Faced with the considerable mess before him, he could not suppress his nausea and vomited on the spot. There was a time when, during a mission, he had resorted to hiding in a sewage pit for a full 3 minutes to evade detection. Upon emerging, he had even choked on the foul water. In comparison to the present, what significance does the repulsiveness of a feces bucket hold? It is merely excrement. After all, substances that naturally reside within the body hold no filth. Can anything be more disgusting than this, Sal? What is even more disconcerting is that, after 3 hours, he remains oblivious to the number of times he has exerted himself. His body has yet to fully recuperate, and this further depletes his vitality. "Dear guest, could you kindly emerge from your quarters?" "Family members, we have been waiting for 2 hours. Shortly, we shall behold this butcher of swine. Brothers, could you please shower little May with some gifts? She has diligently streamed for nearly 3 hours. Upon hearing the raucous commotion outside the door, Lu Junzuo felt a wave of despair wash over him. To his astonishment, there was a live streamer broadcasting right outside. He had long been aware of the thriving live streaming industry domestically, yet he never imagined it could descend to such absurdity. If they were to stream this online, how could he maintain his dignity in the country? Perhaps he would even earn a mocking nickname, Mr. Louis. Fortunately, he was ever the astute thinker, aware that this group could not breach his sanctuary at once. Thus, he dashed to the window, contemplating an unconventional escape. However, upon opening the window, he realized he was on the 40-something floor. Even in his prime, a leap from such a height would surely be fatal. As the knocking grew increasingly insistent, he understood that remaining in the room was untenable. After a moment of contemplation, he grit his teeth and retrieved a human skin mask. Given that each person possesses a unique facial structure, the mask could never be an exact replica. Once donned, the mask bore a resemblance of only about 60 to 70%. Yet, that would suffice. With determination, he clenched his jaw. Since there was no escaping today's predicament, he resolved to let this fellow bear the brunt of the embarrassment on his behalf. Before departing, he retrieved a black pill and tossed it into the unconscious mouth of Li Shuefei, compelling her to ingest it. This pill was a slow-acting poison. Its lethal effects would not manifest immediately. Approximately a week later, it would lead to a sudden cardiac failure resulting in her demise. Such a disgraceful creature. He vowed that she would not continue to exist in this world. Having accomplished this, he stormed out, his face contorted with resentment. Upon exiting, he was met with the scornful gazes of a group of onlookers, akin to how one might regard a jester. Rage surged within him. "Get lost," he bellowed, swatting away the phones of several streamers, then hastening toward the emergency exit. All he desired was to flee from this loathsome hotel that made him feel nauseous. He longed for a place to cleanse himself thoroughly. It was utterly revolting. As he reached the 20th floor in a single breath, he discovered the 4 members of the death squad guarding the emergency exit. Upon seeing them, he halted, poised to issue a command. However, the leader, Deng He, charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Lu Junzuo's face. Taken completely by surprise, Lu staggered back and fell to the ground. "What are you doing?" He erupted in fury. His subordinates dared to strike him? "Tang Yu, today marks your demise," Deng He shouted, and the 4 of them lunged at him in unison. In that moment, Lu Junzuo found himself in a severely weakened state, his vital energy depleted. Despite his attempts to retaliate, he was struck several times by their combined assault. It was then that he recalled the human skin mask adorning his face. Quickly, he distanced himself and tore off the mask, glaring at Deng He and the others as he shouted, "Fools, it is I." Chapter 84. Yet again, a beating at long last. The 4 underlings of Deng He ceased their relentless assault, their faces contorted in shock as they exclaimed, "We were mistaken. We thought it was Tang Yu who had come down." Lu Junzuo was nearly beside himself with rage. He had indeed positioned the 4 to lie in wait for Tang Yu, but who could have anticipated such a drastic turn of events? Tang Yu and Wang Yixue were unharmed, while he himself had fallen victim to the trap. In a misguided attempt to ensnare Tang Yu, he had donned a mask designed to impersonate her. If he had refrained from wearing it, he might have avoided the ambush, but instead, it had rendered him susceptible to betrayal by his own allies. He felt akin to a jester. "Blast it!" Lu Junzuo gestured towards the members of the Grim Reaper squad, and despite his seething anger, he managed to suppress it. "This is not your fault. The plan encountered a minor hiccup. You have displayed remarkable loyalty. After all, they were merely fulfilling his commands with utmost fidelity. It would be unjust to punish them for this miscalculation." The 4 half knelt on the ground in unison, declaring, "We are at your service. I am feeling somewhat unwell and must step away for a moment. Continue to remain at the hotel and see if you can find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and her companions. Inform me of your success." At this juncture, Lu Junzuo remained resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. After instructing the 4 to stay at the hotel in search of an opportunity, he dashed away, eager to find a place to cleanse himself. The pervasive odor of grease clung to him, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. Just as he exited through the back door of the hotel, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the roadside. In the instant he realized what was happening, the 2 had already struck him with a punch and a kick, respectively. They were none other than the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards accompanying Wang Yixue. Their prowess was formidable, both at the pinnacle of the Huang character realm. They had long been ambushed there. Seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack while Lu Junzuo was in a state of disarray, and they continued their relentless assault. Under the onslaught of consecutive attacks, Lu Junzuo was filled with rage, his heart aflame with indignation. Here he was, a distinguished peak expert of the Xian realm, a prodigy even within the Dragon Soul organization. In comparison, Yi Chun seemed utterly insignificant. When had he ever endured such a profound humiliation, being bullied by 2 mere incompetents not even at the Xian realm? Under normal circumstances, he could have dispatched them with a mere flick of his hand. Yet, his current condition was dire. The injuries from his previous encounter had not healed, and today he had expended considerable energy, having been engaged for 3 hours without respite. He had just endured a brutal beating from the Grim Reaper squad. At this moment, his limbs felt as weak as noodles. Confronted by the 2 peak Huang realm assailants, he could only watch helplessly as they gained the upper hand. What was worse, these 2 were exceedingly ruthless, clearly intent on taking his life. After sustaining further injuries, Lu Junzuo coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling his physical condition deteriorate perilously. He could no longer hold on, deciding to cast aside his pride. Gathering his breath, he let out a thunderous cry for help. After all, this was a high-end hotel, and there were numerous security personnel present. Once he shouted for help, patrolling security swiftly arrived. "What is going on here? Who permitted you to fight in this place? If you wish to spar, do so in the practice room," one of the security guards bellowed. Upon seeing the security arrive, the 2 ancient martial bodyguards from the Huang family appeared somewhat resigned. In front of so many witnesses, they could not continue their lethal assault on him. Reluctantly, they abandoned their offensive and retreated swiftly. Once they departed, Lu Junzuo collapsed onto the ground, his face etched with humiliation. Lu Junzuo found himself in the absurd predicament of being overwhelmed by 2 practitioners of the Huang character realm, crying out for help. He had already endured 3 beatings. "Are you all right? Should we call the police?" inquired one of the security guards who rushed over with concern. Get lost. I don't need your meddling. If you dare to speak of today's events, don't blame me for being uncivil, Lu Junzuo threatened fiercely, glaring at the guards. If word of this incident got out, how could he maintain his standing within the Dragon Soul organization? The guards' expressions darkened, and they grumbled as they turned to leave. Had they known they were dealing with such imbeciles, they would never have intervened. Once the guards departed, Lu Junzuo hurriedly drove to the hospital. Upon returning to his hotel room, Tang Yu sat on the sofa, silently pondering, System, where is my reward? Beep. Reward, enhancement of physical constitution. Significantly elevating the abilities of the feeble host, echoed the system's icy voice. Instantly, Tang Yu felt a transformation within his body. A viscous, foul-smelling black liquid began to seep from his pores. Damn, which author conceived of this absurd meridian cleansing concept? The stench was so repugnant that Tang Yu felt as though he had been thrown into a cesspool, swimming freely. He rushed to the bathroom to wash off. The suite's bathroom featured an indoor hot spring pool. After cleansing himself of the filth, Tang Yu luxuriated in the warm water. According to the system, once this meridian cleansing was complete, he would possess an exceptional martial physique, with his strength elevated directly to the Huang character realm, transforming him from an ordinary person into a practitioner of ancient martial arts. Though his abilities may still be somewhat lacking, they have significantly elevated Tang Xiao's capacity to intimidate those who are weak and fearful. In the future, should he encounter any oblivious fools, one can only imagine he would dispatch them with a single blow. This peculiar system has finally shown some generosity, yet an unsettling feeling lingers. Tang Yu stroked his chin in contemplation. It seems he did not go all out against Lu Junzuo today. From where, then, did such a substantial reward arise? At that moment, his phone, resting nearby, began to ring. Tang Yu picked it up and glanced at the screen. It was a message from the Grim Reaper squad, reporting on their situation. Upon learning that the four of them had given Lu Junzuo a thorough beating, Tang Yu was taken aback. What on earth? They pretended to be him to take the hits? Indeed, the lackeys are quite diligent in their work. To express his gratitude for their efforts, he decided to enhance the system rewards. Tang Yu gifted each of them a premium membership card to an upscale club. Each card loaded with 1 million, sufficient for a year of indulgence. Furthermore, this was part of a nationwide chain, making it universally applicable. Upon receiving the membership cards, the four were ecstatic, proclaiming that the club was a realm of the elite. They then collectively departed from the hotel to revel in their newfound privileges. As for Lu Junzuo's arrangements, alas, they were merely tasks assigned by Tang Xiao. After concluding his communication with the Grim Reaper squad, a sudden knock echoed from the door. Tang Yu, open the door. I need to speak with you, came the voice of Wang Yixue. Seeking me? Tang Yu felt a strange unease. What could she possibly want at this late hour? He hurriedly made his way to the door to open it. Standing outside the door, Wang Yixue wore a rather forlorn expression. Upon entering the room, she clutched her abdomen and collapsed onto Tang Yu's bed, exclaiming, Tang Yu, my stomach hurts. You must be here to relieve yourself, right? Chapter 85, The Wen Family. How rude. Wang Yixue huffed and shot Tang Yu an adorable glare. Tang Yu chuckled lightly, having just glanced at her belly, which appeared perfectly healthy. All right, I confess, I came to ask for a massage. Wang Yixue patted her shoulders, saying, Help me knead my shoulders. They are so sore. What happened to your shoulders? Did you not sleep well? Not quite. It's mainly because I have a good figure and my shoulders bear a heavy burden, Wang Yixue lamented. Tang Yu instinctively glanced over. Wow, indeed they are quite ample. Though still slightly smaller compared to Xiaoya's, it is only natural for such shoulders to feel sore. Very well, let me assist you. Tang Yu approached and placed his hands on Wang Yixue's shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure as he needed. The perfect intensity made Wang Yixue emit soft, contented sounds. After a few moments of her gentle murmurs, Tang Yu paused, exasperated. Could you be a bit quieter? But I can't help it. I'll keep it down. Just don't stop. Continue. After about 10 minutes, Tang Yu could no longer endure. Goodness, you seem to be enjoying this. If I continue, my blood will rush to a certain area. That's enough for now. Tang Yu released Wang Yixue's shoulder, and the latter, wearing a contented expression, stretched lazily, feeling considerably more relaxed. She looked at Tang Yu with a mischievous smile and said, You are being exceptionally kind to me today. Are you perhaps seeking some form of reward? What kind of reward? Tang Yu rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with anticipation. Come on, you beast. Don't treat me with kid gloves just because I'm a delicate flower. Wan Ishue couldn't help but chuckle at his inner thoughts. She scrutinized Tang Yu for a moment, then giggled. Just wait until I check my phone. With that, she skipped out of Tang Yu's room. Puzzled, Tang Yu sat on his bed, phone in hand, waiting. After a few minutes, Wang Ishue finally messaged him. Are you going to have trouble sleeping tonight? Hee, I can help you, but only if you ask nicely. Tang Yu gasped at her audacity. Did she truly belittle a man's dignity? To demand that he plead for such a thing? I beg you, he typed in frustration, sending just those 3 words. Soon, the dialogue box indicated she was typing. After a few seconds, a photo arrived. Wang Ishue, sitting on a hotel bed, clad in a bunny costume. Enjoy it, but take care of yourself, she added thoughtfully after sending the photo. Once she finished, she tucked her phone away, feeling both amused and a tad shy. Originally, she had intended to show him the bunny outfit in person, but after putting it on, she felt a wave of bashfulness. After all, she was a girl, and sometimes it was difficult to be too forward. Thus, she resorted to sending it via phone. After sending the photo, she occasionally glanced at the door. After waiting for about 10 minutes without the fellow arriving to knock, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed her delicate and beautiful face, followed by a soft huff of dissatisfaction. The next day, as they descended to the hotel lobby for breakfast, Tang Yu noticeably bore the weight of 2 dark circles beneath her eyes, indicating a restless night, stifling yawns intermittently. TSK, someone clearly did not sleep well last night. Observing Tang Yu in this state, Wang Ishue experienced a tinge of schadenfreude. Serves you right. Who told you not to grasp my hint? Don't expect me to offer you a shoulder massage next time. Tang Yu snorted coldly and sipped her milk. Just you wait. Wang Ishue stuck out her tongue. After finishing their meal, she cheerfully inquired, I need to attend to some matters at the branch office. Will you wait for me here for a few days, or? Tang Yu shook her head. Wang Ishue playfully pinched Tang Yu's face, stretching it with glee. After bidding farewell to Wang Ishue, the day of the auction was fast approaching. According to the original narrative, an ancient jade lion would make its appearance at the auction, instantly captivating the Dragon King Yi Chun, leading to a fierce competition with the Han family from Yanjing. After a fierce struggle, Yi Chun successfully acquired the jade lion and unlocked its mechanism, retrieving a 9-turn pill and an ancient martial arts manual, the 8 Extremes Burst Fist. The person who took this chance on his behalf was Lu Junzuo. The 9-turn pill could significantly enhance the cultivation of an ancient martial artist. Fair. Why must good fortune solely belong to the protagonist? Let us seize it. After completing the check-in procedures, Tang Yu settled into the waiting area, resting as she awaited her flight. At that moment, a girl wheeled by in a wheelchair. A middle-aged man with a square face sat in a wheelchair, exuding an unyielding presence even in his seated position. He resembled a once mighty lion now in its twilight years. The young woman pushing the wheelchair captured the attention of many men around. She was strikingly beautiful, with a stylish bob that framed her face, radiating confidence and vigor. Her sun-kissed skin added to her vitality, but what astonished onlookers were her perfectly sculpted arms. A closer inspection would reveal that every exposed part of her body showcased a harmonious balance of muscle. The blend of feminine grace and the strength emanating from her physique created a unique allure, embodying both femininity and a hint of masculinity. Dad, the plane 1T arrived for another half hour. Should I fetch you a bottle of water? The girl inquired, glancing down at her father. No need. I'm not thirsty. Too much to drink would just complicate things with the restroom. Let us rest for a while. The middle-aged man waved his hand, a hint of a smile gracing his face. All right, she nodded, choosing not to press further. They happened to be seated next to Tang Yu, and upon noticing him, the father and daughter exchanged polite smiles and nods in greeting. Tang Yu returned the gesture with a smile of his own, recognizing the duo. They hailed from the esteemed Wenren family, the foremost ancient martial arts clan in Su and Hang. The man in the wheelchair was Wenren Yuan Shan, the current head of the family, who had gained a reputation for invincibility in Su and Hang by the age of 30 and had reached the pinnacle of his powers by 40. In families steeped in ancient martial traditions, a certain arrogance prevails, one that allows them to look down upon even the nobility. Thus, even upon recognizing Tang Yu, the scion of the illustrious Suang family, they merely exchanged casual greetings. In the realm of ancient martial arts, only the strong command respect. Tang Yu's gaze swiftly shifted to the young lady. She was Wenren Yagu, the esteemed daughter of the Wenren family, possessing talents and abilities that surpassed even those of her father. At merely 20 years of age, she had already attained the mysterious realm of Xian. In terms of innate talent, she was an unparalleled prodigy, eclipsing her father's achievements. Such an exceptional young woman could hardly escape the clutches of the Dragon King. Oh, truth be told, young ladies ought to be mindful of their martial training direction. Engaging in the cultivation of true qi and focusing on internal martial arts would be far more advantageous. There is no necessity to develop a physique brimming with muscles. Look at Qi Yin Han, who possesses a fragrant and soft demeanor. Tang Yu silently criticized in his heart. Suddenly, when Ren Yegu, having caught wind of Tang Yu's inner thoughts, felt her countenance darken. She observed that Tang Yu's lips remained still, leading her to glance at others. The last man who dared to comment on her in such a manner had found himself hospitalized for 3 months. After scanning her surroundings without locating her target, her frown deepened in frustration. Could it be that she had misheard? Noticing his daughter's unusual expression, when Ren Yuanshan inquired, "Is something amiss?" "Nothing." When Ren Yegu replied, too embarrassed to divulge that she had overheard the nonsensical remarks. When Ren Yuanshan gently ruffled her hair in a gesture of comfort. "Father understands your concerns. Rest assured, that young man named Lu Junjua indeed possesses remarkable medical skills. After receiving treatment from him, my father's toe can already move. It won't be long before he can stand up again, and we can engage in our friendly sparring as we did before." He had almost lost hope for his legs, resigning himself to a life of helplessness. However, after undergoing an acupuncture treatment of unknown origins, he began to feel sensations in his legs again, even managing to move one toe. This has rekindled his hope of standing. He is also filled with gratitude towards the remarkable young man named Lu Junzuo. "Father, I have faith in brother Lu's medical skills. He is indeed extraordinary." Wenren Yage's admiration for Lu Junzuo was unmistakable on her face. Though he was only a few years older than her, his prowess far surpassed hers. She holds a deep respect for the strong, and thus sincerely acknowledges and appreciates him. Tang Yu, who was sipping water nearby, nearly choked upon overhearing their conversation. In the original storyline, it was Yi Chun who was supposed to treat Wenren Yuanshan. To conquer Suang, he needed not only to subdue the 4 prominent families to establish a commercial empire, but also to gain control over the ancient martial forces of Suang. He aimed to make Suang utterly submit to him, serving as the foundation for his vengeance. As the foremost family of ancient martial arts in Suang, the Wenren family would be his stronghold in conquering these forces. Lu Junzuo's medical skills are indeed impressive. He can even treat paralysis. However, healing comes at a price. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts once more, Wenren Yage's gaze finally fixed upon her, as the individual who had been sitting nearby had just departed. Within a 10-meter radius, they were alone. She could hear the thoughts of this man. "What is this silly girl staring at me for? Is she leering at me with her eyes? Goodness, can these women not have some self-respect? It's my first day of abstinence." Noticing the gaze of Wenren Yage, Tang Yu couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Wenren Yage nearly lost her composure and struck out. However, more than Tang Yu's flippant remarks, she was far more concerned about what he had just said. How could he possibly know about Lu Junzuo? What did it mean to overdraw vitality for treatment? She had always held immense respect for her father. Indeed, it was her admiration for him that made her particularly drawn to powerful men. If anyone dared to threaten her father's life, regardless of who it was, she would not let them go. Taking a deep breath, she looked directly at Tang Yu and asked, "Mr. Tang, my father." Just as she was about to clarify her question, she found that the words stuck in her throat, as if an invisible hand had covered her mouth. Observing her sudden stuttering, Tang Yu, puzzled, inquired, "Miss Wenren, what's wrong? What is this woman babbling about? This is hilarious. No need to be so tense. I'm actually quite an approachable and handsome fellow. Are you all right, Yage?" Wenren Yuanshan asked, frowning at his daughter's sudden odd behavior. He certainly didn't think she was nervous about Tang Yu. Such a worthless second-generation rich kid wouldn't even catch his daughter's eye. "I'm fine." After a few seconds of hesitation, Wenren Yage finally realized that the thoughts she had just heard were utterly inexpressible. However, as an exceptionally gifted martial artist, she possessed a remarkably astute mind. Thus, she endeavored to rephrase her inquiry, "Young Master Tang, your family must be acquainted with numerous esteemed physicians. Could you perhaps recommend a few? I wish to seek their assistance for my father's leg." "Yage, there's no need to trouble young Master Tang. With Lu Junzuo assisting me, that suffices." Wenren Yuanshan furrowed his brow slightly. He was not one to impose on others or owe favors. As for Tang Yu, a wealthy second-generation heir, he could scarcely muster the inclination to regard her. Tang Yu discerned a hint of disdain in his gaze and couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. This was indeed a quintessential trope of such narratives. Antagonists were invariably unlikable, eliciting innate aversion from the supporting characters surrounding the protagonist. Brother, what airs are you putting on? I don't owe you anything. And to think you rely on Lu Junzuo. After 3 more treatments, your leg will be healed. Then you can count the days until you're lying flat, wailing in despair. Despite her inner discontent, she found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. Nevertheless, Tang Yu spoke up. I have a strong rapport with the esteemed Dr. Jiang. Uncle Wenren might consider consulting him. We've already paid a visit to Dr. Jiang. It appears his efforts were rather ineffective. Wenren Yage replied with a wry smile, yet her astonishment only deepened. For Lu Junzuo had indeed assured her that after 3 more treatments, her father's leg would be restored. Perhaps we should have Dr. Jiang examine him once more. His medical expertise far surpasses that of those obscure folk healers, Tang Yu suggested delicately. Alas, brother, if you've articulated your thoughts to this extent, shouldn't you be a bit more discerning? Hurry and ask old Master Jiang to take a look. He can certainly uncover these trivial issues. Renyin Gu's expression darkened slightly. Consulting the esteemed Jiang, the divine physician, seemed a prudent idea. However, Ren Yuanshan was already growing irritable. He held a considerable admiration for Lu Junzhua, believing the young man to be exceptionally talented. Thus, he shot a sidelong glance at Tang Yu and scoffed. Young Master Tang, there are countless reclusive sages in this world. Venturing out to observe the world will only enhance one's wisdom. Remaining confined to one's narrow perspective will only invite ridicule. Tang Yu forced a smile, albeit devoid of genuine warmth. Honestly, I have no desire to involve myself in your affairs. If it weren't for the fact that I do not wish to see you, Ren, use Lu Junzhua as a pawn against my Tang family, I would truly be disinterested. I am quite reluctant to waste my breath on you. Being manipulated, losing a daughter without recompense, and surrendering one's family? You characters are faring worse than I, the villain. Upon hearing Tang Yu's candid remarks, Ren Yingu felt a tinge of embarrassment. She recognized that Tang Yu's intentions were sincere and devoid of malice. Thus, she turned to her father and said, All right, father. Enough of this. Young Master Tang is only trying to help. Ren Yuanshan, darkly silent, remained unresponsive. Could it be that his daughter had truly lost her discernment and chosen such an ineffectual pretty face? If that were indeed the case, he would never acquiesce. His daughter was a paragon of excellence. He deemed her far too illustrious for such a suitor. Chapter 87. The unbothered moonlight with no common ground in their discourse. Tang Yu chose to disregard Ren Yuanshan entirely. He could not stand idly by while the Ren family inclined toward Lu Junzhua. But if they were determined to be obstinate, he would do his utmost and leave it at that. If all else fails, I shall sit at the table with the young ladies during the banquet. Wenren Yage's emotions are currently quite intricate. If Lu Junzhuo genuinely harbors malicious intentions, then he cannot blame me for being inhospitable. Both parties remain ensnared in an awkward silence. Once aboard the aircraft, they find themselves seated apart. After securing her father's seatbelt, Wenren Yage remarked, Dad, I'm heading to the restroom. If you need anything, feel free to call the flight attendant. Go ahead, Wenren Yuanshan responded. His mood somewhat discontented as he waved her off. His character is rather rigid, yet he values gratitude above all. Since Lu Junzhuo aided him in treating his leg, he considers him a benefactor. The memory of Tang Yu's earlier words unsettles him. Were it not for his current disability and restrained temperament, he would have ensured Lu Junzhuo face some repercussions. However, Wenren Yage does not genuinely head to the restroom. After wandering for a while, she finds Tang Yu's seat. Miss Wenren, is there something you need? Tang Yu casually inquired while leaning back in his seat, engrossed in a novel. Tang Xiao, my father spoke inappropriately earlier. It was not fitting to address it in his presence, so I wish to apologize to you here, Wenren Yage said, offering a slight bow to express her contrition. Her demeanor takes Tang Yu by surprise. This young lady, a wild stallion in her own right, is unexpectedly courteous towards him. His earlier irritation dissipates significantly as he gestures dismissively. It's nothing. A minor misunderstanding resolved is all that is needed. Her attitude is rather commendable. I initially considered exposing Lu Junzhuo, but perhaps I shall refrain. There are indeed a few remedies in the Qingsang Tianjing for treating paralysis. Rest assured, once treated, your father will experience no pain and enjoy a sense of ease each month, while simultaneously safeguarding our Tang family. Wenren Yage felt both perplexed and exhilarated. Could this individual truly possess a remedy for her father's leg? Yet, what did he mean by no pain and ease each month? This man was undeniably infuriating. I shall not intrude any further, young Master Tang. Here is my business card. You may add me on WeChat for any matters that may arise. Wenren Yage produced a business card and handed it to Tang Yu, which bore her name, phone number, and company name. Many of these ancient martial arts families operated security firms, which served as their primary source of income. Very well. Observing Wenren Yage's courteous demeanor, Tang Yu felt a twinge of confusion. The auction was set to commence in a couple of days, and he needed to begin preparations promptly. Upon disembarking the plane, a driver awaited to escort them to the clinic of the esteemed Dr. Jiang. Wenren Yage instructed the driver. What business do we have at Dr. Jiang's? Wenren Yuanshan inquired, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Did that young man from the Tang family say something to you? Why would you heed his fabrications? I despise being indebted to others. It seems unnecessary to trouble Dr. Jiang. My ailment can be managed with the assistance of that young man, Lu Junzuo, he continued. I merely wish to have a checkup, nothing more. Father, Wenren Yage replied, her tone resolute. Whether there is an issue or not can be determined through examination. Seeing his daughter's determined expression, Wenren Yuanshan understood he could not dissuade her and resigned himself to comply. Upon arriving at the clinic, Wenren Yuanshan exerted himself to leap into the wheelchair after opening the car door. As Wenren Yage pushed her father into the clinic, a long queue resembling serpentine forms awaited at the entrance. The clinic offered complimentary medical consultations daily, providing free treatment for the impoverished who could not afford medical care. Naturally, this initiative stirred the interests of many. Over the years, there had been occasional troublemakers, but under the protection of the Tang family, those who sought to cause disturbances seemingly vanished, leaving no one daring to create further discord. Jiang Xiaoye was preoccupied with taking the pulse of a patient when she noticed the father-daughter duo. They left a lasting impression on her, as they had previously donated 10 million after their initial visit. This generous contribution was utilized to fund the free medical consultations, which explained why the clinic frequently attended to wealthy clients. With a smile, she greeted them. Miss Wenren, are you here to bring your uncle for a consultation? Indeed. I wish to seek the esteemed Jiang Laoxing. Is he available at the moment? Wenren Yage replied courteously. He is in the back, engrossed in his reading. Please feel free to go, Jiang Xiaoye said with a sweet smile, gesturing towards the clinic's courtyard. Thank you. Wenren Yage nodded appreciatively and proceeded to push her father towards the back. As they approached, Jiang Laosheng, clad in a flowing green robe, was deeply engrossed in an ancient medical text. Upon seeing them, he greeted, Welcome, what brings you here today? Where do you feel unwell? Wenren Yage spoke respectfully. I apologize for troubling you, Jiang Laoxing. I feel quite well, yet she insisted that I come for a checkup. Wenren Yuanshan sighed with a hint of frustration. Have you healed your leg? Upon hearing this news, the esteemed physician Jiang was both astonished and exhilarated. Given his medical expertise, he had been unable to resolve such an issue. Could there truly exist someone so extraordinary? He hastily commenced pulse diagnosis on Wenren Yuanshan, shutting his eyes to concentrate intently. After a moment of contemplation, his expression suddenly darkened, and he exclaimed in anger, This is utterly outrageous. Who could be so reckless? Which rogue is responsible for this? What is it? Observing Jiang's abrupt outburst, both father and daughter were taken aback. The renowned physician Jiang was well known for his good temperament. This individual possesses remarkable medical skills, perhaps even slightly superior to mine, yet his intentions are exceedingly malicious. I cannot fathom what acupuncture techniques he employed in your treatment. With his proficiency, if he were willing to exercise patience and perform acupuncture bi-weekly for a year, he could indeed restore your leg. However, even if he succeeded, you would not survive beyond a year. Jiang's face flushed with indignation. A lack of medical skill may render one a mere quack, but a corrupt heart is worse than that of a beast. Wenren Yage's countenance shifted dramatically. Could it be that Tang Yu was indeed correct? Wenren Yuanshan was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that the young man he admired harbored such ill intentions. Overwhelmed with rage, he felt an even greater sense of guilt. Thankfully, he encountered that young man from the Tang family today, who offered a timely warning. Had it not been for this, his life would likely have been in grave peril. Yet, he had treated that young man with such disdain. In regret, he struck his own face. This was not how he should have acted. Chapter 88. Add some substance to it. Wenren Yage, her face etched with concern, inquired. Compared to seeking vengeance, her primary concern now lies with her father's health. Very well. I shall administer acupuncture shortly and prescribe a remedy. A week of recuperation should suffice. Fortunately, you arrived in time. Had that individual undergone one more treatment, even I would have been at a loss. After speaking, the esteemed Dr. Jiang directed the father and daughter to his chamber, preparing to treat Wenren Yuanshan. Thank you, Dr. Jiang. The kindness shown today shall forever be etched in the annals of the Wenren family, Wenren Yage expressed, bowing in gratitude. As her father underwent acupuncture, Wenren Yage stood outside the door, her face contorted with rage, fists clenched tightly. What an audacious Lu Junzuo, daring to humiliate the Wenren family in such a manner. She swore, without avenging this wrong, she would not consider herself human. Yet, the realization of her current inferiority to him left her in a state of agitation. The Wenren family had significantly declined over the years, primarily due to her father's mishap. The remaining skilled practitioners in the household were now on par with her, all stagnant at the early stages of the Xian realm. Their combined efforts would hardly tip the scales against Lu Junzuo. The disparity between the pinnacle of the Xian realm and its initial stages was stark. Within her mind, she began to devise a plan for retribution, regardless of the circumstances. She could not let this transgressor escape unscathed. At that moment, Lu Junzuo was resting at the Wenren residence. After suffering a substantial setback a few days prior, he had finally recuperated after 2 days in the hospital. Simultaneously, he was preparing to seize control of the Wenren family. That fool Yi Chun was too short-sighted, preoccupied with the notion of profiting from the 4 great families. He, however, placed greater emphasis on power. The Wenren family was his strategic foothold for dominating the ancient martial arts forces of Suzhou and Hangzhou. At this moment, he is sitting by the artificial lake of the Wenren family, fishing with a remarkably pleasant demeanor. The precious item he has set his sights on at the auction has already had its photographs sent to him. He is quite certain that this jade lion conceals the long-lost 9 Revolutions pill, a legendary elixir. The Dragon Soul organization possesses relevant documentation that confirms its existence. For him, the significance of the 9 Revolutions pill is immense. With its aid, he is poised to make a significant breakthrough into the Earth character realm. At that juncture, the young man surnamed Tang shall undoubtedly meet his demise. Why should he concern himself with that inexplicable power of his? Once he has eliminated him, he shall also revel in the conquest of his fiancée. In doing so, he can simultaneously humiliate Yi Chun. Thus, this item is something he is determined to acquire, no matter the cost. In the antique shop, when Tang Yu arrived, the new manager was already awaiting his presence. Following the assignment of Zhao Gaosheng to Antarctica, an elderly gentleman, a knowledgeable and wise individual, took over his position. Young Master Tang, he greeted with utmost respect upon seeing Tang Yu. His demeanor was exceedingly courteous towards Tang Yu. It was rumored that the previous manager, Mr. Zhao, had facilitated a matter for young Master Tang that earned him a reward of 10 billion, leading to his promotion abroad. To be of service to young Master Tang now was indeed a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Old Master Peng, how is the jade lion I requested you to craft? Tang Yu inquired with a smile. Oh, that. It is nearly completed. Please follow me, young Master Tang. Old Master Peng replied promptly. A few days prior, upon receiving Tang Yu's notification along with a photograph, he had immediately summoned several skilled artisans to carve the jade lion that young Master Tang desired. After several days of tireless effort, the finished product has been polished to perfection, albeit with minor imperfections. Upon entering and beholding the coconut-sized jade lion, Tang Yu felt a considerable sense of satisfaction. Although the cost was somewhat exorbitant, it was a trivial matter in the grand scheme of things. Remarkably, even the intricate mechanism of the 9 palaces locked beneath it had been flawlessly restored in accordance with Tang Yu's specifications. The original jade lion featured this mechanism, one that only the Dragon King, Yi Chun, could unlock. Damn it, that fortunate child of destiny. It seemed as if all the finest things in the world were destined for him. Fortunately, having perused the original narrative, Tang Yu recalled how to operate it, and that was sufficient. Tang Yu was exceedingly pleased with the final product and promptly instructed his associates to pack it up and send it to the auction house. I shall not simply seize it from you. Instead, I shall employ a clever ruse. He mused. Old Master Peng, I have a packet of medicinal powder here. Please assist me in transforming it into pills shortly. We can encapsulate some unpalatable substances within, and once completed, kindly deliver them to Wanbao Tower, requesting their assistance in prioritizing the auction of this item. After issuing his instructions, Tang Yu patted the old man's shoulder and chuckled as he departed. In the original storyline, the Dragon King Yi Chun had also witnessed the 9 turns pill for the first time. Now, with Lu Junzuo in the picture, the experience would likely be similar. This packet of medicinal powder had been meticulously concocted, and its scent alone would not reveal its true nature. Unless one were to ingest it, one could never ascertain that it was poison, just as with excrement, while one can see and smell it. How could one dare to assume it was indeed fecal matter without tasting it? Such a repugnant substance. Old Master Peng rubbed his bald head, drawing upon decades of accumulated wisdom as he pondered this conundrum. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze shifted towards the restroom. Once he had completed the task assigned by young Master Tang, the elderly Peng emerged from the restroom, his face flushed. Having engaged in such mischievous antics during his childhood, he never anticipated that, at his age, he would revisit the innocent joys of youth. He placed the meticulously crafted pills into the Jade Lion and personally delivered them to the Wanbao auction house. 2 fleeting days passed. The auction was held at the picturesque Sisui Villa, nestled in a charming locale surrounded by mountains and water, a favored retreat for the affluent of the city. Tang Yu was well acquainted with the area, and upon alighting from the car, he encountered numerous familiar faces. "Good day, young Master Tang. Oh, you have come as well. What brings you here today? It's quite rare to see you at an antique auction." Many greeted Tang Yu with warmth. As he stepped through the entrance, Tang Yu's eyes fell upon Wen Yage, accompanied by a strikingly handsome young man. The youth wore a devilish smile, strikingly reminiscent of Longwan Yichun, albeit with the smile's curl on the right, while Yichen's was on the left. If their smiles were to merge, it would create a rather comical effect. Strictly speaking, this was Lu Junzuo's first encounter with Tang Yu, and upon seeing him, he maintained an air of composure, unperturbed by the possibility of being recognized. Concealing himself in the shadows, delivering a lethal blow to his adversary, was his forte. This was also the first time Tang Yu laid eyes on Lu Junzuo's face. Upon recognition, his gaze involuntarily lingered a moment longer. This rascal, smiling just like Yichun. As the two individuals pressed their lips together and adopted a cross-eyed expression, it was undeniably a sight to behold. Wen Yage, upon hearing Tang Yu's sarcastic remark, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She too perceived that Lu Junzuo's devilish smile appeared somewhat foolish, akin to a facial nerve malfunction. After accompanying her father to receive treatment from the esteemed Jiang Laosher, she had contemplated her course of action for the past few days, deciding against immediate retaliation. Patience was key. She needed to lower his guard before striking decisively. Today, upon hearing that Lu Junzuo intended to attend the auction, she decided to accompany him in hopes of procuring rare medicinal herbs for her father's ailment. The trio consciously avoided drawing each other's attention, thus refraining from greeting one another. Seated in the front row, Tang Yu glanced at her phone. Notably, the Grim Reaper squad had not accompanied her today, as Lu Junzuo had assigned them other tasks. Following their previous encounter, where they had been soundly beaten by the squad, he had developed some reservations about them. However, he had yet to harbor any suspicions, for the four had faithfully executed his commands, and the altercation had merely been a misunderstanding. Chapter 89. Do you dare compete with me? The auction today attracted a considerable crowd. The items for bid extended beyond mere antiques, encompassing a variety of rare treasures, including herbs that had been cultivated for centuries, an established trope in such narratives. The customary elements of serendipitous finds and antagonists driving up prices were also present, designed to enable the protagonist to flaunt their prowess while acquiring artifacts. Contemplating her role as the price-inflating antagonist today, Tang Yu felt a surge of anticipation as she cracked open a pistachio and brought it to her lips. She discreetly cast a glance at Wen Yage from the corner of her eye. She was seated beside Lu Junzuo, engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to her previous remarks. Alas, what a dim-witted teammate. And there she is, sharing laughter with that fool Lu Junzuo. Even after such blatant hints, if she remains unaware. Perhaps later I shall have old Master Jiang pay a visit to your father. Tang Yu sighed inwardly. Wen Yage was seated less than 3 meters away from Tang Yu. Upon hearing his thoughts, she felt a spark of curiosity. Why could she perceive Tang Xiao's inner voice? Did this imply a connection of mutual understanding? Yet, when she attempted to communicate silently moments ago, he had not responded. After approximately half an hour, the guests had largely arrived. An elderly gentleman clad in a white tang suit ascended the stage to address the attendees. This gentleman was the representative of Wanbao Tower in the Suzhou-Hangzhou region. Wanbao Tower is the largest auction house in Huaxia, and as time progressed, it naturally became a staunch ally of the Dragon King, often furnishing them with intelligence. The first item to be auctioned was Dong Qichong's Snow Clearing After the Mountains. This masterpiece by the Ming Dynasty artist Dong Qichong. The elderly gentleman began to elaborate extensively on the painting's origins, starting the bidding at 30 million. Soon, bids began to emerge from the audience, ultimately culminating in a purchase at 80 million. As a wealthy and handsome individual, Tang Yu found little interest in the proceedings. Having satisfied his hunger, he pondered the absurdity of spending millions on such trinkets. Art is something to be appreciated, not a sustenance. Why spend exorbitant sums on it? Art that benefits humanity is the true essence of good art. For instance, the artistic films stored in the cloud drive. And they come at no cost, inadvertently undermining the Eastern economy as well. As Tang Yu silently critiqued these artworks in her mind, when Ren Yage beside her could not help but wear a face of dismay. Was this fellow performing a monologue in his thoughts? Noticing when Ren Yage's sudden change in expression, Lu Junzuo flashed a charming smile and inquired, "What is it, Yage? Are you unwell?" Upon catching a glimpse of the smile adorning Lu Junzuo's face, when Ren Yage genuinely felt discomfort, she shook her head and replied, "It's nothing. If you're feeling unwell, do let me know. Otherwise, seeing your distress will cause me pain." Lu Junzuo pointed to his chest, his gaze imbued with tenderness. Ren Yage felt a surge of acidity rise within her. "Your pain, indeed. Were it not for the current inability to contend with you, I would certainly deliver a blow to make you feel the sting." "Thank you," Lu Junzuo responded, unfazed. Such a woman, who revered the strong, was destined to be conquered by him. Half an hour into the auction, the Jade Lion was finally presented on stage. Upon seeing this exquisite piece, many attendees cast curious glances. It seemed to be the first time encountering such an antique. Esteemed guests, the white jade lion that we are about to auction is a remarkable artwork. I lack the knowledge to ascertain the master behind its creation, yet I believe its artistic value is exceptionally high. Therefore, the starting bid is set at 5 million. Those interested may wish to try their luck. You might just find a hidden treasure. After the elderly gentleman concluded his introduction, he chuckled to himself. In all their years of hosting auctions, they had never encountered a case of finding a bargain. Because they possess the finest antique appraisers in all of Huaxia, they can identify artifacts from any dynasty. And only a rare counterfeit could deceive them. The guests erupted in laughter. However, anyone attending this auction was of considerable wealth, each worth no less than 1 billion. For them, a few million was indeed a trifling amount. Thus, bids began to emerge swiftly. "I bid 5,500,000. Then I shall bid 6 million. Upon hearing these bids, Lu Junzuo, fueled by excitement, refrained from immediately responding. He preferred either to abstain from bidding or to finalize the deal with a decisive offer. Today, the Jade Lion was his for the taking. Once he acquired the Jade Lion, he would promptly consume the elixir. The 9-turn pill was highly effective, yielding results within merely 3 minutes of ingestion. After reaching the pinnacle of the Xian realm, he felt as though he had 1 foot already over the threshold. Especially after enduring a few beatings in recent days. Coupled with the 9-turn pill, breaking through would undoubtedly be a seamless endeavor. Once he achieved this breakthrough, his first course of action would be to disguise himself and eliminate the young man surnamed Tang. When the price reached 9 million, no one dared to bid further. After all, exorbitantly priced collectibles serve no real purpose. Wealthy individuals are not foolish enough to squander their money frivolously. 9 million for the first time. 9 million for the second time. Just as the old man on stage raised his small wooden hammer to announce the third time, Lu Junzuo finally spoke up. 9,000,001. He discerned that this price was the psychological limit for these individuals. Thus he was willing to add just a mere 10,000. Any more would be a waste. With this bid, all eyes in the room turned towards him. The gentleman began with an increment of 100,000 for each bid, prompting a request for a revised offer. The elderly auctioneer on stage appeared somewhat awkward. Lu Junju furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction and modified his bid to 9,100,000. The individual who had previously offered 9 million rolled his eyes, but chose to refrain from further bidding. 10 million, suddenly exclaimed Tang Yu, interrupting the proceedings. Lu Junju's gaze shot toward Tang Yu, a flicker of malice evident in his eyes. Was this man inherently destined to clash with him? Did he truly wish to contest him over an item today? 10 million, going once, announced the elderly auctioneer, visibly taken aback. He recognized that this item had been delivered by Tang Yu himself. What was the intention behind bidding on one's own possessions? However, he was indifferent, as their commission was based on the final sale price, and as long as the money flowed, all was well. 11 million, Lu Junju reluctantly continued to bid, resolute in his determination not to allow the Jade Lion to fall into Tang Yu's hands. His eyes brimmed with trepidation. Had this young man uncovered the secrets hidden within the jade lion? 20 million. 21 million. 50 million. When Tang Yu boldly announced the price of 50 million, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Young Master Tang, you are extravagantly generous. Spending such a sum on an ostensibly useless jade lion? Observing Tang Yu's reckless bidding, Lu Junzhu became convinced that Tang Yu had indeed discovered the jade lion's secret. His vision turned crimson with envy. You dare to seize the opportunity one covet? Chapter 90. Clean and feeding the beasts, brothers. I bid 100 million. He declared loudly, standing up. Is it merely a contest of wealth? Do I fear you? The Dragon Soul organization possesses depths that are truly unfathomable. Just the few companies visible on the surface boast assets beginning at 500 billion, collectively amounting to at least several trillion. The private assets are even more numerous and incalculable. The two individuals began to escalate the bidding frantically, leaving everyone present utterly astounded. Within a mere 5 minutes, they had maniacally driven the price to nearly 100 billion. For them, 100 million seemed not a mere goal, but rather a casual utterance. Some wealthy individuals, who once considered themselves affluent, now felt a twinge of embarrassment. They understood Tang Xiao's relentless bidding. After all, the Tang family truly possesses great wealth. But who was the person bidding against Tang Xiao? Was it truly necessary to escalate to such an extent merely for pride? When the price reached 100 billion, Lu Junzuo's eyes were already filled with fervor. This opportunity was far too significant for him. However, 100 billion was indeed exorbitantly high. I shall withdraw. Just as his fervor peaked, Tang Yu suddenly withdrew his bid. Congratulations to this gentleman then. The old man on stage quickly struck his small wooden hammer, delighting inwardly. Their auction house earned a 3% commission, and 100 billion would yield a net income of 3 billion. He gazed at Tang Yu with admiration. This young man is truly a commercial genius. He managed to take what barely qualifies as an artwork and, through a simple act of bidding, amassed a substantial fortune. Truly, as the young master of the Tang family, he accomplished what we could only dream of. Pathetic. Is this all there is? Although he successfully acquired the precious item, Lu Junzuo was consumed by an overwhelming fury. Glaring at Tang Yu as he berated him, this scoundrel dares to make me squander such a fortune. His life would not suffice as compensation. Tang Yu raised his hand, exclaiming like a schoolchild reporting a grievance. Excuse me, could the staff attend to this uncouth individual who is attacking my character? The staff, visibly embarrassed, approached Lu Junzuo and said, Dear guest, we kindly ask you to maintain decorum. Disrupting the auction and assaulting others is not permitted. With a face ashen with rage, Lu Junzuo coldly scoffed and made a gesture across his throat towards Tang Yu. The item had already been secured, and he was eager to exact his revenge. Rising from his seat, he instructed the staff to escort him to make the payment. According to the auction's regulations, once the bid was won and payment made, the item could be taken away. He was determined to consume the 9 transformation pill immediately, achieving a breakthrough right there to eliminate this scoundrel. Upon hearing of his intention to pay, the staff cheerfully guided this affluent patron to the VIP lounge to await his transaction. 100 billion, a sum that shattered their auction's historical record. Although this esteemed guest displayed some crudeness, the 3 billion in commission they would earn in mere moments left them with little to complain about. As he followed the staff backstage, he produced his card to settle the bill. In accordance with the conventions of popular fiction, even the largest transactions were completed in mere minutes. Thus, within a short span of time, 100 billion was transferred to the auction house's account. Esteemed guest, here is our auction house's platinum membership card. Henceforth, you shall be regarded as one of the elite VIPs of Wanbao Tower. Upon receiving the payment, the staff promptly produced an exquisite membership card and presented it to Lu Junzuo. With a sullen expression, Lu Junzuo accepted the card, feeling no sense of advantage. Damn it, what a significant loss. Hurry and give me my items, he urged impatiently. Certainly, Mr. Lu. The staff immediately arranged for the careful delivery of the Jade Lion. Once the item was securely in Lu Junzuo's hands, the staff breathed a sigh of relief. This was a highly valuable piece, worth billions. Should it accidentally be damaged while in their possession, who would bear the responsibility? Well then, Mr. Lu, unless there is anything else, we shall take our leave. Should you require our delivery services, please do not hesitate to summon us. The staff spoke with utmost respect. Go ahead, and do not allow anyone to enter and disturb me without my permission. Lu Junzuo gestured toward the door, his impatience evident. The staff quickly exited the VIP lounge, carefully closing the door behind them. Once alone, Lu Junzuo examined the jade lion and discovered, indeed, it concealed a mechanism resembling a 9-grid lock. He let out a cold chuckle and skillfully manipulated it, swiftly unlocking the intricate device. Inside lay a pitch-black pill. Upon seeing this pill, Lu Junzuo's excitement surged. The 9-turn pill. This miraculous elixir had long been lost to time. Even with his medical expertise, he could not reconstruct the formula. Now that he had finally obtained one, his heart swelled with exhilaration. Consuming it would enable him to break through to the earthly realm. At that moment, it was certain that Tang Yu would meet his demise. The position of the Dragon King would also be claimed by him. He brought the elixir close to his nose and inhaled its fragrance. A blend of medicinal aroma laced with a hint of unpleasantness. As a master of traditional Chinese medicine, he found no offense in it. After all, with thousands of medicinal herbs, one could encounter a myriad of scents. The ability to combine both fragrance and foulness in such a concoction was simply astonishing, akin to the paradox of fire and ice coexisting. He couldn't help but admire the alchemist who crafted this 9 revolutions pill. With a smile to himself, he placed the pill in his mouth and savored it, chewing with delight. There was a tinge of bitterness. He understood well the adage that good medicine is often unpalatable. After a few more chews, the bitterness began to shift in character. But a pungent odor intensified in his mouth, reminiscent of an unceremonious release. Was that feces? Lu Junzuo suddenly recognized the familiar scent, and his expression shifted subtly. Once, during a mission, he had concealed himself in a cesspool, submerging for 3 minutes. It was then that he had inhaled a mouthful of the foulness. There was no mistaking it. This was that recognizable odor. Could it be that the 9 revolutions pill contained feces? What kind of feces was this? After swallowing the crushed elixir, Lu Junzuo pondered internally. In traditional Chinese medicine, there exists a rare herb known as night-bright sand, which is essentially bat droppings. Moreover, other animals' excrement, even that of humans, can serve as medicinal ingredients, known as golden essence. As Lu Junzuo was contemplating seizing the opportunity to deduce the formula for the 9 transformation pill, an unexpected wave of excruciating pain surged through his abdomen. The anticipated scene of enhanced vital energy and a breakthrough in cultivation failed to materialize. Being a person of considerable medical expertise, he was acutely aware of the predicament his body was in. Poisoned? This is dire. There must be toxins within the medicine. Lu Junzuo's countenance changed dramatically as he instinctively opened his mouth and began to retch violently. After expelling the remnants of the 9 transformation pill he had just ingested, he felt as though his mouth had transformed into a cesspit. An indescribable stench emanated from the vomit, assaulting his senses. What was even more perilous was the fact that the toxins had already begun to spread within his system. He hastily swallowed a detoxifying pill of his own concoction, which provided him with some relief. Cursed be it, he had been tricked. At that moment, clarity hit him, and with reddened eyes, he dashed out of the VIP room. Chapter 91. Yet another poison. By the time he burst out, the auction for the Jade Lion had already concluded. Tang Yu was now toying with the Jade Lion, a smile adorning her face. Just after Lu Junzuo had departed, the auction for the genuine Jade Lion had commenced. Upon witnessing 2 identical items appear consecutively, the attendees of the auction were engulfed in confusion. After Tang Yu made the initial bid, no one else dared to raise their offer. After all, young Master Tang had already bid into the billions. To attempt to outbid him at this juncture would not only be futile, but could also provoke ire, an act of sheer folly. Observing Tang Yu fondling the Jade Lion, Lu Junzuo felt his anger surging intensely. This scoundrel, how dare he toy with him so? To steal one's own elixir is already reprehensible. Yet to concoct a counterfeit in order to deceive oneself further for monetary gain is utterly despicable. Moreover, the audacity to introduce poison into it is beyond comprehension. How can such malevolence exist in this world? Nonetheless, upon observing Tang Yu merely toying with the Jade Lion, a sense of relief washed over him. It seemed this individual was unlikely to possess the skills to unlock it. In this world, there are no more than 5 who can unlock the 9 palace lock. Yet, this lad is certainly not among them. This man is destined to meet his demise. That fool must have already consumed the elixir hidden within the Jade Lion. Indeed, the child of fortune is truly fortunate. It has failed to poison you. Tang Yu silently reveled in schadenfreude. After acquiring the Jade Lion, he promptly unlocked the 9 palace lock and extracted its contents. Inside lay a 9-turn elixir and an ancient martial arts manual. Without hesitation, Tang Yu ingested the 9-turn elixir, which would enhance his cultivation. He effortlessly broke through to the early stage of the Xian character realm. As he indulged in his moment of glee, Wenren Yade's expression hardened. Has Lu Junju already been poisoned? She turned her gaze and noted that Lu Junju's aura was indeed unstable. If this fellow were truly poisoned, would it not present the perfect opportunity for revenge? A surge of joy filled Wenren Yade's heart. She had not anticipated such a swift chance for retribution. Thus, she feigned concern and inquired, "Mr. Lu, you appear somewhat unwell?" Seeing Wenren Yade express concern for him brought a measure of comfort to Lu Junju. He replied, "I consumed something slightly off. It's a minor issue." As he spoke, Wenren Yade was overwhelmed by a foul stench that assailed her senses, causing her to retch uncontrollably. The others nearby also caught a whiff of the foul odor, pinching their noses in disgust. Goodness, what an awful stench. What is that? Who has defecated on themselves? Surely, they can't be so childish. Upon hearing their remarks, Lu Junzuo's face turned a ghastly shade of green. The repugnant smell emanated from his own mouth, a realization that struck him with horror. That vile scoundrel, Tang Yu, not only poisoned him, but had the audacity to mix in excrement. Was this truly an act a human could commit? His resolve hardened anew. He wished nothing more than to render this scoundrel utterly incapacitated and cast him into a cesspit to drown. "I need to use the restroom," Lu Junzuo declared hastily. But before he could make his exit, Wenren Yade let out another dry heave. Humiliated to the utmost, Lu Junzuo nearly bit down on his own teeth in frustration as he rushed to the restroom to rinse his mouth. The restroom provided disposable mouthwash, and he gargled for nearly 5 minutes. Yet the vile stench lingered, dissipating only slightly. Frustrated by the stubborn taste, Lu Junzuo shouted in rage, shattering the restroom mirror with a single punch. "Tang Yu, I will see you dead." Meanwhile, as Tang Yu reclined in his seat, savoring the changes in his body, he suddenly sneezed. Noticing that Lu Junzuo had retreated to the restroom, a sly thought crossed his mind. The auction is nearly concluded. It is time to make my exit. Otherwise, this beast, with his peak strength in the Xuanzi realm, could prove troublesome if he goes berserk. He sighed inwardly, reflecting on the immovable king technique, which still lacked a certain finesse. If only its defensive capabilities were heightened to the point of rendering the Xuanzi realm obsolete. With that thought, Tang Yu clutched the jade lion and slipped away. Upon hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt sentiments, Wenren Yade pondered for a moment before swiftly following in Tang Yu's footsteps. Given her understanding of Lu Junzuo, it was clear he would not let Tang Yu escape unscathed. Soon enough, the opportunity for vengeance and gratitude would arise. Noticing that Tang Yu had vacated her seat, his eyes blazed with fury. After a quick survey of the surroundings, he spotted Tang Yu stealthily making her exit. Attempting to flee, with reddened eyes, he surged forward, determined that this young scoundrel would not leave with the 9-turn pill today. By the time he burst out of the auction venue, Tang Yu was already sprinting toward the parking lot. "You cannot escape," Lu Junzuo roared, pushing his speed to the limit as he charged at Tang Yu. When they were merely 2 meters apart, he unleashed his vital energy. His body transformed into a spear, soaring through the air, his feet striking Tang Yu's back with tremendous force. The impact caused Tang Yu to stumble, nearly losing her balance, and the jade lion slipped from her grasp. Lu Junzuo's face lit up with triumph as he seized the jade lion with ease. Fixing a cold glare on Tang Yu, he declared, "Tang, daring to compete with me for treasure, today shall be your demise." Initially, he had intended to bide his time and eliminate her discreetly, but her audacity to scheme against him had crossed a line. With that, he swiftly activated the mechanism of the 9 palaces locked beneath the jade lion. Indeed, nestled within was a precious pill. He lifted the pill to his nose, inhaling its fragrance. This time, it bore no foul scent. Truly, this was the authentic 9-turn pill. Overcome with elation, he promptly consumed the pill, savoring his victory. Today, he intends to break through right here and render this brat disabled, casting him into the cesspool to drown. Otherwise, the resentment in his heart will remain unsatisfied. Upon ingesting the elixir, he felt no transformation within. Instead, the excruciating pain that had previously vanished resurfaced once more. His pupils constricted in shock. Could it be that this is yet another poisoned concoction? This brat surely shouldn't possess the means to unlock the 9 palaces lock. Such a secret is known only to the Dragon Soul organization. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who had appeared flustered moments ago, now bore a radiant smile. If this fellow hadn't pursued him, they might have coexisted peacefully. Yet here he was, voluntarily walking into the trap and hastily consuming the drug. This potion may not be lethal to Lu Junzuo, but it would undoubtedly severely impair his combat prowess. Thus, he should not blame me for being unyielding. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist and charged toward Lu Junzuo. With comparable fighting capabilities, I possess the unmoving King-S skill. The advantage lies with me. As he felt the toxins spreading within, Lu Junzuo was taken aback. He swiftly poured the last 2 specially crafted antidotes into his mouth. Immediately after, he exchanged punches with Tang Yu. Upon collision, both parties staggered back. Though Lu Junzuo was in poor condition, he still held a slight edge. Being at the peak of the Xian realm, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. However, the previous poison had yet to be fully neutralized, and now a new toxin was introduced into his system. With this added misfortune, if the battle continued, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Just as he considered making his escape, he noticed when Ren Yage rushing over. His expression brightened instantly. A helper has arrived. Chapter 92. A drop of water in return for a gushing spring. Yage, you have come at the perfect time. Join me in dealing with this scoundrel. At this moment, he disregarded all semblance of dignity and hastily sought assistance from Ren Yage. With her evident affection for him, she would undoubtedly join forces to confront Tang Yu. Indeed, with a fierce determination, Ren Yage rushed to his side and unleashed a powerful punch that had been building up for quite some time. This blow struck Lu Junzuo squarely in the back, catching him completely off guard. The unexpected ambush sent Lu Junzuo hurtling through the air like a ball, and after enduring 2 successive attacks, he coughed up blood and crashed heavily to the ground. Rising from the earth, his face was a storm of rage and incredulity as he glared at Ren Yage. Why? He bellowed in a furious tone. Why would a woman who clearly harbors affection for me betray me? Because you deserve it. Don't think I am unaware of your intentions to harm my father. Ren Yage shouted back, her murderous intent reigniting as she charged at Lu Junzuo once more. What the hell? She knows. Impressive. I do admire a woman with such intelligence. Upon hearing Ren Yage's words, Tang Yu felt a surge of elation. He had genuinely worried that she might ally with Lu Junzuo to attack him. Witnessing her engage, Tang Yu promptly joined the fray. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was engulfed in overwhelming hatred. Faced with the onslaught from both opponents, he found himself suffering greatly, particularly in his weakened state. After several minutes of combat, he bore multiple injuries. What was even more infuriating was that the despicable Tang was fixated on delivering strikes below the belt. As the pain within him intensified, Lu Junzuo felt a genuine sense of panic. He had not brought anyone with him today. The Grim Reaper squad was dispatched by him to undertake a mission to investigate certain matters. It is said that the 4 infiltrated a high-end club for their inquiries. Yet the outcome remains uncertain. In this dire situation, where neither heaven nor earth seemed to respond, he felt the weight of internal injuries, external wounds, and poisoning. The specter of death loomed ominously before him. Had he known this would come to pass, he should have summoned some skilled experts from the organization for assistance. As he seethed with rage, a large truck suddenly appeared on the road behind him. Upon seeing the vehicle, a glimmer of hope ignited in his eyes. An opportunity had presented itself. He deliberately exposed a vulnerability, and as Tang Yu and another struck simultaneously, he was propelled backward from the force of their blows, landing fortuitously at the roadside. At that moment, the truck passed by him perfectly. Suppressing his agony, he sprang up and seized the chance, clinging to the speeding truck for salvation. You fools, this is my escape route. Did you not anticipate this? He shouted at Tang Yu and the other in a triumphant tone. Even in such a perilous situation, what of it? If he wished to depart, who could hinder him? When he regained his strength, those before him would inevitably bow to his might. As for Tang Yu, after their brief encounter, he had discerned that the latter possessed merely the initial stage of Xian realm cultivation. The next time they crossed paths would mark the end for him. Observing the rapidly receding truck, Ren Yage hastily drove to pursue it. It's too late now. Let it be, he thought. Could he truly allow this opportunity to slip away? A look of reluctance crossed Ren Yage's face. Just moments ago, he had been so close to avenging himself on this scoundrel. There will be another chance. You are now aware of your father's situation, aren't you? Tang Yu inquired. Grateful for the reminder from Tang Xiao, Ren Yage expressed her heartfelt gratitude, a kindness she would never forget. She bowed deeply to Tang Yu. Had it not been for Tang Xiao, she would have faced dire consequences at the hands of Lu Junzuo. Because of Tang Xiao, she was able to seek revenge swiftly. However, Lu Junzuo had managed to escape. It's a minor issue. I will continue to gather information on Lu Junzuo. and we will have the opportunity to confront him together. Tang Yu replied with a smile. This was an excellent opportunity. It was essential to enlist the assistance of the One Rin family. Wen Rin Yage was consumed by the desire for vengeance. She could not simply let Lu Junzuo go. Tang Xiao, do you have some time now? If convenient. Could you visit my home? Wen Rin Yage inquired. To your home? Tang Yu questioned, somewhat puzzled. Yes. My father is aware of the situation and wishes to apologize to you in person, Wen Rin Yage said with a wry smile. Previously, she had overheard Tang Yu mention he had a method to heal her father's leg. Thus, it would be prudent to have him take a look while he was there. Very well, Tang Yu nodded, and the two set off in a car towards the Wan Rin residence. Observing that Tang Yu and her companion had not pursued him, Lu Junzuo showed no inclination to conceal himself. Foolish, he sneered, offering a two-word assessment. If it were he would have exhausted every means to ensure complete annihilation. Allowing him to escape would undoubtedly become their greatest regret. However, his current condition was dire. Internal injuries caused a tumult of qi and blood within him, hastening its spread. Had he not ingested an antidote, along with the peculiarities of his cultivation technique, he would already be buried beneath the mountains. As the vehicle approached a secluded park, he could no longer endure the discomfort. Taking advantage of the red light, he leaped from the car and staggered into the park. This particular park, being somewhat isolated, offered a sense of safety. Venturing to hotels or hospitals at this moment could very well lead to his capture. Reaching the innermost bench, he felt he was nearing his limit. He then retrieved his phone and sent a message along with his location to the Grim Reaper squad, requesting their assistance. After dispatching the text, he collapsed onto the bench and lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad were leisurely enjoying themselves at a club. Upon receiving the message, Deng He glanced at his phone, his brow furrowing in concern. Bro, it seems Lu has messaged us, he remarked. The other 3 chimed in unison. Ignore him. Act as though we haven't seen it. Tossing his phone aside, Deng He playfully patted the thigh of the nearby technician, saying, Shall we? Let us indulge in seafood together tonight. After Lu Junzuo fainted on the park bench, he caught the attention of 2 shifty-eyed youths. Brother, that person seems to be drunk. One of the shorter youths whispered, pointing at Lu Junzuo. Daytime drunkenness and sleeping in public. Such individuals are the dregs of society, contributing nothing of value, scolded another man with a scruffy beard. He then turned to reprimand his subordinate, stating, Thus, we must not emulate him. We need to abandon the mentality of sporadic effort and instead rejuvenate our spirits. The bearded man cast his gaze towards Lu Junzuo, and before long, both youths had relieved him of his wallet and phone. He had also discovered 2 unopened boxes of the spirit charm, which Lu Junzuo had purchased on the Pearl side. At the time, he thought that 1 box would certainly be insufficient after Wang Yishua fell victim, but it ended up being unnecessary. Brother, today truly is a fortuitous encounter, chuckled the short fellow. I am grateful for nature's generous gifts. The bearded man grinned widely, remarking on the rarity of individuals who could carry several thousand in cash these days. With this sum, they could indulge in consumption, thereby stimulating the domestic economic cycle and contributing to society. Shall we proceed? The short young man laughed. One must adhere to the principles of brotherhood. We cannot accept gifts without reciprocation. The bearded man snorted softly, opening a box of spirit charm. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Let us repay our benefactor with a few billion first. Understood, brother. You go first. Go, keep watch for me. Meanwhile, Lu Junzuo, who was engulfed in unconsciousness, vaguely felt a discomfort in his posterior. Chapter 93. I belonged to young Master Tang. He had no idea how long he had been in a stupor. Upon awakening, Lu Junzuo felt parched and dizzy, utterly unwell. Instinctively, he reached for his phone, only to find nothing. His pockets were empty. Damn, where is my dragon fruit? Lu Junzuo's face paled with anger. Had someone taken advantage of his unconsciousness to steal his belongings? Panic-stricken, he hurriedly patted his chest. Fortunately, his dragon-patterned jade remained, though he could not fathom why it had not been stolen. The poison within him had also been subdued, which brought him some relief. Although his physical injuries were still severe, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the bottleneck at the peak of his Xuanzi realm had begun to loosen. A previously elusive acupoint has suddenly become more pliable. Is this a blessing in disguise? Tang Yu, you may as well await your demise. He burst into laughter. For what does it matter if he lacks the 9 transformation elixir? The realm of the earth character is now within his grasp. In high spirits, he rose and prepared to leave the park, only to be met with a sharp pain from behind. At the He family private hospital, Yu Chen's injuries have completely healed. Just days ago, even the slightest movement was agonizing, as though a firecracker had been lodged within him, ready to ignite. But today, he has made substantial progress, successfully stepping into the pinnacle of the mysterious character realm. Setbacks are merely nourishment for growth. At this moment, he stands in the small garden beneath the private hospital, silently contemplating his upcoming plans. Suddenly, two figures swiftly approach from behind. They halt approximately 3 meters away and call out in unison, "Dragon King." The newcomers are Ling Han and Qi Yin. Upon their arrival, Yi Chen cannot help but feel a surge of desire. Yet, he understands that the time is not yet ripe. Once his tasks are completed, indulging in both shall pose no challenge. With a habitual devilish grin, he inquires, "Have you both successfully infiltrated the Tang family's inner circle and obtained vital confidential documents from the Tang group?" The two women report in turn, "Indeed, we have." "Excellent. You both are truly remarkable. With your assistance, it feels as though I have the legendary talents of Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei by my side." Yu Chen replies with a satisfied smile. The Death Squad's inept members have betrayed him to follow Lu Junzuo, while Long Ye is busy picking up soap in prison. Fortunately, these two remain as reliable as ever. He then gazed at the two women and smiled. Recently, there had been some minor issues with the plan, yet overall, it remained under control. After being besieged by a multitude of experts, I unexpectedly experienced a fortuitous breakthrough in my realm, now reaching the pinnacle of the Xian stage. Consequently, I have decided to amend the plan. I shall not proceed to Yanjing, but will continue to stay in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two women shifted slightly. This fellow managed to attain a breakthrough through adversity? However, out of habit, they both responded in unison. "Congratulations to the Dragon King on your breakthrough. What shall we do next? It is time for a counterattack. Both Tang Yu and Lu Junzhu must perish." Yu Chen's countenance suddenly darkened with resentment. These two deserve death. One has thwarted my plans, while the other covets the Dragon King's position. He looked at the two women and commanded, "Qi Yin, continue to gather crucial intelligence. Ensure that we can strike the Tang family decisively. Ling Han, you are responsible for instigating chaos within the Tang family. I want a great conflagration when the family is in disarray, causing this clan to vanish from Suzhou and Hangzhou." "Understood. Depart now. Once I have subdued the ancient martial forces of Suzhou and Hangzhou, I will notify you to act." Yi Chen waved his hand, indicating that the two women could leave. For instance, strategizing for the forthcoming Ancient Martial Arts Conference. To seize the ancient martial forces of Suzhou and Hangzhou in one fell swoop, serving as leverage for my resurgence. Presently, the four prominent families have banded together around the Tang family to confront me. Given the circumstances, I must alter my strategy. After conquering the ancient martial forces, the first order of business will be to dismantle the Tang family, to shatter this so-called alliance into disarray, even leading them into internal strife over the pursuit of their interests. Stirring the waters, one can regain control over Su and Hang. As for Tang Yu and Lu Junzuo, arrangements have already been made for their demise. He has meticulously planned their ends. The thought brought forth a hearty laugh from him. He mocked Tang Yu's lack of wit and Lu Junzuo's lack of strategy. After departing from the private hospital of the He family, Ling Han and Qi Yin walked in silence, neither inclined to speak. Their relationship had been amicable, yet at this moment, their perceptions of each other had shifted. Both believed themselves to be loyal to Tang Xiao, while perceiving the other as aligned with Yi Chen. This realization had transformed them into adversaries. The orders given by Yi Chen today filled them with apprehension. It was time to eliminate the threat for Tang Xiao. "Ling Han, come with me. I have something to discuss with you," Qi Yin stated. "All right." Ling Han nodded, a smile gracing her face as she followed Qi Yin. Upon reaching a more secluded spot, Qi Yin suddenly turned and launched an attack. Her face was devoid of any pretense, radiating a murderous intent as the glinting dagger aimed for Ling Han's throat. Concurrently, Ling Han retaliated with a military knife of her own. Their weapons clashed before they swiftly retreated, creating distance between them. Their gazes met, filled with mutual wariness. Were they both contemplating a stealthy assassination of the other? "What do you mean?" Ling Han glared at Qi Yin coldly. Why did she wish to ambush her? Had she discovered Ling Han's betrayal of the organization? "It means nothing. You are Yi Chen's lapdog, while I am Tang Xiao's follower. Killing you is only natural." Qi Yin retorted with a chilling smirk. For Tang Xiao, such hypocritical and superficial friendships are hardly worth mentioning. Ling Han was momentarily taken aback. She stared at Qi Yin, frowning as she asked, "Are you one of Tang Xiao's people? Need you even ask? My father was once the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards." "Tang Xiao has shown me immense favor," Qin retorted before launching an attack. Ling Han nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After fending off several blows, she cursed. "Stop it. I am also one of Tang Xiao's people. Don't try that with me. Do you think I would fall for your tricks?" Qin shot back. "What would I gain from deceiving you? Is Tang Xiao often comparing us, pondering why our circumstances differ so greatly?" Qi Yin's anger surged in response. During her time in the office, she had indeed overheard Tang Xiao murmuring such thoughts. It then dawned on her that Ling Han, like herself, could hear Tang Xiao's innermost thoughts. Chapter 94. The two women decide to confront each other. "Let's not fight. We are on the same side." Ling Han sighed in resignation, feeling a strange sense of joy. It seemed there were others, besides herself, who were privy to Tang Xiao's thoughts. Qi Yin awkwardly sheathed her dagger. Having initially thought she had left her old job behind, only to find herself working alongside former colleagues in a new company. The sensation was quite peculiar. "Did you truly send the Tang Group's confidential information to that scoundrel Yichen?" Ling Han raised an eyebrow at Qi Yin, her tone laced with discontent. "Do you take me for you? I certainly provided him with false information." "Me too. That's a relief." Ling Han exhaled, her teeth clenched in frustration. "It is imperative that Yi Chun, this scoundrel, does not lay a hand on the Tang family and young Master Tang." Qi Yin nodded vigorously, her brows furrowing as she inquired, "Should we inform young Master Tang now? Should we convey the message to him?" "Well," she replied, "young Master Tang may not be aware that I am on his side for the time being." Ling Han felt a twinge of embarrassment. She was still anticipating Tang Yu to confront her and perform a dramatic confession of allegiance. "I feel the same," Qi Yin admitted, equally mortified. "Ahem. We are all waiting for young Master Tang to take the initiative to propose a team invitation. Never mind that for now. Let us go directly to find young Master Tang and confront him together. I have recorded everything Yi Chun said just now. It can serve as evidence." "I have recorded it too." The two women exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding palpable. As for the Wenren family, they stand as the foremost ancient martial arts clan in Suzhou and Hangzhou, boasting a legacy that spans a century. Their martial arts school is renowned throughout the region, and they also operate the largest security company in Suzhou and Hangzhou. When Tang Yu accompanied Wenren Yage, the martial artists of the Wenren family were engaged in their training. Upon spotting Wenren Yage, these young warriors eagerly greeted her, their eyes brimming with unabashed admiration. Their young lady is nothing short of exceptional. Not only is she beautiful, but her martial arts talent is the highest the Wenren family has ever witnessed. Everyone is convinced that she will undoubtedly break through to the Earth realm before the age of 40, surpassing her father's record. However, when they noticed Tang Yu walking alongside Wenren Yage, their gazes shifted to one of disdain. "Isn't this the most notorious sycophant in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Why is she accompanying our young lady? Could it be that they intend to bring misfortune upon their own young lady?" Upon contemplating this, the crowd couldn't help but break into smiles. Their young lady only fancied men who were more formidable than herself. As for this pretty boy, no amount of flattery over a century could elevate him in her eyes. Then, they beheld Wenren Yage offering a sweet smile to Tang Yu, standing beside him and engaging in what seemed to be an intimate conversation. Instantly, the expressions of the onlookers turned a deep shade of liver. However, Tang Yu remained oblivious to their reactions, his mind preoccupied with the reward granted by the system moments ago. After the conclusion of this round of the auction, the system had rewarded him with a rapid mastery technique. This tool was remarkably straightforward. It allowed one to swiftly grasp the essence of any item. Thus, Tang Yu promptly employed this technique on the 8 Extremes Burst Fist ancient martial arts manual he had extracted from the Jade Lion, enabling him to cultivate this martial art to its pinnacle and further enhance his combat prowess. Indeed, this rapid mastery reward was exceptionally powerful. The only unfortunate aspect was that the dog-like system imposed a limitation on its usage, permitting only 3 applications, which meant he could only elevate 3 techniques to their maximum level. If there were no restrictions, Tang Yu, the first thing he would do is seek out the ancient martial arts factions in Suzhou and Hangzhou to learn from them. Suddenly, Wenren Yage spoke up, "Tang Xiao, my father is already awaiting you inside." Tang Yu nodded and followed Wenren Yage into the small courtyard where her father resided. Upon their entrance, Wenren Yuanshan was seen engrossed in a book. Upon noticing Tang Yu's arrival, his expression shifted to one of profound embarrassment as he clasped his fists and addressed Tang Yu. "Tang Xiao, I apologize for any offense caused in recent days. I extend my sincerest apologies here. A few days ago, he misinterpreted Tang Yu at the airport, even resorting to sarcastic remarks. Reflecting upon it now, he feels a profound discomfort in his heart. Were it not for the kind reminder from others, he might have remained oblivious to his precarious situation. Uncle Wenren was courteous, advising him not to take it to heart. Tang Yu smiled gently, saying, "Let it go, my dear brother. You are magnanimous. However, it is not such a trivial matter. After all, your character is quite distinctive. A drop of kindness deserves a fountain of gratitude. Your integrity is truly commendable." Upon hearing Tang Yu's heartfelt words, Wenren Yage could not help but feel slightly astonished. This man seems to possess a considerable understanding of her father. Alas, how foolish I have been. With a sigh, when Ren Yuanshan spoke, "Young Master Tang, I shall not forget this life-saving grace. Should there be any matter in which our Wenren family can assist, do not hesitate to ask." "Very well, I shall not be overly polite." Tang Yu responded with a smile and a nod. He indeed required the assistance of the Wenren family. The Wenren family is the foremost clan of ancient martial arts in Suzhou and Hangzhou, having once boasted the presence of a formidable practitioner at the earth level during its pinnacle. At that time, Wenren Yuanshan was at the height of his prowess. Now, however, with Wenren Yuanshan's legs paralyzed, his strength has diminished significantly. Nevertheless, the Wenren family remains a force to be reckoned with. They currently possess 6 practitioners at the mystic level and approximately 20 at the yellow level. Without such a foundation, it would be inappropriate to claim the title of the foremost ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. By the way, young Master Tang, I took my father to visit the esteemed Dr. Jiang, who resolved the issues left by Lu Junzuo. However, in terms of healing my father's legs, even Dr. Zhang's skills are insufficient. Therefore, I beseech your assistance. If you possess any means to heal my father's leg, the Wenren family will acquiesce to any conditions you set forth. Wenren Yage interjected suddenly, having eavesdropped on Tang Yu's thoughts. She was aware of his remarkable medical prowess that could restore her father's leg. Yet, for reasons unknown, she found herself unable to articulate the essence of what she had gleaned from his thoughts. Thus, she opted for a more tactful approach to convey her request. Wenren Yuanshan also cast a hopeful glance towards Tang Yu. Should his legs regain their former strength, he would reclaim his previous capabilities within 3 months. Tang Yu had initially come for this very purpose. With Wenren Yage's proactive suggestion, the matter became even more feasible. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I can attempt to treat Uncle Wenren's ailment, but I have one condition. Please, do share." "Tang Xiao," Wenren Yage responded with excitement. "If our family finds itself in need, I hope the Wenren family can extend their support to ensure our safety. However, I must clarify that any adversaries perceived as formidable by our family are indeed quite perilous." Tang Yu spoke solemnly. Whether it be Yi Chun or Lu Junzuo, both hail from the Dragon Soul organization. This enigmatic group is akin to a divine dragon concealed in the heavens, elusive and shrouded in mystery. Their true capabilities remain unknown. Tang Yu sought not only the strength for self-preservation, but also the assurance of his family's safety. Chapter 95. Do not underestimate the middle-aged poor. Very well, I swear. As long as Tang Xiao can restore my father's leg, the Wenren family will stand united with the Tang family through thick and thin, Wenren Yage pledged. "Young Master Tang, if I could stand and regain my strength to the level of the Earth Realm, it would be sufficient to protect the Tang family," remarked Wenren Yuanshan with a smile. Given the affection young Master Tang bore for him, what was a mere danger? After receiving assurances from both parties, Tang Yu nodded and said, "Please provide me with silver needles and a pen. I shall compose a prescription and then send me the necessary herbs." He had previously observed Wenren Yuanshan's legs. The latter had been paralyzed for several years, with nearly all his meridians rendered ineffective. Yet, that did not imply that treatment was impossible. The Qing Nong Tianjing contained several methods to remedy his condition. The rewards bestowed by the system, provided they did not directly enhance combat prowess, were invariably reliable. Wenren Yage promptly arranged for the silver needles to be brought over. After Tang Yu penned the prescription, she personally went to procure the medicines. "Uncle Wenren, please step inside. I will first administer acupuncture," Tang Yu said with a smile, holding the silver needle. Wenren Yuanshan nodded and, maneuvering his wheelchair into the room, began to cooperate with Tang Yu's treatment. Due to years of paralysis, the muscles in Wenren Yuanshan's legs had begun to atrophy slightly. After sterilizing the silver needle, Tang Yu inserted it into an acupoint on Wenren Yuanshan's calf. Upon the needle's insertion, Wenren Yuanshan exclaimed with delight, "I can feel a tingling sensation." Due to the necrosis of the nerves in his legs, he had long since lost sensation. This tingling sensation was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him, indicating that Uncle Wenren's ailment was not overly severe. However, the subsequent treatment might be more painful. "This may hurt a bit more," Tang Yu gently reminded him. Observing Wenren Yuanshan's reaction, he felt considerably reassured. The unnamed acupuncture technique from the Qing Nong Tianjing has indeed lived up to expectations in terms of its therapeutic effects. Following Tang Yu's instructions, she brought the medicinal herbs to a boil and, once the temperature had subsided, immersed Wenren Yuanshan's legs in the concoction. Soon, his face contorted in agony, as if besieged by countless minute needles. After soaking for an hour, he would find relief. Henceforth, Uncle Wenren would need to repeat this ritual daily for 3 months to expel the toxins accumulated within his meridians. Tang Yu, observing with a smile, gently reminded him, "Will I be able to stand after those 3 months?" Wenren Yuanshan was indifferent to the fleeting pain. His sole desire was to rise to his feet once more. "Then I shall return for acupuncture, and that should suffice," he asserted. Tang Yu nodded in agreement. The primary issue with Wenren Yuanshan's legs stemmed from the toxins blocking his meridians due to their degeneration. Once the toxins were expelled and combined with acupuncture to guide his vital energy back into the meridians, his legs would gradually regain their function, much like a river obstructed by silt. Once the silt is cleared and water is reintroduced, everything naturally returns to normal. "Then I shall trouble you, Tang," he said, feeling relieved upon receiving confirmation. Just as Tang Yu was about to respond, a middle-aged man hurriedly entered the room. He was Wenren Yuanshan's brother, Wenren Zheng. "What is amiss, second uncle?" Wenren Yage inquired, noticing Wenren Zheng's hurried demeanor. "The Lu family has come to stir trouble," he replied. Tang Yu, taken aback, thought to herself, "The Lu family? The one reputed to be the second oldest in the ancient martial world of Suzhou and Hangzhou?" The method for determining the hierarchy between the two factions was straightforward: the ancient martial arts tournament, held once every 5 years. Every time the ancient martial arts event is held, the forces from Suzhou and Hangzhou invariably attend. The Wenren family has managed to maintain its position as the paramount clan, precisely due to their unchallenged victories each time. "Are they here because of the ancient martial arts tournament?" Wenren Yuanshan inquired with a dark expression. "Indeed," Wenren Zheng nodded, his countenance somewhat grim. 5 years ago, Wenren Yuanshan was at the pinnacle of his strength, having ascended to the earthly realm. That year, the ancient martial arts tournament was the easiest victory for the Wenren family. Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, stepped up to challenge Wenren Yuanshan, only to be defeated without even enduring a single strike. This incident deepened the Lu family's resentment towards the Wenren family. A few years ago, upon hearing of Wenren Yuanshan's misfortunes, they celebrated with great fanfare. Now, with Wenren Yuanshan in distress, the most formidable fighter from the Wenren family has become the young Wenren Yage. Yet, her prowess still pales in comparison to that cunning old fox from the Lu family. "Father, focus on your recovery. I will go assess the situation," Wenren Yage declared. "Very well, do not overly concern yourself with the ancient martial arts tournament. Once your father has regained his health, the Wenren family shall remain the Wenren family." Wenren Yuanshan sighed, offering his counsel. Wenren Yage nodded, and then turned to depart, with Tang Yu and Wenren Zheng following closely behind her. "System, what does the storyline of the ancient martial arts tournament entail?" He mused inwardly. According to the original narrative, the Lu family had come to provoke the Wenren family due to the invitation of a formidable expert as their patron. With such a powerful figure backing them, they dared to approach the Wenren family with arrogance. Once the ancient martial arts tournament commenced, the expert they had invited would sweep through the Wenren family. As the Wenren family faced humiliation, the Dragon King Yi Chen intervened, vanquishing the formidable opponent and earning the respect of all in the ancient martial arts community of Suzhou and Hangzhou, who deemed him a prodigy of exceptional talent. Just then, a system notification chimed in, "Warning, spoiler alert failed. Please ensure the host's safety." Tang Yu, filled with frustration, cursed silently. This cursed system is toxic. Hasn't it been upgraded already? Why does it still fail at spoilers? Such a troublesome system. According to the usual development, Lu Junzuo should have stepped in to assist Wenren family, she mused. Now that Lu Junzuo is absent, how will the plot unfold? She reflected, if I recall correctly, the expert summoned by the Lu family is at the mid-stage of the Xian realm? Upon overhearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wenren Yage furrowed her brow. If that's indeed the case, my strength is insufficient to contend with him. Must the ancient martial arts competition truly end in defeat against the Liu family? Upon their arrival, the Liu family members were comfortably seated on the sofa, sipping tea. Among them was a slightly portly man, Liu Qingxin, the head of the Liu family, nearing 50. Despite his ancient martial arts cultivation remaining at the early stage of the Xian realm, he was still considered quite formidable within the Suzhou and Hangzhou martial arts circles, albeit not on par with the top-tier talents. Noticing Wenren Yage's arrival, he sneered. "Where is Wenren Yuanshan? Has he chosen not to come? Is he afraid? Why would he have any reason to meet a defeated foe?" Wenren Yage retorted with a hint of sarcasm. At the mention of defeated foe, the Liu family members rose, glaring at Wenren Yage with indignation, while Liu Qingxin's face contorted with fury as he fixed his gaze upon her. 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the middle-aged impoverished. Today, I have come to present a challenge to you all. Chapter 96, Yi Chen's Countermeasure, a challenge? Wenren Yage frowned and asked, "So what?" "It's quite simple. At this ancient martial arts tournament, our two families are bound to confront each other. The losing party must serve the victor for a decade." Liu Qingxin sneered. "By that logic, your Liu family has lost for so many years. Must you then serve our Wenren family as subservient for a century?" Wenren Yage retorted. The members of the Liu family turned pale upon hearing this. Liu Qingxin glared at Wenren Yage, his expression darkening. "What? Is the Wenren family reduced to mere verbal sparring now, lacking the courage to act? If you had the audacity, why did you not speak out during the previous tournaments?" Wenren Yage scoffed disdainfully. "What? Are you implying that I am taking advantage of others' misfortunes?" Liu Qingxin dismissed her. "I have heard that a master has joined your Wenren family, someone by the surname Liu, hence my challenge. Your family may allow him to compete. We, the Liu family, will accept all challengers. However, if you dare not, then consider my words unspoken. We, the Liu family, have no interest in bullying a coward. What is happening? Why is Liu Junzhu being dragged into this? Is the plot taking a strange turn?" Tang Yu, who was merely a bystander, felt utterly bewildered. How could the Liu family possibly know of Liu Junzhu's existence? "System, what is going on with the plot?" Tang Yu silently questioned, observing the chaos unfold. As the narrative unfolds, a moment of realization strikes Tang Yu amidst his contemplations. Liu Qingxin has fallen victim to a sinister curse, evidenced by the peculiar shape of a parasitic insect nestled near his heart. Is this truly a curse? If it is not of his doing, then it must be the work of Yi Chen. This individual likely intends to target Liu Junzuo and, in passing, eliminate the Wenren family as well. Are we about to witness a dog-eat-dog scenario? In an instant, Tang Yu comprehends the intricacies at play. Given Yi Chen's vindictive nature, it is inconceivable that he would tolerate Liu Junzuo's challenge to his authority. It seems he intends to launch a retaliatory strike, utilizing Liu's family as pawns against Liu Junzuo. Naturally, Tang Yu finds this unfolding drama quite agreeable. However, it is troubling that Liu Junzuo and the Wenren family have already severed ties. Whether he has fully recovered from his injuries is uncertain, but how could he possibly assist the Wenren family in the ancient martial arts tournament? You are mistaken. The individual you seek bears no relation to my Wenren family. Wenren Yage replied coldly, her expression betraying her growing confusion. Yi Chen, who exactly is he? How do his grievances with Liu Junzuo entwine with the Wenren family? Being inexplicably drawn into this vortex leaves Wenren Yage feeling profoundly unsettled. Unable to acknowledge that this is a matter pertaining to the Wenren family, she concludes that the ancient martial arts tournament will merely determine the hierarchy. Liu Qingxin scoffed and departed with his companions. His visit today was solely to convey a message, as per the directive of the esteemed young Master Yi, who insisted that his wishes be adhered to. The current ancient martial arts conference not only enables the Liu family to triumph over their rivals and seek vengeance against the Wenren clan, but it also allows them to consolidate and reshape the entire ancient martial arts forces of Suzhou and Hangzhou into a formidable power of their own. In due course, the Liu family could emerge as their representatives, significantly enhancing their strength. Consequently, the Wenren clan would become obsolete. After Liu Qingxin departed, Tang Yu spoke up. During their journey, she continued to ponder Yi Chen's strategy. What assurance did he possess to eliminate Liu Junzuo during this opportunity? Merely relying on the Liu family's cohort seemed grossly insufficient. Upon witnessing the two women together, Tang Yu was immediately filled with curiosity. How did they end up in each other's company? As double agents, shouldn't they conceal their identities? Tang Xiao, the two women greeted in unison, slightly embarrassed at Tang Yu's arrival. What brings you two together? Tang Yu queried, a hint of wariness creeping in. Could it be that Yi Chun, that mad dog, has commanded them to do something? Never mind, I might as well confront them directly. After all, I have gathered sufficient evidence. Upon sensing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Qi Yin was the first to speak. Tang Xiao, I am here to lay everything bare regarding my father. After revealing her identity and the findings of her investigation, Tang Yu initially appeared astonished, only to soon don a look of paternal pride. Alas, I misjudged you. I ought not to have doubted your intelligence. You are merely clever in a less conspicuous manner. He then turned his gaze towards Ling Han. Young Master Tang, I too have uncovered the truth behind the Dragon Soul Organization's role in the demise of my family. In my quest for vengeance, I implore you to accept my loyalty. Ling Han explained, biting her lip. With that, she retrieved her phone and played a previous recording. The audio captured the conversation that ensued after Yi Chen found them. Upon listening, Tang Yu furrowed her brow tightly. Goodness, what audacity! To eliminate Lu Junzuo and then target the Tang family? He aims to seize the ancient martial forces of Su and Hang as well? The ancient martial forces in Su and Hang should not be underestimated. There are approximately 30 masters at the Xian level and over 100 at the Huang level. The collective strength of such forces is indeed formidable. But on what grounds does he believe he can achieve this? By relying solely on personal martial prowess? Even if he were to break through to the D level, he would still be unable to withstand such a multitude in a brawl. After a moment of contemplation, a thought suddenly struck Tang Yu. The head of the Lu family, Lu Qingxin, has been cursed by him. How else could he possess such confidence? Only with so many pieces at his disposal could he be assured of defeating Lu Junzuo. With this realization, Tang Yu was left with a singular feeling. This wretched man had resolved to gamble everything. But could he still summon other forces from the Dragon Soul Organization? Tang Yu then sat down and looked at the two women, inquiring, "Have you received any news?" "I have not received any information." Qi Yin shook her head. "After being assigned to infiltrate the Tang group, my daily responsibilities have revolved around stealing data. I too have received no updates, but the organization will likely refrain from sending additional personnel to Su and Hang to assist him," Ling Han stated with certainty. After a series of failures, the elder appointed Lu Junzuo to oversee the affairs of Suzhou and Hangzhou, effectively dismissing Yi Chun. In such circumstances, even if Yi Chun wished to speak, he found himself unable to do so. While the Dragon King appeared to be the ultimate authority within the organization, everyone understood that the true power rested with the elder. Tang Yu nodded. The situation aligned closely with his expectations. Given this, he realized he must take the initiative to alter the course of events at the Ancient Martial Arts Conference. Yi Chun must not be allowed to seize control of the martial forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou, for that would spell danger for the Tang family. Chapter 97. The Ancient Martial Arts Conference. Having contemplated the matter, Tang Yu turned to the two women and said, "I will need your assistance moving forward. Should he make any moves, inform me immediately." "Understood, Tang Xiao," they replied. "Furthermore, once the Ancient Martial Arts Conference commences, I require both of you to take action. This time, Yi Chun must not escape," Tang Yu instructed. Upon hearing Tang Yu's intent to eliminate Yi Chun, the two women nodded enthusiastically. Yi Chun's demise would serve as the ultimate revenge against the Dragon Soul Organization. After briefing the two women, Tang Yu proceeded to call Wang Yixue and Wenren Yage individually. This time, he intended to consolidate all forces and seize the opportunity presented by the Ancient Martial Arts Conference to eradicate Yi Chun completely. Otherwise, if he allowed Yi Chun to gain control over the martial forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou, he would be the one to suffer. Since survival was no longer an option, he resolved to first extinguish the so-called Son of Destiny. In the days that followed, Yi Chun indeed behaved as Tang Yu had anticipated. Coupled with his peak martial prowess at the Xian level, it was difficult for these individuals to resist submission. Of course, he did not merely demand their compliance. While controlling them, he also offered some benefits, such as guiding their martial arts cultivation and aiding in their ailments. After meticulously arranging everything, Yi Chun's anticipation for the day of the Ancient Martial Arts Conference grew ever more fervent. He envisioned leading a throng to swiftly eliminate Lu Junzuo, who dared to vie for the position of Dragon King. If he did not perish, who would? As for the consequences of his death, Yi Chun harbored no concerns. His mentor had instilled in him the principle that victory and defeat are intrinsic to greatness. To achieve monumental success, one must be prepared to sacrifice everything. At long last, the long-awaited Ancient Martial Arts Conference arrived. In accordance with tradition, this year the Lu family assumed the role of host, and thus the venue was naturally the Lu family dojo. As the second-ranking family in the ancient martial arts community of Su and Hang, the Lu family's prowess was quite formidable. They boasted 3 practitioners at the Xian level and a remarkable 14 at the Huang level. Although they did not rival the Wenren family in strength, they surpassed many others. Today, the entrance of the Lu family dojo was adorned with festive decorations, with banners celebrating the commencement of the ancient martial arts conference. Various factions from the Su and Hang martial arts circles arrived in succession. Notably, the attendance exceeded that of previous gatherings. Typically, a family or sect would send only 3 or 4 representatives. However, today was different. As numerous martial artists from various families and sects had gathered, the leaders of several factions wore expressions of discontent, for they were among those unfortunate souls under Yi Chen's control, who could find joy in having their fate manipulated by another. At the entrance, Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, greeted the arriving factions with a warm smile. However, his demeanor shifted to one of surprise when the members of the Wenren family arrived. For in previous years, their participation in the ancient martial arts conference had seen a slightly larger contingent, typically around 10 individuals. However, today, it appears as if they have emerged en masse. Except for Wenren Yuanshan, who finds it inconvenient to travel, everyone capable of drawing breath from the Wenren household has arrived. Wenren Yage, are you planning to engage in a war of attrition this year? That would certainly breach the established norms, Lu Qingxin remarked with a peculiar expression. Is it not permissible for me to bring them here for observation and learning? Wenren Yage raised an eyebrow. Of course, it is permissible. Even if they are merely here for a meal, my Lu family extends a warm welcome, Lu Qingxin replied with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing invitingly. The more guests you bring, the better. After all, it is your Wenren family that risks embarrassment today. With a disdainful huff, Wenren Yage led her family inside. The Lu family's martial arts hall features a dedicated competition arena, accommodating hundreds of spectators. Thus, the gathering of over 100 individuals today does not seem overcrowded. Observing the noticeably larger turnout for the ancient martial arts conference compared to previous years, the atmosphere among the attendees felt somewhat peculiar. An inexplicable sense of oppression lingered. Yet no one could articulate it. From time to time, Wenren Yage glanced at her phone. According to her earlier conversation with Tang Yu, when the moment is ripe, Tang Yu would enter and launch an assault on a certain individual named Yi Chen. At that juncture, the elite fighters of the Wenren family would join forces to besiege him. But where could he be? At this very moment, Yi Chen stood outside the Lu family martial arts hall, accompanied by the 2 young women, Ling Han and her companion. Today, I will trouble you to remain here. Should Lu Junzuo manage to escape, you are responsible for detaining him, he instructed the 2 women. Their abilities are nearing the mid-level of the Xian realm, and their speed is quite remarkable. Together, they should be able to hold Lu Junzuo at bay for a brief while. He could easily pursue and eliminate this fellow. Good. Dragon King, the 2 spoke in unison, their faces betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Seeing their formidable spirit, Yi Chun felt an immense satisfaction. This was precisely the vigor he sought in his subordinates. After arranging matters for the 2 women, he strode into the Lu family's martial arts hall. Upon entering, he found Lu Qingxin already waiting at the entrance. As soon as he spotted Yi Chun, he hurried forward, bowing respectfully. Young Master Yi, has everyone arrived? Indeed. Everyone is here, Lu Qingxin replied. But the individual you mentioned, young Master Yi, I have not seen. Not seen? Yi Chun mused for a moment before sneering. He must be disguised and lurking in the shadows. My inept junior disciple has an aversion to the light. With a confident swagger, he continued, it matters not. As long as I step forward, he will inevitably take the bait. If he wishes to eliminate me, does he not also desire to strike against me? With his arrogant disposition, he surely cannot fathom that I have reached the pinnacle of the Xian realm. In a contest of equivalent strength, I cannot claim an assured victory over Lu Junzuo, but today, more than half of those present are my allies. Faced with dozens of ancient martial artists alongside myself, unless Lu Junzuo ascends to the D realm, he stands no chance of escape. Should he dare to reveal himself today, even divine intervention would be futile. As soon as everyone had gathered, members of the Lu family swiftly served tea and refreshments to the attendees. Lu Qingxin, as the host, ascended the platform and delivered a customary address. Following this, various factions in attendance dispatched representatives to participate in the ancient martial arts conference, and naturally, the Lu family's chosen representative was none other than Yi Chun. According to the customary practices of previous years, numerous representatives shall determine their opponents through a lottery system. The unfortunate soul drawn against Yi Chun is Gu Sanqian, the master of the Xian Shui sect, a name well known within the ancient martial arts circles of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Gu Sanqian, a formidable expert of the Xian level, finds himself at a disadvantage, having been afflicted with a curse. Upon realizing that his opponent is Yi Chun, he feels utterly devoid of fighting spirit. After respectfully clasping his hands in greeting, he promptly initiates the attack. Yi Chun, exuding an air of calmness, opts for a defensive stance, occasionally offering sage advice amidst the skirmish, showcasing his extraordinary prowess. Observers, unaware of Yi Chun's true identity, are left in awe as they witness such a youthful figure adeptly confronting Gu Sanqian. This level of skill surely surpasses even that of the renowned prodigy from the Wenren family. Meanwhile, those in the know remain unfazed. After all, Yi Chun possesses peak prowess within the Xian level, granting him an unparalleled standing in the ancient martial arts realm of Suzhou and Hangzhou. After nearly 3 minutes of engagement on the stage, Yi Chun, embodying the essence of a master, delivers a decisive blow that sends Gu Sanqian tumbling from the platform. With a smile, he bows to the audience, his gaze resting upon the members of the Wenren family. Today, the representative from the Wenren family is Wenren Yage. Yet, where has Lu Junzuo vanished? Is it possible that he fears Yi Chun has retained some hidden strategy, thereby refraining from intervening? Chapter 98. The situation escalates with a cold snort. He directs his gaze towards Wenren Yage, contemplating that Lu Junzuo has been intent on confronting her. As soon as he makes his move against Wenren Yage, Lu Junzuo will undeniably be compelled to reveal himself. The other spectators in the audience quietly sipped their tea, awaiting news from Yi Chun. They had received Yi Chun's command that he would initiate the attack upon the appearance of a certain Lu Junzuo. At that moment, they would all join forces to confront this individual. However, after a prolonged wait, Lu Junzuo did not materialize. Instead, the tea in their hands inexplicably tasted exceptionally delightful, leaving them with a sense of invigorating ease once finished. With an air of effortless grace, Yi Chun triumphed in 3 consecutive rounds, establishing himself as the most dazzling figure of this year's ancient martial arts tournament. Once regarded as the most talented youth, Wenren Yage appeared somewhat diminished in his presence. In his 4th match, Yi Chun faced a frail old man in his 60s, who possessed commendable strength at the initial stage of the Xian realm. Yet, when compared to such a prodigy, it was clearly insufficient. To showcase his prowess, Yi Chun even engaged the old man with one hand, successfully subduing his opponent. After a few minutes of combat, the old man, realizing his defeat, voluntarily conceded the match. Yi Chun's next adversary would be none other than Wenren Yage, who had also emerged victorious in 4 rounds. In contrast to Yi Chun, Wenren Yage's condition appeared less favorable. The disparity in their strengths was evident as they took to the stage after a 10-minute intermission. Yi Chun's gaze roamed unabashedly over Wenren Yage, and with a smile, he inquired, "Where is that worthless Lu Junzuo hiding?" "You'll find out if you seek him yourself," Wenren Yage replied, raising an eyebrow. The mere mention of Lu Junzuo ignited a flame of anger within her. "Once I bring you to your knees, he will undoubtedly surface." Yi Chun curled his lips in disdain. Being fellow disciples, he was all too familiar with Lu Junzuo's character, a man who relished the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel to win her favor. He then beckoned to Wenren Yage, saying, "Come, lend me a hand." Wenren Yage huffed coldly, adjusting her stance to its optimal state, and boldly initiated her assault. She launched a punch aimed directly at Yi Chun's throat. With his left hand positioned behind him, Yi Chun countered with a punch of his own, all while his gaze swept the surroundings. He was eager to witness whether Lu Junzuo could maintain his composure after witnessing Wenren Yage being struck back by his blow. Just as their fists were about to collide, Yi Chun suddenly let out a pained scream and staggered back a few steps. This cry of anguish sent shockwaves through the crowd. What on earth was happening? Was Yi Chun truly no match for Wenren Yage? That seemed implausible. As Yi Chun stepped back, his face contorted in agony as he stared at his fist. For needles had embedded themselves deeply into his hand. It is said that the fingers are connected to the heart. This was indeed excruciating. Upon extracting the needles, he noticed that the tips were stained black. With his medical expertise, he realized that he had undoubtedly been poisoned. "You wretched woman, dare you play such tricks against me?" He roared in fury, attempting to channel his energy to expel the toxin. However, Wenren Yage was determined not to grant him that opportunity. She charged at Yi Chun, launching another offensive. Simultaneously, the members of the Wenren family surged forward as well. Today, over 30 individuals from the Wunrin clan had gathered, among whom 9 were sent by the Tang, Qin, and Wang families, all masters of the Xian realm. With the addition of the Wunrin clan members, their collective fighting strength was formidable. Faced with such a multitude, Yi Chen's expression darkened significantly. He realized that this must be a cunning trap set by Lu Junzuo. This fellow possessed a venomous nature akin to that of a serpent, lurking in the shadows, seeking the opportune moment to deliver a fatal strike. He growled in defiance. After forcibly expelling a portion of the poison from his system, he unleashed a furious roar and kicked Wenren Yage back. However, 3 other masters of the Xian realm were already closing in on him from all sides. Yi Chen chose not to conceal his strength any longer. Initially, he intended to feign being in the Mid-Xian realm to lure Lu Junzuo into a trap. Yet, the current circumstances left no room for him to hold back. Perish. His eyes turned blood red as he unleashed a punch that struck one of the Xian realm experts, following it with a kick that sent another flying, and then swiftly turning to deliver an elbow strike that repelled a third adversary. After neutralizing their assault, he was met with an even more ferocious collective attack. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. After enduring a 2-minute struggle, exacerbated by Wenren Yage's initial poisonous ambush, Yi Chen felt a tingling numbness spreading through his injured hand. Meanwhile, the ancient martial artists under his control began to grow restless. What on earth was happening today? Wasn't Yi Chen supposed to deal with someone named Lu Junzuo? Why, before Lu even made his entrance, was Yi Chen already being besieged? What were they waiting for? Charge! Feeling his condition deteriorate, Yi Chen kicked one assailant away and shouted to the crowd below. Upon hearing his command, the ancient martial artists, their faces darkened, rose to prepare for the fray. If they did not assist Yi Chen, they would surely meet their demise. Just as they were about to spring into action, a petite girl suddenly raised a loudspeaker and exclaimed, "Dear uncles and aunts, please rest assured. I have already resolved the curse that Yi Chen placed upon you. Therefore, there is no need to heed his words. Simply eliminate this individual, and the parasites within you shall undoubtedly perish. Should you harbor doubts, feel free to ascertain this for yourselves." The girl who spoke was none other than Zhang Xiaoya, a name well known for her remarkable skills as a healer. Upon hearing her words, the more than 10 individuals afflicted by the parasites began to close their eyes and introspect. These parasites, which had intermittently stirred within their bodies, inducing a slight stinging sensation as a reminder of the looming threat of death, now seemed to have vanished entirely. It was no wonder they felt considerably more at ease after consuming the herbal tea. They then cast glances filled with